Chapter 1. Let's get divorced. She's back. The villa was steeped in a suffocating silence. Chuan Yi stood in the foyer, his suit immaculate, his expression carved from ice. After an absence of half a month, his first words upon returning home were, "Let's get divorced." The three words landed like poisoned daggers, piercing straight into Jiang Si's heart. She lifted her gaze to meet his frosty eyes. "Why?" Her voice was soft, betraying a barely perceptible tremor. Chuan Yi pulled a jade pendant from his pocket and slammed it onto the glass coffee table. The sharp clatter echoed in the quiet room. "You claimed this pendant was the token I gave you when you saved me all those years ago." His tone dripped with sarcasm. "Jiang Si, how long are you going to keep up this act?" Jiang Si's pupils contracted slightly. Her hesitation, in Chuan Yi's eyes, was confirmation of her guilt. "You stole this from Song Tianyi, didn't you?" He advanced, each word a deliberate strike. 3 years ago, knowing you were just a country girl pulled from obscurity, afraid you wouldn't measure up as my wife, you stole Tianyi's pendant. You couldn't even wait. You revealed yourself on our wedding night, desperate for my gratitude, trying to force me to love you. Jiang Si, you're truly a master schemer." Jiang Si's face remained a mask of calm, but her eyes had frosted over. "Who told you this? Song Tianyi? Or someone else from the Song family? Does it matter who told me?" Chuan Yi's glare intensified. "Jiang Si, you calculated your way to my side. For 3 years, you played the devoted wife, making me believe you'd loved me all along. Your acting skills are truly nauseating." Chuan Yi, Jiang Si started to explain. He abruptly seized her wrist, his grip painfully tight. "Jiang Si, look carefully. There's no scar here." He pointed at her smooth, unblemished skin, his voice razor sharp. "When she saved me, her wrist was slashed by sharp rocks. The cut was millimeters from her artery. She bled through layers of bandages. A wound that deep, how could it leave no scar?" Jiang Si froze. He was right. There was no scar. A flicker of struggle passed through her eyes, but the words died on her lips. Jiang Si's first thought, Song Tianyi really went all out for this charade. A low, soft laugh escaped her. She reached up and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her posture unervingly composed. A strange emotion flickered in Chuan Yi's eyes before he forced his gaze away. The corners of his eyes were tinged with red, as if he were suppressing some powerful feeling. Chuan Yi, Jiang Si's voice was suddenly gentle as water. "In these 3 years, did you ever love me? If not for what happened 5 years ago, if I had never saved you just based on these 3 years as your wife, did you ever develop feelings for me?" Chuan Yi frowned, about to speak, when an urgent phone ring cut through the tension. "Young Master Ji, Miss Song has coughed up blood. She's been taken to the emergency room. I'm on my way." He ended the call and turned to leave without a second glance. As he reached the door, Jiang Si's voice stopped him. Chuan Yi, I wouldn't have." He halted, his back still to her. Jiang Si spoke each word with deliberate clarity. "If not for what happened 5 years ago, I wouldn't have been found by the Song family. I wouldn't have replaced Song Tianyi and married you. And I'm most certainly," she took a sharp breath, "would not have fallen in love with you." Chuan Yi stood with his back to her for a long moment. Finally, icy words fell from his lips. "Jiang Si, I could never love a liar." "A liar?" Jiang Si closed her eyes. Her long lashes trembled, and 2 silent tears traced paths down her delicate cheeks. So, his 2-week business trip, he was with Song Tianyi? One phone call about her, and he lost all composure. While she had lain on a cold operating table, dialing his number over and over, desperate for him to sign the consent forms in the family member section. No answer. Song Tianyi disappears for 3 years, and her lies become the truth. Jiang Si gives 3 years of genuine devotion, and in return receives indifference, scorn, and the label liar. In that case, Jiang Si lowered her head, her hair veiling her pale face. "I don't want you anymore, Chuan Yi." Her hand trembled slightly as she picked up the pen. On the final page of the divorce agreement, she signed her name, Jiang Si. The strokes were forceful, the ink bleeding through the paper. 1 month later, Zichin Club. Jiang Si, dressed in staff uniform, stifled a yawn as she stood by the entrance welcoming guests. She'd only managed 3 hours of sleep last night, finalizing a new medicinal formula. A group of lavishly dressed socialites approached, their laughter tinkling in the night air. Jiang Si, is that you? Why are you dressed like that?" A delicate, feigned cry of surprise rang out. Jiang Si looked up and saw Song Tianyi, surrounded by her entourage. Speak of the devil. Jiang Si's face remained impassive. She couldn't be bothered to engage. One of Song Tianyi's friends looked Jiang Si up and down with exaggerated distaste. "Oh, is this your country sister?" After young Master Ji kicked her out, She's been reduced to working as a greeter here? Mocking titters spread through the group. Song Tianyi stepped forward, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Jiang Si, if you're having difficulties, just come home. Mom and Dad know about the divorce. They're worried about you. Working as a server must be so hard. Jiang Si cut her off bluntly. Song Tianyi, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Are we familiar? Song Tianyi's eyes instantly welled with tears, a picture of wounded innocence. Another socialite couldn't stand it. Jiang Si, Yi is just concerned about you. Is that any way to talk? If you hadn't deceived the Ji family back then, could you have ever left that backwater village? Jiang Si fixed the speaker with a sidelong glance, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on her lips. The woman felt a sudden chill run down her spine under that gaze. Just then, a waiter hurried over. Ninth sister, help! The young master is awake and looking for you. He's throwing a fit. Jiang Si checked the time. The sedative had only lasted an hour. Clearly, the dosage hadn't been strong enough. TCH, if I go now, Chung will never let me hear the end of it. He'll say I've tarnished my reputation as the divine physician. She turned and left without granting them a single glance. The group of socialites was incensed. I want to complain. That doorman's attitude was appalling. I demand to see the manager. She must be fired immediately. The waiter who had just arrived looked at them as if they were idiots. Guests, Ninth sister is not a doorman, but she's wearing your uniform. In Yanjing, Zichen's uniforms are famous for their style. Young masters and ladies buy them from us every month. By your logic, are they all our employees now? Amid the argument, Song Tianyi stared thoughtfully at Jiang Si's retreating figure. What are you thinking about? Song Tianyi said softly. That waiter just said the Bai family's young master gets angry if he can't find Jiang Si. The Bai family's young master? You mean Jiang Si has latched onto him? Song Tianyi gave a wan smile, her tone innocent. I didn't say that. I'm just curious. Jiang Si grew up in the countryside. How could she possibly know the Bai family's young master? Chapter 2. Sister, let me explain. Inside the private room, the lighting was dim. Chuan Yi sat shrouded in the shadows of the corner, emanating an aura of cold detachment that kept others at bay. Song Tianyi held a wine glass, her posture elegant. Brother Ji, don't be angry. They were just curious when they saw Jiang Si here. Chuan Yi's handsome face was hidden in the gloom, his expression unreadable. Song Tianyi couldn't gauge his thoughts. One of the socialites added fuel to the fire. Young Master Jiang Si, is quite the celebrity here. We all heard his staff call her ninth sister with utmost respect. We asked for Jiang Si to serve us, and that waiter nearly threw us out. If she didn't have powerful backing, how could a country bumpkin like her dare to act so arrogantly at Zichen? A trace of venom flashed in Song Tianyi's eyes, but her voice remained gentle. Brother Ji, maybe Jiang Si has some difficulty and had to ask young Master Bai for help. Let's hear what she has to say when she comes. As if on cue, the door opened and Jiang Si walked in. The tailored uniform accentuated her graceful figure. Even without makeup, she was radiantly beautiful. A divorced husband and a sister with no blood relation, Jiang Si's tone was icy. What I need to explain to you? Chuan Yi looked up. Seeing Jiang Si, he was momentarily stunned. A month apart, she seemed the same, yet fundamentally different. He stood and walked over to her, his tall frame casting a shadow over her. A familiar scent washed over her. Jiang Si's heart skipped a beat. She dug her nails into her palm, maintaining her outward composure. Why are you here? Chuan Yi asked. Why can't I be here? Jiang Si retorted. Her attitude displeased him. The divorce settlement was more than enough for you to live comfortably for a lifetime. There's no need for you to work in a place like this. Jiang Si met his gaze directly. Mr. Ji, I don't wish to discuss personal matters here. The address Mr. Ji made Chuan Yi's brow furrow tightly. The memory of her softly calling him Chuan Yi was suddenly vivid. Then let's talk somewhere else, he said, his tone firm. I don't think that's necessary. Jiang Si. His voice carried a warning note of anger. Jiang Si's gaze was tranquil. The eyes that were once full of love for him were now placid and unreadable. The two stood in a stalemate for a long moment. Finally, Chuan Yi was the first to look away. Suit yourself, he spat out coldly, then turned and left. Song Tianyi hurried after him. The private room was left with only the group of gossiping socialites. Jiang Si, serve us well, and you'll get a good tip, someone teased. Jiang Si's expression remained flat. Serve you? Ladies, times have changed. She turned to leave, but was blocked. After offending young Master Ji, do you think you could just walk away? The woman held a glass of mixed liquor, her intentions clear. Drink this, and we'll consider tonight's matter settled. Jiang Si narrowed her eyes. Are you trying to cause trouble at Zichen? Just offering you a drink. Jiang Si was silent for a moment, then took the glass. Smirks of triumph appeared on the faces around her. The next second, she flicked her wrist, splashing the entire contents of the glass into the woman's face. Jiang Si, are you insane? The drenched woman shrieked. Jiang Si let out a light laugh, though her eyes remained cold. Funny, I was wondering the same thing. Someone threatened from behind her. Jiang Si, Bai Chun is just the Bai family's unwanted son. He can't even protect himself. Now that you've offended us, let's see how he protects you. After Jiang Si left, 4 or 5 security personnel filed into the room. I want to file a complaint. Zichen's service is terrible. I demand a public apology. The manager smiled politely. My apologies, guests. The complainer looked momentarily smug. Zichen does not welcome guests who cause disturbances. Please leave immediately. The manager gestured, and the uniformed staff moved in unison to escort them out. You'll regret this. We'll rally our entire circle to boycott Zichen. The manager remained impassive. Cancel the VIP memberships for these guests. They are permanently banned from entry. The group was unceremoniously ejected from Zichen. The doorman held the door open for them, his tone polite. Guests, as I said, Ninth Sister is not a server. Jiang Si returned to the top floor to find Chuan Yi waiting for her by the elevators. She tried to walk past him expressionlessly. Suddenly, his hand shot out and grabbed her wrist. A sharp, piercing pain radiated from the point of contact, reminiscent of the moment years ago when the sharp rocks had cut her. Where are you living? Chuan Yi's voice was hoarse. Jiang Si looked down. Mr. Ji, you're overstepping. Jiang Si, talk to me properly. His grip tightened, his breathing slightly rushed. Jiang Si scoffed. Is there any need for us to talk properly? No sooner had the words left her mouth than he forcefully pushed her against the wall, pinning her hands above her head. Chuan Yi's handsome face loomed dangerously close, his warm breath fanning her cheek. Chapter 3. We're already divorced. Chuan Yi. Jiang Si's eyes widened in furious shock. His face was mere inches from hers. His deep, dark eyes churned with a rage that seemed ready to devour her whole. Finally willing to look at me properly? He murmured, his voice low and dangerous. Jiang Si struggled fiercely. We're already divorced. So what? He retorted coldly. Let me go. He gritted his teeth, the rims of his eyes reddening. Jiang Si, you were the one who came to me first. You said you loved me, that you didn't care if I loved you back, that you would always stay by my side. Were those lies too? Has it only been a month, and you've already fallen for someone else? Jiang Si, you disgust me. Jiang Si suddenly stopped struggling and simply looked at him calmly. His handsome face was filled with fury, but deep within his eyes lurked a trace of something else, something that looked like hurt. Could Chuan Yi be hurt? By her words? Impossible. It had to be her imagination. The thought startled her, and her expression froze for a second. Chuan Yi maintained his iron grip on her wrist and strode towards the exit, pulling her along. He moved so quickly she nearly stumbled several times. Chuan Yi, where are you taking me? He opened the car door, shoved her into the passenger seat, then swiftly got in himself, locking the doors. The engine roared to life, and the speedometer jumped to 100 km/h in seconds. Jiang Si, already exhausted and now dizzy from being manhandled, only regained her bearings once the car was on the elevated highway, heading towards Chuan Yi's apartment. The journey passed in total silence. The car came to a stop in the underground parking garage. Neither of them moved. After a long pause, Chuan Yi spoke. The apartment is under your name now. Live here from now on. The divorce agreement was very clear, Jiang Si said. I don't want a single thing of yours. Stay put until the formalities are complete. Grandfather doesn't know about the divorce yet. His health hasn't been good, he can't handle the shock. Jiang Si's heart, which had been held tight the whole way, finally sank. That tiny, foolish shred of hope was utterly crushed. The sharp contrast sparked a wave of self-disgust. She laughed mockingly. Chuan Yi, you disgust me too. She got out of the car and walked away without a backward glance. As she reached the elevator, she heard the roar of the sports car engine behind her. Chuan Yi had left. Jiang Si stood still for a few seconds, let out a soft TCH, then pulled out her phone. Come pick me up. She went upstairs, opened the apartment door, and stood in the entryway, surveying the place she had called home for 3 years. A heavy feeling pressed down on her heart. She had left in a hurry last time some of her things remained. This was a good chance to collect them. Passing by the master bedroom, she noticed the incense burner on the bedside table and paused thoughtfully before walking in. Chuan Yi had suffered from insomnia ever since the incident 8 years ago. It was only after Jiang Si moved in and specially prepared this incense that his condition had improved. On the nightstand lay a simple silver bracelet. Jiang Si froze. She rarely wore jewelry and owned very few pieces like this. It definitely shouldn't be in Ji Chuanyi's room. So this bracelet, she suddenly remembered the photo Ji Chuanyi had shown her. On the wrist bearing that Tungning scar was this exact bracelet. Song Tiany's bracelet left on Ji Chuanyi's bedside. Jiang Si stood rooted to the spot, a statue with silent tears streaming down her face. She threw the incense burner, along with the bracelet, into the trash bin, then turned and left with a resolute finality. G Corporation, CEO's office. An assistant knocked and entered, his expression hesitant. Sir, we've received word from the apartment Miss Jiang has left. Ji Chuanyi's hand, poised to sign a document, stilled. Also, Miss Song has returned home safely. She sent a message inviting you to dinner at the Song residence tomorrow evening. Understood. The assistant withdrew respectfully. The vast office was illuminated only by the lone lamp on the desk. Ji Chuanyi stared down at the documents before him. After a few minutes, he shoved them away in frustration, leaned back in his chair, and pressed his fingers to his temples. Early next morning, Jiang Si was woken by her phone. Little Nine, your cheap sister is already waiting for you at Zichen first thing in the morning. Says the old folks at the Song family want you to come home. The voice on the other end was hushed. Get rid of her, she replied irritably, still half asleep. TCH, the young mistress left ages ago. Posted 2 bodyguards at my front door like they're collecting protection money. Scared off several groups of potential customers. I've lost hundreds of thousands this morning alone. I can't handle this, you deal with it yourself. Jiang Si sat up, rubbing her hair, her tone laced with disdain. Bai Chun, if you want to watch the show, just say so. Should I take you along to the Song family's dinner tonight? Forget it. The rumors out there are enough to get me killed 8 times over. Ninth sister, please just leave me in one piece. Jiang Si hung up and pondered for a moment. The Song family. Song Tiany. It was about time to settle some old scores. She was genuinely curious. Where had Song Tiany learned about the events of 8 years ago? And how had she managed to convince someone as astute as Ji Chuanyi? A single scar, Jiang Si felt, wasn't nearly enough. While not among the very top tier in Yanjing, the Song family's influence was still considerable otherwise. They would never have managed a marriage alliance with the Ji family. Their family banquet was naturally on a different scale from an ordinary household's. Jiang Si stood outside the main gate of the Song family villa, watching luxury car after luxury car drive-in. The butler was at the entrance greeting guests. Spotting Jiang Si in her casual clothes from afar, his expression soured. He leaned over and whispered to a servant beside him, "Go inform the madam and young miss that Miss Jiang has arrived." He then quickly stepped forward to intercept Jiang Si. "Miss Jiang, the main entrance is busy with guests. Please come with me." The grounds were already filled with numerous guests. Madame Song and Song Tiany were receiving them together, arm in arm. Song Tiany was wearing an exquisite evening gown, her hair styled up high to reveal her elegant swan-like neck. A polite smile graced her lips. Seemingly in response to a compliment from a guest, Madame Song looked proud, patting her daughter's back affectionately, her satisfaction evident. Jiang Si swept her gaze over them once, her face expressionless, then quickly looked away. She stood her ground. What? I can't use the main entrance? The butler frowned, not speaking, but the disapproval and disdain in his eyes were unmistakable. A sarcastic smile touched Jiang Si's lips. A member of the Song family can't enter her own home through the main door? Does Song Qinggong know about this? The butler's old face flushed red, rendered speechless by her retort. Suddenly, he felt a chill emanating from behind him. Chapter 4. Song Tiandi's secret. Jiang Si caught a whiff of the familiar scent of cedar, and in her peripheral vision, a tall, striking figure emerged. Her heart skipped a beat. Ji Chuanyi was handsome and impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, though his eyes bore the shadows of sleeplessness. Suddenly, Jiang Si recalled the aromatherapy burner she had misplaced the previous night. "Brother Ji, you've arrived," a melodious voice chimed, imbued with the charm of a young girl. Song Tiandi flitted towards her like a butterfly, her skirt fluttering as she ran. Ji Chuanyi's expression was as cold as ice. His gaze swept over Jiang Si before settling on Song Tiandi, causing the latter to tremble involuntarily. Remembering the rumors of Ji Chuanyi's fierce temperament, she forced a smile upon her face. The guests in the courtyard observed this scene, murmuring among themselves. Ji Chuanyi's presence at Song Tiandi's welcome banquet and their apparent closeness suggested a burgeoning alliance between the Song and Ji families. Hadn't the Ji family married a daughter of the Song family 3 years ago? It was said that she had been lost to the world since childhood. Would Ji Chuanyi's marriage occur without any ceremony? Was the Song family marrying off their daughter to the Ji family, thereby enduring years of humiliation. It seemed that the past was merely rumor, not reality. Moreover, how could a rustic girl raised in the countryside ever be worthy of a scion from Yanjing? Perhaps one had read too many novels. Ah, who is the girl standing beside Chuan Yi? I don't know, just a passerby, I suppose. Jiang Si crossed her arms, casting a frosty gaze at Chuan Yi. It appeared that her compliant demeanor over the past 3 years had earned her nothing but disdain from the outside world. How splendid! With this thought, Jiang Si tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her movement both alluring and audacious, and she raised an eyebrow at the gossiping guests. Declaring loudly, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Si, the village girl you speak of." The guests exchanged astonished glances. Jiang Si felt a surge of satisfaction. Suddenly, an irate voice echoed from afar. "Jiang Si, what are you doing?" Yuan Yulian, Jiang Si's biological mother and a renowned socialite in Yanjing, stormed towards her, her face a mask of fury. "It seems the focus of today's family banquet is Song Tiandi," Jiang Si remarked. Yuan Yulian retorted sternly. "Why can't you just behave like a proper lady instead of acting like a ruffian? Why did you not change into the clothes your sister sent you yesterday? You look utterly disgraceful." Jiang Si's eyes turned icy at the mention of the clothing. Her gaze shifted to Song Tiandi, who, flustered, quickly explained, "Oh dear, I forgot. Mother, I hadn't finished sending the clothes after picking them out yesterday. Perhaps I should let my sister choose something quickly to change into." Song Tiandi approached, attempting to take Chuan Yi's arm, but upon meeting his cool gaze, she withdrew her hand. With a sweet smile, she said, "Brother Ji, let my sister change her clothes first. I'll take you inside." Jiang Si let out a cold laugh. As she passed by Song Tiandi, she leaned in, her voice low and mocking. "Young Master Ji, it seems you are quite blind." Chuan Yi's sharp gaze swept over. "Jiang Si, what do you mean?" Jiang Si rolled her eyes and made an exaggerated gesture towards Song Tiandi. "Such a magnificent white lotus is ill-suited for the depths of the forest. I now believe you're not only blind, but also foolish." Yuan Yulian suppressed her rising anger and instructed the butler, "Take Miss Jiang to select some clothes." Jiang Si waved her hand dismissively, her languid voice drifting through the air. "No thanks, I refuse to wear what others have discarded." With that, she turned her back and left, exuding an air of confidence and leisurely grace, much like a hostess. When Jiang Si first returned to the Song family, Yuan Yulian had indeed prepared a room for her. However, it was poorly situated, far from the main hall, and could not compare to the room of the beloved Song Tiandi. At that time, Jiang Si was indifferent. But as the day of her marriage into the Ji family approached, she left with her canvas bag, devoid of any nostalgia. Upon her return today, Jiang Si's mindset had shifted. Some things were worth contesting. She turned and headed towards Song Tiandi's room. The butler, trailing behind, reminded her, "Miss Jiang, the young lady's wardrobe is on the left." "I am aware," Jiang Si replied as she settled onto the sofa, casually inquiring of the butler. "I heard that as soon as Song Tiandi returned, she was hospitalized due to some incurable illness contracted abroad." The butler glared at her. "You, woman, harbor such a venomous mind. The young lady is merely suffering from a mild cold and a persistent cough." "Is that so? Coughing up blood? Does that not indicate lung cancer?" The butler's expression changed to one of shock and anxiety. "Miss Jiang, you witnessed for yourself today that the young lady is lively and in excellent spirits. Where did you hear such rumors?" Jiang Si narrowed her eyes. "Oh, there's a secret." The butler, attempting to assert authority, snorted, "You should hurry and change. Soon, young Master Ji's mother will arrive. You must follow the madam and the young lady closely, learning from her. Young Master Ji's mother holds the young lady in high regard and has made a special effort to attend this evening's banquet. Do not make any mistakes at this critical moment. Song Qing is coming." Jiang Si's expression turned icy in an instant. After 3 years of marriage to Chuan Yi, Song Qing had never shown her much disdain as a mother-in-law. Instead, she had chosen to ignore her. In front of outsiders, she never mentioned Jiang Si, and any inquiries directed at her were swiftly brushed aside, as if she had no daughter-in-law at all. Even during obligatory family gatherings at the ancestral home, Jiang Si had encountered her only a handful of times. This was largely due to Song Qing's cunning, which had allowed the outside world to validate the speculation regarding Chuan Yi's unmarried status. Song Tiandi accompanied Chuan Yi, watching as the butler descended the stairs, and beckoned him over. "Has my sister chosen her clothes?" The butler's face fluctuated between pale and green, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Chuan Yi, holding a glass of wine, his jawline taut, cast a detached gaze upon the butler, seemingly awaiting his answer. Miss Jiang stated she would handle it herself. That unsophisticated country girl declared that all the clothes in the young lady's room were trash, unworthy of her attention. After finishing, she retired to the young lady's room for a bath. The haughty demeanor only served to infuriate the butler. He had already instructed his staff to collect the discarded garments. Without such refuse, there would be no attire for Miss Jiang to wear, inevitably leading to her moment of humility. 20 minutes later, the sound of a sports car screeching to a halt echoed at the gate of the Song residence, drawing the curious gazes of the guests. Approximately 20 individuals clad in uniforms, both male and female, emerged, pushing several suitcases and carrying 2 or 3 clothing racks. The leader paused at the entrance, receiving instructions through an earpiece, and swiftly led the group to the second floor. In a whirlwind of activity, they vanished from the crowd's sight within mere minutes. That emblem was unmistakably Randy. A high-end brand, Randy? It seemed implausible. Their bespoke gowns required appointments, and not just anyone was deemed worthy. Even VIPs had never experienced such personalized service. Mrs. Song hardly qualified. But wait, Mrs. Song was downstairs, and so was Song Tianyi, who could be on the second floor now. Chapter 5. Chuan Yi, have you lost your mind? After ascending to investigate, the butler reported to Song Tianyi, Miss, that group is blocking the entrance, preventing anyone from entering. Given the number of guests today, confrontation would be unwise. I have confirmed they are here to deliver clothes for Miss Jiang. Song Tianyi's eyes flickered with malice. Did you inquire who sent them? The butler hesitated, shaking his head. No, but considering Miss Jiang has no acquaintances in Yanjing, it is likely the Bai family. Song Tianyi covered her mouth in alarm. Bai Chun? The person beside her suddenly darkened, an oppressive tension filling the air as Chuan Yi tightened his grip on the cup he was holding. Noticing this, Song Tianyi softly instructed the butler, Understood, do not spread this matter. If father and mother inquire, just say that my sister dislikes those garments, and I will arrange for someone else to deliver options for her. The butler nodded and departed. Turning to Chuan Yi, her delicate face appeared pitiful. Brother Ji, at this moment, the Bai family is the only one my sister can turn to. It is my fault for not considering her preferences and failing to prepare the dresses she desires. Randy is affiliated with the Bai family's mall, so it is only natural that my sister would seek out Bai Chun for assistance. Suddenly, Chuan Yi stood up, radiating an atmosphere of suppressed rage as he strode toward the courtyard. Coldly rejecting Song Tianyi, who attempted to follow, he commanded, Do not follow me. Taken aback, Song Tianyi quickly responded, All right, Brother Ji, my mother is about to arrive. I will greet her at the entrance. After a pause, she added, Brother Ji, my sister has no connection with young Master Bai. Please do not overthink it. Chuan Yi maintained a furrowed brow, his expression one of impenetrable aloofness. On the second floor, Jiang Si reclined on a chaise longue. The individuals surrounding her remained as still as shadows, their movements careful and respectful. Jiang Si spoke, causing the group to tremble in fear. Sister Jiao, time is of the essence. I can only mobilize 5 nearby stores. If you are dissatisfied, there's another batch en route. Never mind. Jiang Si waved her hand dismissively. It is not an occasion of great importance. Adorning oneself with those treasures of the store would merely belittle the eyes of those who crafted them. The leader picked out a white long dress. Sister Jiao, the teacher often remarks upon your fair complexion, your straight posture, and your delicate waist. This piece is quite befitting of you. Why not give it a try? Jiang Si's long hair was elegantly coiled atop her head, with a few stray strands cascading down her ears, lending her an alluring and enchanting air. Her peach blossom eyes were slightly narrowed in a bewitching smile. This one it shall be. After donning the dress, Jiang Si felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. It could not compare to the craftsmanship of Seventh Sister. The teacher's skills are world-class. We surely cannot measure up. As she spoke, a commotion arose outside. The door was forcefully pushed open. Jiang Si glanced over, her brow furrowing in distaste. Ji and Foam, what madness is this? Get out. The intruder was clad in a white suit with a floral shirt underneath, sporting a slick-back hairstyle. A young man in his 20s, excessively oily in demeanor. He was none other than Chuan Yi's younger brother, Ji Yinfeng. Having accompanied Madame Ji, he had heard Jiang Si was upstairs and maneuvered past everyone to reach her. The moment he laid eyes on Jiang Si, his gaze sharpened with sudden brightness. The woman's slender figure was artfully accentuated by the fitted long dress, her fair skin shimmering under the lights, causing him to instinctively swallow hard. He had long known Jiang Si was beautiful, yet he had not anticipated her radiance to be so striking. That group truly lacked vision. How could they mistake her for a mere village girl when she was, in fact, a celestial being? How could a face molded by cosmetic surgery even begin to compare? Ji Yunfeng approached her, somewhat entranced. Jiang Si, I heard you divorced my brother. It must have been unbearable to tolerate his cold demeanor, right? Come with me. I shall treasure you as my most precious gem. The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze abruptly. Jiang Si exchanged a glance with the group, prompting the leader to retreat instantly. Someone whispered to the leader, Manager, shouldn't we stay to assist this young lady? After all signs indicate her esteemed status. The manager shot her a sidelong glance, fear evident in her eyes. Quickening her pace, leave at once. Do not be a nuisance. Assist? Their presence would only complicate matters. That was Sister Gio. To dare provoke and mock Sister Gio. That man would likely not see the dawn of tomorrow. The group hastily exited the room, brushing past those ascending the stairs. The manager paused momentarily, then snapped back to reality, only to find Ji Xiao, Chuan Yi, entering the very room they had just vacated. The manager was taken aback. What are you doing? Jiang Si remained rooted in place, narrowing her eyes with a smile directed at Ji Yunfeng, the coldness in her gaze intensifying as he drew nearer, contemplating from which angle to strike, aiming to leave a bruise on that insufferable face, when a voice as frigid as a winter gale echoed at the doorway. Ji Yunfeng hastily approached Jiang Si, intending to embrace her, while raising an eyebrow at Ji Chuan Yi in a show of defiance. Brother, you arrived just in time. Let me tell you, I have no qualms about marrying a divorcee. Since you seem unable to cherish women, why not allow me the privilege? As he spoke, his hand reached towards Jiang Si's chin. However, his wrist was suddenly seized by an overwhelming force, and Ji Chuan Yi's eyes burned with a murderous rage. Yi Yunfeng, do you wish to die? Ji Yunfeng retaliated with a punch, only to be intercepted by Ji Chuan Yi. Brother, if you no longer want her, what does it matter if I pick up the pieces? As the two men faced off, something unexpectedly flew towards them. A glass shattered upon hitting the floor. Jiang Si's voice dropped, sharp as a blade. Gentlemen, if you wish to brawl, take it outside. You are not welcome here. Ji Yunfeng, if you utter another word, I will ensure your demise before your brother has the chance. Ah, the beauty is indeed captivating, even in her fury. Ji Yunfeng resumed his frivolous demeanor, hands tucked into his pockets as he began to exit. Never mind, today is not ideal. Sister-in-law, let us find another opportunity to meet privately. He departed under Jiang Si's murderous gaze, leaving only Ji Chuan Yi in the room. Jiang Si adjusted her attire and attempted to bypass Ji Chuan Yi. Upon catching sight of her retreating figure, Ji Chuan Yi's grip tightened as he reached out to grasp her arm. Yi, the force was considerable, causing Jiang Si to stumble as her skirt caught. She fell forward, landing against Ji Chuan Yi, her soft form enveloping him. The familiar scent enveloped Ji Chuan Yi like the gentle warmth of spring sunshine, dispelling the gloom that had surrounded him. As they tumbled together, the turbulence in Ji Chuan Yi's heart was soothed. Unconsciously, he buried his face in the crook of Jiang Si's neck, inhaling deeply, the persistent headache that had plagued him for days miraculously alleviating in that moment. Jiang Si suddenly struggled free and slapped Ji Chuan Yi. Ji Chuan Yi, are you a dog? Ji Chuan Yi jolted back to reality. His unfocused gaze began to sharpen, locking onto Jiang Si's fair back, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Acting before his mind could catch up, he lunged forward. Jiang Si felt a sudden pain in her lower back, accompanied by a warm breath that seemed to caress her. Turning around, she found Ji Chuan Yi supporting himself with one hand on the ground, leaning back, one hand wiping his mouth, his eyes narrowed, exuding an air of danger. He hoarsely warned, "Dare to wear such attire outside, and you shall see." Chapter 6. Tearing apart, the former mother-in-law Yuan Yulian was conversing with Song Tianyi downstairs when suddenly, the person's gaze fixated on something behind them, a look of astonishment crossing their face. In an instant, the fragmented chatter in the living room came to an abrupt halt, all eyes drawn to the staircase. Madam Song, that individual is. A woman descended the stairs, her figure slender and graceful, the high-necked dress accentuating her neck, resembling that of a swan, with an unparalleled elegance. Her eyes, slightly downcast, appeared calm as a tranquil pond when they casually glanced over. She appeared to be a born queen. Indeed, it was Jiang Si. Yuan Yulian was the first to react, smilingly replying, "My daughter has been living abroad for many years and has only recently returned. She is somewhat unfamiliar with her surroundings. Today marks her first appearance before everyone, so please forgive her." One person exclaimed in surprise, "So, Director Song has two daughters?" However, Yuan Yulian had no intention of prolonging the conversation, leading Song Tiandi towards the staircase while praising her. "Tiandi has a good eye. This outfit you chose for your sister is absolutely perfect, my dear." Song Tiandi nodded obediently, but a flicker of anger brewed deep within her eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she lowered her voice and said, "Mom, actually, I didn't pick out sister's clothes. That group of people who just arrived were called over by Bai Chun from the Bai family." Yuan Yulian halted in her tracks, turning her face in inquiry. "What do you mean?" Song Tiandi stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts for a while. Yuan Yulian's gaze darkened. She could discern the implications behind the words. She was merely puzzled. How could her daughter, raised in a small town, be entangled with the debauchery of the Bai family? "We'll discuss this later. Keep an eye on your sister." Initially intending to greet Jiang Si, a wave of disdain surged within her, prompting her to pivot and exit the hall. Song Tiandi gazed at Jiang Si, who exuded an air of regality, her mind swirling with schemes. Approaching Jiang Si, she feigned warmth, complimenting, "Sister, that outfit looks truly exquisite. Young master has quite the discerning eye." Jiang Si found it amusing. She was the one who had summoned him, and the attire was her own selection. What did it have to do with Bai Chun? Swiftly suppressing the jealousy in her eyes, Song Tiandi continued, "Sister, for this evening's banquet, I have prepared a small charity sale, and the proceeds will be donated to Mom's charity organization. The young ladies attending the banquet have all brought some jewelry or artwork from home. You should prepare something as well." She winked playfully, adding, "You can't blame me for not informing you in advance. Oh, by the way, Brother G must have given you quite a few pieces of jewelry, so feel free to choose a few. They shouldn't be too extravagant, as tonight is merely a modest gathering. Anything too valuable might." Her sentence trailed off, and the sarcasm in her eyes became impossible to conceal. She thought to herself, Jiang Si grew up in the countryside. How could she discern the value of such things? How many brands could she possibly recognize? Jiang Si lightly swirled her wine glass. Her fingers were long and delicate, her skin fair, holding the red wine glass. She looked exceptionally lovely under the glow of the lights. Her gaze was indifferent. Even if Song Tiandi's words were piercing, her expression remained unchanged. Raising her eyes to meet Song Tiandi's, her gaze was clear and tranquil, deep and dark as the night. She regarded Song Tiandi as one would a mere jester. Song Tiandi clenched her teeth, her facade unyielding. "Well then, sister, prepare accordingly," she concluded before departing, eager to see how Jiang Si would embarrass herself later on. She learned from Ji's mother that although Jiang Si had been married to the Ji family for 3 years, Ji had shown her no affection during this time. Not only did he neglect to give her gifts, but he also often stayed late at the company, even on significant days like their wedding anniversary. It was utterly improbable that he could produce a decent item for charity at this moment. How could that be? She intentionally chose to inform Jiang Si now, merely to buy time. At this point, even Bai Chun would be unable to save Jiang Si. Just as Song Tiandi left, a nonchalant voice emerged behind Jiang Si. "Sister-in-law, I didn't hear there would be activities at tonight's banquet when I first arrived." Ji Yunfeng sauntered over, a playful smile gracing his lips, his gaze roving over Jiang Si with a flippant air. "TSK, TSK, TSK, sister-in-law, you are exuding an alluring charm that is hard to resist." Jiang Si shot him a cold glare, her eyes sharp as daggers. "Ji Yunfeng, at times, I truly admire your audacity." Unfazed by the ominous tone in Jiang Si's voice, Ji Yunfeng narrowed his eyes. "I have always sensed a unique allure about you, sister-in-law. My brother is too cold. He lacks the fortune to appreciate it. Just plead with me, and I shall procure not 1, but 10 items for you." His words dripped with insouciance. "Everyone here tonight is closely connected to the Song family. Since you have divorced my brother, if you wish to continue existing in the Song family, you must navigate tonight's affair with utmost finesse." Jiang Si's voice turned frosty. "He may lack fortune. You, however, lack life. Ji Yunfeng's grin widened, an air of relentless ambition gleaming in his eyes. As Jiang Si's wrist trembled, a glimmer of silver from a fine needle flickered at her fingertip. A phone! What are you doing? A sharp reprimand rang out beside them. Jiang Si slightly reined in her menacing aura. Her former mother-in-law, Song Qing, approached with a stern expression. Song Qing grasped Ji Yunfeng's hand, shielding him behind her. Jiang Si, you and A.E. are already divorced. You have no ties to our family. Why do you seek to approach a phone? Jiang Si rolled her eyes, scoffing coldly. Mrs. Song, which of your eyes saw me entangling myself with your precious son? Although not particularly close to Song Qing, Jiang Si had always felt that Song Qing's excessive concern and protection of Ji Yunfeng were unwarranted. In contrast to Ji Chuan Yi, it was an undeniable bias. Mom, sister-in-law is right. Ji Yunfeng began, but was immediately silenced by Song Qing's sharp rebuke. What sister-in-law? She has divorced your brother. Song Qing's expression darkened, her tone acerbic. Jiang Si, do not think that our Ji family has treated you poorly. You come from a peasant background. How could you possibly be worthy of our E? Moreover, to be without offspring is a grave filial sin. You have been married to our Ji family for 3 years, yet your womb remains silent. If you cannot bear children, must he remain bound to you for a lifetime? Huh. Jiang Si looked derisively. Does your family possess a throne that requires an heir? Song Qing furrowed her brows and lowered her voice. Look at E. Since childhood, she has been learning etiquette and social skills. Marrying into our Ji family will undoubtedly benefit, i.e., you. You will only drag our family down. Her eyes brimmed with disdain. Jiang Si retorted, excuse-me. Let me remind you, Song Tianyi was the one who ran away from her wedding. I was the substitute bride who quelled the old man's fury. Has it only been a few years? Madame Ji has already forgotten those events. Now that Song Tianyi has returned, you are fawning over her? How dare you? Song Qing's face flushed with anger, and she raised her hand to slap Jiang Si. Her hand was caught by Jiang Si, who gripped her wrist with considerable force, causing pain to shoot through her. Jiang Si's expression was as cold as a frozen lake, her dark eyes calm, concealing centuries of bitterness. In the past, I respected you as Ji Chuan Yi's mother, and I endured much. As you said, I am now divorced from Ji Chuan Yi, and I have no ties to the Ji family. Therefore, whatever I choose to do from now on holds no significance to me. I recently adopted a new perspective that I find rather intriguing. Jiang Si released her grip, causing Song Qing to stagger a few steps, nearly losing her balance. Her gaze on Jiang Si filled with venom. Unfazed, Jiang Si flexed her fingers and continued. The Ji family is merely a merchant family, and merchants prioritize profit. Do you truly believe the Ji family would hesitate to abandon you for profit? Chapter Jiang Si, you are Amadonjan Se departed, leaving Song Qing seething in place. She muttered under her breath, mad woman. She is insane. Her previous compliance was merely an act. Now her true self is revealed. So unruly and arrogant. Ji Yunfeng observed Jiang Si, his smile widening. His infatuation pierced through Song Qing's heart, igniting her frustration. Ji Yunfeng, what woman can you not find? How dare you associate with Jiang Si? I will make you regret it. Do you realize what your grandfather? Her words were abruptly cut off. She noticed he seemed oblivious to her outburst, and she breathed a sigh of relief, softening her tone. The youngest daughter of the Liu family is returning to the country soon. Mother will arrange it for you. My dear Feng is quite the gentleman. Only a daughter educated by the Liu family is worthy of him. Ji Yunfeng replied lazily, I understand. Brother Ji, where have you been? Song Tianyi approached with a cheerful expression. I've been looking for you for quite a while. Ji Chuan Yi's expression darkened. Song Tianyi's heart raced, and she quickly added with a sweet smile, Brother Ji, at the charity sale later, I plan to donate this bracelet you gave me, and I hope you won't be upset. She extended her hand, revealing a stark scar on her fair wrist. Ji Chuan Yi's eyes darkened. In a calm tone, he asked, Charity sale? Song Tianyi nodded obediently. Yes, Mother S charity organization has recently received a new list of donations. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze, murmuring, the location is the same dense forest where Brother Ji and I once overcame difficulties together, so I thought this must be fate. Ji Chuan's brows softened momentarily as he gazed at Song Tianyi's bracelet and remarked, I have asked Ming Feng to bring some items as well. Oh, if Assistant Ming is coming, perhaps he could bring 2 pieces for my sister too? Song Tianyi responded. A sudden surge of low pressure enveloped Chuan. Jiang Si is participating as well? Song Tiany's expression turned conflicted. When I discussed this with my girlfriends just now, my sister was present. I was quite surprised when she said she wanted to attend. However, she won't be able to present anything decent at the moment. My sister can be quite stubborn. She was unwilling to choose from the clothes I prepared and insisted that the Bai family provide for her. I hope she isn't relying on Bai Chan for the charity items. If the other uncles and aunts here find out, who knows how they will talk about our family. Chuan let out a cold snort, the tension in his jawline betraying the anger he was suppressing. Song Tiany timidly looked at him. Brother Ji, are you angry? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I'm just a bit worried about my sister. Chuan's eyes glinted with a chilling sharpness. Worried about her? That woman is not worth your concern. His deep gaze was ablaze with suppressed fury, an overwhelming aura of indignation radiating from him. In her heart, Song Tiany felt a slight relief. At 9 p.m., the charity event commenced. Song Tiany changed into an elegant gown and gracefully performed a piano piece as the opening act. The guests in attendance could not help but express their admiration. She is indeed at performance level, but what good is your rural appearance with that face? Just a hollow shell. Jiang Si lounged nonchalantly in her chair, surrounded by a group of affluent young ladies. Someone leaned in to mock her. Jiang Si glanced over, her eyes calm yet tinged with a hint of frost. The speaker was Song Tiany's closest friend, Shi Yuan, a young lady from the Shi family, who spoke haughtily. Country bumpkin, what are you staring at? Do you think a sparrow can soar to become a phoenix? Such delusions. Jiang Si replied with a hint of a smile. You are quite noisy. Shi Yuan's eyes widened in indignation, just as Song Tiany concluded her piece. And the audience erupted in applause. Yuan and Song Changgong rose, their faces beaming with pride as they welcomed Song Tiany off the stage. Shi Yuan lifted her chin defiantly. Humph. Do you understand the disparity now? This is the difference. Jiang Si regarded her with a gaze reminiscent of a clown. Yuan, why bother engaging with her? A nearby friend sneered. This charity event was initiated by Sister Song. She's beautiful and kind-hearted. I even heard that Sister Song is auctioning off her favorite jewelry as the grand finale. This country bumpkin probably doesn't even own a decent piece of jewelry. As the words left her lips, the group of wealthy young women scrutinized Jiang Si from head to toe. Jiang Si had no fondness for jewelry, despite her luxurious attire. Her neck, ears, and wrists bore no adornments. Humph, I wonder if that outfit is even authentic, Shi Yuan declared as she stood and turned to ascend the stage. The first piece of jewelry belonged to her, a necklace adorned with pink diamonds. Crafted from raw stones her father helped her select in South Africa for her 18th birthday celebration. Ultimately, it was auctioned for a staggering price of 200,000. Holding the necklace with tears glistening in her eyes, Shi Yuan shyly remarked, "This necklace represents my coming of age. I feel a profound reluctance to part with it. So I decided to bid for it myself. Consider it my donation of 200,000 to charity. Please, when I step down, don't scold me." After finishing her words, she cast a decidedly provocative glance at Jiang Si. Jiang Si squinted slightly, a playful smile dancing in her eyes. Half an hour later, as Song Tiany's voice resonated throughout the venue, all eyes turned to the woman in the corner. Jiang Si's lips curled into a subtle smile. Here it comes. The show is about to begin. She stood up, lifted her skirt, and ascended the stage with leisurely elegance. Her gaze lazily sweeping over the audience, a born queen exuding an air of majesty. Did I ever say I would participate? Song Tiany was taken aback by Jiang Si's nonchalance. Even when compelled onto the stage amidst a gathering of distinguished gentlemen, she maintained an air of carefree indifference, seemingly dismissing everyone present. The guests closest to the stage felt a sudden awkwardness upon hearing her words. Yuan approached Jiang Si with a stern expression, whispering reproachfully, "What are you doing? This is not the time for a tantrum. If you didn't intend to participate, why did you even sign up?" As she spoke, she gestured to the butler beside her, instructing, "Go to my room and fetch any pair of earrings." The butler glanced at Jiang Si, a hint of mockery in his gaze. "Madam, some time ago, someone sent Miss Jiang a painting. I suspect it holds some value. Given that tonight is a gathering for the younger generation, wouldn't it overshadow the young lady if your jewelry were to be displayed?" Yuan paused, bewildered. "A painting? What painting?" "A landscape painting. I have already sent someone to retrieve it." Jiang Si was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of curiosity igniting within her. The only person privy to news about her in the Jiang family was Bai Chun. How could someone have sent her painting? As she gazed upon the artwork, her expression subtly shifted to one of surprise. It was an ink wash painting depicting the post-rain scenery of Jiangnan, featuring a fisherman in a conical hat drifting upon the river. The familiar style and brushwork struck a chord. Second brother? Just as she prepared to step closer for a better view, a voice from the audience exclaimed, "Mr. Liqiu. This is Mr. Liqiu's painting." Chapter 8. Slapping Song Tiandi's face. Jiang Si felt a gust of wind rush past her, and an elderly gentleman with slightly graying hair approached the painting, his excitement palpable. Indeed, this is Mr. Liqiu's work. See the artist's seal. A couple of middle-aged men accompanied him. Old son, are you certain? Is this truly Mr. Liqiu's painting? The elder's hands trembled with exhilaration, pausing mid-motion as he reached out to caress the painting, his gaze filled with reverence. Having lived for 60 years and appraised art for 40, how could I possibly be mistaken? While it is conceivable that some may attempt to imitate this style, the authenticity of the artist's seal cannot be fabricated. If this were indeed the handwriting of Mr. Liqiu, then this painting would be worth a fortune. No, it would be an irreplaceable treasure. Mr. Liqiu's works have not graced the public eye for 5 years. Recently, one of his pieces fetched a staggering 1 billion at an auction abroad, and the owner has explicitly stated it will never be put up for sale again. A middle-aged man hurriedly approached the excited elder son, saying, "Father, this is too abrupt. Let us discuss this elsewhere. My son, I must acquire this painting. To possess a work by Mr. Liqiu in my lifetime would leave me without regrets." Jiang Si swiftly stepped forward to cover the painting once more, stating coldly, "I'm afraid I cannot allow this piece to be auctioned." The crowd, still in shock from elder son's fervor, was taken aback by Jiang Si's declaration, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Is this painting hers? Who exactly is Jiang Si? Those in the know recognized her as the daughter of the Song family, lost to the world for 20 years and raised in the countryside. Those unaware assumed she was merely a distant relative brought in by the Song family. Yet, regardless of her lineage, it was implausible for someone of her background to casually present a painting worth over 10 billion. Holding the painting, Jiang Si glared at the steward, her eyes radiating a warning. "I do not appreciate others touching my belongings." The steward felt an icy chill run down his spine and, mustering his courage, inquired, "Surely this painting is a forgery?" This remark incited the ire of those who had rushed onto the stage moments prior. Is this the upbringing of the Song family? Who is elder son? A nationally esteemed professor, invited to restore countless ancient paintings. How dare they question his expertise? Elder son's anger was palpable as he glared at the steward. With a benevolent smile, he turned to Jiang Si, inquiring, "My dear, is this painting yours?" Jiang Si offered no response. Elder son, undeterred, asked amiably, "Do you know Mr. Liqiu?" To this, Jiang Si responded with a soft affirmation, recalling how he had visited her village during his artistic explorations and stayed with her family. Elder son's eyes brightened with understanding. I see. Then, this painting..." Jiang Si shook her head, and with a tone softened by respect for his age, she replied, "I apologize, esteemed elder, but this painting was a gift from another, and it truly should not be auctioned." Elder son laughed heartily, his eyes filled with admiration. How noble and principled. Young people like you are a rarity these days. He grew increasingly fond of her, prompting Song Changgong to interject, "Elder son, this is my daughter. It is your first meeting." Elder son nodded in approval. "Changgong, you are fortunate to have such a daughter. Are you aware that Mr. Liqiu's paintings are nearly impossible to procure? There are hardly 2 people in this world who would willingly gift one." Jiang Si recalled the space she had prepared for the painting. Song Changgong's eyes sparkled with delight. His gaze toward Jiang Si now softened with warmth. Song Tianyi stood nearby, her smile becoming rigid. Sure Yuan lowered her voice to comfort her. Do not overthink it. Did you not hear what that woman said? She encountered him during her childhood when she visited the countryside. She must have stayed at his home, responsible for the hospitality. Ultimately, it is merely the fate of a servant. Song Tianyi took a deep breath, a faint smile gracing her lips, though it did not reach her eyes. She glanced at Chuan Yi, who was hidden behind the crowd, his expression indistinct and neutral. Ming Feng approached swiftly, leaning in to whisper in Ji Chuanyi's ear, "Young Master Ji, I have confirmed that Mr. Liz Ho indeed visited the village where Miss Jiang resides 11 years ago. It is not surprising that Miss Jiang knows him." Ji Chuanyi responded with a subtle acknowledgement. However, even with this revelation, it was unlikely that Mr. Liz Ho would voluntarily gift a painting. Mingfeng pondered this thought, but swallowed his words. The latter half of the charity event felt lackluster, overshadowed by the impact of Jiang Si's painting. Song Tiany's bracelet auctioned for only a few thousand. She ground her teeth in frustration, observing a throng of admirers surrounding Jiang Si, extolling her virtues to the heavens. The attention that should have been on her had shifted entirely to Jiang Si. Sure, Yuan reassured her. Just look at that little person reveling in her success. It is merely a painting. I tell you, tomorrow, when you speak with your uncle and aunt, remind them that Jiang Si's possessions rightfully belong to the Song family. She has returned from the countryside without presenting anything worthy to your uncle and aunt. Now that this painting is barely presentable, she ought to respectfully gift it to them. Once it returns to the Song family, who knows to whom it may belong in the future? Song Tianyi listened, a flicker of calculation flashing in her eyes. Yet she replied, "Is that not inappropriate? After all, it is my sister's possession." Sure, Yuan scoffed. When Jiang Si returned, did she not consume, wear, and reside in your Song family's home? It is just a painting. If she does not present it, your uncle and aunt will only perceive her as petty. Would that not benefit you even more? Song Tianyi's lowered eyelids concealed her scheming thoughts. Indeed, whether Jiang Si agrees or not, the ultimate beneficiary will be her, Song Tianyi. As the banquet drew to a close, Jiang Si gracefully escorted Mr. Sun and his party out, her demeanor poised and dignified, causing Yuan to lose some of her disdain. Song Tianyi watched this scene unfold with resentment. She could not allow Jiang Si to overshadow her. Adjusting her appearance, she strode toward the main entrance. Just as she reached the door, she overheard Jiang Si saying, "Mr. Sun, I have heard you possess an art gallery?" Mr. Sun chuckled. "It hardly qualifies as an art gallery. It is merely an old man's collection of paintings and calligraphy amassed over the years, gathered in a room for fellow enthusiasts to admire." Jiang Si replied with a gentle smile, "May I temporarily place this painting in your art gallery?" The atmosphere at the entrance suddenly fell silent. Mr. Sun and a few others gaped in astonishment at Jiang Si. Song Qinggong quickly reacted, signaling to Jiang Si, "A painting worth over $1 billion. Exhibit it if you wish to." This child is clearly grown up in the countryside, unaware of the intricacies involved. Once it enters Mr. Sun's art gallery, it's essentially donated. Jiang Si maintained a calm demeanor, her eyes serene. "I lack expertise in painting and preservation. As you know, with so many family members, it's possible that an accident could ruin the artwork. Keeping it with you is the safest option, and it puts my mind at ease." Chapter 9. Song Tianyi refuses to perform over 10 billion, simply given away. Is this child foolish? Song Qinggong paced back and forth in his study, teeth clenched in frustration. The moment Jiang Si finished speaking, Mr. Sun promptly arranged for the handover. He didn't even have the chance to discuss matters with Jiang Si. Yuan poured a cup of tea and handed it over, stating, "This child gives me an unsettling feeling. If she were truly one of ours, her actions would not reflect our values." Her earlier remarks sounded harsh, as if we were desperate for her painting. Song Qinggong's face flushed with anger. "Call both children here at once." Since Jiang Si is no longer involved with that member of the Ji family, she cannot be allowed to misbehave outside. She should return home and learn some decorum. Yuan lamented, "That child is not someone I can control. You witnessed her behavior when she first returned home. Even a biological mother might struggle to manage her, let alone I." Her words were interrupted by Song Qinggong, who glared at her. Enough with the talk of biological mothers. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Song Tianyi and Jiang Si entered, one after the other. Jiang Si had changed into home attire and leaned casually against the sofa. Song Qinggong was momentarily taken aback by her loungewear, inquiring, "Are you staying here for the night?" Jiang Si met his gaze, her expression unperturbed, and replied with a slight smile, "Not welcome?" Song Qinggong chuckled. "What nonsense are you saying? I was just speaking with your mother about you. Since you've made your decision, there is no need for us to say more. The room you chose previously is still available." Jiang Si nodded. "Please arrange a job for me." This caught both Song Qinggong and Yuan off guard, astonished as they gazed at Jiang Si. "The job is easy to arrange. Your father will take care of it." Song Qinggong hesitated. Recalling Jiang Si had yet to graduate high school, and after a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly agreed. Jiang Si glanced at Song Tianyi, who met her gaze and smiled. Father, my new company is expanding its business. Why not let her assist me for now? Once she becomes familiar with our family's industry, we can assess her interests and adjust accordingly. Song Tianyi looked at Jiang Si, her smile amicable yet measured. However, Jiang Si's steady gaze, deep and inscrutable, seemed to pierce through her thoughts, leaving her feeling unsettled. The silence that followed was somewhat irksome. Fortunately, Jiang Si averted her eyes and responded with a gentle smile. All right. As Song Tianyi returned to her room, she encountered Jiang Si, who was leaning against the wall by her door, seemingly waiting for her. Sister, it's so late. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Suppressing her underlying curiosity, she greeted her with a smile. Jiang Si tilted her head upward. I have something to say. Is there something you don't understand? Or are you uncomfortable in your room? Jiang Si scoffed lightly. Something I don't understand? Indeed, there is one matter. She stepped forward, her movements casual, yet her calm gaze exuded an intense pressure. What did you say to Chuan Yi that made her believe you saved him back then? A fleeting stiffness crossed Song Tianyi's face. Silence enveloped them, as if the world had narrowed down to just her and Jiang Si. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, looking at Jiang Si with feigned innocence. Sister, what are you talking about? I did say, Brother Ji. It's simply a fact. Why must we speak a belief? Oh, Jiang Si narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms and elongating her tone. Song Tianyi, I am quite curious why you returned. 3 years ago, you fled from your wedding, and now you come back, aiming for the very fiancé you abandoned. Don't you find this scene quite dramatic? Jiang Si stated plainly, devoid of emotion, yet Song Tianyi's heart raced. Feeling the weight of Jiang Si's indifferent gaze, Jiang Si leaned in slightly, her eyes fixed on Song Tianyi, speaking directly without a hint of inquiry. So, the Ji family possesses something you desire. Or perhaps something that person behind you wants, and they have promised you something. A jolt of alarm surged within Song Tianyi, her eyes darting around, unable to focus. After a long pause, as Jiang Si perceived Song Tianyi's struggle to bear the confrontation, she suddenly heard a low, soft laugh. Jiang Si's brow furrowed, irritation bubbling within her. Song Tianyi lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Si's, a smile gracing her lips, though it did not reach her eyes. Sister, rather than ask me what I said to make Brother Ji believe, why not inquire why he believes me instead of you? Oh, and what does belief even matter? Song Tianyi's smile turned mocking, her usual gentle demeanor evaporating, replaced by disdain. You and Brother Ji are no longer connected. He does not love you. Taking 2 steps closer, she leaned toward Jiang Si's ear and whispered, Jiang Si, you should not have returned, for you never belonged here from the very beginning. Do you think you can compete with me? How could you possibly prevail? With that, Song Tianyi entered her room, the door slamming shut behind Jiang Si. Suddenly, Jiang Si chuckled, her eyes gleaming with intensity. She pouted, a hint of impatience flickering between her brows. How utterly dull, just a few provoking words. And she refuses to play the game. At that moment, the butler hurried past her towards Song Tianyi's door, ignoring her entirely as he knocked briskly. Miss, something terrible has happened. Young Master Ji's car was involved in an accident, and he is currently being rushed to the hospital. Madam urges you to go there promptly. Jiang Si's departing figure momentarily paused, but after a brief second, she resumed her composure and left. 5 minutes later, Song Tianyi's car exited the villa. Jiang Si stood by the window, the room dimly lit. She drew back the curtains and peered outside, her slender fingers deftly manipulating a slender silver needle. At the Ji family's private hospital, in the VIP room, a cacophony of furious shouts echoed. Useless, you incompetent fools. Our Ji family invests so much each year for your research and salaries. Are you merely a burden to us? Song Qing's exasperated voice resonated from the innermost room. Mother, please save me. I don't want to become a cripple. Ji Yunfeng's voice trembled with tears. Madam, the symptoms of the second young master are indeed quite rare. Please think carefully about what he consumed 2 hours ago. If we can identify the cause, there will surely be a solution. Mother, it must be Chuan Yi's doing. Just because I exchanged a few words with Jiang Si, he threatened to kill me. Ji Yunfeng's voice carried a hint of agony. He must have done something to sabotage me, to render me powerless, to ensure my lineage ceases. Chapter 10. Was it you all along? The hospital's farce continued into the night before finally subsiding. Ming Feng encountered a weary-looking Madame Ji in the corridor who was holding a thermos, followed closely by the housekeeper from the old residence. Madam, he stepped aside to bow. Madame Ji handed the thermos to the housekeeper. Take this to Hua Feng's ward. He has just undergone surgery and is in a weakened state, in need of nourishment. Her gentle words belied her exhaustion as she persisted in her role. Ming Feng thought to himself, despite having a son, the disparity was stark. His own president lay in a coma, without anyone to offer him even a sip of water. Madame Ji glanced around, ensuring no outsiders were present, and lowered her voice to instruct, what transpired tonight should not be made public. Whether it reaches the outside world or our patriarch hears of it, it will only serve to create rifts between the brothers, allowing outsiders to mock us, which will be detrimental to the Ji family. Ming Feng bowed his head, hesitating to respond. Madame Ji's expression darkened, her tone growing more severe. What? Am I no longer able to command you? Or do you only heed Ji Chuan Yi? A flicker of intrigue crossed Ming Feng's gaze, though his demeanor remained impassive. His tone official. Madam, this is precisely the President's directive. I am on my way to address this matter. Madame Ji's countenance softened slightly as she nodded. This child still possesses some sense. Very well, off you go. She waved her hand, her steps quickening towards Ji Yunfeng's ward. Ming Feng raised his head, his calm eyes betraying a hint of coldness. The events of the evening could be summarized as Ji Yunfeng's unreasonable antics. The other party had mistakenly consumed something that caused an adverse reaction, and he blamed it on the president, promptly rallying a group of unscrupulous friends to ambush them on their way home. The vehicle was overturned on the spot. Fortunately, they all sustained only minor injuries. However, the reality remains that the president is the one who has been hurt, suffering for the sake of appearance. Ming Feng understood Song Qing's intentions. She feared being scolded by the old man for what happened to Ji Yunfeng. He composed himself and walked out, and at the moment the elevator doors closed, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a familiar figure at the corner. Jiang Si? What is she doing here? Hurrying back to the hospital room for a check. He found nothing amiss and mocked himself for his momentary illusion. Surely, it was the thought of Ji Yunfeng's mother being concerned for him that stirred his sympathy, considering their president lay alone on the hospital bed, neglected. One must remember that when Miss Jiang was around, even a minor headache would cause her great distress. As Ming Feng departed, the door to the hospital room closed, and a figure slipped out from behind it. She was slender, silently standing at the entrance, her serene expression fixed on the man in the bed. Ji Chuan Yi was not sleeping soundly, his brow furrowed, breaths heavy, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Stray hairs fell against his nose, obscuring half of his face, which appeared pale and sickly, with dark circles under his eyes accentuating his fatigue. Jiang Si let out a faint sigh, approaching the bedside to take his pulse. Ji Chuan Yi, I have never bowed my head to anyone nor admitted defeat. Her expression remained calm, though a hint of struggle flickered between her brows. Why is it that you receive exceptions in every situation? Frowning, Jiang Si scoffed, look at you. Just half a month apart, and your health has deteriorated. You truly are quite useless. Where is your sister Song? It is late. Why hasn't she come to keep watch over you? With a sardonic laugh, she rose to light a small bottle of incense, placing it on the bedside. As she prepared to leave, a sudden force grasped her wrist from behind. A voice broke the silence of the night in the hospital room. Xiao Jiuer. Jiang Si halted abruptly, and after a moment, turned around. Ji Chuan Yi remained asleep, his brow furrowed, and his hand unconsciously grasping Jiang Si's. She let out a cold laugh, the spark in her eyes dimming slowly, eventually settling into tranquility. Ji Chuan Yi dreamt of a woman smiling at him, holding his hand, embracing him. Yet he could not discern her features no matter how hard he tried. In a daze, he seemed to hear her say, I am the 9th child. You can call me Xiao Jiuer. Startled, Ji Chuan Yi awoke suddenly, and in a haze, he saw a slender figure standing by the bed. Xiao Yue? He called instinctively. The figure paused for a moment before exclaiming in delight, Ji Gij, you're awake. Ji Chuan Yi regained his senses, looking at Song Tiandi, who stood by the bed, her face beaming with joy. He stared blankly for a moment, glancing toward the doorway. Is it really you? Song Tiandi handed him a cup of water, saying, You scared me, Ji Gij. How could you get into an accident so late at night? Was it you all along? Song Tiandi turned her face, a flicker of unusual light appearing in her eyes, and then said, After all, Brother G's incident occurred on the road leaving my house. It is only right for me to take care of you. Her evasive remark did not arouse any suspicion in Chuan Yi. Brother G, do you have a headache? She asked with concern. Chuan Yi leaned against the bed, pressing his hand against his temple, feeling an inexplicable emptiness within, as if something had been gained and lost in an instant. He was too indifferent to delve deeper, and took his phone to find Mingfeng. Song Tianyi obediently fetched him his shoes and casually inquired, I didn't expect Brother G to still remember my nickname. Chuan Yi furrowed his brow in puzzlement as he looked at her. Song Tianyi blushed slightly, stating, back in university, I had 9 close girlfriends, and I happened to be the youngest. They called me Little Nine. When did I tell Brother G this nickname? Chuan Yi calmly replied, I don't recall. It was probably before. Song Tianyi breathed a nearly imperceptible sigh of relief. If you don't remember, that's fine. But in the future, could you call me Yi like my mother does? She looked up at Chuan Yi, her eyes full of expectation. The room fell into sudden silence. Song Tianyi's heart raced like a startled deer. Her maneuver seemed to have paid off. After staying up most of the night, she rushed to the hospital to ensure that she would be the first person Chuan Yi saw upon awakening. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Mingfeng entered. Chuan Yi glanced at Song Tianyi and, with a hoarse tone, said, I'll have someone take you home. You've worked hard all night. A subtle sense of disappointment stirred within Song Tianyi, but she reminded herself of her objective. She began to maintain the facade of being understanding and generous. Thus, with a sweet smile, she replied, All right, then I won't disturb you, Brother G. Please remember to rest amidst your work. As Song Tianyi departed, Chuan Yi sat on the sofa with a cold expression, the hospital gown draping him in an intriguing manner. Speak, what's the situation now? Mingfeng responded promptly. The old residence is still unaware. The culprits have been apprehended and insist that the driver was intoxicated. Yinfeng underwent surgery last night, and it seems he is not in serious condition. Chuan Yi closed his eyes, resting one hand on the sofa's armrest, leisurely massaging his temple while listening to Mingfeng's succinct summary of the previous night's events. He snorted softly, hand this matter over to Chioling. Mingfeng shuddered, looking at Chuan Yi in shock. Chioling was Chuan Yi's finest lawyer. Having her handle this case indicated that the young master intended for those involved to face severe consequences. Over the years, the second young master had relied on his mother's favor to act with impunity, creating numerous obstacles for the show, both overtly and covertly. There had been bloodshed in the past, but never before had Chuan Yi's heart been stirred to such lethal intent. Suddenly, Mingfeng thought of Jiang Si. Chapter 11, The Deception of Song Tianyi. Chuan Yi waved his hand, his expression weary. My grandfather's health has been declining recently. Don't let him know. Let that foolish Yunfeng stay in the hospital for a few more days. Mingfeng acknowledged and withdrew. Raising his eyes, he noticed the president holding a slender white bottle containing grayish ashes. It dawned on him that a faint scent of medicine lingered in the ward, and upon closer inspection, it was refreshingly invigorating. Chuan Yi sensed his gaze and glanced over with indifference. Mingfeng quickly replied, The bottle in your hand looks somewhat familiar. Chuan Yi brought the bottle closer to his nose, commenting, It smells pleasant. Did you prepare this? Mingfeng hurriedly denied it, then pondered, Perhaps it was Miss Song? He paused before continuing, A few days ago, Miss Song specifically asked me about your recent poor sleep quality. She inquired if it was an old ailment, and if there were any remedies. I mentioned that Miss Jiang used incense to alleviate your sleep troubles before. Miss Song might have emulated her method. Chuan Yi lowered his gaze, his expression tranquil. Mingfeng found it difficult to gauge his thoughts and waited for half a minute. When Chuan Yi offered no further instructions, he left the room. Inside the ward, Chuan Yi sat on the sofa for a long while before rising and discarding the glass bottle into the trash bin. At the Zichin Club, Jiang Si poured herself a glass of red wine and knelt on the sofa. The door swung open, revealing a visitor of modest stature, with a loosely tucked shirt and an enigmatic, alluring face. The person casually sat beside Jiang Si, taking the wine glass from her hand and drinking it down. What brings you here? No longer playing the lady at the Song residence. Bai Chen squinted and smiled. Jiang Si shot a sharp glance, unyielding in her retort. I'm checking to see if you're still alive. Bai Chen burst into laughter, tilting her head and saying, That would disappoint our esteemed Jiang physician. If my health remains poor after your care, it would surely tarnish your reputation. Jiang Si rolled her eyes and stood up. preparing to leave. Bai Chun swiftly wrapped her arms around Jiang Si's waist, playfully saying, "Little Jior, do you know how the public is speculating about our relationship? The rumors are so elaborate they could form a novel. Why don't we play along and indulge the gossip? After all, Chuan Yi has no use for you anymore. We might as well make do together." Jiang Si clicked her tongue, looking at her with evident disdain. "Bai Chun, I am not interested in women." Bai Chun pouted, feigning hurt as she leaned back on the sofa, casting a sorrowful glance her way. Jiang Si remained unmoved by the silent accusation, her tone unfaltering. "I have been staying at the Song residence recently, as there are matters that require resolution. If you can shield me from the news in Yinjing for a little while longer, I would appreciate it. Let's speak plainly." Bai Chun, having shed her earlier nonchalant demeanor, remarked, "It won't be long before you are found. You vanished for 3 years. There are too many seeking you now. The highest bounty has soared to over 100 million. With a playful glint in her eye, she continued, "Therefore, it is wise to steer clear of men, for they only hinder your ability to accumulate wealth." Jiang Si shot her a glare and retorted, "Silence." Bai Chun shrugged and tossed her tablet aside. "The Ji family has not ceased their search for you these past few years. Recently, their efforts have intensified, and the bounty has multiplied tenfold. I suspect the elder of the Ji family is in dire straits. I know you have been aiding him with his health, and logically, he should have been able to live to 110. Yet, with Chuan Yi so desperately seeking you, something must be amiss." Jiang Si furrowed her brow as she perused the task listings on the website. Bai Chun cautioned, "It's your choice whether to accept, but I sense something amiss. It would be prudent to avoid this murky situation." Just as Bai Chun's words faded, Jiang Si clicked to confirm the task. Bai Chun exclaimed, "Well, disregard my earlier words." Rising to collect the tablet, she added, "I will arrange the consultation location. Rest assured, your identity will remain concealed." Jiang Si merely acknowledged her with a nod. After a moment of contemplation, she explained in a measured tone, "Elder, I owe him a debt of gratitude. If he is suffering, I have no justification for not assisting him." "Ugh!" Bai Chun glared at her, feigning reproach. "You call me elder sister yet again? Did I not say to simply use my name? It vexes me to hear you utter that." Jiang Si chuckled softly. As Bai Chun busily organized her belongings, she proposed, "I need to return north next week. Once I finish with the Ji family matters, will you accompany me?" Jiang Si replied, "I have prior commitments and cannot return. Please extend my regards to the elders." Bai Chun scrutinized her with suspicion. "What keeps you busy? Surely, you aren't too embarrassed to face those old folks after your heartbreak?" Jiang Si narrowed her eyes and fixed her gaze on her, stating, "I must work." Bai Chun responded, "Ah, how foolish of me to think little Gio was somewhat charming. It's merely a divorce, a trivial matter. No one would mock you for it. Why the reluctance to return home?" Jiang Si rolled her eyes heavenward, not intending to linger any longer. Her purpose was solely to inform Bai Chun and request her assistance in deflecting external disturbances, allowing her the necessary focus to manage her affairs. With her message conveyed, there was no reason to stay. As Jiang Si exited, Bai Chun had already arranged for her departure. Just as she boarded the vehicle, a group emerged from Zicheng, led by Shi Yuan. "Wasn't that Bai Chen's car?" Yuan seethed. Jiang Si has truly ingratiated herself with Bai Xiao. She's even being chauffeured. With her elegantly manicured nails leaving marks on her bag, she seethed, "Jiang Si, how dare you vie for a man with me? I shall make you understand the consequences." She stepped aside, distancing herself from her onlooking friends, and made a phone call. "Hello, Yi, I just saw Jiang Si. The time has come for her to commence work at Song Tiany's company." Early in the morning, several individuals gathered around the breakfast table. Song Tiany smiled gently at Song Chunggong, saying, "Dad, I have already arranged my sister's job." Song Chunggong nodded. "You have always been meticulous in your endeavors since childhood, with you in charge. I feel much more at ease." Jiang Si cast a sidelong glance at Song Tiany, observing her fleetingly proud expression, and a cold smirk crept in her heart. Yuan interjected, Your sister has not been involved in the family business. You must support her more." Song Tiany nodded obediently. "I understand, Mom." After breakfast, Song Tiany escorted Jiang Si to an office building in the bustling city center. Upon entering, Jiang Si's gaze was immediately drawn to a massive poster. A boy on it struck a cool pose, his sharp gaze piercing the camera. She couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. Chapter 12. Do not treat me as a fool at the top-floor office of Xinghe Entertainment. Song Tiany sat firmly in her office chair, dressed in a sleek black professional outfit, exuding competence. At that moment, heads of various departments stood in the office, occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Si, who reclined on the sofa, her slender fingers dancing over her phone, her slightly lowered eyes framed by elegantly fanned lashes. Though clad in simple jeans and a casual jacket, her demeanor was striking, and her appearance was nothing short of stunning. The onlookers could only ponder one thought. Where did this future superstar come from? Noticing the scrutiny, Jiang Si raised her eyes to survey the 10 or so individuals before her. Her expression remained serene and unruffled, devoid of any hint of anxiety. After a mere fleeting glance, she lowered her gaze again, yet those who had met her eyes felt a sudden jolt, their reactions betraying a hint of fluster. Suppressing her disdain, Song Tianyi presented a beaming smile as she explained, "Since everyone is here, I will briefly clarify the purpose of this urgent gathering." She gestured towards Jiang Si, stating, "This is my sister, Jiang Si, who has just returned to the country and will gradually become involved in the management of the Song Corporation. Today, she will familiarize herself with the operations of Xinghe Entertainment." Upon hearing this, Jiang Si lifted her gaze and nodded lightly towards the crowd. Her poise and presence were regal, akin to that of a sovereign making an entrance. The agents, who had just been drafting plans to seize this emerging superstar, were left astonished and speechless. With a stern expression, Song Tianyi inquired, "Why the surprise? Is my sister not welcome?" At this, Jiang Si raised an eyebrow. It was then that the department heads stepped forward to introduce themselves willingly. Song Tianyi continued, "I have also made arrangements on my end. Aide, please transfer the boy band you are managing to my sister." The moment those words were spoken, an oppressive silence enveloped the office, the atmosphere noticeably tense. Jiang Si perused the information on her phone. Aide, a remarkably talented agent within the industry, was known for her skill in promoting boy bands. Currently, the most popular boy band in the domestic entertainment scene was one that she had single-handedly nurtured and whose momentum was only increasing. At this juncture, assigning Jiang Si to lead the boy band is akin to nurturing a pot of strawberries that has finally borne fruit, only to have someone not only indulge in them, but also abscond with the entire pot. Jiang Si, with a faint smile that danced on her lips, withdrew from the discussion. She glanced at Song Tianyi, who wore a stern expression and coldly instructed, embodying the role of a dutiful sister defending her elder. "President Song, this boy band was meticulously cultivated by Aide. Handing it over to an outsider at this point, especially someone unfamiliar with the team dynamics, may jeopardize the delicate balance among the members," someone protested. Aide, her countenance icy, retorted, "President Song, are you intent on sabotaging the future of Xinghe? To suggest that a novice from your family should take over without any understanding is preposterous. Let me make myself clear. If you wish to take the boy band from me, I will resign. Socialites smile grazie Jiang Si's lips." Excellent. On her very first day at work, without uttering a single word, she had already found herself at odds with the entire company, thanks to Song Tianyi's remarks. With a resounding clap, Song Tianyi slammed her palm on the table and rose, declaring, "Some of you have been recruited by me before I left for abroad. During my absence, you managed Xinghe commendably, for which I am grateful. However, do not forget that Xinghe still bears the Song name. You are to comply with the directives of the chairperson." This was indeed a declaration of sovereignty. Jiang Si mused that Song Tianyi was asserting that half of the people in Xinghe belonged to her. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted, drawing the attention of the previously heated crowd toward the source. Jiang Si stood, her dark eyes surveying the room, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, before finally resting her gaze on Song Tianyi. "Song Tianyi, I came to work, not to receive lessons on how to do so." The tone was unyielding. The crowd, previously incensed, now sensed an undercurrent of discord between the two Song sisters. "Sister," Song Tianyi admonished her sharply, "this is a company. Be mindful of your words." Jiang Si narrowed her eyes defiantly, retorting, "You do recognize this is a company, don't you? In a professional setting, we should conduct business accordingly. Yet you incessantly refer to me as sister." The onlookers were taken aback. Wow, the elder sister of the Song family is quite bold. This melodrama could rival any soap opera, they thought, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. Jiang Si lazily surveyed the crowd, while Aide shot her a disdainful glare. With a light chuckle, Jiang Si remarked, "As for this boy band you all are bickering over, your squabbling has given me a headache. Have you even considered my opinion on whether to take them on? Enough with the glares. One man is already troublesome. Do you expect me to deal with a multitude? I fear men. She casually gestured toward the corridor. The crowd peered through the office's glass window. There, a life-size poster of a boy with a charming smile and small tiger teeth drew attention. Which of you is currently in charge of him? Jiang Si inquired, directing her gaze at the group. A plump gentleman raised his hand, stepping forward. Jiang Si clicked her tongue and declared, "Let it be him. I shall take responsibility for his matters from now on." The portly gentleman interjected, "Miss Jiang. Qi Xing is also a male." Jiang Si chuckled lightly. "He is not. He is merely a boy at most. Moreover, he has encountered quite a few events recently." With her arms crossed resolutely, she continued, "That's splendid. I thrive on challenges. After all, it is a fact that we are pleasing to the eye. Yet we cannot allow some to perceive us as merely ornamental, can we?" Her words carried a deeper implication. The chubby manager attempted to speak further, but was silenced by a glance from Song Tiandi. With an impassive countenance, Song Tiandi said, "Sister, let us proceed as you suggested." The group departed, but Song Tiandi called out to Jiang Si, "Sister, I hope that when you return home tonight, you will tell our parents that it was you who chose Qi Xing." Jiang Si raised an eyebrow at her. "I have no habit of reporting my actions to anyone. If you do not clarify, our parents will think I have not taken care of you and will blame me." "Care? How could I care? On my first day at the company, I managed to offend the entire management team. Are you concerned that no one will go and complain to Song Chenggong?" A tremor of anxiety coursed through Song Tiandi as she felt exposed. Jiang Si coldly stated, "Song Tiandi, do not take me for a fool." Could Jiang Si truly see through her? How was that possible? According to her plans, Jiang Si should be overjoyed to join Xing Yu and manage the current hotshot boy band. Shouldn't she be ecstatic, forgetting all else? Jiang Si returning to the Song family and agreeing to work for the Song company was merely a means to access their wealth, wasn't it? Without G20 support, Jiang Si was just a country bumpkin. She saw through her little schemes effortlessly. Song Tiandi felt a cold sweat trickle down her palm as she gazed out at Qi Xing's promotional poster. She mused, Qi Xing, having debuted as a child star and being a protege of an esteemed actor, has always maintained high visibility. Perhaps she only recognizes Qi Xing. Chapter 13. Their childhood sweethearts. Jiang Si was assigned an office, and soon the chubby manager swiftly delivered all the materials concerning Qi Xing, along with other members of the team. The portly manager hesitated before departing. "Miss Jiang, this child Qi Xing is still young and tends to act on impulse. Should you find yourself at a loss, please do not hesitate to call me." He handed her his business card, pondering. This Miss Jiang is petite and delicate. Can she truly manage that little tyrant, Qi Xing? In less than an hour, the entirety of Xing He, including the cleaning lady, was aware of the news. The little tyrant of Xing He had changed managers to a young and attractive lady, reportedly a scion of the Song family. "Oh dear, it seems the company is in for quite the commotion. I just heard that the little tyrant is on his way back. Honestly, what is it with these wealthy young ladies? Why can't they simply enjoy their privilege and live comfortably? Why must they venture into entrepreneurship?" Jiang Si overheard a few idle remarks, but was not particularly perturbed. After merely half an hour of perusing the materials, her countenance darkened considerably. She beckoned her assistant, demanding, "Where's that scoundrel, Qi Xing?" The assistant, intimidated by her suppressed fury, stammered, "He should be resting in the apartment." Jiang Si rose, her voice icy as she commanded, "Lead the way." It was only upon reaching the doorway that the assistant realized Jiang Si intended to confront Qi Xing. She hurriedly followed, eager to inform her that the esteemed heir had heard about her new manager and was currently en route to the company, furious and ready to confront her. Upon exiting, they spotted a figure clad in red rushing toward them, the golden locks particularly conspicuous. The assistant's heart sank as she rushed to catch up with Jiang Si, warning, "Sister Jiang, please restrain yourself. Do not provoke the heir." "The heir?" Jiang Si inquired, her amusement palpable. "You mean Qi Xing, Mr. Qi?" A cold smile flickered in Jiang Si's eyes. Has that little brat still not recovered from his delusions? The assistant, witnessing Qi Xing's murderous expression, felt compelled to restrain Jiang Si. "Sister Jiang, please." Jiang Si caught sight of the red-clad figure, halting to scrutinize him, a smile lingering on her lips. The assistant was in a state of panic. "Sister Jiang, let us discuss this in the conference room with the heir. There are too many people here." Jiang Si replied coldly, "Yamaware." The assistant internally screamed, "No, You do not understand. The heir has another nickname, Little Demon King. Previously, when a newcomer collaborated with him on an MV to gain popularity, they were met with his wrath, resulting in the newcomer's abrupt disappearance. While Qi Xing suffered no repercussions, he operates solely on his whims. When cornered, he could very well threaten you with a knife. Anxious sweat broke out on the assistant's brow as she contemplated whether to alert the boss, call for an ambulance, or manage the trending topic if a brawl ensued. Many onlookers eagerly awaited Qi Xing's eruption, anticipating chaos in the starry realm. In a discreet location on the second floor, Aid observed quietly with his subordinates. Sister, as per your instructions, I have ensured that those words reached Qi Xing's ears. His furious demeanor guarantees a commotion today. Once he erupts, it could trend at any moment. Aid's gaze was fierce, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he coldly remarked, "You handled this splendidly. Xing, you have only yourself to blame for your lack of gratitude. Initially, when I brought you under my wing, you were reluctant, yet now you obstruct my protégés. And that Jiang Si, what a presumptuous individual. Just because she hails from the Song family, she believes she can assume authority and trample over others. Not a chance." As Qi Xing approached within 3 to 4 meters of Jiang Si, tension hung palpably in the air. He paused in place, his expression of indignation seemingly frozen on his face. "Sister Juju?" Jiang Si chuckled lightly, taking a couple of steps forward amidst the astonished gaze of her assistant, and seized Qixing's ear, gritting her teeth as she coldly remarked, "It's been years since we last met, and you've certainly become quite capable. Daring to sleep with a fan. Sister, I was wrong. Please let go." Just as Song Tiandi arrived, she witnessed this scene. Her previously triumphant gaze momentarily froze, only to be replaced by a worried expression as she suppressed her underlying confusion. "What is going on?" "Qixing, this is your new manager. You must heed her words. You cannot offend her on your very first day." Qixing, used to being spoiled, had previously been under the tutelage of an esteemed film emperor. In recent years, his behavior had become increasingly rebellious. Song Tiandi deliberately emphasized the phrase, "listen well," eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. However, the typically arrogant Qixing now appeared as submissive as a young cub. "Present Song. What manager? This is my ancestor. Why did you invite her here?" Song Tiandi felt a surge of confusion. "Do you know each other?" Avoiding Jiang Si's grip on his ear, Qixing replied, "President Song, you forgot. I'm also from X County. I grew up at my grandfather's house. My sister, she..." Jiang Si glared at him, warning silence. Qixing let out a resigned "oh" and drooped his head, trailing behind Jiang Si. A glimmer of calculation flashed in Song Tiandi's eyes before she smiled. "Since you know each other, it will make things easier. Qixing, you little rascal, I've finally found someone to keep you in check." Yet, she was internally alarmed. The reason Qixing could be so spoiled and still achieve his current fame was due to the Qixing family. Although the Qixing family did not develop in Yanjing, they were a formidable force in the south, their power not to be underestimated. Jiang Si's familiarity with Qixing of the Qixing family was indeed not a favorable development. Furthermore, Jiang Si also had a good relationship with Bai Chun of the Bai family. With this thought, Song Tiandi devised a plan in her heart. The next day, rumors about Qixing and his new manager being childhood sweethearts had spread to nearly everyone in the company. Song Tiandi, having dressed elegantly, descended the stairs only to find Chuan Yi standing tall at the entrance. She hurried over. "Brother Ji, have you been waiting long? Why not wait in the car?" Chuan Yi replied coolly, "It's raining." He extended an umbrella toward her. Song Tiandi smiled as she accepted it, sweetly saying, "The development in the country has been so rapid that I hardly recognize many places after returning. I'm grateful that you're willing to accompany me to find that restaurant. Recently, my father hasn't had much of an appetite, but he used to enjoy the cuisine there. I thought I'd bring back a couple of dishes to improve his palate." Chuan Yi nodded slightly, softly stating, "If you need my assistance, feel free to ask." Song Tiandi acknowledged him with a hum, then continued, "When you were waiting for me, just now, did you hear anyone saying anything inappropriate?" Chuan Yi furrowed his brows at her, somewhat puzzled. Song Tiandi's face revealed a conflict of emotions. Her sister had come to work at Xinghe, and she never anticipated that her sister knew Qi Xing. Having grown up together since childhood, the rumors had escalated to an outrageous extent, claiming that her sister and Qi Xing were childhood sweethearts and had even made a betrothal agreement in their youth. It infuriated her, If such a betrothal existed, her sister would undoubtedly have informed their parents. With righteous indignation, she spoke, only to catch sight of Qi Xing and Jiang Si at the entrance. "Brother Ji, it's my sister." Outside, the rain was not particularly heavy. Qi Xing removed his coat and draped it over Jiang Si's head, then hurried to the car, driving it to the entrance where Jiang Si naturally took the passenger seat. Song Tianyi gasped, "Ah, my sister didn't even bring an umbrella." Chuan Yi withdrew his gaze, his hands resting at his sides, tightening slightly as he spoke in a calm tone, seemingly indifferent. "Let us go." Chapter 14, observing her devotedly protect another man. The black Maybach glided through the rainy night. Inside the car, Song Tianyi covertly watched Chuan Yi. Upon entering, he immediately attended to work, his brows furrowed and jawline taut. Despite his indifferent expression, Song Tianyi sensed his underlying anger. Was it due to Jiang Si's close relationship with Qi Xing? At that moment, Chuan Yi received a message, his expression shifting slightly as he glanced at it. "I had someone take you there. My apologies, I have an urgent matter." Song Tianyi shook her head. "Brother Ji, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. I'm fine." They switched cars at the next intersection. Once inside the new vehicle, Chuan Yi's tone grew increasingly urgent. "Is it confirmed that it's him?" Mingfeng replied, "Tonight, you will meet Jay's agent. But I have verified that the task was indeed taken up by Jay personally. The other party insists that due to security concerns, Jay's identity cannot be revealed. And tonight will primarily involve confidential discussions." Chuan Yi nodded, the slight furrow in his brow betraying his current agitation. At Baiyan Manor, Jiang Si and Qi Xing alighted from the car, with Qi Xing tugging at Jiang Si's sleeve in a display of grievance. "Ancestor, are you truly going to abandon me? I do not wish to face those sponsors alone." Jiang Si shot him a cold glare. "Qi Xing, this is your job. If you refuse to do it, fine. I will call Uncle Qi and inform him that you've reconsidered, withdrawing from the entertainment industry to inherit the family fortune worth billions." "Sister, dear sister, ancestor," Qi Xing lamented, his face a mask of despair. "I must be experiencing a streak of bad luck. Why does everything conspire against me?" Jiang Si exchanged a knowing glance with her assistant, who gazed at her in admiration as they led Qi Xing towards the banquet room. Following her phone's directions, Jiang Si knocked on the door of the topmost floor. The door swung open to reveal Bai Chun, her fox-like eyes sparkling as she playfully blinked. "You're here." The two of them settled in front of the screen, where two individuals sat across from each other at a table, with Chuan Yi facing the screen. Bai Chun leaned in for a closer look. "TSK, TSK, TSK. I must admit, this man is quite handsome. You won't find another like him in the entirety of Yinjing, though his taste seems quite lacking. After 3 years together, not a hint of child. It is said that over these 3 years, you have not secretly inquired about him. Perhaps we could share a copy of the report with your inexpensive younger sister, just to vex her a little." Jiang Si cast a faint sideways glance at her. "If you continue to chatter, I shall take my leave." Bai Chun pouted and glared at Jiang Si. Her eyes, however, remained crystal clear. 5 minutes later, Jiang Si's phone rang. It was her assistant. "Sister Jiang, you must come quickly. The young master is fighting with someone." Jiang Si sighed, pressing her forehead. "I understand. I will be there shortly." Turning around, Bai Chun looked at her in confusion. "It's not over yet. Where are you going?" Jiang Si, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "A child is being bullied outside. I must go fetch him." Bai Chun was taken aback. "Child? Isn't your Kaka?" Jiang Si interrupted her. "It's another child. You stay here and keep watch. I trust you." With that, she departed, leaving Bai Chun muttering behind her. "The young ones are so fortunate, cherished and pampered, unlike us, the sandwich cookies, who bear the brunt of all the dirty work and still endure the ire from both sides." On the second floor of the manor, the banquet hall was reserved for a web drama crew celebrating their success. Due to the generous sponsorship, nearly the entire cast had gathered for the occasion. Qi Xing, known for his singing and dancing prowess, was responsible for all the musical numbers in this production. Upon entering, Jiang Si immediately spotted Qi Xing sitting on the floor with a broken bottle, his eyes red and refusing to let anyone approach. His demeanor was unsettling, with an unusual flush on his cheeks. Sister Jiang, the assistant, upon seeing her, looked as if she had found a savior. "You must come see. Brother Qi won't let anyone near." Jiang Si entered with a stern expression, and after a few seconds of Qi Xing glaring at her, his eyes began to clear. He discarded the broken bottle and approached Jiang Si, Sister, they forced alcohol on me and touched me. His eyes glistened with tears, his tone both pitiful and aggrieved. Jiang Si caught a faint scent, subtle yet unmistakable to her senses. She surveyed the surroundings with a cold gaze. A portly middle-aged man, nursing an injured arm, sat on a nearby chair, casting an unhappy glance their way. Who poured in the drink? Jiang Si's voice was icy, her presence commanding. So you are Qi Xing's manager? I've heard Star River appointed a new manager, but I didn't expect a young girl. Spoke one of the middle-aged man's companions. What will be done about Qi Xing injuring someone while intoxicated? Jiang Si replied with a cold laugh. Isn't it the wicked who cry foul first? She beckoned her assistant to support Qi Xing, taking a few steps forward to pick up the open bottles of red wine, gently sniffing each one. He was made to toast, and yet he dared to injure Mr. Wang with a broken bottle. Star River must provide an explanation for this. Tonight, Qi Xing must apologize to Mr. Wang. Only when Mr. Wang forgives him will he be allowed to leave. Jiang Si fixed her gaze on the speaker, who was brimming with malice. Oh! Jiang Si paused at the last bottle of wine, looking at the man with a smile that did not reach her eyes, advancing step by step. Injured Mr. Wang gazed at Jiang Si's graceful figure, a wave of emotions washing over him. He chuckled softly, suggesting, if you were to share a drink with me and offer your apologies, I would not object. His gaze fixated on the bottle of wine in Jiang Si's hand, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Outside the hall, Ming Feng stood beside Chuan Yi, lowering his voice to report, it's Wang in. His reputation has been consistently poor, entangled with numerous newcomers. As they prepared to leave through the door after meeting Jay's agent, they suddenly heard Miss Zhang's voice, causing the CEO to halt in his tracks. Chuan Yi coldly observed the unfolding scene. Ming Feng inquired, CEO, should I intervene? Chuan Yi's hand, resting at his side, twitched slightly, yet he did not respond immediately. Within the hall, Jiang Si had approached Mr. Wang, one hand resting on the back of his chair. A fleeting image crossed his mind, and his smile faltered, turning pale in an instant. This is how one should drink. Her icy voice sliced through the air like a chilling winter gale, freezing the very blood in one's veins. In that moment, it felt as though the harbinger of hell had arrived. Jiang Si, slender and delicate, effortlessly pinned Mr. Wang's hefty frame to the chair, rendering him immobile as the bottle's neck forced his mouth open, red wine pouring down his throat and into his stomach. What are you doing? Let go of Mr. Wang. By the time the others reacted, Jiang Si had already consumed a significant portion of the bottle. With a resounding crash, the wine bottle was hurled against the wall, shattering upon impact. Her piercing gaze swept over the crowd. With a derisive scoff, she declared, I care not for the stars above, but those who dare to wrong me must be prepared to pay 100-fold for their transgressions. Her words exuded an aura of dominance, instilling trepidation among those unaware of her true identity. Whispers circulated, speculating if she were a formidable figure, audaciously confronting the well-known Mr. Wang. The consequences were unimaginable for those present. Outside the hall, Chuan Yi let out a self-deprecating chuckle, observing Jiang Si recklessly defending Qi Xing. A frenzied energy simmered beneath his calm exterior. Chapter 15. I want you to. Jiang Si led Qi Xing out, followed closely by her assistant, Xiazhu, who clutched her bag while accompanied by a middle-aged man. Xiazhu remarked, Sister Jiang, this gentleman is a leader from the production team. He is taking us to the resting area upstairs. Should we call for an ambulance? She had sensed that something was amiss with Qi Xing. In recalling Jiang Si's earlier fierce actions, alongside the rumors surrounding Wang Yun, her scalp prickled with apprehension. Miss Jiang, this situation indeed reflects our shortcomings, but we are also in a difficult position. Mr. Wang is known for his vindictiveness and small-mindedness. We had no choice. Please, when you return, make sure to explain to Mr. Song and do not hold us accountable. Just before entering, the young leader wore a conciliatory smile. Jiang Si cast him a sidelong glance, her eyes deep and filled with an icy disdain. Vindictiveness? Quite well. She kicked the door shut behind her. Xiazhu and the leader exchanged glances, bewildered. What does Miss Jiang mean? The leader inquired. Do you need me to call an ambulance? Xiazhu countered. After a few seconds, both widened their eyes, an unspoken understanding lingering in the air. A solitary man and woman confined within the same room. Childhood friends surrendering to love. Xiazhu, exuding an air of authority, declared, if a word about tonight leaks out, the leader, eager to appease, replied, understood, understood. Inside the room, Jiang Si tossed Qi Xing into the bathtub. Her expression icy as she turned on the shower, cold water cascading over Qi Xing's face, momentarily restoring his clarity. He lifted his gaze to see Jiang Si retrieving a cloth bag from her waist, its silver glint catching the light. Qi Xing gasped, startled, reaching out to snatch it away, but his feeble strength faltered, causing him to slide against Jiang Si's waist. She fell into his embrace, the water streaming down her body, washing away her usual cold demeanor, revealing a captivating allure akin to a fresh lotus blooming. Qi Xing's eyes began to blur, instinctively grasping Jiang Si's hand. Outside, Ming Feng felt beads of cold sweat form on his back, trailing closely behind Chuan Yi, not daring to utter a sound. They had just ascended the stairs when they encountered Wang Un and his group, cursing as they exited. Their words dripped with disdain from Miss Jiang. All of them cut from the same cloth, their intentions all too transparent. And just like that, they whisked her away, leaving her at a disadvantage. In that instant, Ming Fu sensed die Hun Ypsilonis Enger Flair uncontrollably. Chuan Yi's gaze fell upon the last girl in the group. Ming Feng observed intently for a moment before solemnly stating, President, it's the little assistant beside Miss Jiang. In the next moment, Chuan Yi, consumed by fury, strode purposefully back upstairs. It was not difficult to ascertain the room number Jiang Si had entered. Coincidentally, the door was ajar. Chuan Yi reached out. The room was empty, but sounds emanated from the direction of the bathroom. With a steely expression, he advanced. Careful, you're hurting me, Qi Xing exclaimed. Let go of me. Jiang Si's voice was breathless. In that instant, Chuan Yi felt a surge of blood rush to his head. He forcefully pushed the door open. The sight before him ignited the fury simmering within him. Jiang Si, what are you doing? Jiang Si had already sensed someone entering and assumed it was Xia Zhu returning. To her astonishment, it was Chuan Yi. Her fingertips glinted with silver as she pressed the upper half of the half-clothed Qi Xing beneath the water. Turning back with a frosty tone, Ji Xiao, you are intruding. Jiang Si's clothes were partially wet, droplets clinging to her hair, making her typically indifferent eyes shimmer with allure. She rose to don a nearby bathrobe, wrapping it tightly around herself to shield against Chuan Yi's penetrating gaze. Chuan Yi, his eyes tinged with red from anger, entered with a stifling presence, reaching for Jiang Si's hand. She retreated 2 steps, finding herself cornered, and was abruptly seized by Chuan Yi, pulled out of the bathroom. Throw him out. A chilling voice echoed through the air. It was only then that Jiang Si realized Ming Feng was standing at the entrance of the bathroom. A thought struck her, and she attempted to break free. Chuan Yi, how dare you? Chuan Yi grasped her tightly, his dark eyes fixed on her, coldly uttering, Are you distressed? Jiang Si glared at him, demanding, What madness are you exhibiting? This is my room, my affair. By what right do you interfere? Chuan Yi retorted, Jiang Si, that is a question I should pose to you. If you're so eager to seek out other men, there is no need for you to take the money I provided and flee from Yinjing, repeatedly appearing before me. Entangling yourself with different men, was it all to provoke me? To make me regret? To drive me to madness for you? What am I doing? Is this not all orchestrated by you? Jiang Si was momentarily taken aback, her cold gaze fixated on the nearly frenzied Chuan Yi. Suddenly, she laughed. Chuan, you overestimate yourself. Ming Feng had already brought Qi Xing out, casting a glance at the two confronting each other, hesitating to speak. Why aren't you leaving? Chuan Yi angrily commanded. Yes. Jiang Si shouted. Ming Feng put him down. Ignoring her, Ming Feng swiftly led Qi Xing away, closing the door with a considerate touch. Only the two of them remained in the room. Chuan Yi sneered, his gaze sharp and cold. Jiang Si, you are quite remarkable. I admit, you have captured my attention. Now, tell me, what do you desire? Money? Or the Song family? Jiang Si scoffed. A hint of hurt mingled with her fury. Chuan Yi, you are a child of privilege. Therefore, everyone who approaches you must have ulterior motives. What about Song Tianyi? Do you truly understand her intentions? Chuan Yi's expression faltered for a brief moment. His voice icy. What does she have to do with this? Jiang Si replied, if she saved you 5 years ago, as your savior, she could obtain anything in this world at her whim. Why did she only reveal this after my marriage to you? Chuan Yi, have you never harbored the slightest doubt? Chuan Yi pondered for 3 to 4 seconds, then suddenly exerted force, frowning as he pushed Jiang Si to the edge of the bed. You are unworthy to mention her. Strip. Jiang Si trembled all over. What did you say? Chuan Yi had already begun to tug at her waistband. Chuan Yi, let me go. If you need a woman, seek out Chuan Yi. I refused to play along. In the scuffle, Jiang Si slapped Chuan Yi across the face. Their movements momentarily halted. Chuan Yi pinned Jiang Si to the bed, one hand restraining her wrists while his knee pressed against her legs. He traced his tongue along the side of his face where Jiang Si had struck him, suddenly laughing, his gaze locking onto her with a dangerous intensity. Jiang Si, Chuan Yi called softly, leaning in to press his cheek against her ear. The familiar scent enveloped her entirely. Jiang Si felt a warm breath against her ear. You are right. Chuan Yi's voice was deep and magnetic, his laughter resonating in his chest with a tantalizing allure. Each person, yearning for their desires, finds themselves irresistibly drawn towards them. Thus, I do not resent your proximity. Tell me, do I not also desire you? Chapter 16. Chuan Yi, do you harbor feelings for me? For her? Jiang Si found it laughable. With the illustrious Ji standing by her side, did he truly have the capacity to concern himself with the fate of his ex-wife? His abrupt entrance into the room, casting aside Qi Xing, was merely a manifestation of his arrogant possessiveness. Anything belonging to Chuan Yi, even if deemed unwanted, could not be claimed by another. As this thought crossed her mind, a chill seeped into Jiang Si's gaze, and she aimed a kick towards Chuan Yi's thigh. Sensing her intent, Chuan Yi swiftly retreated. In the scuffle, Jiang Si's bathrobe had loosened, revealing her fair neck and chest, devoid of any incriminating marks, with the top button of her garment fastened securely. Observing this, Chuan Yi's furious eyes softened slightly as he stood at the edge of the bed, looking down at Jiang Si. Her icy stare extinguished the fire of his emotions. You. Jiang Si regarded him with a mocking glint. After several moments of intense eye contact, Chuan Yi turned away, adjusted his sleeves, and cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Si before departing. At the door, Ming Feng noticed movement from within and turned to see Chuan Yi emerging. Filled with confusion over his swift exit, Chuan Yi's cold voice pierced the air. Take her back to the Ji residence. Upon stepping outside, Jiang Si was intercepted by 3 or 4 men clad in black. Ming Feng spoke plainly from the outside. Miss Jiang, Ji's intention is that until the old master's condition stabilizes, you should return to the Ji residence to avoid any gossip reaching his ears and exacerbating his illness. In the deep of night, at the Ji residence. So, you are currently at the Ji house? A playful laugh emanated from Bai Chun over the phone. Jiang Si replied. You actually laughed. Bai Chun cleared his throat. Shall I send someone to fetch you? Jiang Si shifted her position. No need. I happen to wish to return to the Ji house myself. Based on the information you provided, I deduce that Grandpa Ji may have been poisoned. The hospital's diagnosis appears flawed, indicating that certain hands have reached into the hospital. Bai Chen's tone turned serious. To manipulate affairs within the Ji family's hospital, this person. Jiang Si's voice turned icy, laced with lethal intent. Can only be one of Ji's own. Moreover, their influence rivals that of Chuan Yi. Bai Chun clicked his tongue. Without delving into other matters, your ex-husband certainly finds himself surrounded by wolves. Distrustful of the hospital, Chuan Yi's decision to bring me back to the Ji residence presents an opportunity to approach Grandpa Ji. Jiang Si softened her tone and continued, furthermore, the timing of Song Tiany's return is too coincidental. These two events combined lead me to suspect they are not mere chance. Bai Chen responded with an affirmative hum. I fear these two matters may indeed be the work of a single individual. Jiang Si, this matter is settled. Consider it my way of repaying Grandpa Ji for the care he has bestowed upon me over the years. Bai Chen's laughter echoed through the phone. Rest assured, I will arrange for what you need to be brought in for you. Oh dear, tomorrow's headlines. A couple divorces yet cohabitates due to unforeseen circumstances for over 10 days. Only to remarry half a month later. Jiang Si hung up the call with a cold expression. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Chuan, still clad in the same attire, entered, noticing Jiang Si's composed demeanor as she walked in, shedding her outer garment. Mr. Ji, do you find the hotel bed less comfortable than your own? Jiang Si's lips curled into a smile, her tone frosty. Chuan Yi cast a sidelong glance at her, and replied nonchalantly, "There are too many people at home." Jiang Si raised an eyebrow. "So, are you implying that Mr. Ji intends to come and go together with me?" Chuan Yi turned to look at her. "This is your forte." The corners of Jiang Si's eyes twitched. As astute as she was, she could discern that Chuan Yi was mocking her talent for theatrics. With her chin held high and an air of authority, she declared, "We are already divorced. I believe the old man is the only one unaware of this. With so many people keeping it from him, a mistake is bound to happen. Just ensure that Mr. Ji does not place the blame on me." Chuan Yi furrowed his brow, feeling that Jiang Si had changed significantly over the past month. The affection in her eyes when she looked at him had vanished, replaced by barbs in her speech. Her actions seemed dictated solely by whim. The gentle, smiling Jiang Si, he remembered, appeared to have vanished entirely. "I will sleep on the sofa," Chuan Yi said as he walked out. The old residence was originally prepared for them, fully equipped, even down to the sleepwear Jiang Si had once favored. After her shower, she emerged to find the main lights dimmed. The sofa was not long, and Chuan Yi's long legs were sprawled across it. Jiang Si maintained a calm demeanor as she turned off the lights and lay down. Chuan Yi remained lost in thought for a long time. So much so that the bedroom was enveloped in silence. He turned his head to glance. On the spacious bed, a slight mound formed on the right side, still in a position facing outward. Chuan Yi failed to notice how much softer his gaze had become. The inexplicable heaviness that had lingered in his heart throughout the night dissipated in that instant. The air was still infused with a faint scent of the bath gel. Though it was the same fragrance, Chuan Yi perceived it as different, calming and soothing him. The next day, a servant knocked on the door. "Young mistress, it is time to rise." With a loud crash, a teacup shattered against the door. Chuan Yi looked at the shards at his feet, and a long-lost, gentle aura from the night before abruptly vanished. Indeed, Jiang Si had changed. He entered with a cold gaze and abruptly threw back Jiang Si's covers. "It's time to pay your respects to Grandpa. Get lost," Jiang Si shouted, clutching her head. Moments later, she felt herself abruptly lifted, and upon waking, she found herself unceremoniously tossed into the bathroom by Chuan Yi. His voice, rich and commanding, rang out, "You have 3 minutes to freshen up, or I will summon someone to assist you." Jiang Si fixed her gaze on Chuan Yi's tall silhouette, exclaiming, "You dog a man." Chuan Yi halted, turning around with a smile gracing his handsome face, albeit one that was cold and detached. 2 minutes, he replied. Jiang Si gasped, regretting her decision from the previous night. She should have had Bai Chun send someone to fetch her. After completing her morning routine, as she descended the stairs, Mrs. Ji was conversing with Song Tiandi, looking at her with a bewildered expression. Chuan Yi stood on the second floor, adjusting his cuffs, and coldly stated, "You have 10 minutes to eat. After that, we will visit grandfather." Jiang Si rolled her eyes, disregarding the two in the living room, and calmly sat down to eat. "Aunt, why is my sister Jiang here?" Song Tiandi inquired, suppressing the chill in her gaze. Mrs. Ji blinked, equally astonished. "I have no idea." Lowering her head, Song Tiandi feigned sadness. Moments later, Chuan Yi approached her, presenting a document. "The information you asked me to look into has yielded results," he said. Song Tiandi hurriedly quelled her inner fury, responding with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Ji. I knew you would help me resolve even the most challenging matters." Chuan Yi nodded lightly, glancing at the time. "Aren't you supposed to attend a gathering this afternoon? I will give you a ride." With that, he strode ahead. Song Tiandi bit her lip, initially wanting to inquire about Jiang Si. But Chuan Yi's swift pace left her little choice. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Ji, she quickly followed him. "Brother Ji, may I ask you something? Do you like me?" Chapter 17. Jiang Si is the one I brought back. Chuan Yi's gaze remained fixed on the screen, unperturbed by her question, even continuing to turn the pages. "What did you just say?" He paused, turning his head to ask Song Tiandi. Her complexion drained of color. She quickly forced a smile and shook her head. "Nothing. Brother Ji, you carry on with your work. I shan't disturb you." In the driver's seat, Ming Feng was focused on the road, his attention unwavering. Miss Song's voice had not been particularly soft. He had heard it, and there was no way Ji Xiao had missed it either. Yet, Ji Xiao's feigned ignorance and his composed demeanor sparked curiosity. He had already divorced Miss Jiang and invested considerable effort into matters concerning Miss Song. How could he possibly remain indifferent to her? The journey was silent. Ming Feng dropped Song Tiandi off at her destination before swiftly driving away. Standing there, Song Yi clenched her fists. This man, Chuan Yi, I must have him. Regardless of who ultimately inherits the Ji estate, I will secure my benefits. Inside the car, Mingfeng broke the silence. Shall we head straight to the old residence, Ji Xiao? Chuan Yi merely replied with a soft redirecting his attention to the screen to attend to work. Mingfeng silently criticized, given Ji Xiao's hands-on approach with Miss Song. Personally escorting her to the gathering. How could he possibly not value her? At the Ji family estate, Chuan Yi entered and scanned the surroundings. But Jiang Si was nowhere to be found. The butler replied promptly, young mistress has taken the old master for a stroll in the garden. Chuan Yi expressed his surprise. Grandfather is out of bed? The butler's face lit up with a smile. Perhaps it's been a while since he saw the young mistress. Seeing her today has uplifted his spirits considerably. Chuan Yi strode towards the garden, his long legs carrying him swiftly to the entrance. Hearing a commotion from a path on his right, he hastened over, navigating through 2 corridors until he spotted a sitting and standing figure in the pavilion, none other than Jiang Si and the old master. With her head tilted, Jiang Si wore a charming smile, her demeanor gentle and endearing. Whatever she had said had elicited a hearty laugh from the old master. Chuan Yi found himself momentarily frozen. The familiar scene brought a wave of nostalgia. Grandfather, Chuan Yi called out in a clear voice. Jiang Si lifted her gaze, meeting Chuan Yi's eyes. But the warmth of her smile vanished in an instant. She averted her gaze, her expression turning indifferent. Chuan Yi felt as though he had been struck a heavy blow to his heart, a pang of bitterness rising within him. The old master turned to him. Have we guests at home? I heard from Sa that you went to see them off. Chuan Yi stood by the old master's wheelchair, his posture erect and his long legs straight. A glance at Jiang Si revealed her distant gaze fixed on the ornamental rocks, seemingly uninterested in his response. His brow furrowed, his tone growing a touch colder. They're just young relatives, newly returned to the country, still unfamiliar, so I saw them off. The old master nodded. Our family is large. As the one in charge, you ought to be attentive to everything. But why have you taken on the task of seeing guests off? Your primary concern should be with Sa. Chuan Yi was about to respond when Jiang Si's cheerful voice interrupted. Grandfather, I've caught a fish. Chuan Yi then noticed a fishing rod at Jiang Si's feet, with a plump crucian carp dangling from the line. His brow furrowed in thought. Jiang Si had transformed the old residence's garden, even replacing the entire pond of koi with edible fish species over the past year. He had never truly cared about Jiang Si's affairs, and with the old master indulging her, she had lived freely. However, Chuan Yi did not expect that Jiang Si, upon returning after more than a month, could coax the old master downstairs to accompany her fishing. Wow, grandfather, this fish is so fat. I'll make soup for you at noon. Jiang Si's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile radiant. The old master's face, lined with wrinkles, broke into a smile. Good. Then I shall be fortunate indeed. His voice lacked vigor, clearly reflecting his waning strength. As Jiang Si began to pack up her things, she intended to push the wheelchair. A pair of delicate, pale hands blocked her path, accompanied by Chuan Yi's soft voice, I'll take over. In the kitchen at noon, Jiang Si received items brought in by Bai Chun and pondered how to discreetly incorporate them into the old master's meals. Standing at the doorway, Song Qing taunted her. Jiang Si, you're quite skilled, aren't you? How did you manage to slip into our home so quietly? Jiang Si, uninterested in engaging with her, remained silent as Song Qing complained about the kitchen's greasy atmosphere, which she deemed unsuitable for her skincare routine, thus never venturing inside. This time was no exception. Song Qing continued to exclaim, I had Tian Yi come over early this morning just to see the old man, and you conveniently timed your descent. She further incited A.E. to send E away, preventing her from meeting the elder. Jiang Si glanced up at her, her expression indifferent. Are you finished? Song Qing glared at her. What? Are you afraid to acknowledge your actions? Don't forget, you have already signed the divorce agreement with A.E. What does your return signify now? Mom. A cold voice emanated from behind Song Qing. Chuan Yi, having shed his suit jacket and rolled up his sleeves, approached with an air of frosty authority. I instructed you not to mention this matter at home. Song Qing retorted. Then why did you bring Jiang Si to our house? Chuan Yi replied, Grandfather requires a tranquil environment. His mental and emotional well-being is paramount. His gaze settled on Jiang Si. Jiang Si is here to accompany Grandfather. His words were devoid of warmth. yet his tone exuded a commanding presence. Song Qing, reluctant to relent, countered, if it's about caring for your grandfather. Which servant in this house does not perform well? Even if a close relative is needed, there are others in the family. What difference does Jiang Si make? Moreover, why did you send Yi away? Your grandfather, after all, has finally shown some vitality today, and I wanted to introduce him to Yi, who will eventually become his granddaughter-in-law. She boasted, lifting her chin in triumph towards Jiang Si. However, Jiang Si paid her no mind, engrossed in preparing the medicinal ingredients, carefully mixing the detoxifying herbs into the unassuming concoction. Chuan Yi cast a distant glance at Jiang Si and lowered his voice. I prefer this matter to remain unspoken in grandfather's presence. Song Qing, perplexed by Chuan Yi's intentions, grew anxious. But Yi is your savior. We must repay her. Was it not Jiang Si who used that very reason to coerce you into marrying her? If grandfather were to learn that it was Yi who saved you, and not that wicked woman Jiang Si, he would surely treat Yi well. Chuan Yi frowned, his lips pressed into a tight line, choosing silence. Song Qing softened her tone. Mom knows that after you were rescued, you endured a relentless fever for over a week, completely forgetting those events, which is why you were so easily bewitched by Jiang Si's jade pendant. He harbors no resentment towards you for this. Now that the truth is revealed, all you need to do is treat Yi twice as well in the future. With that, she fixed a fierce glare on the industrious Jiang Si in the kitchen. The first step to treating Yi well is to eliminate this heartless woman. Jiang Si. Chapter 18. Jiang Si is the grandfather's chosen granddaughter-in-law. Chuan Yi's gaze remained calm, his dark eyes deep and inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Mom, Jiang Si is the true daughter of the Song family. She is the one whom grandfather has chosen as the future matriarch of the Ji family. Thus, his marriage to Jiang Si years ago, or his desire to bring her back now, is solely because the old master acknowledges Jiang Si as the one true eldest daughter of the Song family. Song Qing, standing beside him, clenched her fists, her nails digging in her palms. She exclaimed, "You do not love her. Otherwise, you would not have reached the point of divorce." Chuan Yi remained silent for a moment before stating, "I have work to attend to. I shall head upstairs now. I do not wish for my grandfather to hear any idle gossip." This plain statement carried an icy chill, as if it were a thorn in her back. Chuan Yi cast a fleeting glance at her before turning to leave. Song Qing's heart raced, panic enveloping her. She was nearly paralyzed with fear from the glance he cast her way before departing. She left in a near escape. In the kitchen, Jiang Si set down the bowl she was holding and glanced toward the kitchen entrance, noting that both figures had vanished. She recalled that when Chuan Yi was rescued 5 years ago, he had nearly lost his life and had taken a long time to recover, a tale she had heard from the old master. She had not anticipated that Chuan Yi had suffered from amnesia. Jiang Si administered medicine to the old master and, upon exiting, happened upon Ming Feng. The latter held a wooden box, passing by Jiang Si, leaving behind a faint, sweet fragrance. Jiang Si paused. "Wait a moment." Ming Feng halted, and Jiang Si's gaze fixed upon the wooden box, inquiring, "What is inside?" Ming Feng hesitated, seemingly lost in thought. Jiang Si looked directly at him. "I am merely asking, of course. You may choose to remain silent." Ming Feng opened the box and replied, "It contains some sleep-inducing aromatherapy." "Aromatherapy?" Jiang Si furrowed her brows in confusion. Ming Feng elaborated, "You are aware that Ji Xiao has had trouble sleeping. Previously, you assisted in his care. Recently, Miss Song has sought out some aromatherapy similar to what you had provided, which has proven most effective. The last time Ji Xiao was hospitalized, he managed to rest well. Thanks to this aromatherapy." Jiang Si narrowed her eyes and repeated, "Hospitalized? Was it that night?" She recalled that she had administered acupuncture and left, hearing from the Song family that Song Tianyi had rushed to the hospital in the morning. Ming Feng maintained a calm demeanor, though inwardly he mused that Jiang Si indeed cared very little. Upon hearing of his hospitalization, her expression had shifted. However, Jiang Si coldly interrupted him. "I'm not interested in hearing your account." She turned to leave, a sneer forming in her heart. Song Tianyi truly had an audacious face, daring to claim any credit for herself. Jiang Si retrieved her phone and sent a text message. Approximately 10 minutes later, a call from Bai Chun came through. His subordinate reported, "Did you request the sales records from the pharmacy for the past half month?" Jiang Si was perusing the records and responded with a brief acknowledgement. It was no wonder Bai Chun was surprised enough to call. Since he had taken over the pharmacy, he had acted as a hands-off manager, not even attending the annual inventory meeting, let alone inquiring about sales records. This sudden interest in the pharmacy's sales had startled the hundreds of personnel involved. What has happened? Bai Chun inquired in a hushed tone. Jiang Si raised an eyebrow, her fingertips gliding over a record from 5 days prior. A faint smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "I've come across something intriguing. Let's disclose the formula for night fragrance and expedite the production for sale." Her words were nonchalant, yet Bai Chun sprang to his feet in alarm. "The night fragrance is your exclusive concoction. Although it was custom-made for that scoundrel Chuan Yi, he no longer deserves it. However, it contains the most confidential ingredients designated by the research lab. Revealing it now would be tantamount to disclosing a state secret. The elders would never consent." Jiang Si leaned back in her chair, forwarding the screenshot to Bai Chun's phone. "Do you truly believe that simply publishing the formula would enable others to analyze and replicate the ingredients?" Her voice dripped with disdain. "Bai Chun, do you have so little faith in my capabilities? Moreover, the finished product will not be distributed in large quantities." Bai Chun had already received the screenshot. "Song Tiandi?" Jiang Si elucidated. "Coordinate with her, suggesting that this product's effects surpass those of her previous purchase, subtly informing her that she may only procure 1 or 2 every 3 months. Bai Chun immediately grasped her intent. "You are pressuring her into an exclusive buyout? That would deplete Ms. Song's savings accumulated over the years." Jiang Si arched an eyebrow, her dark eyes glinting with icy resolve, a smile lingering on her lips as her words cut like a knife. "I am merely assisting her in embellishing this deception." Meanwhile, in a room on the 2nd floor of the Song residence, Song Tiandi received a text message. "Dear customer, your order has been delivered. Additionally, we wish to inform you that the formula for the calming incense has been upgraded, resulting in enhanced efficacy without any side effects. However, due to the scarcity of the herbs and the precious nature of the materials, we can only offer 1 portion every 3 months." Song Tiandi frowned, a flicker of panic crossing her features. Previously, she had meticulously rummaged through the trash to retrieve the discarded glass vial, expending great effort to find a lab willing to analyze its contents. Unfortunately, the incense had burned to ashes, complicating restoration and analysis. The Research Institute had recommended purchasing through specific channels. She had just ordered 6 vials, barely enough for a month, and now faced a 3-month wait for a single supply. She was anxious. Chuan Yi's birthday was next month, and she wished to present him with this gift. "Are you not selling the formula? I want to buy it." Song Tiandi hastily typed. The response came swiftly. "Dear customer, this formula is priced at 56,983, 753, 786. Shall we proceed with payment now?" Gritting her teeth, Song Tiandi replied yes. On the other side, Bai Chun noticed the sales record refresh, his lips twitching in disbelief. "What price have you set? Not a penny less." Jiang Si smirked, remaining silent. She had reviewed Song Tiandi's account. This was all the funds the other party could currently mobilize. While enjoying dinner, Jiang Si received a call from Xiaju, whose voice was laced with urgency. "Sister Jiang, where are you? There's been a major incident. Someone captured last night's events and posted them online. It has already exploded on trending, with everyone criticizing you and Brother Qi." Jiang Sha set down her chopsticks, disregarding Chuan Yi's frigid gaze, and stepped into the courtyard. "What happened? Speak slowly and clearly." Xiaju's voice trembled with urgency. "Last night's incident must have been caused by Qi Ji's information that someone purchased, capturing the moment you assisted Qi Gu into his room. They also claimed you are the second Miss Song, using your connections to intoxicate Qi Gu." Xiaju's anxious speech became somewhat incoherent. However, Jiang Sha swiftly discerned the crux of the matter. Someone had bought trending topics to smear either her or Qi Xing. Who was behind this? Wang En or someone else? She could not ascertain. Yet, it was evident that someone had taken her warning from last night lightly. Just as Xiaju ended the call, another from Song Qinggong came through. "What disgrace! Get back home at once." Chapter 19. You are the granddaughter-in-law of the Ji family. Jiang Sha's entire demeanor darkened, her narrowed eyes glinting with lethal intent. Unfortunately, Song Qinggong was not in front of her, unable to sense her murderous aura through the phone. He continued to shout, "Speak up! Are you deaf?" Jiang Sha abruptly terminated the call, blocking Song Qinggong's number. Enraged, Song Qinggong hurled his phone against the wall and furiously instructed his assistant, "Find her. Bring her back." This is intolerable. Inside the Ji residence, while Jiang Si was outside taking the call, Mingfeng swiftly approached Chuan Yi, presenting a tablet before him. "Sir, a scandal involving Miss Jiang and Qi Xing has erupted online." Chuan Yi glanced at Jiang Si, leisurely picking up the tablet to peruse the content. The server had crashed multiple times due to the overwhelming traffic. "Should we intervene?" Mingfeng inquired. Chuan Yi's gaze darkened upon seeing the photograph of Jiang Si supporting Qi Xing, the angle suggesting an intimate moment between them. His expression turned grave. "Let us hope this doesn't reach grandfather's ears." His tone was nonchalant, yet the implication was clear. He chose to remain uninvolved. Mingfeng observed Chuan Yi, then glanced towards Jiang Si, who was still on the phone, and quietly withdrew. Meanwhile, Jiang Si, her face flushed with anger, dialed Song Tianyi. "Sister?" Song Tianyi was taken aback by Jiang Si's call. At that moment, she was seated at her computer, watching the trending topics rise, all linked to Xingha's name. Jiang Si's tone was icy, like a command. "Have the trending topics removed." Song Tianyi hesitated. "Sister, the company is doing its utmost to handle this matter. But the heat is overwhelming. We can only try our best." Despite her words, her expression was filled with excitement. She thought, a golden opportunity has presented itself. The trending topics had come so suddenly. Xingha's notoriety had surged instantly. Even if it was through scandal, what did it matter? It merely required sacrificing a Qi Xing and a Jiang Si. Qi Xing could be replaced. After all, Xingha was not lacking in artists. Jiang Si. Song Tianyi's gaze suddenly turned venomous. "Better dead." Jiang Si let out a cold laugh, her tone laced with murderous intent. She raised her voice, declaring, "Song Tianyi, I give you 1 hour. If you fail to resolve this matter, when I take action, it will be either death or disaster." Upon hearing the dial tone on the other end of the call, Song Tianyi angrily slammed her phone down. The assistant across from her shrank back in fear, asking, "President Song, what shall we do now?" The Public Relations Department. Song Tianyi's beautiful eyes blazed with fury, radiating malice as she commanded, "Burn it. Let burn." If the parties involved refuse to cooperate, should we be left to clean up their mess? They've been spoiled. I want to see, with the precedent of Qi Xing, who dares to cause trouble this time. After dinner, old Master Ji awoke, unusually in good spirits, and expressed his desire to take a stroll downstairs. "I believe it's the young mistress who has proven useful. She has spent a day with the old master, and look how spirited he is." The butler pushed old Master Ji downstairs, his words dripping with flattery. In the living room, Madame Ji, Song Qing, coldly snorted at the comment. "Of course, Miss Jiang is quite capable. Her news is all over the internet." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of those in the living room shifted. Chuan Yi's gaze fell upon Song Qing, his brow slightly furrowed, a warning evident in his deep eyes. Song Qing let out a cold snort, turning her head away as if not seeing him. Old Master Ji glanced at Jiang Si beside him and asked, "Are you referring to the painting from the last banquet at the Song family?" The butler's eyes suddenly lit up as he hurriedly changed the subject. "Is the old master referring to Mr. Li Zhou's piece?" Jiang Si lifted her eyelids and glanced at the old master, thinking to herself that age brings wisdom. Even though he had not concerned himself with worldly affairs for many years, he was still well aware of the Song family's matters. The butler continued, "Young mistress, you may not know, but our old master is a devoted fan of Mr. Li Zhou. He collected quite a few of his paintings years ago, all hidden away in the studio upstairs." Old Master Ji squinted with a smile and waved his hand. "What do you need to tell a child these things for?" Jiang Si softly replied, looking obedient, "If Grandpa likes them, I'll bring you a few next time." Before the old master could respond, Song Qing's disdainful voice rang from afar. "Bring a few? How naive. Mr. Li Zhou's paintings are priceless. Even if you know him, would he give you a few? You're just using my son's money to buy them, to please the old master. What are you saying? Do you even have the demeanor of an elder?" The old master's expression darkened with anger. "What's wrong with you these days? Since Sa girl returned, you've been nitpicking at her. Do you even know how to act like a mother-in-law?" Song Qing, incensed by the reprimand, stood up. "Dad, you're scolding me for an outsider? You know what, Grandpa? The roses in the courtyard have bloomed." Chuan Yi said expressionlessly to the butler, "Take Grandpa to see." Jiang Si shot a disdainful glance at Song Qing before leaving. having once considered her aristocratic demeanor too lofty to engage with. However, unexpectedly, she shattered her own perceptions, behaving like a common street woman, constantly targeting and belittling her. Did Song Qing transform in such a manner merely to disgust herself and yield to Song Tianyi? Jiang Si cast aside her inner doubts and turned towards the garden. I have handled it for you, darling. How will you thank me? Jiang Si's fingers danced over the keyboard, her phone on speaker, as Bai Chen's greasy tone resonated through the microphone. A smile played on Jiang Si's lips as she replied nonchalantly, I shall remember your favor. Bai Chen exclaimed, Oh dear, that will not do. You must profess your love for me, darling. I am far more useful than that dog of a man, Chuan Yi. Loving me is no loss. At that moment, Jiang Si raised her eyes, locking gazes with Chuan Yi, who had just entered the room. His dark eyes seemed to encompass the entire night sky, their depth capable of swallowing one whole. Now, Jiang Si clearly perceived a storm of anger brewing within those eyes. Swiftly, she averted her gaze, hastily grasping her phone, declaring, I must hang up. Chuan Yi closed the door, his expression as cold as water, his imposing figure advancing towards Jiang Si with a suffocating aura. Jiang Si regarded him with an unyielding calm. Jiang Si, this is the Ji household. He spoke, his voice laced with repressed ire. Jiang Si's eyes reflected confusion. She could not fathom what actions had displeased him. Chuan Yi's gaze shifted to Jiang Si's phone, his hand hanging at his side, fingers trembling slightly. You must be aware of your identity. At this moment, you are the granddaughter-in-law of the Ji family, for the sake of grandfather's health. Jiang Si scoffed lightly, oh. She cast a fleeting glance at Chuan Yi. It seemed as though he was harboring a burning rage, and her indifferent glance ignited that fire within him. He lunged forward, gripping Jiang Si's waist and pulling her to stand before him, one hand reaching for her phone. His dark, piercing gaze bore into Jiang Si, brimming with an anger that seemed ready to consume her. During this time, I hope you refrain from answering any calls that may lead to misunderstandings. Chapter 20. Capturing Jiang Si. Chuan Yi swiftly seized her phone, adeptly blocking Bai Chen's contact. Jiang Si glared with her dark, almond-shaped eyes. Chuan Yi, do not force my hand. Care try? He raised an eyebrow. A flicker of anger crossed Jiang Si's eyes as she raised her fist. But Chuan Yi easily caught her wrist. Though his grip was not overpowering, it held her movements captive. She lunged towards him, on the brink of colliding with the nearby coffee table, prompting Chuan Yi to instinctively protect her, guiding her down to the carpet instead. The cup atop the table toppled to the ground. Chuan Yi let out a muffled grunt as the door swung open. Young master, what has happened? The butler stood in shock, witnessing the entangled figures on the floor. I apologize for the interruption, young master, young mistress. I saw nothing. He quickly closed the door, his demeanor tense. Young people today truly know how to play. The bed is merely 2 steps away, yet they seem so eager. The old gentleman was concerned about the relationship between the young master and mistress, and the butler, with a smile, mused that it would ease the elder's worries. Just then, a cold, hoarse voice emerged from within the room. Madam, the elder has awakened, the butler announced from outside. Jiang Si had already risen, her dark eyes devoid of emotion as they flicked away from Chuan Yi, and she coldly replied, Understood. Have a medicinal dish brought to the room. I will head over now. Jiang Si had often prepared herbal dishes for the elder, which Chuan Yi was well aware of. He had inquired with the doctor, who confirmed their beneficial effects, thus allowing her to continue. He grasped Jiang Si's hand. Sitting down, he tilted his head slightly, the warm orange light casting a golden hue upon him, rendering him extraordinarily noble. Yet, at that moment, he was enveloped in an air of solitude. Jiang Si found it hard to believe, attributing the feeling to the dim lighting that had misled her. Jiang Si, do not provoke Chuan Yi, he hesitated, opting for a different phrase. Grandfather is upset. Jiang Si snapped back to reality, a thin veneer of mockery surfacing in her gaze as she scoffed and swiftly withdrew her hand, leaving the room in haste. Silence enveloped the space. Chuan Yi remained seated, his head bowed slightly as he pressed his temples, eventually rising. Reflecting on his earlier loss of composure, a self-deprecating smile tugged at his lips. He had truly lost his mind. As Jiang Si approached the elder's room, she spotted Song Qing blocking the servant. What are you bringing before the elder? If he suffers, will you take responsibility? The servant quivered as they spoke, This was personally stewed by the young mistress. Which young mistress? Is this some haphazard concoction from the countryside? Song Qing taunted her, his tone harsh. Can this even be consumed? If the elder suffers any ill effects, can you bear the consequences? Jiang Si stepped forward, her gaze steady and unwavering upon her. Song Qing suddenly felt a chill creeping up her back. That indifference in Jiang Si's eyes was oppressive, a stark contrast to her previous gentle demeanor. Was it possible that Chuan Yi's divorce had incited this change in the girl, making her seem like a different person? Jiang Si merely let out a cold laugh, then disregarded Song Qing, one hand taking the bowl while the other pushed the door open. Song Qing's anger flared. Jiang Si, I'm talking to you. An elderly voice resonated from within. Is that you, Si? Jiang Si cast a sidelong glance at Song Qing, her dark eyes narrowing slightly in a warning. The reprimand that had been poised on Song Qing's lips suddenly caught in her throat. Grandfather, it's me. Jiang Si's gentle voice rang out as the door closed behind her. Song Qing glared at the door, frustrated with herself for being intimidated by a mere girl. Turning to see the servant about to leave, she called out, "Stop. I saw you adding something to the medicine in the kitchen." The servant lowered her head and replied tremulously. It was the young mistress's instruction, claiming it to be medicine. Medicine? Song Qing questioned, puzzled. How could a mere country girl be capable of treating ailments and prescribing medicine? The servant continued. The young mistress has been using traditional Chinese medicine to improve the old master's health for the past few years. Song Qing, maintaining her composure while her heart raced, replied, I understand. You may leave. She then turned and called Song Tianyi. I recall you mentioned knowing a miraculous doctor a couple of days ago. Given that grandfather's health has not been well lately, I was hoping you could inquire if that doctor is available to examine him. 3 days swiftly passed, and the old master-esque condition improved remarkably. During this time, Jiang Si had not encountered Chuan Yi, only learning from the butler that he had left on a business trip 3 days prior. Early on the 4th day, there was a knock on Jiang Si's door. Upon opening it, the maid said, Young mistress, the lady requests your presence downstairs. What is it? Jiang Si asked hoarsely, having just fallen asleep after a long night of work. The maid trembled under her piercing gaze and stammered. It seems to be concerning the old master. Jiang Si responded coolly, I understand. After freshening up, she sent a text. Send the materials to my email. Upon arriving in the living room downstairs, Jiang Si was somewhat taken aback. 7 or 8 pairs of eyes turned to her as they heard movement from above, some filled with schadenfreude, others mocking, most simply eager for entertainment. Jiang Si raised an eyebrow. How intriguing it was to be the subject of such scrutiny. Song Qing hurled a bundle at Jiang Si's feet, angrily accusing her. Jiang Si, how dare you poison the old master? The bundle scattered on the floor, revealing remnants of medicinal herbs. Jiang Si looked up at Song Qing. Poison? Are you suggesting that the poison I've supposedly been giving grandfather has resulted in his health improving daily? Since Jiang Si's arrival, the old master's condition had visibly enhanced, much to everyone's acknowledgement. The butler interjected, Madam, it is undeniable that the old master has improved since the young mistress came. Song Qing scoffed. Did you not just hear the miraculous doctor state that the old master was clearly poisoned? Look at the concoction she has been administering daily. Jiang Si furrowed her brow, perplexed. Miraculous doctor? Just as she spoke, a figure appeared on the 2nd floor. Leading the descent was the composed Song Tianyi, respectfully accompanied by a man in his 40s. Upon seeing them, Song Qing quickly rose. Doctor, how's my old master faring now? The middle-aged man squinted, inscrutable, and nodded. I just administered the medicine to the old master. The poison has been neutralized. With a couple of days of rest, he'll be just fine. But the old master appeared increasingly spirited before. The doctor stroked his goatee, remarking, on the surface he seems radiant, yet he is actually frail beneath it all. Such is the potency of this poison. Upon hearing this, Song Qing glared at Jiang Si. Jiang Si, what do you have to say for yourself now? The esteemed physician has already rendered a diagnosis. He is a distinguished professor from a hospital in St. Petersburg. Is there any possibility of misjudgment? Call the authorities. Ensure that this scheming woman, Jiang Si, is taken to the police station. Chapter 21. The Jiang Si he has never seen before. What is all this commotion? A cold, deep voice resonated from the doorway. Chuan Yi appeared, his handsome features tinged with fatigue. Approaching closer, he cast a fleeting glance around the room, finally resting his gaze on Jiang Si. Why aren't you dutifully keeping vigil by your grandfather's bedside? Jiang Si held her chin high, gesturing subtly towards Song Qing. Inquire with Mrs. Ji. Chuan Yi's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Brother Ji, you're back from your business trip. Jiang Si raised an imperceptible eyebrow at this revelation. So, even someone as proud as Ji Chuan Yi has reached the point of reporting his itinerary to a woman? Chuan Yi continued, This is Professor Wang, a surgeon who has just returned from abroad. He is here today to examine Grandfather Ji. Ji Chuan Yi's dark eyes narrowed as they fixated on the esteemed physician. A hint of chill creeping up Wang's back. Is there an issue with Grandfather's health? Ji Chuan Yi's gaze drifted away, and he inquired leisurely. Chuan Yi hastily interjected. There may be some misunderstanding, which is why Aunt is a bit anxious. Ji Chuan Yi waved his hand dismissively. I have my own arrangements for Grandfather's health. The implication was clear. It was time for the guests to leave. With a scoff, Professor Wang declared, If young Master Ji does not trust my expertise, then I see no reason to stay. Farewell. He put on a show of dignity, casting a haughty glance at Song Qing before departing. Song Qing, her voice rising in anger, admonished, Are you aware that your grandfather has been poisoned? This matter requires thorough investigation. How can you remain indifferent? Ji Chuan Yi's brow twitched slightly, his expression betraying no surprise at her words. This calm demeanor left everyone present uncertain of his true intent. Jiang Si, seemingly engrossed in her phone, appeared to be responding to messages. Her fingers hesitated momentarily at the mention of the conversation. Ji Chuan Yi subtly turned his face, exchanging a glance with Ming Feng, who nodded and exited the living room. Pointing at Jiang Si, Song Qing exclaimed, Don't you find this strange? Grandfather's health has been excellent for years. Yet problems arose right after your divorce with this woman. Recently, he was deemed beyond medical help. Miraculously, upon Jiang Si's return, his health began to improve. What a coincidence! She must have sinister intentions, manipulating grandfather to ensure he cannot part with her. Jiang Si's latched onto our family. Let's not forget, before Jiang Si returned to the Song family, she was cultivating medicinal herbs in the mountains. She even admitted to grandfather that she possesses considerable medical knowledge. Song Qing's accusations drew the attention of everyone in the living room towards Jiang Si. Ji Chuan Yi studied her intently, his dark, profound eyes glimmering with intensity. He asked, Jiang Si, is it you? A faint ache tugged at Jiang Si's heart. With a smile that bore a hint of mockery, she retorted, You are many. And if I say it's not me, will you believe it? Beside them, Song Tianyi bit her lip, her voice tinged with anxiety as she spoke. Brother Ji, Professor Wang's diagnosis cannot be erroneous. The soothing aroma for your rest that he provided was indeed effective, as you are well aware. I sense there must be some misunderstanding here. Grandfather Ji has certainly been poisoned, yet it does not necessarily follow that my sister is the culprit. She has always treated grandfather with kindness, and there exists no motive for her to harm him. Jiang Si narrowed her eyes, resembling a cold blade that bore down on Song Tianyi. The latter maintained an innocent and worried demeanor, embodying the image of a devoted sister. Professor Wang, seeming to tower above them all, declared, I stake my professional reputation on the certainty that old Master Ji has been poisoned. As for the perpetrator, I have no interest in that. You may investigate at your leisure. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Jiang Si, one that held a glimmer of ire. Song Qing interjected urgently, i.e., Jiang Si is the prime suspect in this matter. During this period, she has been instructing the maid to sprinkle a powder into grandfather's medicinal meals. She seized a porcelain jar from a nearby maid. Professor Wang, could you please examine this powder and determine if it is indeed a poison? Professor Wang stepped forward to take the jar, but just as his fingers brushed its surface, a delicate voice echoed beside him. Professor Wang? The honorary professor from St. Petersburg? Jiang Si leaned against her arms, her eyes narrowed in a mocking gaze. Her words laced with amusement. A chill crept up Professor Wang's spine. Nevertheless, he straightened and responded, Of course. You, young lady, appear to be merely in your 20s. How dare you casually diagnose someone, especially with those so-called folk remedies in traditional medicine, which lack any scientific basis or pharmacology. A hint of derision flickered in Jiang Si's eyes as she replied, St. Petersburg, located on the western coast, must surely be abundant in seafood, correct? Professor Wang regarded her with the incredulity one might reserve for a fool. What relevance does that have? Are you suggesting that if the sea does not yield fish, then rivers must? He waved his hand dismissively. Do not attempt to curry favor with me. I am merely here to identify this powder. Whether it is toxic or not is of no concern to me. If it is indeed poison, your flattery will avail you nothing. Jiang Si smiled and replied, the esteemed physician overthinks it. As a mere countryside girl, I'm only momentarily thrilled to encounter someone of your stature. I have heard of a fish called forget-me-not from your region, reputed to be quite expensive and seldom available to the common folk. I imagine, given your standing, such delicacies are commonplace for you? Upon hearing this, the others present exchanged puzzled glances. Suddenly, Song Qing reacted with an exclamation, Jiang Si. In that instant, she felt the weight of a chilling warning from Chuan Yi's piercing gaze. Gritting her teeth, she ultimately fell silent, cowed by her son's commanding presence. Chuan Yi redirected his attention to Jiang Si, who remained composed, arms crossed, seemingly unfazed. In that moment, he appeared to perceive a certain tranquility emanating from her. Profoundly flattered by the compliment, Professor Wang burst into laughter. Naturally, such exquisite fare is seldom found even within our own country, let alone in that little mountain village where you once resided. As soon as the words were spoken, even Song Tiandi, who stood nearby, sensed the gravity of the situation. Her heart sinking as she hurriedly glanced at Dr. Wang, realizing that it was too late to utter any words of protest. Jiang Si let out a derisive laugh, swiping her phone a few times before presenting it to Dr. Wang, her voice cold as she remarked, how absurd, as if the so-called divine doctor were unaware that the fish he cannot forget are freshwater fish. I just perused the information from his St. Petersburg hospital, and there is no record of Dr. Wang in the esteemed professor section. She narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of icy disdain flashing within them. Her words laced with a murderous intent. Care to explain, divine doctor? Dr. Wang, caught off guard, suddenly sensed the peculiar atmosphere in the living room. The onlookers regarded him with expressions of anger or amusement. He pointed at Jiang Si, trembling with rage, stuttering, why, you're deceiving me? Jiang Si scoffed dismissively, not even sparing him a glance, addressing the pale-faced Song Tiandi instead. Miss Song, for future performances of this nature, I suggest you engage actors with a more professional caliber to ensure a more coherent storyline. My time is precious, not to be squandered alongside one or two charlatans. Chapter 22. The first disguise. Song Tiandi's face turned ashen. Sister, I don't understand what you were saying. I am merely concerned for Grandpa G's health. Tears welled in her eyes as she turned to Chuan Yi, exclaiming, oh dear, I truly cannot articulate this. Brother G, I never anticipated things would escalate to this point. Chuan Yi maintained a calm demeanor, lifting his eyelids to glance at Jiang Si. Her aggressive and unyielding nature bore no resemblance to the person he once knew. Mrs. G. Song Qing interjected loudly. Tiandi has good intentions, and if anything has gone awry, it is the fault of that wretched quack. However, the old gentleman is afflicted with a bizarre illness. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. We must ascertain what Jiang Si added to his medication. Chuan Yi methodically adjusted his cuffs, just as Ming Feng entered briskly, stating, young Master G, the person has been brought here. Very well. Only then did the crowd notice a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses following Ming Feng, accompanied by 3 or 4 nurse assistants. The man paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on Jiang Si, before bowing slightly in acknowledgement, then proceeded upstairs with Ming Feng and his entourage. Brother G, I am so sorry. It is all my fault, Song Tiandi murmured, her head bowed, her shoulders trembling with sobs. Chuan Yi gently closed his eyes, suppressing the weariness and impatience pooling within him. I do not blame you, he replied. Song Tiandi suddenly lifted her face, her bright eyes shining with surprise. Brother G, do you believe me? I thought the aroma you sent was effective, so I trusted his words, never anticipating he would deceive me. Meanwhile, Mrs. G had already instructed that the so-called divine doctor be taken away. Turning back, she comforted Song Tiandi. Tiandi, this cannot be held against you. It is merely that this swindler is exceptionally skilled. I have inquired, and even among my circle of friends, the charlatan is held in high regard. Your intentions were noble. He understands that. Chuan Yi's gaze fell upon Jiang Si, who stood nearby. Come with me, he commanded. Jiang Si lifted her eyelids to meet his gaze and replied, If you have something to say, say it here. Chuan Yi frowned. A hint of impatience etched across his brow. Aside from the medicinal powder, have you added anything else during the days I was away from the old residence? What do you think I would add? Jiang Si's lack of cooperation vexed Chuan. Mother is right. Despite your background in a family of medicine, you lack credentials. Do not meddle with grandfather's health in the future. Chuan Yi wished to articulate that this would prevent any gossip. Yet, Jiang Si's demeanor turned cold. Have you forgotten? Chuan Yi, once grandfather's health stabilizes, I will leave this place. There will be no future. Chuan Yi's hands, which hung at his sides, trembled slightly. The words he intended to utter transformed into an exasperated, terse, do as you wish. A flicker of disdain crossed Song Tianyi's eyes as she fixed her gaze upon Jiang Si, her look as if laced with venom. The living room fell into a moment of silence. Song Tianyi moved to sit beside Jiang Si, her tone soft as she spoke. Sister, father is still angry because he cannot find you. However, I informed them that you are at the G residence caring for grandfather, and father is less upset now. Jiang Si leaned back on the sofa, propping her head with one hand, her actions on her phone unceasing despite this conversation. Song Tianyi continued. Father also mentioned that the trending topic online has been retracted and expressed gratitude towards young Master Bai. When you return home, you should invite him over for a meal. Upon hearing this, Chuan Yi raised his eyes, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Jiang Si. In that moment, several pairs of eyes in the living room were trained on her, creating an atmosphere tinged with an eerie tension. As if they awaited her response, her acknowledgement of her relationship with Bai Chan. Suddenly, Jiang Si let out a light scoff, supporting her temple with one hand. She glanced at Song Tianyi with an indifferent expression. I found a person, and resolving the issue is my business. What role do you play? Why should I thank you? Song Tianyi bit down on her silver teeth, her face reflecting a sense of grievance. Sister, I know I mishandled this matter, leading to a surge of online criticism against Qi Xing, causing him to lose several contracts. But it truly was due to my lack of capability. At least you understand, Jiang Si interjected. Song Tianyi was abruptly cut off, staring at Jiang Si in disbelief. What? Jiang Si smiled, a grin that carried a cold edge. Song Tianyi, when I performed in the temple, you were still an unweaned little fox. What pretense of charm are you putting on before our ancestors? A lack of ability is one thing, but your awareness is quite sufficient. One might consider it a merit. Song Tianyi suppressed her rising anger, her lips quivering as tears brimmed her eyes once more. Jiang Si, Chuan Yi's cool and detached voice interjected. Tianyi is your sister. You should show some leniency in your words. His tone was neither warm nor cold, devoid of any discernible emotion. For a moment, Song Tianyi could not ascertain whether Chuan Yi was supporting her. Regardless of his stance, his words were uttered, and that was enough. Upon turning her face, Song Tianyi expressed her grievances to Chuan Yi, saying, Brother Ji, I am perfectly fine. Chuan Yi waved his hand to summon the butler, instructing, Please pour a glass of water for Miss Song. At that moment, there was a commotion from upstairs. Ming Feng descended with a group of individuals, and the middle-aged man at the forefront bowed to those seated on the sofa, his gaze lingering on Jiang Si for a few seconds longer. The examination had concluded. Chuan Yi spoke with a frosty demeanor. Where is Dr. Ji? The middle-aged man's eyes instinctively flicked toward Jiang Si as he replied. The doctor is occupied and has entrusted me with full responsibility. The results and diagnosis will be presented to her afterward. Should any issues arise, the doctor will make adjustments as necessary. Chuan Yi merely acknowledged with a curt casting a glance at Ming Feng. Ming Feng, understanding the cue, approached Song Tianyi and said, Miss Song, the flowers in the back garden have bloomed. You adore hydrangeas, do you not? There's a patch in the back garden. Would you care to take a look? Song Tianyi shivered slightly, her face revealing surprise. She then tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and nodded obediently. Following Ming Feng to the side door, she glanced back at Jiang Si, who reclined leisurely on the sofa, exuding an air of nonchalance as if she were at home. Song Tianyi averted her gaze, nervously clutching the hem of her clothing. I know the way. I can manage on my own. Brother Ji may need assistance. Assistant Ming, you should go. Her smile was sweet and understanding. Ming Feng complied and departed. Once the others had distanced themselves, Song Tianyi surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no one was watching before dialing a number on her phone. What is going on? Wasn't it stated that everything was foolproof? How could you allow Jiang Si an opportunity to turn the tables? After a brief pause, she continued, Enough, let this matter pass. Refrain from making any moves for now. It would not bode well for you if your father discovered it. She ended the call, her narrowed eyes flashing with venomous hatred. Jiang Si casually scrolled through her phone, occasionally responding to messages. Chuan Yi gestured, Let us begin. The middle-aged man nodded, stating, Old Master Ji has been poisoned. At this revelation, an aura of murderous intent radiated from Chuan Yi, his eyes swirling with a deep-seated fury. Beside him, Song Qing swallowed hard, suppressing the words that almost escaped her lips. Fortunately, Old Master Ji had been detoxified, and his body was being well-regulated, gradually recovering. While the poison's potency was not particularly strong, it would slowly erode the victim's body, embedding itself in the bones with no remedy. However, it appeared that the individual administering the antidote was highly skilled and had acted promptly and thoroughly. This must be a doctor of exceptional talent. Chapter 23, Prelude to the Unmasking. Jiang, a doctor of remarkable skill, cast a fleeting glance at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man found himself at a loss for words, his compliments caught in his throat. Ahem. In summary, young Master Ji, Old Master Ji's condition is no longer a concern. As for your worries regarding the medicinal dishes he has recently consumed, there is absolutely no issue. Song Qing interjected. Yet we have not even disclosed what medicines the old master has taken, and you can already ascertain that they are without problem. As soon as the words were uttered, before the middle-aged man could respond, his assistant shot a glare. Nonsense. Jiang Si slowly lowered her hand that had been propping up her head, casting a faint glance. The group was taken aback. The middle-aged man quickly stated, I have already inquired with the caretaker of the old gentleman regarding his daily needs. The remnants of the medicine are indeed here, so there can be no mistake. The assistant whispered in agreement, We are under Dr. J's authority. Do you think we are just some random outsiders? Upon finishing his sentence, he felt an unsettling weight of gazes bearing down on him, sending chills down his spine. In the study of the Ji family, Chuan Yi sat coldly behind his desk. Mingfeng opened the conversation, Young Master Ji. Was it second master who inflicted the poison on the old gentleman? Chuan Yi narrowed his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming within them. A month ago, my uncle visited our home. If he truly did this, his end would not be far off. Mingfeng pondered for a moment before replying, I don't understand. Second master has been cautious for so many years. How could he suddenly think to act against the old gentleman and leave such incriminating evidence? Could it be that Chuan Yi interrupted coldly? Ji Hai is returning. My uncle is fearful. Mingfeng hastily flipped through the documents in his hands. The chairman's schedule indicates a return next Tuesday. From the intel we received, it appears he has relinquished control over the European market. Chuan Yi scoffed. Relinquished control? Mingfeng regarded Chuan Yi thoughtfully, realizing that the chairman's urgency to return home stemmed from the fact that young Master Ji's abilities had become increasingly prominent over the years, instilling fear in the elder, compelling him to return to solidify his dominance domestically. This family, the old and the young, each operating independently, hardly resembled a cohesive unit. Contemplating this, Mingfeng's expression darkened as he solemnly remarked, Young Master Ji, once the chairman returns, regarding Miss Jiang years ago. Jiang Si's marriage into the Ji family had been a decision made against all opposition by the old gentleman. Both Song Qing and Ji Hai had disregarded Jiang Si, showing no semblance of parental consideration. Now, with Jiang Si divorced from Chuan Yi, Ji Hai would surely manipulate the situation surrounding Chuan Yi's marriage to gain control over him. A dark crimson hue flickered in Chuan Yi's eyes as he smirked slowly. There is no need for concealment. If Ji Hai wishes to know, he will find a way. Expedite the arrangements for grandfather's overseas treatment. Once his health improves, we shall send him abroad. The ensuing chaos within the Ji family will indeed be steeped in blood, rendering it unsuitable for his continued presence. Mingfeng stood ready. Understood, young Master Ji. When will the master return? In the garden of the Ji family. Jiang Si stood beneath the corridor, idly toying with a flower in her hand. Behind her stood the middle-aged man, exhibiting a demeanor of respect. With a hint of fervor upon closer inspection, Jiang Si remarked, What brings you here? She had clearly instructed Bai Chun to find someone unfamiliar to her, merely for the sake of formality, and had expected anyone to suffice. Yet, she was taken aback that Bai Chun had chosen Wang Lu. Wang Lu, a renowned chief surgeon in Huagua, currently practices at the First People's Hospital of Yanjing. His appointment slots are typically snatched up a month in advance, making his visit to the Ji family a fitting match for their prestigious status. However, his expertise lies primarily in orthopedic surgery, which bears no relation to pathology. It is akin to inviting a veterinarian to set a bone after a fall at home. Jiang Si grew increasingly agitated as she cast a fleeting glance at the man before her, her expression tinged with impatience. Wang Lu, a man in his 40s standing at around 7 meters tall, pouted in grievance. Teacher, you've been missing for 3 years. Had I known you were in Yanjing, I would have come to visit long ago. But you've kept your whereabouts a secret. I only discovered your presence here through an internal announcement at the Research Institute. Jiang Si sighed, her irritation evident. How many people are aware of my presence here? Wang Lu promptly replied. Your whereabouts have always been a closely guarded secret within the Institute. Currently, only the core personnel know you are in Yanjing, though your precise location remains unknown. Meanwhile, Jiang Si wrestled with her annoyance at the exposure of her location. Not far around the corner, Song Tianyi, having circled back, estimated that their conversation was nearing its end. As she approached the path's end, she spotted Jiang Si conversing with Wang Lu. Their stance was relatively open, making her hesitant to draw too near and overhear their discussion. She could only infer from Wang Lu's body language that he held a considerable respect for Jiang Si. Respect? Song Tianyi was taken aback by her own realization. How could Jiang Si possibly know someone of Wang Lu's stature? Did they have prior acquaintance? Was Wang Lu perhaps someone Jiang Si had called upon to assist her? The more she pondered, the more the situation seemed amiss. Hearing commotion from the main hall of the Ji residence, she looked up to see Chuan Yi descending from the second floor alongside Ming Feng. A cunning idea sparked in her mind. Brother Ji, are you searching for my sister? She hastened to the living room, beaming, and before Chuan Yi could respond, she continued, I just saw my sister speaking with the doctor you invited in the backyard. It's curious, though. It seemed as if they were long-time acquaintances. Chuan Yi paused momentarily, glancing towards the side door of the backyard, a frown creasing his brow. Acquaintances? Song Tianyi covered her mouth in feigned surprise. Brother Ji, did I say something wrong? Perhaps my sister merely exchanged a few words with that doctor. Before she could finish her sentence, Chuan Yi had already turned and headed towards the backyard. A glint of triumph flashed in Song Tianyi's eyes as she quickly followed him. In the garden, as Jiang Si concluded her conversation with Wang Lu and began to return, she came face to face with Chuan Yi. He halted in his tracks, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Jiang Si. What were you discussing? Jiang Si furrowed her brow, intending to bypass Chuan Yi. Wang Lu glanced between Jiang Si and Chuan Yi, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Although he could not fathom why the teacher chose to conceal their identity while appearing at the Ji residence, he sensed an unusual tension between the two. Rumors had long circulated within the Research Institute that the teacher had disappeared for 3 years to marry. Could it be that the object of their affections was none other than the distinguished Ji Xiao before him? Chuan Yi, renowned as a noble scion in Yanjing, exuded an extraordinary demeanor and striking good looks, his lineage and appearance seemingly well matched to that of the teacher. Wang Lu's mind raced with possibilities. Arriving at this realization, he adopted a most respectful demeanor as he responded to Chuan Yi's inquiries. Master, regarding the antidote, I am currently seeking some guidance. Chapter 24. A Parting of Ways. Each finding their own joy in an instant, the air was thick with a palpable sense of disconnection, an awkward silence enveloping the room. Chuan Yi narrowed his eyes, raising his voice to inquire, what is Director Wang speaking of? Master? A chill ran down Wang Lu's spine, as he felt he stood on the precipice of a great abyss. One misstep could see him cast down by Jiang Si's wrath. The thought was chilling. Jiang Si lowered her voice, gritting her teeth as she said, Shi Ju Ming, a tranquilizing herb, which we refer to as stone fruit back home. Yes, indeed. Wang Lu nodded fervently. Miss Jiang, your exceptional abilities astonish me. I had no idea such a humble herb could wield such power, and I am quite elated. Chuan Yi's dark, profound gaze shifted to Jiang Si, a subtle smile gracing his lips, imbued with an enigmatic significance. Song Tianyi interjected, Director Wang. Did my sister err in her care of Grandfather Ji? Though my sister was raised in a family that cultivated traditional Chinese herbs, she has not pursued formal education nor obtained relevant certifications. If inappropriate herbs were used, I shall apologize on her behalf. Yes, you. She will not interfere with grandfather Ji's treatment moving forward. All will adhere to your prescribed plan. At her words, Wang Lu regarded Song Tiandi with a look of incredulity. Who are you? Who is your sister? Are you quite well? Jiang Si cast not even a glance in Song Tiandi's direction, turning away haughtily. Wang Lu, equally perplexed, took his leave. Numerous individuals referred to the teacher as his sister or brother, yet he had never heard of a younger sister. Chuan Yi turned to Song Tiandi, saying, Today's situation was poorly managed by my mother. I apologize. Song Tiandi's complexion paled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she replied, It is of no consequence, Ji Gu. It was my good intentions that led to misfortune. Chuan Yi glanced toward the estate entrance, where a prepared vehicle awaited. The household is somewhat chaotic today, making it unsuitable for further discussions. I shall have someone escort you home. Yet, Song Tiandi paused and added, I understand, Ji Gu. I shall trouble you with my sister during this time. As she spoke, her head lowered, she suddenly began to weep. A wave of irritation surged within Chuan Yi as he suppressed his frustration, asking, What is there to cry about? Song Tiandi replied, I know my relationship with my sister is strained. After all, it was my actions that led to her being brought back. She must despise me for it, and has thus targeted me. Ji Gu, please do not blame my sister. Chuan Yi pressed his lips together, his jaw tightening. In a fleeting moment, Song Tiandi found herself unable to discern his stance. Words, when excessive, often lead to missteps. Wiping away her tears, she forced a resilient smile. Brother Ji, I merely wish to prevent matters from deteriorating, yet it seems I only exacerbate the situation. Allowing my sister to work at the company has stirred up rumors, and I lack the capacity to manage it adequately, even having to rely on the Bai family for assistance. If this were to be disclosed, others would merely perceive it as my failure to protect my sister. Chuan Yi cast a fleeting glance her way, his gaze inscrutable, before flatly stating, I shall see you out. After bidding farewell to Song Tiandi, Chuan Yi rubbed his temples, intending to retreat upstairs for some rest. Having been on a business trip for several days, he had endured several sleepless nights. Upon hearing news from Dr. J, he had hastily altered his flight to return early, finding no respite during the journey, leaving him utterly drained. He summoned the butler, requesting, Bring a bowl of soup to my room. The butler, puzzled, inquired, Young master, what kind of soup would you like? Chuan Yi hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing the fatigue etched on Chuan Yi's face, the butler suddenly realized, Young master, do you wish to have that calming soup? It is the young mistress's specialty. I have heard that whenever you struggle to rest, drinking that soup the following day rejuvenates you significantly. The butler's expression turned apologetic. The young mistress's recipe is a closely guarded secret. She is on the 4th floor terrace, soaking in the sun. I shall fetch her right away. Chuan Yi's demeanor abruptly shifted to one of coldness. Wait, he commanded, his tone firm. No need, he added before turning away and ascending the stairs. The butler was left in a state of indecision, unable to proceed or retreat, ultimately sighing as he departed. After finishing his ablutions, Chuan Yi, though weary, found himself devoid of any inclination to sleep. He glanced toward the 4th floor terrace, his expression impassive, revealing no trace of emotion. The once soothing aroma that typically comforted him had faded to an almost imperceptible whisper. During his previous wash, he had noted the absence of Jiang Si's toiletries in the bathroom. Had she not been residing in this room for the past few days? Or was she completely absent from the Ji household? A flicker of cool anger ignited within Chuan Yi's gaze. After a moment's pause, he discarded the towel from his head and strode toward the dressing room. Jiang Si, hearing a commotion at the terrace entrance, lifted her gaze and was met by a pair of profound eyes. Chuan Yi had just emerged from the shower, damp strands of hair cascading down his forehead, obscuring his typically sharp gaze, rendering him unexpectedly docile. Jiang Si narrowed her eyes, discreetly averting her gaze. Who exactly are you? Chuan Yi approached her, initiating with an oddly cryptic remark. Jiang Si retorted, Why the riddles? Chuan Yi continued, Tiani's sentiments may be those of a woman, and I do not deny them. Yet she is not entirely mistaken. You indeed know Wang Lu. Jiang Si raised an eyebrow, internally questioning, Have I been exposed? Chuan Yi added, You grew up in the countryside, and Wang Lu has scarcely set foot in your town over the years. Today marks your first encounter, yet he exhibits a profound respect toward you. Therefore, Jiang Si, you are acquainted. At the outset, He informed you of grandfather's detoxification methods. Those medicinal dishes in recent days were specifically prepared as antidotes. This statement is remarkably assertive. Jiang Si smirked, her expression ambiguous, and remarked, I cannot commend Ji Shao's ability to discern character. Is this a denial? Chuan Yi furrowed his brow, perplexed. What do you mean? Jiang Si shrugged, dismissively, stating literally, It means I do not concur with your inference. She rose, taking a couple of steps forward, resting her hands on the railing, inhaling deeply. I have always held a fondness for this terrace, as it offers a panoramic view of the entire garden, the air imbued with the fragrance of blossoms, which varies with the seasons. Jiang Si hesitated briefly, her tone losing some of its earlier enthusiasm. Alas, there is now an additional white lotus in the back garden. Following Jiang Si's gaze, Chuan Yi observed the garden, which had been predominantly tended by her over the years, and he had not scrutinized it closely before. Upon this inspection, a hint of appreciation surfaced in his usually aloof eyes. You have yet to answer my question. Chuan Yi quickly diverted his gaze back to Jiang Si, fixing her with an intense stare. Jiang Si, I feel you have changed considerably. Jiang Si scoffed, meeting his gaze unwaveringly. Oh, I too believe I have transformed, though I have merely become more like my true self. Chuan Yi retorted, Is it necessary to speak to me with such sharpness? The issues between us have always stemmed from you. The inception of these 3 years was rooted in deception, and I'm still able to converse with you amicably out of respect for grandfather. What more do you desire? Jiang Si regarded him coldly, then suddenly laughed. Ji Shao, did you come specifically to quarrel with me? Chuan Yi turned his head, suppressing the sudden surge of irritation within. Jiang Si chuckled. If so, there is no need for it. Grandfather is no longer in peril. It was I who misjudged in the past, and I do not wish to pursue it further. Chuan Yi, as you mentioned, I will depart from Yinjing. From now on, the heavens are vast and the roads distant. Let us each find our own joy. Jiang Si spoke with calmness, her words resolute. Without leaving any room for negotiation, she turned and descended the stairs. As she passed by Chuan Yi, her unique, tranquil aura wafted past his nostrils, momentarily clearing the turbulence in his mind, prompting him to instinctively grasp Jiang Si's hand. Yet he abruptly halted, his fingertips twitching. Chapter 25. Just a woman. Merely a woman full of deceit. Chuan Yi had indeed squandered 3 years on such a woman. Absurd to the extreme. During dinner, the dining hall was occupied solely by Chuan Yi. He wore a stern expression, the oppressive atmosphere akin to the chilling winds of winter, causing the servants to tremble as they served the dishes. Once the table was set, Chuan Yi glanced towards the second floor, his demeanor sour. The butler, understanding, quickly explained. Though the young mistress is busy, she specifically mentioned that she would come down to prepare her own meal when hungry. Should I go up and call for her? Chuan Yi waved his hand dismissively, his expression weary. Do not concern yourself with her. After a brief pause, he inquired, Where's Madam? Madam has gone to the hospital to care for the second young master. Chuan Yi, holding the utensils, momentarily halted, then replied with a faint hm. His expression revealed neither joy nor anger, leaving the butler momentarily perplexed. He recalled Song Qing's instructions before her departure, which caused him to hesitate. Approximately 15 minutes later, Chuan Yi set down the utensils and spoke. Wu Bo, speak your mind. The butler hesitated, then with determination said, Young master. This morning Madam noticed that there was little food prepared for the second young master in the kitchen. She requested that more nourishing meals be prepared. The hospital has indicated that the second young master is recovering well and does not require such strict dietary restrictions. The kitchen is uncertain about how to proceed with his meals. Chuan Yi did not respond immediately. The prolonged silence became somewhat oppressive, and just as the butler felt his legs growing weak, Chuan Yi finally spoke. Since the hospital has stated he can be discharged, then let us make arrangements. The butler exhaled in relief. There is an apartment on Songjiang Road that has been vacant for quite some time. The air there is pleasant. Let us prepare a vehicle to transfer Ji Yunfeng this afternoon. The butler felt 2/3 of his anxiety dissipate, but he swallowed the rest. Does this imply that the second young master will not be returning to the old residence? That would surely infuriate Madam. Chuan Yi cast a casual glance at the butler. Wu Bo, fully aware of his astonishment. The previous conversation was laden with implications, testing his stance on Ji Yunfeng. Perhaps they believed that he had punished Ji Yunfeng sufficiently during his stay in the hospital. that his anger had waned and he would no longer hold a grudge against the foolish actions of Ji Yunfeng. As this thought crossed Ji Chuanyi's mind, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He spoke with a detached demeanor. Wu Bo, you have been by grandfather's side for many years and have watched me grow up, so you should be well aware of your position. Proceed with the arrangements. The butler was taken aback, a look of terror surfacing in his aged eyes. He bowed deeply, his tone reverent. Young master, I understand, and I will not make such a mistake again. Meanwhile, at the private hospital of the Ji family, Song Qing received a call from the butler, conveying Ji Chuanyi's intentions. Did he truly say that? Song Qing was taken aback, her voice laced with anger. The butler's voice remained firm and clear. Madam, I've already sent someone to tidy up the apartment on Songjiang Road. The vehicle should arrive at the hospital in about an hour. Please prepare yourself. Wu Zhong, you still work for the Ji family, and I am still the madam of the Ji family. For now, Ji Hai hold the power in the Ji household. Are you choosing to heed Ji Chuanyi's words over mine? Song Qing gritted her teeth in frustration. After a brief pause, the butler's tone was unwavering, madam. I serve the elder master, and I have done so for many years. This statement effectively severed Song Qing's hopes of swaying him. Indeed, while Ji Hai may hold sway over the Ji family, the elder master still remains, no matter how much Ji Hai disdains Ji Chuanyi. The elder master continues to be a formidable support behind Ji Chuanyi. At present, Ji Chuanyi has only taken charge of a mere 20% of the Ji family's affairs. Yet he has already instilled a sense of crisis in Ji Haixing, prompting his premature return from abroad. Song Qing ended the call, her grip on the phone tightening to the point where her knuckles turned white. Time is of the essence. One Ji Chuanyi is already formidable enough. If Ji Hai returns, she and Feng will have even less chance of success. The Ji family may soon become a place where they no longer find refuge. Mother? Has Ji Chuanyi agreed to let us return home? Song Qing's contemplation was abruptly interrupted by an irate voice. Ji Yunfeng, clad in casual attire, with his unruly hair tied up, glared with a fierce glint in his fox-like eyes. Is he out of his mind? For the sake of a woman, he has kept his own brother confined in a hospital for an entire week? Song Qing, filled with exasperation, scolded him. I was about to ask you if you've lost your senses. Are you really provoking your brother for a woman? One he has discarded. Ji Yunfeng's eyes blazed with fury. Whatever Ji Chuanyi possesses, I will seize for myself. Song Qing slapped his arm, admonishing, enough. Pack your belongings. Someone will come to fetch us shortly. Ji Yunfeng raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Is Ji Chuanyi truly so accommodating this time? Will he really release me in less than a week? Song Qing shot him a glance. You will reside at the apartment on Songjiang Road from now on. Ji Yunfeng quickly grasped the implication, his lips curling into a disdainful smile. Ah, so Ji Chuanyi intends to banish me to the outskirts, does he? Song Qing replied. Your father is returning soon. It's better not to stay at the old residence for peace's sake. During this time, behave yourself and avoid causing any trouble. Meanwhile, Jiang Si, overwhelmed with work, received a call from Bai Chun. She wished she could crawl through the phone line and poison Bai Chun for his incompetence. Is this how you handle my request for assistance? You merely sent a location within the research institute, and now my computer has been tracked by several parties this entire afternoon. To intercept their information, I have been laboring under intense pressure for hours. Bai Chen's voice came from a distance. Ancestor, when are you going to retrieve your child? Jiang Si paused. Child? What child? Bai Chen finally picked up the phone, panting with frustration. What other child could it be? The heir of the Qi family. The custody fee here is not negligible. You owe me for my services. Jiang Si furrowed her brow in confusion, her fingers flying over the keyboard once more. Qi Xing? How did he become your concern? Bai Chen replied. Tisk, TSK, TSK, it seems the wealthy often forget. That night, your dog of a man ordered someone to toss him into the corridor. If my people hadn't been astute enough to bring him back, do you think the next day would have seen merely gossip about you and the Qi heir, without a single photo circulating online? If the child's wet photo were to spread, it would be irrefutable evidence. Jiang Si hesitated, then responded. Has Qi Xing been with you these past few days? Why didn't you mention it during our last call? Bai Qinyu's tone rose, imbued with a hint of allure. It's not the child who refuses to speak. Jiang Si, perplexed, inquired, can we speak of it now? What is the issue? No sooner had the words left her lips than a muffled growl emanated from Bai Chen's side. You are the one who is unwell. Jiang Si paused momentarily, her finger hesitating as she asked uncertainly, "Is Qi Xing with you? At this late hour?" Bai Chun let out a light laugh, her tone deepening Jiang Si's confusion. "In any case, you must swiftly resolve matters with the Ji family and that troublesome younger sister of yours, and bring her back. I am growing old. My back can no longer endure." Chapter 26. Jiang Si, also belonged to the Song family. The following morning, Jiang Si rose at dawn to converse briefly with old Master Ji, then confirmed the elder's health with Wang Lu, who had come to inspect the Ji family. After breakfast, she intended to head to Zicheng to pick up Qi Xing. Upon exiting, she encountered Ji Chuan Yi, who entered his vehicle without casting a glance her way. Despite her reluctance to have any association with him, Jiang Si pondered whether it would be too much to ask for a ride, given that the Ji estate was situated on the hillside in the suburbs. Fortunately, Wang Lu was also leaving. "Teacher, are you heading out? Is it convenient to stop by Zicheng? May I accompany you for a portion of the journey?" Wang Lu nodded eagerly. "Of course, it's on the way." In the distance, Ji Chuan Yi withdrew his gaze from the rearview mirror. Ming Feng, seated in the driver's seat, whispered reports, "Young Master Ji, Dr. Wang seems to have a good rapport with Miss Jiang. He even proactively opened the car door for her." As Ming Feng concluded his statement, his tone changed noticeably. Ji Chuan Yi glanced over and caught sight of Wang Lu bowing respectfully. "Re-examine Jiang Si's dossier," he commanded. Ming Feng, astonished, responded, "Young Master Ji, do you require the record of Miss Jiang's activities in Yanjing over the past 3 years?" Ji Chuan Yi furrowed his brow, his voice low and serious. From the moment she went missing from the Song family until now, every detail, no matter how trivial. Ming Feng inhaled sharply, his heart racing. Though he was unclear as to why young Master Ji had suddenly taken an interest in investigating Miss Jiang, especially with such thoroughness, he had never witnessed this earnest side of Ji Chuan Yi before. At the entrance of Zicheng, Jiang Si spotted Qi Xing, clad in a hooded jacket, sunglasses, and a mask. Once inside the car, she noticed 3 red scratch marks on the right side of Qi Xing's neck and furrowed her brow, lowering her voice to inquire, "What happened? Did you get into a fight?" Zicheng, though a high-end club, was known for its mix of patrons, and disturbances often arose from inebriated individuals. Despite Qi Xing being of a similar age, Jiang Si always regarded him as a junior due to his mentor's position. Qi Xing, irritated, raised his collar to conceal the scratches and muttered, "I was scratched by a cat." Jiang Si, taken aback, asked, "There are cats at Zicheng?" Qi Xing's ears turned crimson. Jiang Si continued, "Tisk, have you met Bai Chen?" With her unpredictable nature, it wouldn't be surprising if she whimsically decided to keep a cat in the office. "Have you been treated for the scratches?" Qi Xing awkwardly replied with a muted affirmation. Jiang Si regarded him merely as a big boy whose pride had been hurt by the cat's scratch, thus feeling somewhat awkward and refraining from further inquiries. Throughout their journey, Qi Xing was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Just before alighting from the vehicle, he managed to ask Jiang Si, "Do you know who Bai Chun is?" At that moment, Jiang Si had just opened the car door and was speaking with the driver, who had been assigned to her by Wang Lu for the day. As Jiang Si instructed him where to wait, the driver did not catch Qi Xing's question. Turning her head, she glanced back at Qi Xing, who was shrouded in the car's shadow. His expression was obscured, but his round eyes were wide open, glistening like those of a golden retriever. "What did you say?" "Zhang San Kueyot." Qi Xing shrugged, his shoulders drooping slightly, and replied, "You must have misheard me. I did not say anything." Jiang Si shot him a strange look before departing a few seconds later. The Star River Hall was bustling that morning. Jiang Si walked ahead, with Qi Xing trailing behind. Xiaozhu had been waiting inside, and quickly dashed over upon seeing Jiang Si. "Sister Jiang, you're here. I've already reported to General Song. And after the morning meeting, she wants to see you in her office." As she spoke, she passed by Qi Xing and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Qi. Qi Xing, with his hat pulled low, hands shoved into his pockets, continued walking without raising his head. Xiaozhu awkwardly raised her hand. Jiang Si furrowed her brow and admonished softly, "Qi Xing, Xiaozhu is greeting you. Return the courtesy." Xiaozhu, realizing the situation, waved her hand dismissively. "Sister Jiang, it's all right. I'm fine." Qi must not have heard. Jiang Si stood her ground, still frowning at Qi Xing. Qi Xing, he visibly stiffened, halting in his tracks, and turned back to face Xiaozhu, his voice low and hesitant. "Good morning." Xiaozhu was taken aback. "Qi, you too." Onlookers in the hall observed this exchange, their expressions filled with surprise. Rumors had circulated about the little tyrant of Star River acquiring a new manager, and many had doubted the truth of these claims. Yet today, they witnessed not mere compliance, but utter submission. With a sigh, Jiang Si spoke earnestly, Qi Xing. Xiaozhu is a good girl. I trust her as your assistant, and in the days to come, you will rely on her often. Treat her like family. Xiaozhu, suddenly praised, straightened her posture, realizing Jiang Si held her in such high regard. The group reached the workspace, and Qi Xing paused at the doorway. Looking at Jiang Si, so, you want to always be by my side? Jiang Si's gaze was clear as she smiled. I am neither your girlfriend nor your mother. Why should I always accompany you? Even if I can look after you during this period, do you expect to depend on me for everything? Do you want me to handle it all for you? With a haughty tilt of his head, Qi Xing pushed the door open and stepped inside. A light and bright voice resonated. Are you taking care of me, or am I supporting you? Don't you have any awareness of your own? Xiaozhu listened intently to their interaction, her face flushed with excitement, as if she were about to compose a lengthy fanfiction. Her eyes suddenly locked onto Jiang Si's gaze. I need to discuss some matters with Song Tianyi. I have a task for you, Jiang Si stated. What is it, Sister Jiang? Currently, you are most familiar with the members of Qi Xing's team. Please organize their profiles and place them on my desk. I shall require them shortly. As she spoke, she patted Xiaozhu's shoulder and added with a smile, most importantly, please append your personal comments at the end of each profile. Personal comments? What purpose do they serve? Xiaozhu inquired. Jiang Si replied, those who genuinely wish to follow Qi Xing can stay, while those who are merely pretending can be excluded from our team. Xiaozhu pondered for over 10 seconds before her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Si. Sister Jiang, does this mean what I think it does? Are we planning to switch teams with Brother Qi? I have heard that the breach fee for Xinghe is substantial. Although Brother Qi is currently embroiled in controversy, he remains a top-tier singer and dancer. President Song will not allow us to leave. Jiang Si's brows furrowed slightly, her eyes gleaming with calculation. She smirked, half smiling, and after a moment, countered Xiaozhu's statement. Who says we are switching teams? I am part of the Song family, and Xinghe belongs to the Song family as well. Where would I go? Xiaozhu's confusion deepened, and she blinked as she asked, then Sister Jiang, what do you mean? Jiang Si crossed her arms, her laughter wild and unrestrained. Xinghe belongs to the Song family, but this song refers to Song Tianyi. Though I do not bear the surname Song, I am nonetheless a member of the Song family. Therefore, why should Xinghe not bear my name? Chapter 27. Did he send her roses? Outside Song Tianyi's office on the top floor of Xinghe, she had just concluded a meeting and was heading towards her office with a group of people when her secretary approached her with a troubled expression. President Song, Miss Jiang has just entered. Song Tianyi was momentarily taken aback. Oh, you mean Jiang Si? With President Song absent from the office, Jiang Si had insisted on entering to wait, and the secretary had been unable to stop her. Now, she was visibly anxious. At Song Tianyi's gesture, the door swung open. The reception sofa was empty, and Song Tianyi paused for a moment before hearing a sound from the desk. Everyone turned to look. Jiang Si lounged casually in the chair, propping her head with one hand, leisurely flipping through a document. Upon hearing movement at the door, she lazily opened her eyes, her bright gaze reflecting indifference. Her demeanor and attitude were quintessentially that of a president. The onlookers gasped, recognizing the tense atmosphere between the two sisters. Song Tianyi's expression darkened, her lips pressed into a thin line betraying her displeasure. She waved her hand dismissively. Everyone, please continue with your work. We shall discuss this later. Once they left and the door closed, isolating them from the curious and excited gazes outside, she recalled that she had communicated to Xiaozhu that after the morning meeting, she would have someone inform her sister to come to the office. At this moment, with no outsiders around, Song Tianyi felt no need to maintain a facade of amiability. After all, Jiang Si had remarked that they were both foxes from the same mountain, rendering any pretense of innocence unnecessary. As she spoke, she moved to the tea station to brew a fresh pot of tea. By the office desk, Jiang Si tossed aside the documents in her hand and looked at Song Tianyi, inquiring, why didn't you approve the documents that Xiaozhu sent yesterday? Song Tianyi, unperturbed by Jiang Si occupying her seat, gracefully settled by the tea station and sipped her tea, responding, Sister, you've never worked in a formal company, so you're unaware of the procedures in large corporations. Such documents cannot be approved with just my nod. An internal meeting is required to discuss the feasibility of the proposal. It won't be settled in less than 10 days or 2 weeks. Jiang Si chuckled, her gaze fixed on Song Tianyi, laced with pointed sarcasm. Song Tianyi's expression darkened. Frustrated, she retorted, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at you for so grandly proclaiming your inadequacies." Jiang Si stood up, seizing another document from the table and tossing it in front of Song Tianyi. "I never expected you to genuinely undertake this task." Song Tianyi abruptly rose, exclaiming, "Don't push it too far. Xinghe still listens to me." Jiang Si wore an enigmatic smile. Unable to decipher its meaning, Song Tianyi instinctively recoiled from the document Jiang Si had offered. Did she really think she could redefine Qi Xing's developmental trajectory through her own proposal and turn the tides? Jiang Si, with her lack of formal education, what kind of proposal could she possibly craft? Without even glancing at the document, Song Tianyi sent it directly into the shredder. Now, she was being presented with another one to approve. How audacious! Just yesterday, Jiang Si had refused to give her any leeway in front of brother Ji from the Ji family. Song Tianyi resolved to show Jiang Si a bit of her own color. After all, who truly held the reins in the Song family? Jiang Si observed her leisurely, tilting her chin as she advised, "I suggest you take a look and sign it. Otherwise, in half an hour, this document will be placed before Song Qinggong. At that point, you will have no voice at this negotiation table." Song Tianyi wanted to argue, but deep down, she knew Jiang Si spoke the truth. Suppressing her simmering anger, she perused the document, her skepticism growing. Halfway through, she couldn't help but ask Jiang Si, "Did brother Ji have someone help you with this proposal?" Jiang Si let out a scoff from her chest, not answering. Song Tianyi quickly finished her scan and had to admit that the strategy outlined in the proposal was exceptional, capable of orchestrating a remarkable comeback for Qi Xing, potentially elevating him to even greater heights. However, when her gaze reached the final page, the fury she had just quelled surged back. She exclaimed in disbelief, "You intend to separate Qi Xing from Xinghe? What absurd proposal gives you the confidence that I would agree to this?" Jiang Si lifted her eyelids, casting a fleeting glance at Song Tianyi. "I'm not here to consult you. I merely wish to inform you." Song Tianyi clenched her teeth and replied, "I will approve the proposal, and the future trajectory of Qixing will adhere to the suggestions outlined herein. However, you must assume full responsibility for Qixing. No one from Xinghe can interfere or meddle in its affairs. This I cannot accept." Jiang Si smirked coldly. "Take a look at the budget." Song Tianyi shot her a fierce glare, swiftly flipping to the final page, her eyes scanning the figures. The fingers gripping the document began to tremble slightly. Jiang Si glanced at her, speaking nonchalantly. "If you are willing to invest several million in Qixing's branding, then consider the subsequent conditions as unspoken." With that remark, a hint of derision flickered in Jiang Si's eyes. For Song Tianyi's account held not a single cent. Jiang Si. Song Tianyi inhaled deeply, casting a frigid stare at Jiang Si, enunciating each word, "I do not agree." Jiang Si shrugged indifferently, withdrawing the document from Song Tianyi's grasp. "Then I shall have no choice but to seek out Song Qinggong." Song Tianyi growled, "You are intent on making Xinghe entirely yours. Father will never consent." Jiang Si turned her profile towards her, illuminated by the light behind her, appearing almost ethereal. "Song Tianyi, do not be so naive. Song Qinggong is a businessman, and businessmen pursue profit. Xinghe will not sever ties with the Song family merely because it has a new head. Qixing is poised to become a leading multi-talented artist. Have you calculated the potential benefits it could bring to the Song family in a year?" Song Tianyi's complexion shifted from crimson to ashen. The projected profit from the crafted Qixing was all too predictable, causing her to panic. "Wait," Song Tianyi interjected, "I accept your terms. However, you can only establish a small subsidiary within Xinghe. You may have full autonomy over Qixing's collaborations, but all financial transactions must go through Xinghe." Jiang Si smiled, nodding. "Agreed." Backlit by the light, Song Tianyi failed to notice the mocking glimmer in Jiang Si's eyes, regarding her as a hunter observing its unwitting prey ensnared in a trap. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. With an uneasy expression, Song Tianyi called, "Come in." A secretary timidly peeked through the door, relieved to find no signs of struggle or hair pulling within the room. "President Song, someone has sent you a bouquet of roses, specifically requesting your signature for receipt. Shall I bring it into the office?" Song Tiandi's features softened immediately, a triumphant gleam flashing in her eyes as she glanced at Jiang Si. After smoothing her hair and adjusting her appearance, she said, "Let them in." As Jiang Si took the signed document and prepared to exit, she brushed past a middle-aged man carrying a large bouquet of roses. In that fleeting moment, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Song Tiandi's delighted voice rang out behind her. "Brother Ji, truly send me flowers? And they are my favorite red roses. Thank you for your hard work, Master Tian." Jiang Si suddenly recalled, "Oh, Tian Yong, he's the driver for the Ji family." Chapter 28. Speaking indifferently, yet the body reveals the truth. At the top office of the Ji Corporation, Ming Feng knocked on the door before entering. "Young Master Ji, the items have been delivered." Chuan Yi acknowledged with a grunt. Ming Feng hesitated, finally expressing, "Young Master, I previously failed to understand why Miss Song specifically requested you to deliver a bouquet of flowers as a token of gratitude and insisted it be sent to the company. Tian Yong just returned and reported a situation that has clarified my understanding." Chuan Yi continued to review documents, his expression composed, seemingly oblivious to Ming Feng's words. Ming Feng continued, "Miss Jiang was at Xinghe when Tian Yong delivered the flowers and happened to encounter her." Chuan Yi's pen momentarily paused. Ming Feng cautiously inquired, "Young Master, do you need me to explain the situation to Miss Jiang?" Chuan Yi set down his pen, massaged his temples, and in a somewhat hoarse voice asked, "Have we made dinner reservations?" Ming Feng was taken aback, quickly realizing that Chuan Yi was referring to the earlier arrangement to make amends for Miss Song's displeasure at the Ji residence the previous day, which prompted her request for flowers. The bouquet, harvested from a foreign estate, was worth several tens of thousands. And Ming Feng believed it was only natural for a woman to adore beauty, flowers, and wealth. Thus, he had also obliged Miss Song Tian Yi's request for young Master Ji to accompany her for dinner that evening. Ming Feng replied, "It's a popular new restaurant, and I've reserved the entire venue." Chuan Yi nodded, suddenly rising. "Let's go." "Ah, where to?" Ming Feng asked. Chuan Yi cast him a disapproving glance, the darkness of his eyes reflecting clear displeasure. "Didn't I mention going for dinner?" Ming Feng was taken aback, recalling that the reservation was indeed for the evening. However, Chuan Yi had already exited the office, evidently opting to advance the dinner to midday. Ming Feng promptly pulled out his phone, urgently adjusting the plans. After over half an hour, the car halted outside Xinghe. Ming Feng turned to Chuan Yi in the back seat, tentatively asking, "Young Master, should I invite Miss Song?" Chuan Yi set aside his work laptop and glanced out the window. At this hour, the lobby was relatively empty. "I'll go up myself." Ming Feng sensed something amiss. Young Master specifically arrived at this time. Could be to intercept Miss Jiang? Before he could contemplate further, Chuan Yi strode forward, entering the doors of Xinghe with long strides, prompting Ming Feng to hasten after him. Numerous onlookers cast glances at the pair. Chuan Yi possessed a physique rivaling that of a model. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, accompanied by an air of distinguished aloofness, unmistakably embodying the essence of a noble scion. The mere presence of such a figure within Xinghe was akin to dropping a torpedo into a tranquil stream. By the time he reached the top floor, the internal company groups were already abuzz with chatter. Jiang Si playfully tapped Xia Zhu's head, her expression stern. "What are you distracted by? Have you organized the materials?" Xia Zhu set down her phone, her lips pursed in a display of grievance. "Young Yi, I'll take care of it right away." Beside them, Qi Xing lay sprawled on the sofa like a languid fish, listlessly fiddling with his phone. Suddenly, he let out a sharp cry, sitting upright with an expression of sheer disbelief. Jiang Si rubbed her ears and shot him a glare. "Qi Xiaoxing, if you're so bored, just get out. Don't disturb us here." No sooner had she spoken than Qi Xing sprang to his feet, his face contorted with fury as he stormed out. Jiang Si sensed something amiss and admonished, "Where are you going?" Ignoring her, he stormed off, his anger palpable, as if he were ready to wield a knife against an unseen enemy. Oh no, Chica must have seen the messages in the group. Xia Zhu realized. Panic etched across her features. Jiang Si, puzzled, asked what messages. Xia Zhu swiftly navigated her phone, opening WeChat to reveal a plethora of internal groups from Xinghe, all simultaneously buzzing with updates. Jiang Si furrowed her brow, a sense of irritation creeping in. Xia Zhu opened one of the groups, explaining, "Before you arrived, Jiang Jia, Chigo was embroiled in public controversy. coupled with his resistance to the company's decision to keep him under wraps for a while to quell the online uproar. He had been at odds with the higher-ups. At the end of last month, rumors circulated that the leadership was scouting a newcomer with exemplary qualifications, intending to mold them in the image of Qi Ji's meteoric rise. Jiang Si's brow knitted tighter, her heart sinking in understanding. What newcomer? It was simply a matter of Qi Xing being mired in controversy and uncooperative. They sought a more compliant replacement. Xiaozhu lowered her voice originally. This was just baseless gossip. But after you took over Qi Gu, no one saw that rumored newcomer. So we all thought it was merely a fabrication by some envious nobody. However, someone just mentioned downstairs a newcomer has reported for duty. And the person who said this is a trusted aide of Jia. Jiang Si narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms. Though Xiaozhu did not elaborate further, the implications were abundantly clear. Aide, the top agent of Xinghe, had a voice that, in many respects, represented Song Tianyi. And now, a newcomer appeared downstairs, right on cue. It was no wonder the various groups within Xinghe were in an uproar. A newcomer? Jiang Si's lips curled into a slight smirk as she regarded Xiaozhu with interest. Extending her hand, "You mentioned there is a photo?" "Yes," Xiaozhu responded. "Let me see what this so-called exemplary newcomer looks like." As Jiang Si took Xiaozhu's phone and enlarged the picture, her eyes sparkled with surprise. Xiaozhu bit her lip, tentatively inquiring, "So, Jiang Jia, what do you think? Is it satisfactory?" She had already expressed herself quite delicately. Upon opening the high-definition photograph, she was taken aback at first glance. Although she had been working in the realm of Star River, surrounded by charming beauties and handsome men for 3 years, she had long since ceased to judge by appearances. Yet, this man, with both his demeanor and visage, surpassed anyone in Star River. Such a newcomer made Qi's appeal pale in comparison, if the newcomer excelled in all respects. What place would Qi have in Star River in the future? The more Xiaozhu pondered, the more anxious she became. "Sister Jiang, we must descend quickly. Qi must be fuming after seeing those comparisons with the newcomer. What if something goes awry?" Jiang Si stood up and stretched leisurely, replying, "Indeed, if we don't head down soon, trouble may ensue." Hearing Jiang Si's words, Xiaozhu's delicate face turned ashen. Surely Qi won't resort to violence against the newcomer? Jiang Si, walking towards the exit, waved her hand dismissively and confidently replied, "Not at all." Xiaozhu sighed in relief. But before she could fully relax, she heard Jiang Si continue. "He will be the one on the receiving end. We must hurry, otherwise there won't be a body left for Qi to pick up." As she reached the elevator, she turned her head slightly, a cold smile gracing her lips, her tone tinged with exasperation. "Fear not. That man is not a newcomer. Our Qi is still the most beautiful flower in Star River." Chapter 29. My master will be heartbroken. Xiaozhu observed the WeChat group, reporting on Qi's whereabouts. "Sister Jiang, the group says Qi is outside President Song's office." The most exquisite flower of Star River was being held against the wall, hands pinned behind him. "G-Dog, if you have the guts, face me one-on-one. Calling for help is not the mark of a true hero." Jiang Si noted that Ming Feng had already spotted her. Glancing at Chuan Yi standing nearby, and at the latter's gesture, released Qi. Qi, furious, attempted to charge at Chuan Yi, only to be halted by Jiang Si, who grasped his collar. "What are you doing? Calm down." A crisp voice rang from behind, and Qi's seething rage subsided somewhat. He turned, his eyes now a fiery red, filled with suppressed anger and indignation. "Jiang Si, this scoundrel is bullying you, isn't he? Why are you stopping me? I want to teach him a lesson for your sake. Those blind fools from the Song family don't know how to protect you. Do you have no one behind you?" Jiang Si was taken aback, gazing into Qi's shining eyes. Now, brimming with tears, she felt a wave of emotion, realizing that the little brat who once trailed behind her had grown up and was now ready to stand up for her. Although she had her suspicions when Qi charged forward, hearing him voice such sentiments warmed her once proud heart. She smiled, her lips curving upward, her eyes sparkling with starlight. It was a sincere smile, devoid of any impurities. "Qi, how old are you? Do you realize you look like a kindergarten child throwing a tantrum?" Her voice was gentle, imbued with a clear note of coaxing. At that moment, Chuan Yi's fingertips trembled slightly, as if the pent-up restlessness within him dissipated, enveloped by a sentiment known as bittersweetness. "I am merely indignant, Jiang Si. Do you have any inkling of how many hearts you hold dear?" He thought. "How many dares to wrong you? If my master were to find out, how heartbroken he would be. Qi Xing was calmed by Jiang Si's gentle voice, her earlier fury subdued. Pouting, she spoke with a tone of considerable grievance. Jiang Si cast a glance at Chuan Yi, who suddenly froze upon meeting her warm, smiling gaze. A voice within him clamored, "Do not let her speak of it, please." Yet, Chuan Yi's countenance remained as serene as a still lake, his indifferent, dark eyes betraying no emotion. Jiang Si replied, "Indeed, I am cherished by many, hence I have long ceased to endure grievances. Qi Xiaoxing, why allow unnecessary individuals to sway you? Come, let us organize the materials. We have much to attend to." Unnecessary individuals? Chuan Yi felt a sudden tightening in his chest. He narrowed his eyes slightly, fixating on Jiang Si. As anger churned beneath his calm exterior, Jiang Si guided Qi Xing away, who raised a fist towards Chuan Yi, silently mouthing 3 words. Wait for it. From a moment Jiang Si appeared until her departure, she merely bestowed a tranquil glance upon Chuan Yi, not even inquiring about his purpose at Xinghe. Enveloped suddenly by bitterness and restlessness, Chuan Yi released a low-pressure sigh. "Young Master Ji, Miss Song's office is just ahead." As the words fell, Chuan Yi strode purposefully towards the exit. Ming Feng glanced between the office not far off and Chuan Yi's retreating figure, saying to his secretary, "No need to report to President Song." The secretary, bewildered after witnessing the dramatic scene, struggled to regain composure. Nodding, she retrieved her phone and began furiously typing. "Hey ladies, he.s. leaving, he.s. leaving." The handsome guy is accompanied by a bodyguard, and that bodyguard is incredibly skilled. He just subdued that unruly little tyrant in an instant. What a battlefield. Thank goodness the office has good soundproofing, or else President Song would know there's a brawl outside her office. I doubt I'll need to come in tomorrow, but that guy is so handsome. He looks even more striking when angry. I saw him descending with an air of menace. I wonder if he's chasing after Miss Jiang. If the girls downstairs encounter him, remember to live stream it. Downstairs, Jiang Si instructed Xiaozhu, who had just exited the elevator, take him to the lounge to freshen up. He hardly resembles an idol in this state. Xiaozhu, still dazed from the earlier scene, replied, Okay. Qi Xing, her eyes red-rimmed, hands in her pockets, glanced at Jiang Si and huffed. You yourself said you wouldn't associate with that dog of a man. Next month, Master will conclude his overseas filming and return home. I have already informed him that you are in Yanjing, and he will undoubtedly rush over the first opportunity. Jiang Si was momentarily taken aback. A voice echoing in her mind, the man smiling gently. Little girl, if I do not cherish you, whom shall I cherish? In my eyes, you Jiang Si are not one among many, but the only one. Is Shun Kuo coming back? Jiang Si stood in place for a long time. So long that Chuan Yi had been in front of her for over 10 seconds without her responding. Jiang Si, who are you thinking about? Came a cold voice, filled with an unexpected edge. Jiang Si regained her composure and met a pair of dark, penetrating eyes. She frowned. Chuan Yi? Chuan Yi narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and imposing. Who are you thinking about? Jiang Si took a step back, creating distance between them, and scoffed. Why are you so concerned? Do I need to report to you about my thoughts? Who are you to me? Chuan Yi suddenly erupted with a low pressure. Who is Qi Xing's master? At that moment, Ming Feng, who had just caught up, paused. It turned out that Ji Xiao was so agitated because he was concerned about the master who cared for Miss Jiang, as mentioned by Qi Xing. Jiang Si narrowed her eyes in reply. It has nothing to do with you. If I am not mistaken, Ji Xiao is here to find Song Tianyi, right? President Song's office is no longer on this floor, and it's already lunchtime. If this drags on, it will ruin the auspicious moment. With flowers sent and a personal visit, any delay could jeopardize everything. Chuan Yi fixed his gaze on her and said after a moment, Yesterday, due to my mother's mismanagement, Tian Yi felt wronged. The flowers are an apology. Jiang Si shrugged indifferently. If Ji Xiao loves to send flowers, then send them. To whom and how many is none of my concern. Suddenly, Chuan Yi stepped forward and grasped Jiang Si's hand, gently pulling her toward the elevator. What are you doing? Let go, came a cold voice. Chuan Yi replied nonchalantly. Don't you want to know why I came to Song's? I'm here to find you and take you out for a meal. Last night, my grandfather booked a restaurant and asked me to bring you along, needing you to take a photo to reassure him. He continued walking briskly, his steps swift and purposeful. Ming Feng, who had retreated to the side, twitched at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, what he said was not wrong. Ji Xiao was here to intercept Miss Jiang. A meal is a meal, but he never said it was to pick up Miss Song. He hurriedly took out his phone to make urgent adjustments to the restaurant's arrangements. Jiang Si remained skeptical. Grandfather? Ji Chuan Yi glanced at her, his demeanor relaxed. If you doubt it, you can call to inquire. Just then, Jiang Si's phone rang. Chapter 30. It's over, brother. You have fallen in love. Jiang Si glanced at her phone. It was an unlisted number, yet she could recite the digits from memory. In that instant, Jiang Si froze, a hint of confusion crossing her face. She looked like a high school student caught sneaking out at night, having received a life-or-death call from her parents. Ji Chuan Yi frowned, instinctively sensing something was amiss with the call. Not answering, Jiang Si regained her composure, covering one side of her phone screen, and coldly replied, "It has nothing to do with you." Ji Chuan Yi suddenly snatched her phone away, stating, "Perfect timing. Let us call grandfather to verify that the restaurant reservation was indeed made by him." Ji Chuan Yi, give it back to me. Ji Chuan Yi, tall and long-limbed, held the phone aloft, while Jiang Si, standing straight, could only grasp his wrist. The phone's ringing had ceased. Ji Chuan Yi snorted, relieved it was hung up quickly. He felt it inappropriate to call back in Jiang Si's presence. In the next moment, a sharp pain surged through his lower back. As he instinctively bent over, Jiang Si swiftly leapt up, seizing her phone and glaring at him with hostility. "I don't need to verify the restaurant matter. I don't intend to dine with you at all. I will explain to grandfather." Jiang Si. Ji Chuan Yi was in such pain that he could barely open his eyes, feeling his legs weaken. He leaned against the elevator handrail, coldly fixing his gaze on Jiang Si. "Stop." The elevator reached the ground floor, the doors opened, and without leaving a glance behind, Jiang Si turned and departed. She sought out a secluded corner, hesitated for a moment, then called back the number she had just dialed. The phone rang once before being answered. Neither spoke, and after a prolonged silence, a sigh was heard from the other end, followed by a gentle voice tinged with helplessness and affection. "My dear, it has been 3 years. Have you calmed down?" That night, on the most bustling street of Yanjing, at the Hui Sai bar, Bai Shiyan entered, carrying drinks, and nodded towards Lu Lin, asking, "What has our Ji Xiao been up to?" "Pining for the past." Lu Lin shrugged, taking the drinks with a huff. "He actively invited us out for drinks. I turned down 18 invitations to rush here, and this rascal has left me hanging for over half an hour." Ji Chuan Yi cast a cold glance at Lu Lin, threatening him, "If you're bored, you can leave." Lu Lin immediately cowered. No, Jiga, isn't accompanying you the priority? What troubles you? Speak up. Let us lighten the mood. Ji Chuan Yi, Lu Lin, and Bai Shiyan had grown up together. Lu Lin, the most easygoing of the trio, accustomed to jesting, had abruptly been summoned by Ji Chuan Yi for drinks, leading him to abandon the internet celebrity he had painstakingly pursued, racing in his flashy car to Bai Shiyan's bar. "It seems Jiga is clearly heartbroken." Lu Lin took a sip, crossing his legs cheerfully. "It shouldn't be. The past love has faded, and the new flame is flourishing. Let me guess, is it that little sister from the Song family who is somewhat elusive?" Bai Shiyan rolled his eyes, signaling Lu Lin to tone it down. Ji Chuan Yi retorted, "Aren't you busy pursuing that internet celebrity? Do you have time to focus on me?" "Oh." Lu Lin raised an eyebrow. "So Ji Xiao is feeling jealous?" Ji Chuan Yi dismissed him with a glance, turning to Bai Shiyan and inquiring, "What is your brother up to lately?" Bai Shiyan paused in his drink mixing. "Brother?" It is hardly surprising that he was momentarily dazed. The Bai family has an abundance of sons, with at least 7 or 8 unacknowledged ones raised outside. Ji Chuan Yi has never been one to involve himself in the trivial matters of his family, so when the question arose so suddenly, Bai Shiyan was utterly bewildered. Lu Lin licked his lips and chuckled. "Bai Chun, your eldest brother, has recently been embroiled in a scandal with his ex-sister-in-law, having quite the affair." Bai Shiyan cast a dubious glance at Ji Chuan Yi, reflecting for a moment before saying, "Him? What else could he be doing? He spends his days immersed in Zicheng, often absent from home for weeks on end." He paused and continued, "As for the rumors, Ji Xiao, you know our siblings well. Who among them is ever settled? Today it's a scandal with some little celebrity. Tomorrow it'll be a crush on a certain internet sensation." Lu Lin, feeling irked, retorted, "You can say whatever you want, but don't look at me like that. I'm not one of your brothers." Ji Chuan Yi disregarded their bickering and inquired, "Does he want that piece of land from Ani?" Bai Shiyan contemplated for a moment before responding, "It seems that way. They say it's a prime location, ideal for constructing a racetrack." Ji Chuan Yi suddenly fell silent, his narrowed eyes causing Bai Shiyan's heart to skip a beat. Lu Lin bit into an apple and remarked, "Hey, what is going on? From your tone, it sounds like you intend to compete with that scoundrel brother of Little Bai for the land." Bai Shiyan knocked Lu Lin's leg with a bottle, saying, "Get lost, you little Bai." Chuan Yi replied, "Just asking." Lu Lin shot a glare at Bai Shiyan and scoffed, "We've all known each other since we were kids. There's no need to speak nonsense. With that sour expression of yours, at least 2 listed companies in Yinjing will go bankrupt tomorrow." Chuan Yi cast a dispassionate glance at him, his lips pressed together. Lu Lin pointed at him. "Yes, that expression. Look, little Bai, your brother has managed to provoke Ji Xiao." Bai Shiyan cautiously asked, "Do you have other plans for that land?" Chuan Yi took a sip of his drink without answering. After a long pause, he tugged at his tie with effort. Lazily reclining on the sofa, his voice deepened by the alcohol. "The land is quite good. I plan to build a horse farm." Bai Shiyan and Lu Lin exchanged glances. Lu Lin chuckled, his expression one of certainty. "See, little Bai, it's hopeless. You'd better prepare for your brother's future." "But wait, you're a distinguished CEO, and he's merely a reckless second-generation heir. Bai Chun has always known how to protect himself. Otherwise, how could he have survived in Zicheng until the age of 28? If he has somehow angered Ji, could it really be due to rumors about his ex-sister-in-law?" Upon this analysis, Lu Lin suddenly slapped his thigh. Incredulity etched on his face as he exclaimed, "What the hell? What is going on? You're not thinking of rekindling old flames, are you? Have you regretted it? Surely not. There are countless lovely flowers in the world. And isn't the little sister from the Song family delightful? Is there truly no other young lady in Yinjing who captivates your interest? Have you actually developed a fondness for that cold, humorless girl, Jiang Si? You can't possibly be considering remarrying, can you?" Chuan Yi shot him a piercing glare. Lu Lin felt a chilling sensation creep down his back, an unsettling anxiety surging within him. Chuan Yi remarked nonchalantly, "Lu Lin, are you courting death?" A sudden thought struck Lu Lin. It was over. His brother had fallen into the throes of love and had begun to speak insincerely. Chapter 31. Miss Jiang met with a car accident at that moment. The door to the private room was forcefully pushed open. Ming Feng hurried in, his expression fraught with tension. "Young Master Ji, Miss Jiang has been in a car accident." The motion of Chuan Yi swirling his wine glass halted abruptly, his pupils constricting in alarm. Ming Feng continued, "Fortunately, Miss Jiang was alert. She instructed the driver to swerve at the last moment. However, despite her quick thinking, the car still crashed into the roadside guardrail, resulting in significant damage. She has already been taken to the central hospital." Before Chuan Yi could respond, Lu Lin rolled his eyes and interjected, "What's the fuss? Just go to the hospital. If you wish to know the current situation, simply make a phone call. Why bother reporting this to our dear Ji?" He smirked. "Ming Feng, do you know how much Ji pays you monthly? Is the workload not enough? Why not come to me? It's far more relaxed here than being at his side." Before Lu Lin could finish his teasing, he was met with Chuan Yi's frosty glare. Ming Feng, maintaining a stoic demeanor, explained, "Young Master Lu, there has been a call from home. The old master was inquiring why Miss Jiang has not returned home at this late hour. If it does not receive a satisfactory answer, he may very well call young Master Ji for clarification." He turned to Chuan Yi, suggesting, "Young Master Ji, to avoid further inquiries from the old master, shall we visit the hospital to check on Miss Jiang? If she is unharmed, we can bring her back to the old residence, which would surely ease the old master's mind." Ming Feng was a man of remarkable tact. After making his suggestion, even Bai Shiyan cast him an appreciative glance, chuckling as he remarked to Chuan Yi, "I must say, the people around you are quite appealing, even to me." Chuan Yi rose, straightening his collar and cuffs, tossing an unopened bottle of beer to Bai Shiyan. His voice, low and resonant, replied, "Unfortunately, you cannot have him." With that, he stepped outside. Lu Lin, unfazed, called out, "Are we really going to the hospital? To see the ex-wife?" Chuan Yi's cold voice echoed back, "To report to the old master." As his figure disappeared at the door, Lu Lin rolled his eyes at Bai Shiyan and asked, "Do you believe that?" Bai Shiyan laughed and shook his head. In the hospital's surgical ward on the 12th floor, the imposing Chuan Yi encountered Bai Chun, who was carrying takeout in one hand and slippers in the other. Chuan Yi, dismissive, intended to bypass Bai Chun and head towards the patient rooms. Bai Chun, however, stepped in front of him, arching an eyebrow and teasingly inquired, "What brings young Master Ji to this humble abode?" He adopted an air of carefree arrogance typical of a spoiled rich kid. Chuan Yi felt a throbbing at his temples. "Step aside," he commanded coldly. Even Bai Chun felt a shiver run through him at the intensity of Ji's presence. What a formidable man! Bai Chun, with a steely resolve, declared, "I am aware of your purpose here. Jiang Si is currently resting and is not receiving visitors." Chuan Yi narrowed his eyes at Bai Chun, the corners of his lips curling into a faint, sardonic smile. Ming Feng interjected, "Young Master Bai, the elder of the Ji family is aware of Miss Zhang's incident and has specifically instructed young Master Ji to bring her home," implicitly challenging Bai Chun with the notion of who the true outsider was. Bai Chun raised an eyebrow, clearly catching the underlying meaning of the statement, and scoffed. "Oh? If my memory serves me correctly, over a month ago, the Ji family expelled Jiang Si from their home. Now you wish to bring her back? Which home do you refer to?" Chuan Yi's brow furrowed, a palpable aura of menace emanating from his dark eyes. "Not returning to the Ji family, but instead to the Bai residence?" Bai Chun chuckled softly. "I would welcome that. However, Jiang Si has no inclination to comply." A look of astonishment crossed Ming Feng's face. Although Bai Chun was notorious for his unruliness within the Bai family, he was still a member of that family. The fact that Chuan Yi had rejected her meant that no one in Yinjing would dare associate with Jiang Si. Bai Chen's audacity to stir up rumors with her was indeed audacious. Whispers circulated in their circle, suggesting that Jiang Si, unwilling to remain in the shadows, had shamelessly pursued Bai Chun. Now, Bai Chen's declaration cast doubt on those rumors. Was it he who was pursuing Miss Jiang? The more Ming Feng pondered, the more uneasy he became, casting furtive glances at Chuan Yi's expression. Bai Chun shrugged nonchalantly. "If you wish to come, then do so. But do not blame me for the warning. Jiang Si is currently in a foul mood, and she might resort to violence. If you are unafraid of being struck, then feel free to assert that you are here to take her back to the Ji family." His confidence was unwavering. Yet Chuan Yi sensed that Bai Chen's audacity stemmed entirely from a puzzling confidence in Jiang Si. This unspoken bond between them ignited a fire within Chuan Yi. The corridor led to 2 VIP rooms. Bai Chun pushed open the left door and called out, "Jiang Si, your ex-husband is here." The phrase ex-husband lingered playfully on his tongue. Chuan Yi entered, finding Jiang Si reclining on the hospital bed, engrossed in her phone. The room was a suite, fully equipped, even attended by a nurse. Everything appeared in order, which only fueled Chuan Yi's burgeoning anger. He stood at the door, his gaze locking onto Jiang Si's. "Come with me," he commanded, his tone cold and authoritative. Jiang Si met his gaze with a look of disdain. "Bai Chun, why do you keep ushering everyone into the room? Shouldn't we impose a no-entry for outsiders rule for you as well?" Bai Chun lounged comfortably on the sofa, speaking with familiarity. "Oh, come now. This is a public space. We all take our separate paths. Young Master Ji just happened to follow me in here. I certainly did not lead him." Chuan Yi swallowed hard, suppressing the agitation rising within him. He took a couple of steps forward, studying Jiang Si, whose complexion appeared pale, yet thankfully showed no signs of serious distress. "Were you injured? Is it severe?" Jiang Si smiled, her expression distant and polite. "It's nothing serious, just a minor scrape from not paying attention to the distance while driving." Chuan Yi wanted to refute her, thinking, what minor scrape? He had seen the photographs from the scene and the investigation report when he arrived. The car opposite had charged forward at a red light, clearly targeting Jiang Si's vehicle, which was also waiting at the signal. As Ming Feng had previously mentioned, had it not been for Jiang Si's vigilance in swerving at the last moment, she would not be sitting here intact to mock him. Something tugged at Chuan Yi's heart. His fingers twitched, and he considered reaching out to stroke Jiang Si's head. Jiang Si suddenly interrupted him. "By the way, Grandpa Ji called me. I told him I would be resting at a friend's house tonight. If Grandpa Ji inquires about you, please respond in the same manner, Ji shall." Chuan Yi's throat felt a bit tight, and, after a long pause, he replied with a single word, "Okay." He added, "The hospital affiliated with the Ji family offers better services than here. I'll have Ming Feng arrange for your transfer." Jiang Si declined. "No need to trouble Ji shall. I'm quite comfortable here." Bai Chun lifted his gaze from the takeout, mumbling, "Stop fussing. This girl is lucky and will be fine. Just one night of observation, and she'll be discharged tomorrow. Transferring hospitals can be quite troublesome. She needs rest now." Jiang Si glared at Bai Chun. "I'm a patient. Can you refrain from eating spicy hot pot in front of me?" Her tone was indignant, her words laced with genuine emotion. In that instant, Chuan Yi was enveloped in a low-pressure atmosphere. Watching the stark contrast between Jiang Si's demeanor towards him and her interaction with Bai Chun, a subtle ache blossoming in his heart. Jiang Si, Chapter 32. The timely arrival of Song Tian Yi's sister. Are you all right? A figure hurriedly entered from outside, flustered. Upon meeting Jiang Si's gaze, they sighed in relief after a few seconds. Song Tian Yi's expression was exaggerated. Thank goodness you're fine. Jiang Si's face darkened as she regarded her. I received a call saying you were in a car accident, which frightened me. Song Tian Yi smiled, her cheeks flushed from running, tiny beads of sweat glistening at her nose. She looked at Chuan Yi with slight surprise. Jigo, you're here too? Chuan Yi lowered his eyes slightly, reining in the emotions that had previously surged, responding with a soft, He turned his gaze back to Jiang Si, who lay calmly against the bed, seemingly uninterested in his unfinished remarks. His expression darkened as he turned to leave. Song Tian Yi widened her eyes, appearing somewhat innocent. Did I interrupt Go and my sister? Jiang Si remained silent, while Bai Chun, having finished the last spoonful of soup, sprawled on the sofa, scoffing. Don't you know to knock before entering? Whether you're interrupting or not is secondary. Just standing there is quite bothersome. Song Tian Yi's eyes reddened as she spoke. Feeling aggrieved, how can you speak like that? I'm just worried about Jiang Si. I got a bit anxious. Bai Chun rolled his eyes. The nurse entered from outside, saying, I apologize, but the patient needs to rest. Family members may leave if there's nothing urgent. Just one may stay. Chuan Yi turned to leave, casting a fleeting glance at Bai Chun. Bai Chun felt a chill run down his spine. Ming Feng, standing to the side, respectfully bowed to Jiang Si, saying, Miss Jiang, please take care of yourself. I will have someone follow up on the aftermath of the incident, and I will contact you once there are results. He then turned to Song Tiandi and added, Miss Song, Miss Jiang requires rest. Let us take our leave for now. Song Tiandi nodded and gently smiled, saying, Sister, please rest well. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Before departing, she glanced at Bai Chun. To be honest, she had never seen Bai Chun before today. Although they belonged to the same social circle, Song Tiandi was a celebrated socialite adored by many, while Bai Chun was regarded with disdain by those refined women as a frivolous young master. Song Tiandi looked down upon any association with him. Having seen him today, she could not help but think he was rather unrefined. The young masters she mingled with would never be found wearing slippers while indulging in street food. There was a glimmer of pride and disdain in her eyes. Once people had distanced themselves, Jiang Si remarked, believe me, by tomorrow, the upper echelons of Yanjing will have twice as many negative tales regarding you. Bai Chun scoffed, do you think I, Bai Shao, would be afraid of mere rumors? She gestured towards the door, commenting, yet your cheap sister arrived rather swiftly. Jiang Si lowered her gaze, a flicker of malice evident in her eyes. Bai Chun remarked, it is understandable that Chuan Yi arrived quickly. After all, he is close to you. If anything were to happen to you, it would be suspicious if he did not come promptly. But your cheap sister, Jiang Si interjected, it likely isn't her. Bai Chun raised an eyebrow. Oh, Jiang Si asserted, I just discussed a highly lucrative collaboration with her. She will be eager for me to face misfortune, as her bank balance will remain at zero for a considerable time, or worse, could even dip into negative figures. Bai Chun responded with a nonchalant hum. Jiang Si closed her book and turned to her, saying, even if it's not her, she is still connected. Her visit today was to ascertain the extent of my injuries. After all, the panic on her face when she entered was not feigned. Bai Chun began to applaud. Truly, worthy of my nine, even post-divorce, your intellect remains sharp. Jiang Si looked at her, pausing before affirmatively asking, do you have a lead? Bai Chun tossed her phone over, stating, the handling of this incident was rather crude. The driver responsible has been apprehended for drunk driving, so I took it upon myself to investigate. Deep Sea received an order half a month ago. 50,000 for your life. Jiang Si. Bai Chun erupted into laughter. Jiang Si. Someone offered 50,000 for your life. This bounty remained unclaimed for half a month due to the low amount, consistently ranking at the bottom of the reward board. Ahem. I would like to interview you now. As the number one on the Deep Sea reward list and the last place, what are your thoughts at this moment? Jiang Si hurled the book from the bedside, her voice icy as she retorted, Bai Chun, are you implying that I have lived too long? Bai Chun chuckled until his stomach ached, then raised his hands in surrender, saying, all right, No one would ever associate the last-ranked Jiang Si with the top-ranked AGO. However, if those relentless hunters searching for your whereabouts were to discover that the illustrious AGO had been put on a bounty of 500,000, complete with location details, they would surely go mad, wouldn't they? Last month, 2 foreigners received some dubious information suggesting that you had ventured to the desert of Fei country to study temples. They're still lost in that desert. Bai Chen's eyes glinted with a fierce light as he continued. This is indeed a mistake on my part. I failed to consider that once you reclaimed Jiang Si's identity, the petty-minded Song family would attempt to cast you into the deep sea. When I realized something was amiss, I used the administrator's account, and no one in-house noticed. Jiang Si's information vanished completely from the deep sea, so you can trust me on that. Jiang Si crossed her arms and leaned back against the bed, her voice low and cold. This is your territory. I trust you. Have you found out who it is? Who placed the bounty? Bai Chun shook his head. It will take some time. I dared not delegate this matter to anyone else and could only entrust it to my elder brother. As of now, there is no news. She paused before adding, however, I share your suspicions that this person is connected to Song Tianyi. Rising to his feet, Bai Chun clapped his hands. All right, no need to involve my brother in this. I'm ready to get to work. Jiang Si called out to her, wait. Since arriving in Yinjing, I've kept a low profile and made no enemies. However, if this person bears a grudge against me and is also linked to Song Tianyi, I can think of 2 possible suspects. Go on. The Song family from the Ji clan, particularly Song Qing and Ji Yinfeng, who are part of Song Tianyi's circle. Jiang Si fixed her gaze on her, a glint of frost in her eyes. Investigate these 2 leads, and do so swiftly. I need to know the extent to which my information has been compromised. An aura of chilling intensity enveloped her, her gaze sharp with a hint of menace. It was the very essence of a Geo. In that moment, Bai Chun stood frozen, recalling the legend of that fateful encounter in the rainforest years ago, where she single-handedly confronted 2 rival factions. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she grinned with wild abandon. Got it. I'll look into it at once. Bai Chun approached the door and glanced back. There lay Jiang Si, bathed in the warm glow of sunlight, her exquisite features adorned with a faint smile. Yet, the smile was imbued with an air of coldness, her demeanor exuding an unrestrained arrogance. The divine had never departed. She had merely tempered her brilliance. Chapter 33. Let us get engaged, Brother Ji. Song Tianyi hurriedly caught up with Ji Chuan Yi, cautiously studying his expression, her face etched with concern. Are you all right? Did my sister say something to upset you? Ji Chuan Yi pressed his fingers to his temples, suppressing the agitation within, and with a barely perceptible sigh, he turned to her, saying, where are you headed? I can have someone escort you. Song Tianyi's face suddenly brightened with a radiant smile. Then allow me to treat you to a meal. Ji Chuan Yi furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at Song Tianyi. The latter tilted her head and smiled, saying, if Brother Ji would be so gracious. I heard that you arrived at the Xinghe yesterday, yet ended up missing dinner. Ji Chuan Yi's eyes concealed a hint of guilt as he replied softly, I apologize. There were too many matters at the company. Song Tianyi blinked and suggested, what a coincidence today. Shall we have a meal together? To make up for yesterday's missed appointment. She paused and added, after all, one must eat well to have the energy to tackle significant issues. Ji Chuan Yi glanced at Ming Feng, who immediately understood. Miss Song, given that young Master Ji's schedule is quite packed today, would you mind if we found a nearby restaurant? Song Tianyi nodded. I have complete confidence in Assistant Ming. Please proceed. The restaurant was chosen at a private kitchen near the G Group Tower. After placing the order, Song Tianyi said, Brother Ji, I'm going to the restroom. Ji Chuan Yi was busy responding to messages on his phone and merely uttered a soft As Song Tianyi reached the corner, she looked back at Ji Chuan Yi, her smile fading as she exhaled deeply and hurried away. In a secluded corner, Song Tianyi made a phone call. As soon as the line connected, she shouted in a flustered tone, her words imbued with authority. The person is fine. However, you cannot remain in Yinjing. You must leave the country immediately. Brother Ji has already intervened in this matter. You need to depart quickly. Your father has investments in the south. Just tell him you're going to mine diamonds and have him arrange your departure. Did Brother Ji still have feelings for Jiang Si? Impossible. Stop wasting time and prepare to leave the country. Before the other party could say more, she abruptly hung up, her face twisted with anxiety and anger. Looking into the mirror, she saw her pale visage, slightly disheveled hair, and an expression she found both terrifying and loathsome. reminiscent of a face from her past that she detested. Song Tiandi slammed her hands against the mirror. Bowing her head, she gasped for breath. No, she could not allow the situation to escalate. She could not return to her previous life. Mingfeng approached quickly and whispered to Chuan Yi, young Master Ji. The police cannot ascertain much. The driver insists he was intoxicated and claims that it was the car opposite that collided with him. Continuing the inquiry seems futile. The legal team has already taken over. Chuan Yi paused his fingers, lifting his gaze to Mingfeng, and replied coolly, since they cannot uncover the truth, let our people investigate. Mingfeng's expression suddenly darkened. Chuan Yi glanced at him, urging speak. Mingfeng continued, previously you asked me to investigate Miss Zhang's background, and nearly all the information aligns with what we had previously uncovered. However, this time, our team has discovered some differing details. Chuan Yi's eyes deepened as he paused. Tapping his fingers on the table, Mingfeng added, the information we can obtain regarding this incident is nearly identical to what the police have gathered, and we cannot uncover any more. Our personnel detected something amiss and intended to delve deeper when they were abruptly halted by a force that bore an uncanny resemblance to the resistance encountered while investigating Ms. Zhang's background. Thus, our team deduced that both instances were obstructed by the same power. Chuan Yi glanced at him, his brow slightly furrowed. Obstructed? Impossible. A woman like Jiang Si, with no discernible background, has become embroiled in what appears to be a deliberately staged accident. It seems evident that she has offended someone and is now facing retribution. Given that our reasoning is sound, there is no way my team could fail to uncover the truth. Mingfeng felt a chill creeping up his spine. Young Master Ji, it is our inadequacy. However, according to Fein Yao's assessment, there exists a force of comparable strength to ours safeguarding Ms. Jiang, or perhaps her information, rendering us unable to dig deeper and uncover the reality. The lilting strains of the violin floated through the restaurant, melodious and enchanting. Yet the atmosphere felt like it was on the verge of an unprecedented storm, oppressive and frigid, almost suffocating. After a prolonged silence, Chuan Yi set down his phone, raised a glass of wine, and gently swirled it, the red liquid cascading along the glass, exuding an enchanting allure. He stared intently at the crimson fluid, a smirk playing on his lips as he uttered two words. Intriguing. The narrative is fabricated, your proximity to me is a ruse, professing love was a deception, and now even your identity has become suspect. Chuan Yi's voice, rich and magnetic, lowered with an unsettling chill. Jiang Si, you truly have once again redefined my perception of you. He abruptly tilted his head back and drank deeply from the glass. As his eyes closed, a crimson hue lingered at the corners. At that moment, Song Tiandi approached. Brother Ji, why didn't you wait for me? You've already started without me. Her tone was light-hearted, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. You left in such a hurry yesterday, even postponing our dinner agreement. Surely something of great importance arose. I heard from Aunt Song that when you become busy, you can go a month without returning home, living and dining in the office. Thus, from yesterday until today, you must have hardly eaten, so please drink this soup to warm your stomach before indulging in wine. Just then, a waiter presented the appetizers, which Song Tiandi graciously accepted and served to Chuan Yi, neatly arranging his utensils. The lingering hostility in Chuan Yi's gaze had yet to dissipate as he fixed his stare on Song Tiandi. She felt a tremor in her heart, but quickly masked her emotions, feigning innocence as she asked, Brother Ji, what is the matter? You look unwell. Is something troubling the Ji family? Chuan Yi regarded her, his voice husky. Do you have feelings for me? Song Tiandi froze, taken aback. Her cheeks suddenly flushed with shyness. Why do you ask so suddenly? Chuan Yi's unwavering gaze bore into her, his dark eyes deep and inscrutable, leaving her momentarily at a loss. He pressed further. Do you love me? Song Tiandi stammered. I, Brother Ji, you. Suddenly, Chuan Yi stood up, adjusting his attire and cuffs, his tone indifferent as he declared, in that case, let us become engaged. On the 10th of next month, I shall dispatch someone to the Song family to discuss this matter. I apologize, for I have urgent matters to attend to today. After I finish my meal, I will send someone to you. With that, he departed, his stature commanding, striding away with long strides. Mingfeng remained dazed for over 10 seconds before he finally reacted and chased after him. As Song Tiandi watched Chuan Yi walk out of her sight, she suddenly came to her senses, stood up, and shouted, Brother Ji, What did you just say? Chuan Yi halted, turned slightly, his brow furrowed coldly, articulating each word with precision. I am not jesting. You did not mishear. Chapter 34. The Position of Mrs. Ji is indifferent to who occupies it. Chuan Yi raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze on Ming Feng, who had been covertly glancing at him multiple times. He spoke slowly. Speak your mind. Ming Feng shivered, hesitating for 3 or 4 seconds before tentatively asking, Young Master Ji, what you just said, I need not take seriously, correct? Chuan Yi replied. Ming Feng, if you do not wish to continue, just say so. Ming Feng exclaimed, Young Master Ji, it's just that this is all so sudden. Marriage is a significant matter. How could you unilaterally decide this? Although Miss Song has saved your life, Miss Jiang is still playing her part with you. And now you are turning around to marry her sister. This is rather unreasonable. Chuan Yi scoffed coldly, tossing his phone aside, and gazed out the window, his eyes filled with scorn. The position of Mrs. Ji is the same regardless of who occupies it. Does it truly matter if it is Song Tianyi who takes that seat? Of course it matters. Ming Feng silently protested. He caught a glimpse of a fleeting expression of self-mockery and hurt on Chuan Yi's handsome face. But in the next moment, that striking visage was once again shrouded in an eternal frost. Ming Feng doubted his own perception. How could the proud and illustrious heir of the Ji family display a look of injury? Is what you say true? On the other end of the phone, Yuan Yulian stood up in shock, her dignified demeanor forgotten as she accidentally knocked over a cup of red tea at the table. Song Tianyi, elegantly reclining in her chair, replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Mother, would I deceive you? Brother Ji has even set the date. He mentioned the 10th of next month. Yuan Yulian countered, No. What has transpired between you? Why did he suddenly bring this up? After your return last month, I and Mrs. Ji have broached this topic numerous times, both overtly and subtly, yet she has always been vague. Everyone knows she cannot assert control over Chuan Yi and has been dancing around the issue. Why would young Master Ji suddenly agree to this match? Miss Jiang still resides in the Ji household. Currently, old Master Ji is unaware of the news regarding her divorce from Chuan Yi, and just now, I learned that Jiang Si has played a significant role in old Master Ji's condition. Just yesterday, I thought that sending Song Tianyi to Chuan Yi would need to be postponed for some time. Song Tianyi slightly squinted, instinctively concealing the incident involving Jiang Si's accident. She responded, Mother, what need is there for so many reasons? Today, I had a meal with Brother Ji, during which he broached this matter. My feelings for him are mutual. Our marriage is merely a matter of time. After a brief pause, Song Tianyi continued. Yuan Yulian, with a hint of skepticism, pressed for further details. What else? Song Tianyi gazed at the scar on her wrist, a painful reminder of a recent cut, blood flowing freely. She had worried that she might have been too forceful and feared losing too much blood. Fortunately, all hardships eventually yield to sweetness. Regaining her composure and suppressing the coldness in her eyes, she casually remarked, Mother, just prepare well. In the coming days, Brother Ji will undoubtedly send someone to discuss the engagement arrangements. Yuan Yulian was momentarily taken aback and inquired, What date did you just mention for the engagement? The 10th of next month, Song Tianyi replied. The 10th? That is only a little over 20 days away. Isn't that rather hasty? An engagement is a significant event, and there's much to prepare. This timeline feels a bit tight. With a triumphant smile, Song Tianyi responded, That is why I called you immediately. We can start preparing now. When the Ji family comes to discuss matters, we can finalize everything then, or it may appear too rushed. Yuan Yulian pondered for a moment before conceding. You make a valid point. Very well. I shall discuss it with your father tonight. She then asked, Have you seen Jiang Si recently? I haven't been able to reach your father on the phone. Has she gone to the company? A flicker of disdain crossed Song Tianyi's eyes, though her tone remained calm. Sister? She is doing well. Actually, she was at the company today. Recently, I assigned someone to assist her, so perhaps she has been too busy to answer calls. Yuan Yulian snorted. I know the person you're referring to. It's the one causing the rumors. Isn't it? Tell your sister to come home. Your father, and I need to speak with her. She can't be gallivanting around every day. Mother, I understand. Sister will know how to handle things. Those rumors online are merely baseless gossip. Please don't pay them any mind. Where there's smoke, there's fire. That wretched girl Jiang Si, instead of learning good behavior, is emulating those petty stars. We cannot indulge her bad habits. She must return home for a proper education. Achoo! Achoo! Jiang Si sneezed twice, her nose feeling slightly itchy as she rubbed it. Is it a bit chilly? Bai Chun turned to close the window. Jiang Si rubbed her nose again, shaking her head as she looked at Bai Chun. Not cold. Were we? As Bai Chun drew the curtains, he glanced back at Jiang Si and gestured towards the tablet beside her. These young ladies are all show with no substance, each one more foolish than the last. What are they investigating? I reviewed Song Tiany's call records, and within half an hour, I had the results. The photos have come through. Take a look and see if you recognize anyone. Jiang Si opened the tablet, just as a message arrived. She clicked on the photo, and, after 3 seconds, a high-definition image appeared before her. Sure Yuan? Jiang Si spoke coolly. Is this at the airport? The photo, freshly captured, displayed the backdrop of Yanqing International Airport, with the date and time prominently shown on a large screen. Bai Chun reclined on the sofa, legs propped upon the coffee table, arms crossed over his chest. TSK. This little girl is both foolish and miserly, her courage scarcely surpassing that of Frog. Upon realizing her task had failed, she packed her belongings and prepared to flee. En route to the airport, she still had the audacity to message the website, complaining about the poor service and demanding a refund, threatening a negative review should her demands not be met. How dare she treat our deep-sea operation as a mere marketplace? If the produce is unsatisfactory, does she expect to return it? What if a client mistakenly sends the wrong message? Once our task is concluded, can we simply rewind and redo it? Jiang Si raised an eyebrow. Bai Chun, you've discovered she is terrified and has fled to the southern region. I hear her father has connections there, seeking diamonds. Bai Chun slapped his thigh. What a coincidence. Here in the country, we can't gather evidence quickly, and we genuinely have no idea how to deal with her. Yet, she has the sense to run right to our doorstep. Jiang Si absent-mindedly traced her finger across Yuan's delicate face, despite her meticulously applied makeup. Traces of fear were evident in her eyes. She chuckled, tossed aside her tablet, and spoke in a low, indifferent tone. Don't play too rough. Just coax her back to the country. Bring her back? Bai Chun asked, puzzled. Yes, Jiang Si replied with a low laugh, her smile laced with icy shards. If she doesn't return, Song Tiany will miss this grand spectacle. A good friend in distress must be aided. I shall repackage this gift and present it to Song Tiany. Chapter 35. He is a foul and obstinate stone. On the day of Jiang Si's discharge from the hospital, the Ji family sent someone, a butler, which surprised her. The butler wore a worried expression and said with concern, Madam, I am here to escort you home. Jiang Si maintained a calm demeanor. What brings you here? The butler smiled, his aged face lined with wrinkles. Do not worry, madam. The old master is unaware. Apart from young Master Ji and myself, no one else knows. He continued, the old master's health has been gradually improving. Young Master Ji wishes to celebrate the old master's upcoming birthday before he departs for overseas treatment. The gathering is scheduled for tomorrow evening. If you have other matters to attend to, they may need to be postponed to prioritize this. Jiang Si narrowed her eyes slightly, understanding that Chuan Yi was attempting to cut off her escape routes. Sending the old butler was a calculated move, knowing she wouldn't dare speak harshly to the elder. Thus, she turned to Bai Chun. You should return for now. I will contact you. Bai Chun scoffed. That dog of a man, Chuan Yi, is truly despicable. He has shown his face at the hospital for days, and now he meticulously plans my discharge to trap me. A flicker of unusual light appeared in the butler's murky eyes. Bai Chun waved his hand dismissively. All right, contact me if anything arises. The butler respectfully took the bag from Jiang Si's hand and bowed. Madam, please follow me. Jiang Si entered the car and took a seat in the back, her tone devoid of warmth. Master Wu, given your astute understanding of people and your long acquaintance with Chuan Yi, I trust one need not state the obvious, she remarked. Pausing, she observed the old steward's expression through the rearview mirror. From now on, there is no need to address me as young mistress. The steward's face bore no sign of surprise. With a gentle smile, his demeanor remained amiable. Young mistress, you are the one master has chosen. Thus in my eyes, you are the esteemed matriarch of the Ji family. Although the old man has aged, his insight remains sharp. Rest assured, Ji Shao harbors feelings for you, yet he has always been reserved and struggles to articulate his emotions. Do not let his demeanor upset you. Jiang Si gazed out the window, her expression impassive. The steward turned slightly, observing her for a moment before letting out a long sigh. He has feelings for her, she thought, suppressing a laugh. What a delightful jest. The car soon arrived at the Ji family estate. In the distance, Jiang Si spotted the elderly patriarch leaning on his cane, peering out. Her heart stirred. As the vehicle halted, she opened the door and swiftly approached. Grandfather, Jiang girl, what troubles you? They said you were hospitalized. Is something wrong? The elder's concern was palpable. Jiang Si smiled genuinely. It was merely a routine checkup. There were some discrepancies in the initial reports, so I stayed a bit longer until the diagnosis was confirmed. Grandfather, you know how those hospital staff are. They insist on keeping you for a few days, even if you're perfectly healthy, fearing any subsequent ailment might reflect poorly on them. With a frown, the elder rapped his cane. Otherwise, why does I pay them so generously every year? When Jiang Si first arrived at the Ji household, she had undergone a medical examination. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, her health was found wanting, and the family doctor diagnosed her with malnutrition. When the elder received the results, he grasped her hand, tears brimming in his eyes, and vowed to take better care of her. Thus, upon hearing of her hospitalization, he had spent the afternoon in distress. He held Jiang Si's hand as they walked inside, speaking earnestly, "It is my fault for being unwell and neglecting you. That child, is too stubborn and lacks the sensitivity to care for you. From now on, you must think of yourself. Our family is prosperous enough to afford your well-being. Listen to your grandfather. Indulge yourself and enjoy life, without worrying about burdensome matters. Should I dare to protest, come to me, and I shall set him straight." As they ambled toward the house, the old steward cast a stern glance around at the gathered staff. An elderly cleaning lady, trembling, spoke up. "I mentioned something in passing while chatting this afternoon, and it happened to catch the old man's ear." The steward's eyes narrowed ominously. 1 month's wages withheld. Just then, Chuan Yi descended the stairs, his gaze meeting Jiang Si's, his eyes as cold as ice, seemingly unaware of her presence. Jiang Si felt a slight shock. "Ai, your arrival is quite fortuitous. Grandfather has yet to inquire how you have been caring for Si Yao." The old man sat on the sofa, tapping his cane, his expression stern. Chuan Yi, maintaining a calm demeanor, stood before the elder. "Grandfather, I have prepared the guest list for tomorrow's banquet. Please review it and let me know if any amendments are necessary. I am discussing Si Yao's matters with you. What relevance does tomorrow's banquet hold?" The old man fumed, his face reddening with anger. Chuan Yi turned his gaze to Jiang Si, his expression cold and his eyes frosted. He asked, "Are you feeling well now?" Jiang Si nodded affirmatively. Chuan Yi then looked back at the elder, his earlier inquiry seemingly merely for show. "Grandfather, she is fine." He placed the list before the elder. "May we review the list now?" A silence enveloped the room for over 10 seconds, before a flurry of rapid cane taps echoed against the floor. "A wayward child cannot be taught. A wayward child cannot be taught." Jiang Si's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. "Grandfather, he is akin to a stone in a latrine, foul and unyielding. You have not been unaware of this." Chuan Yi's expression hardened with rising anger as he glared at Jiang Si, his lips curving downward in a display of vexation. The elder burst into hearty laughter. "You, my dear girl, must refrain from speaking thus in public. One ought to preserve a modicum of dignity for our family as men." Jiang Si raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Jiang Si managed to navigate her hospitalization without the elder's suspicion. She spent over half an hour sharing light-hearted banter with him before he retired to his bedroom for rest. Just then, Chuan Yi, having finished preparing to leave, walked past Jiang Si without casting a glance. Ming Feng stood in the living room. "Young Master Ji, the car is ready." Chuan Yi nodded and departed, while Ming Feng briefly paused upon seeing Jiang Si, offering her a nod before hastily following Chuan Yi. Jiang Si raised an eyebrow and pulled out her phone to call Bai Chun. When the line connected, she lowered her voice. "Your information was accurate. Chuan Yi has agreed to an engagement with Song Tian." Bai Chun, now back in Zichun, raised his voice in surprise. "Really? He confirmed it to you himself?" Jiang Si narrowed her eyes. "Intuition. Nonsense." Bai Chun scoffed. "That scoundrel won't even speak a single truth to you? Shall we still allow him to play his part?" Jiang Si chuckled, her spirits lifted. "Of course. The stage is set. Why not perform? We simply need to advance the timing a bit." "When?" "Tomorrow evening." Chapter 36. "Miss Song, this is a family matter. Please take your leave." The celebration of the elder's 80th birthday was regarded as a significant event among the elite circles of Yanjing. However, Chuan Yi only notified a few close friends and relatives of the elder. The venue was chosen to be the Ji family estate. Song Qing cornered Chuan Yi at the door of his room, her expression one of distress. "Yi, why the sudden decision to host a birthday banquet for grandfather? Your father will be back soon. Why not wait for him?" Chuan Yi adjusted his cuff, lifting his gaze to glance at Song Qing. His eyes were imbued with a frosty demeanor. Song Qing, taken aback, felt a tremor within her. Mother does not intend to reproach you. She merely wishes to convey that your father is likely to be displeased upon his return, and then you two will inevitably quarrel. Chuan Yi straightened his suit jacket, his voice cold as he replied, "There is no need for Mother to fret over this. Father has long been preoccupied with work, often missing grandfather's birthday celebrations. I anticipate this year will be no different." Song Qing's expression softened as she tentatively inquired, "Your brother's health has improved. I heard that grandfather's birthday is approaching, and he has prepared a gift early. Given it is the venerable elder's 80th birthday, he would surely wish to see harmony among his descendants." Chuan Yi interrupted her. "In today's gathering, he must observe propriety. This is the final warning." Joy illuminated Song Qing's face. "Rest assured, Mother will keep an eye on him and ensure he does not create any disturbances." At that moment, Mingfeng approached briskly. "Young Master Ji, preparations are nearly complete, and the guests have mostly arrived." Chuan Yi nodded, casting a glance towards the staircase. Mingfeng understood. "Miss Jiang has summoned her guests. Shall I remind her?" "Let us proceed," Chuan Yi replied leisurely. He descended the stairs, his actions already answering Mingfeng's inquiry. "No need to concern yourself with Jiang Si." Meanwhile, upstairs, Jiang Si had changed into her attire. The lead designer beamed. "Ninth sister, this outfit was tailored to your proportions. What do you think?" Standing before the fitting mirror, the woman in red, with a train extending a meter behind her, showcased her exquisite figure, her fair skin tinged with a delicate blush. She nodded in satisfaction, replying, "Thank you for your efforts, seventh sister." The designer smiled, saying, "Our teacher is currently attending Fashion Week abroad and will require 3 to 4 months to conclude her projects. She asked us to convey that ninth sister may command us for anything in Yanjing. She will return at the earliest opportunity to reunite with you." A wave of warmth surged within Jiang Si, conjuring the image of a figure clad in a gauzy gown, exuding grace and warmth, who smiled and called to her, "My little Jiu, do not weep. Share any grievances with seventh sister, and I shall advocate for you." A gentle smile graced Jiang Si's lips as she replied, "Understood." She graciously accepted this gesture of kindness. The door opened, and the butler knocked lightly. "Young madam, the elder has asked if you are prepared. While he knows that one should not rush a young lady's preparations, he is nearly drowsy with waiting." His words carried a playful tone. Jiang Si recognized that this was a direct quote from the elder, and even through the butler's relay, she could discern the affection woven into the words. She nodded, "I am ready. Young madam, please proceed." Jiang Si felt a pang of confusion. Grandfather has yet to make his appearance. The butler, with a warm smile and a slight bow, spoke respectfully. "The old master wishes for you to accompany him." Jiang Si's heart trembled. Old Master Ji was indeed offering her his support. "I shall come at once." She followed the butler to the room where the old master resided. As she approached, she heard sounds from within. Upon entering, she beheld Chuan, accompanied by a woman. The woman, elegantly adorned in a fitting qipao, had her long hair gently cascading down her back. It was Song Tian. A shadow flickered in Jiang Si's eyes. "Has the young lady arrived?" Old Master Ji, seated on the sofa, opened his eyes at the sound by the door, joy and affection lighting up his countenance as he called out. The butler stepped forward swiftly. "Old master, the young mistress looks truly splendid today. This red attire is quite festive." Jiang Si stood gracefully and replied, "Grandfather." The old man's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with brightness, erupting in a hearty laughter. "Wonderful, wonderful. You look splendid indeed. No doubt, my dear Si, you are as beautiful as your mother was in her youth." Jiang Si contemplated Yuan Yulian, feeling perplexed. She perceived that her appearance did not seem to resemble hers closely. How could the old master claim she resembled Yuan Yulian? "Since everyone has arrived, let us proceed. We must not keep our guests waiting." Old Master Ji rose, and Song Tian promptly stepped forward to assist him. However, with a wave of his hand, he halted her movement and glanced at Jiang Si. Si, why are you not coming forward to support this old man? Jiang Si obediently responded with a soft hum. Chuan Yi's expression faltered, her eyes betraying a hint of hurt. Jiang Si cast a fleeting glance at her, noticing the redness around her eyes, indicative of recent tears. Unfazed, she moved past Chuan Yi and took hold of the old master. Old Master Ji remained still, turning his gaze towards Chuan Yi, his face stern. What are you standing there for? Do you need this old man to beckon you? Chuan Yi's indifferent expression remained unchanged as he stepped forward to support the old master on the other side. Only then did old Master Ji's demeanor soften as they proceeded outward. Chuan Yi followed, but the butler halted her in her tracks. You, young lady, should seek your family. Although you are Si's sister, you are still of your maternal family. Today, the Ji family is in charge. You are a guest and must properly assert your identity. Old Master Ji's voice was deep, commanding respect without a hint of anger. Chuan Yi's eyes reddened, filled with grievance, as she instinctively looked towards Chuan Yi. He spoke with a detached tone. Grandfather, it is my oversight. Old Master Ji huffed with a touch of pride. As Chuan Yi observed Jiang Si and Chuan Yi flanking and protecting the old master, her earlier grievance morphed into a sense of discontent and embarrassment. The butler, standing beside her, inclined his head slightly. Miss Song, please follow me. Chuan Yi glanced at the side door, recognizing its significance. Though the main staircase leading down with Jiang Si was merely a matter of north and south, the implications were worlds apart. Clenching her teeth in frustration, she suppressed her inner defiance, managing her facial expression, and turned to leave. Yuan Yulian stood downstairs. Sensing someone beside her, she cast a sidelong glance, her expression one of surprise. What brings you down? Wasn't it said you would accompany the old master? Song Tianyi gritted her teeth and replied, Jiang Si is upstairs. With that simple statement, Yuan Yulian instantly understood. Anxiously, she inquired what happened. Is it Chuan Yi's idea or the old master's? Song Tianyi's gaze darkened as she softly responded, regardless of whose intention it is, or what Jiga thinks. It matters not. The old master will soon travel abroad for recuperation. Once he departs, there will be no obstacles to my engagement with Jiga. I will still be the woman engaged to Jiga. I shall be the young mistress of the Ji family. Chapter 37. Fear Alone at 8 o'clock in the evening. The banquet commenced. Jiang Si and Chuan Yi supported the old master as they descended the main staircase, drawing the attention of the guests below. Whispers filled the air. Wasn't it said that Ji Xiao is divorced? Who is the woman accompanying him to the old master? Jiang Si? Impossible. How could Jiang Si possess such bearing? One murmured. I heard that the Song family intends to send Song Tianyi to Ji Xiao's side. The moment she appeared, she went upstairs with Ji Xiao. I thought the old master had approved, but it seems his heart still favors Jiang Si. The murmurs faded as the old master reached the bottom of the stairs. Jiang Si's expression remained indifferent as she surveyed her surroundings, her elegant neck held high like a queen. Her gaze met by Chen's among the crowd, pausing momentarily, revealing her confusion at his presence. Although the Bai family had ties with the Ji family, it was usually Bai Shiyan who made public appearances. Bai Chun, clad in a white suit, raised his wine glass towards her, wearing a rebellious smile. Mind you, grandfather is still here. His cold voice carried a warning. It was Chuan Yi who had approached Jiang Si, his brows furrowed and eyes reflecting disdain. Perhaps he disapproved of Jiang Si's lingering gaze with Bai Chun while at the Ji residence. Jiang Si smirked, teasing Chuan Yi, knowing today is grandfather's birthday banquet. How dare you bring Song Tianyi to meet him? I thought Ji Xiao was eager for grandfather's approval of your union with Song Tianyi. Chuan Yi furrowed his brows. Fixing his gaze upon Jiang Si, his jaw clenched. What do you mean? Jiang Si let out a light laugh, shrugging nonchalantly. It means nothing. As a business partner, I merely wish to subtly remind Ji Xiao that although grandfather's health has improved, he has recently recovered from serious illness and, given his age, cannot withstand excitement. Therefore, it would be prudent for grandfather to meet fewer inconsequential people. Chuan Yi pressed his lips together, his deep, dark eyes fixated on Jiang Si. Jiang Si, you are no longer a member of the Ji family. Why concern yourself with Ji family matters henceforth? Jiang Si furrowed her brow, clearly sensing an unusual implication in Chuan Yi's words. She found the situation somewhat peculiar, yet before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, she heard the elderly Mr. Ji. who was chatting with friends nearby, call out to her. "Xia girl, come over and meet your grandfather Sunday." Jiang Si suppressed her inner confusion, turned slightly, and smiled in response. "Coming, Grandpa." As she lifted her skirt to turn, the length of the fabric, combined with the crowd of guests, made the area feel quite cramped. Chuan Yi knelt down and gathered her skirt, gently tossing it aside. The red silk flowed behind Jiang Si like a cascade of crimson blossoms. Someone nearby exclaimed, "Mr. Ji, this young couple has such a wonderful relationship." Another person praised in front of the elderly Mr. Ji, "I remember your Ah-ee, always wearing a stern face and rarely smiling. Yet he is indeed a devoted husband. Just think about it. Among our group, which of the younger generation is so attentive? Always considering his wife's feelings?" The elderly Mr. Ji squinted with delight, his eyes sparkling with joy. Chuan Yi's actions, though composed, unsettled Jiang Si's heartstrings. "What are you doing?" she whispered, her tone laced with discontent. Chuan Yi glanced at her nonchalantly and replied slowly, "Just acting. Did you really take it to heart?" Jiang Si's eyes darkened suddenly, narrowing dangerously as she retorted, "Your acting is commendable, but it seems you've been wronged." Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Song Tiandi, who was gritting her teeth, and a cold smile crept onto her lips. "Grandpa." The pair swiftly approached the elderly Mr. Ji, their previous hushed conversation appearing to onlookers as a secret exchange between a young couple. The elderly Mr. Ji beamed at Chuan Yi's demeanor. "Xia girl, your grandfather's son mentioned he saw you a few days ago, and I was quite curious, so I called you over to inquire." It was then that Jiang Xia recognized one of the familiar elderly figures standing before her, the esteemed Mr. Sun, the curator of the museum. Mr. Sun smiled broadly. "Ha! Who would have thought, young lady, that we would meet so soon?" Jiang Xia responded with grace. "I see there is a connection between Grandpa and Mr. Sun. It seems I can rest assured about the painting displayed in the art gallery." Her tone was gentle, and her eyes sparkled with mirth, instantly amusing Mr. Sun and the other elderly gentlemen present. Mr. Sun pointed at Jiang Xia in admiration. "Old Ji, these two young ones in your family are remarkable, truly endearing. How about I take the liberty of becoming a god-grandfather?" The elderly Mr. Ji feigned anger, his expression stern. "You old son are trying to steal my granddaughter right off the bat. Let us not even mention that you came to my home for dinner today. Isn't that rather ungracious? Oh, old Ji, look how flustered you are. I simply feel a connection with this young lady and wish to deepen our relationship. After all, this young girl trusts me enough to entrust the invaluable painting by Mr. Liz Ho to my care." Old Master Ji, he suddenly cast a look of grievance towards Jiang Sa. "Speaking of which, I must mention you, my dear Sa. Since we have Mr. Li Zhou's painting, why not let I store it in our Ji family's own place? It would be a shame to let it go to waste with old Sunday." Jiang Sa maintained a gentle smile as she replied, "Grandfather, if you like it, I can find you 2 more pieces. I have already promised old Sun to place that painting in the art museum. It wouldn't be right to go back on my word." Old Sun, who had just felt a surge of hope upon hearing old Master Ji's suggestion to store the painting at the Ji residence, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing her words, a smug smile creeping onto his face. Old Master Ji patted Jiang Sa's hand. "My dear Sa, your thoughtfulness brings me great joy." He understood the rarity of Mr. Li Zhou's works. Given the bond formed years ago when Jiang Sa grew up in a small mountain village during her artistic explorations, it would be unlikely for her to procure more pieces. At the right moment, Chuan Yi interjected, "Grandfather, we can take our seats now. Elders, please do not linger here reminiscing." Old Master Ji turned to him and replied, "Understood. You may entertain the others." He then took Jiang Sa's hand. "My dear Sa, if you are not bored, would you accompany us old fellows over there for a while?" Jiang Sa did not refuse. The group departed the living room amidst the envious and curious glances of other guests. Song Tian, he had been closely observing the unfolding events. Once the group moved away, she gathered her composure and hurried over. "Ji Gu, I prepared a gift for you. Just arrived. Can you accompany me to present it?" She had searched tirelessly and sought many favors to personally deliver it to old Master Ji, but she felt a bit frightened doing it alone after the misunderstanding. Chapter 38. The painting presented by Song Tian Yi is a fake. The door to the inner court swung open. Chuan Yi led Song Tian Yi inside. Song Tian Yi appeared anxious, cradling a wooden box as she approached old Master Ji with a clear, sweet voice. Grandfather Ji, may you enjoy this day year after year, and may your years be filled with joy. This is a special congratulatory gift I had someone find for you. I hope you like it. Old Master Ji squinted, his gaze seemingly not falling upon Song Chuan Yi. Ah, a gift? Just hand it over to the butler. His polite words and indifferent gesture felt like a sharp slap to Song Chuan Yi's face. Her complexion turned pale as she forced a smile. Grandfather Ji, wouldn't you take a look? I sought this for quite some time, hoping to present it at your birthday banquet. It is a painting by Mr. Liz Ho. Old Master Ji's expression visibly twitched. Song Chuan Yi sighed in relief. She had indeed placed her bets correctly. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to Jiang Si. It was merely the favor of the old man that allowed her such audacity, yet Jiang Si was too reliant on that affection, having come unprepared for a gift on grandfather's birthday. Oh, a painting by Mr. Liz Ho? Old Master Ji opened his eyes, his murky gaze suddenly alight with interest. Song Tianyi busily replied, "It was Brother Ji who informed me that Grandpa Ji holds a fondness for Mr. Li Zhou's paintings, so I took the liberty of seeking one out." In her heart, she was already celebrating. To win the favor of the venerable Mr. Ji was merely a matter of acquiring a painting. Jiang Si, this time, you cannot surpass me. With a sense of triumph, Song Tianyi heard Grandpa Ji exclaim, "Old son, how about we trade this painting for that one in your art gallery?" Upon being called out, Old Son snorted disdainfully, "Old Ji, you truly have your eye on that piece from my gallery." Grandpa Ji's face crinkled into a smile, and he chuckled heartily. "What are you saying? This is Mr. Li Zhou's original work. Who would covet something that isn't theirs? I merely thought that since that painting was gifted by Sa Girl, it ought to be collected by her dear grandfather." These words struck Song Tianyi's heart heavily, rendering her nearly speechless. What did this mean? Both were works by Mr. Liz Ho. Yet, why did Grandpa Ji not even spare a glance at her gift in favor of exchanging it for the painting donated by Jiang Si? Instantly, a flush crept over her cheeks, and a surge of indignation welled up within her. Old Son haughtily scoffed, "The painting hasn't even been appraised. How can I know yours holds more value than the one in my gallery?" Grandpa Ji, equally obstinate, raised his chin defiantly. "Let us appraise it, regardless of the outcome. You must part with that painting from your gallery. You, Old Ji, when it comes to business, who among us is your match? You cunning old fox." Old Son's neck turned crimson with anger as he glanced at Jiang Si, puffing up in indignation. "Sa Girl, look at this old Ji, his schemes are too loud." These two venerable gentlemen, whose combined age exceeded a century, bickered like children fighting over candy in front of Jiang Si. Jiang Si couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Grandpa, I haven't even presented your birthday gift yet. Why are you fixated on Old Son's painting?" Grandpa Ji haughtily retorted, "Gifts are of no consequence to me. I want that painting." Song Tianyi stood by, once again grasping the meaning of self-inflicted humiliation. "The painting is mine," a cool voice echoed in her ear. Startled, she turned to see Ji Chuan Yi. The appraisal preparations barely took 2 minutes. Ji Chuan Yi reminded Song Tianyi to retrieve the painting and, slightly furrowing his brow, asked, "What were you just contemplating?" Song Tianyi smiled and shook her head. "Nothing." Ji Chuan Yi followed her gaze towards Jiang Si, who was engaging in light-hearted banter with Grandpa Ji. He narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a lowered tone. "Grandpa does not harbor any ill feelings towards you. He simply finds it difficult to accept someone taking Jiang Si's place, as she is someone he values greatly." Song Tianyi raised her chin, her eyes shining brightly. Upon hearing this, she smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. "Thank you, Brother Ji, for comforting me. I truly am fine." Ji Chuan Yi cast her a discreet glance, one that carried a formidable weight. Song Tianyi trembled, a wave of fear rising from the depths of her heart. She always felt that Ji Chuan Yi's gaze upon her was peculiar. Even after he had just mentioned their engagement, his eyes were too cold, devoid of warmth and emotion. Under the scrutiny of those dark orbs, she felt as though her secrets had nowhere to hide. The painting was taken from Ji Chuan Yi's hands. As Old Master Sun attended the gathering, accompanied by 2 assistants, he announced his intention to authenticate the artwork, causing both assistants to stiffen in preparation. Only then did the old gentleman shift his gaze towards Song Tianyi, his tone less rigid and more approachable than before. He said, "Thank you for your efforts in locating the painting, my dear." Song Tianyi's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression revealing both surprise and delight. She hurriedly shook her head, affirming generously, "It was no trouble at all. As long as you like it, Grandfather Ji." The old gentleman squinted slightly, nodding in acknowledgement. Song Tianyi let out a sigh of relief. Yet before she could fully relax, she noticed the grave expressions on the faces of the two assistants. They exchanged a few words, and it seemed one was in disagreement, while the other scratched his head in confusion. Old Master Sun stood up, his voice commanding. "What is the matter with you two?" The taller assistant hurried over, stating, "Master, there's an issue with this painting." At this revelation, the room erupted in commotion. Even a usually composed Chuan Yi appeared momentarily disoriented. Song Tianyi's legs weakened, and she stumbled backward, incredulously exclaiming, "That's impossible. This painting cannot be flawed. I exerted so much effort to find it. How could it possibly be a forgery?" The taller assistant shot her a skeptical glance, retorting, "Are you implying that we lack the competence to determine whether a painting is authentic or not, Miss Song?" Old Master Sun, leaning on his cane, stood up and chastised the taller assistant. "What are you boasting about? Help me over to take a look." The two assistants promptly understood and assisted Old Master Sun to the coffee table. The shorter assistant pointed at the painting, saying, "Master, though my senior and I hold differing opinions, this painting is indeed not the work of Mr. Li Zhou." Old Master Sun nodded, murmuring in agreement, and took the equipment, leaning over the painting. The room fell silent as Song Tianyi clenched her fists in front of her, her complexion paling. Only Jiang Si continued to eat and drink. The spacious reception area occasionally echoing with the clinking of dishes, amplifying the stillness. She lifted her eyelids and glanced at the painting on the coffee table before scoffing softly. Chapter 39. "He is my second brother." After approximately 10 minutes, Old Master Sun rose, gathering the authentication tools, and sighed heavily. This sigh made it clear to everyone present that the painting was indeed a forgery. Song Tianyi's face turned ashen. "It cannot be. How could this happen?" Old Master Sun looked at her, his expression filled with compassion. "It is not surprising that you young ones, lacking the expertise in authentication, might acquire such convincingly forged pieces." Chuan Yi cast a glance at Song Tianyi, narrowing his eyes slightly before he spoke. "Grandfather, I apologize for the disappointment." He then turned to Song Tianyi and said, "You may leave now." With that, he strode purposefully towards the exit, his expression serene, revealing no trace of emotion. For a moment, Song Tianyi was taken aback, and upon hearing Chuan Yi's words, she mechanically turned and followed him out. The door swung open once more. Bai Chun entered, cradling a wooden box that was entirely ebony, devoid of any embellishments, appearing rather unremarkable. He faced Chuan Yi, his narrow phoenix eyes gleaming with mischief, while Chuan Yi furrowed his brow, meeting his gaze with a cold demeanor. After a few seconds of silence, Chuan Yi departed. Bai Chun walked in further, tossing the item in his hands to Jiang Si with a cheerful tone. "Here you go, the item you requested, delivered personally." The two seemed quite familiar with each other. The elder Ji, having recovered from the recent commotion, looked at Jiang Si and inquired, "Isn't that the boy from the Bai family? Are you quite acquainted with him?" Jiang Si replied with a light-hearted tone, "Bai Chun grew up in the Bai family's ancestral home, which is located in the township of my village. We played together as children." The elder Ji's expression shifted to one of realization. "Ah, yes. Now that you mention it, I do recall." Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, Chuan Yi, who had just reached the doorway, paused momentarily, glancing back at Bai Chun. Jiang Si, with graceful movements, wiped her hands and opened the box before her, saying, "Grandfather, this is a birthday gift I prepared for you, entrusted to Bai Chun for delivery." The elder Ji smiled broadly but feigned annoyance. "My dear child, didn't I say I didn't want any birthday gifts? Your presence alone brings me immense joy." Jiang Si stepped back a couple of paces, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Grandfather, your happiness is more important than anything else. This is a birthday congratulatory painting." As she emphasized her words, she unveiled the artwork, revealing a picturesque scene of Jiangnan. With a majestic boulder in the lower right corner, an elderly man sat upon the stone, his expression warm and inviting, reminiscent of Maitreya Buddha. In the lower left corner of the painting, a seal was prominently stamped, displaying the words Li Zhou. Old Sun, who was nearby, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon the painting's revelation, and then he noticed the seal. It was the signature of Mr. Li Zhou. The ink was still fresh. Could it be a recent creation? Jiang Si smiled silently, while Bai Chun chimed in, "Indeed, it is a new work. It was completed just in time for your birthday." Grandfather Yi. From selecting the paper to the ink drying and then air freighting it back to the country, it has only just arrived at the Ji residence. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in astonishment. Old Sun was the first to inquire. Is this painting specifically created by Mr. Li Zhou for the occasion of the birthday? Bai Chen nodded, his expression dripping with pride. Of course. However, Mr. Li Zhou has never painted upon request. He only creates with a specific intent. Old Sun's countenance turned anxious, the unspoken words resonating with the understanding of those present. In just 3 or 4 days, who possesses such extraordinary ability to persuade Mr. Li Zhou to personally create a birthday painting? Bai Chen merely smiled in silence, his gaze settling upon Jiang Si. The crowd followed suit, turning their attention to Jiang Si. This painting was, after all, a gift for the elder Mr. Ji, personally conveyed by Jiang Si herself. Yet Jiang Si, a country girl who, despite having crossed paths with Mr. Li Zhou in her youth, had no merit or capability to warrant such a favor from him after all this time. The elder Mr. Ji's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Sa girl, what of this painting?" Jiang Si deftly deflected. "Grandfather, do you like it? Would you be willing to exchange this piece for one from Mr. Sun?" The elder's expression shifted sharply, and he quickly shook his head. "No exchange, no exchange. A bespoke piece like this is irreplaceable." As he scrutinized the artwork, he noticed a phrase inscribed in the lower corner. "To Mr. Ji, wishing grandfather a joyous birthday and good health. Grandson Li Zhou, created on April 15th. Some in the crowd gasped in astonishment. Did you see that? With this phrase, it truly becomes a unique creation. But why does Mr. Li Zhou refer to the elder Mr. Ji as grandfather? It seemed peculiar that a young Mr. Li Zhou would call the old man grandfather. Yet, one had to wonder if we could procure a painting from Mr. Li Zhou, would he also address us with such familial warmth? The onlookers turned their gazes toward the elder Mr. Ji, each reflecting a measure of confusion. Bai Chen chuckled softly and calmly remarked, "What is so strange about it? Jiang Si's grandfather is indeed Jiang Li Zhou's grandfather. After all, they are siblings." Upon this revelation, the room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The elder Mr. Ji grasped Jiang Si's hand, trembling slightly, and incredulously asked, "Girl, what does he mean? Mr. Li Zhou is your brother?" Jiang Si replied with a smile, her tone casual. "He is my second brother." Song Tianyi exited the inner court only to find that Chuan Yi was nowhere to be seen. She composed herself and ventured into the hall to mingle with familiar faces. Yuan Yulian, having just accompanied Song Qinggong in meeting with others, approached Song Tianyi and signaled for her to step outside. The two found a secluded corner, and once assured of their privacy, Yuan Yulian quietly inquired, "What is happening? I just saw the painting you delivered being taken out. Did you not say that the elder Mr. Ji particularly favors that artist? And you specifically asked Chuan Yi to present the painting?" Song Tianyi's eyes darkened, and a look of resentment crept across her face. "I will not let this matter rest. Mother, transfer me 5 million. I have need of it." Yuan Yulian frowned, casting a disapproving glance at Song Tianyi. "Why are you suddenly asking me for money? And 5 million at that? I cannot procure such an amount on short notice. What your own funds? You have been managing the finances of Xinghe for years, and your father has never intervened. Given Xinghe's considerable development over the past 2 years, how could you possibly be out of funds?" Song Tianyi's face flushed with shame. She hesitated to admit that all her assets had been invested in a fragrance formulation. She could only grit her teeth and assert, "I recently invested in a project and have tied up all my liquid cash." Yuan Yulian scrutinized her for a prolonged moment, seemingly assessing the truth behind Song Tianyi's words. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded, "I will transfer it to you later. However, you did not perform well in both matters concerning the Ji family today. You must pay heed next time." As she spoke, Yuan Yulian caught sight of Song Qing and lifted her chin towards her. "Your cousin is over there. Go greet her. With her support in the Ji family, your efforts will yield far greater results." Chapter 40. She must disappear from Yinjing. Song Tianyi composed herself before approaching Song Qing, while Yuan Yulian stood by, nodding and smiling in agreement. At that moment, the crowd began to stir. "Did you hear? Old Master Ji has collapsed. How could it happen so suddenly? Is it a health issue? I have no idea. The inner court is quite chaotic right now. They say that Old Master's son has even requested oxygen. Hey, what are you all gossiping about? Jiang Si, do you know? They say she is Mr. Li Zhou's sister. It is said that Miss Jiang requested a birthday painting from her brother for the old master, and it was produced in just 3 or 4 days. The ink was barely dry when it was sent back home. Old Master Ji is a great admirer of Mr. Liz Ho. No wonder he fainted in excitement. Upon hearing this, Song Tianyi trembled, her face filled with disbelief as she looked towards the inner court, where the crowd surged. Mr. Li Zhou's sister? Alive? Quickly, let us ask Miss Jiang to intercede. Perhaps we can even request a painting from her brother. That would be an immense honor. Yuan Yulian looked at Song Tianyi with a puzzled expression. What are they talking about? Who is Mr. Liz Ho? Is he the artist of that fake painting you bought? Yi, what are you saying? Song Tianyi glared back. Yuan Yulian quickly realized her mistake and glanced at Song Qing's expression, cautiously clarifying, I misspoke. It was Yi who was deceived. Song Qing's focus was entirely on the inner court, hesitating for a moment before she made her way in that direction. Suddenly, Ji Yunfeng appeared from nowhere, blocking her path. Mom, I heard the old master has collapsed. Song Qing quickly grabbed him. Don't go in there. I will check the situation first. Your brother is definitely inside, and encountering you might cause him to make things difficult for you. Mom. The old man wouldn't dare to lose his temper in front of him. Ji Yunfeng gritted his teeth in response. Song Qing's expression grew stern. Listen to me. Ji Yunfeng's gaze fixed on Song Tianyi. He appeared to be lost in thought, narrowing his eyes with a hint of intrigue. He stroked his chin and said, all right then. He then cleverly positioned himself in front of Song Tianyi. Sister, just presented a fake painting that displeased the old master. It would be best if you didn't go over now, right? Song Tianyi's expression darkened, her eyes filled with disdain. What does it matter to you whether I go or not? Ji Yunfeng smiled mischievously. Must we always converse in such a manner? Song Tianyi gritted her teeth, glaring at him, and lowered her voice to threaten, I warn you, do not cause trouble at this moment. Ji Yunfeng shrugged. How could I? We are all in the same boat. I would never sabotage your efforts, would I, Sister Yi? Just a moment ago, 2 acquaintances spotted Yi and urged me to introduce her to them. With the elders occupied, we, the younger generation, find ourselves at a loss. Shall we accompany my brother to meet a few friends? His tone was flippant, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, laced with an undercurrent of menace. Song Tianyi glanced at the inner courtyard, contemplating that Ji Chuan would likely not emerge anytime soon. She turned to Ji Yunfeng and cautioned, You'd best not resort to any tricks. Ji Yunfeng replied, How could I? I merely wish to introduce Yi to a couple of friends and exchange a few words. At this moment, Yuan Yulian was seeking out Song Qinggong and did not notice Song Tianyi trailing behind Ji Yunfeng, her expression a tumult of struggle and conflict. Approximately 10 minutes later, Song Tianyi emerged from a secluded thicket in the back courtyard, her face flushed and disheveled, her dress wrinkled. Tears glistened in her eyes as she cast a resentful glance at the shadowy grove. There, in the darkness, Ji Yunfeng wiped his mouth with a hand. His face obscured by shadows, he appeared ominously brooding. Suddenly, he laughed, his narrow, phoenix-like eyes glinting like a serpent's gaze, chilling those who met his stare. Song Tianyi's face turned ashen, and in a panic, she fled. Where have you just been? Someone called after her. Song Tianyi, her eyes wide with alarm, seemed oblivious until Yuan Yulian seized her arm, her expression tense as she asked, what is wrong? Gradually, Song Tianyi came to her senses, her gaze focusing on Yuan Yulian's incredulous and concerned face. It was as if she had been pulled back into a vibrant reality. I heard Ji Yunfeng called you away. What did he want? Yuan Yulian inquired. Song Tianyi exhaled deeply, forcing a smile. It was about that painting. He mentioned that the old man was furious and seemed extremely displeased with me. Mom, do you think Ji Gij will be angry with me over this? Will he change his mind and not go through with the engagement? Yuan Yulian's expression shifted, though she recognized the plausibility of Song Tianyi's concerns. She understood that she must not disturb her daughter's composure at such a moment. No, it's not your fault. Ji Chuan is a person who distinguishes right from wrong. He wouldn't hold this against you. Yet, Song Tianyi appeared not to absorb the reassurance. Her eyes were rife with resentment, panic, and fear as she murmured to herself. It's too late. I can't wait any longer. As long as I remain by Ji Gij's side. No, as long as I'm still in Yinjing. It will lead to disaster. Yes, she must leave. She must vanish. Seemingly entranced, Song Tianyi suddenly grasped Yuan Yulian's hand and implored, Mom, send me the money quickly. I need it urgently. Jiang Si had finally extricated herself from a situation, and beside her, Bai Chun reclined on the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Si, exclaiming in astonishment, 3 years ago, you decided to sever all ties with us. It seems that was a prudent choice. This merely exposes the relationship between you and the second brother, and it has already caused quite a stir. Imagine if others found out. Jiang Si shot her a glare and retorted, silence. Bai Chen chuckled softly, a gleam of schadenfreude illuminating her face. Suddenly, her phone buzzed, and her expression turned serious as she quickly scrolled through the notifications. Sitting upright, she leaned closer to Jiang Si, whispering in a tone meant only for their ears. The deep-sea backend has updated. New data indicates that just 30 seconds ago, someone placed another order for 5 million, instructing that the target must vanish from Yanjing, irrespective of life or death. Jiang Si raised an eyebrow and asked leisurely, is the target me? Bai Chun snapped her fingers in delight, exclaiming, bingo! It seems Jiang Si's identity is quite detested. After a moment of jest, she continued, I had already added Jiang Si to the tracking program last time. We've already traced it. In 2 minutes, we shall know the exact location of the person who placed the order. Before she finished speaking, a sudden chill flickered in Bai Chen's eyes. She turned to Jiang Si, a smile on her lips that could kill. No need to wait 2 minutes. The IP address of the order is very close to us. We can pinpoint it in 10 seconds, and we have already identified the owner of the phone. Bai Chun handed her phone to Jiang Si, who squinted at the screen. A scoff escaped her lips as she rose and strode towards the exit. Most eyes in the room were drawn to her. As she moved, a collective breath was held, with some eager souls contemplating an approach. Bai Chun stretched lazily and called out, see, make it quick to the restroom. I'll keep the oblivious ones at bay. You can take care of your personal matters in peace. In Chapter 41, yes, I am indeed threatening you. Jiang Si sent a text message to Song Tianyi. Meet me at the pavilion by the south gate. We need to talk. Although Song Tianyi was reluctant upon receiving the message, she gathered her composure, recalling her earlier actions, and proceeded to the meeting. The pavilion was nearly devoid of guests, save for the occasional security personnel. From afar, Song Tianyi spotted Jiang Si's silhouette, her red dress strikingly alluring against the night. Holding a glass of red wine, she delicately swayed her wrist, causing the crimson liquid to dance gracefully within the glass, exuding elegance and allure like a siren of the night. Song Tianyi admitted to feeling a twinge of jealousy. Gritting her teeth, she approached. You called for me? Jiang Si lifted her gaze nonchalantly, motioning for her to sit. Despite being an outdoor pavilion, Jiang Si commanded the space like a host. Song Tianyi, with a stern expression, took a seat and said, what do you wish to discuss? I don't have much time to waste here. Jiang Si shot her a sidelong glance. What's the hurry to become Mrs. G? Aren't you still unmarried? With an unfriendly tone, Song Tianyi retorted, what does that have to do with you? I want to ask why, despite being divorced from Ji Ge, you still linger around the Ji family, pretending to be his grandfather's granddaughter-in-law? Jiang Si took a sip of her wine, smirking as she replied, you ought to direct that question to your Ji Ge. Jiang Si slowly withdrew her gaze, disinterested in engaging further, and gestured for Song Tianyi to check her phone. I just sent you some information, take a look. Song Tian glared at her and said, Jiang Si, what tricks are you trying to pull this time? Jiang Si shrugged. Who's pulling tricks? I'm simply hoping to have a proper conversation with you. Otherwise, why would I choose to meet you on such a delightful day? To see that face of yours and frustrate myself? She scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. Such unrelenting words shattered Song Tianyi's composure. She stood up, intending to leave, but was halted by Jiang Si's voice. I advise you to open your phone and carefully examine the information I provided, or else, the moment you step out of here, you will regret your decision to return home. Her words were cold, yet laced with a chilling menace. The threatening tone, despite lacking substantial conditions, caused Song Tianyi's heart to tremble. After a few seconds, she remained frozen in place, then reluctantly pulled out her phone. Almost instantly upon opening the file, her complexion shifted from pale to ashen, ultimately draining of color. Staggering a few steps, Song Tianyi collapsed in her chair. You, she incredulously gazed at Jiang Si, her eyes betraying a flicker of fear. How could you possibly know this? Jiang Si, appearing utterly unfazed, replied, as long as there is money, there are countless individuals willing to get things done. Song Tianyi still could not believe it, but she paused, unable to continue. Yet these matters had been thoroughly erased by someone before her return. How could Jiang Si possess such capability to uncover what should have been long concealed? Lost in thought, Song Tiandi inhaled deeply, fixing her gaze on Jiang Si, her eyes ablaze. This is all fabricated. The information is incorrect. I have never been married. You are slandering me. That individual had assured her of this. Everything that transpired in the past 3 years was non-existent. Having witnessed his prowess, she was certain that Jiang Si could not possibly uncover the truth. And even if someone had provided Jiang Si with some leads, there was no evidence to substantiate their authenticity. As long as she resolutely denied it, Jiang Si would be powerless. Jiang Si narrowed her eyes slightly, glancing at Song Tiandi, then chuckled softly. Very well, if you say it never happened, then it never happened. Her nonchalant affirmation caused a heavy sensation to settle in Song Tiandi's heart. Jiang Si, Song Tiandi hissed. What exactly do you want? Jiang Si rose, stretching lazily, her red gown accentuating her exquisite figure. The dim light of the pavilion was warm and softly golden, casting a gentle glow around her, exuding both warmth and abandon. She smiled, a teasing smirk playing on her lips. I have no particular intentions, but if you wish to do something to me, I cannot guarantee that I want to retaliate. Song Tiandi, I am far more formidable than you can imagine. So, do not provoke me. Her tone remained calm, the words straightforward. Yet, Song Tiandi felt as though she were ensconced in a frigid expanse, surrounded by sharp icicles. The moment she stirred, those razor-like blades would lunge at her. Are you threatening me? Song Tiandi glared at Jiang Si, then suddenly chuckled softly, saying, Jiang Si, are you not afraid of what Brother Ji might think? Jiang Si looked at her with amusement. Afraid of him knowing? Why would I fear his knowledge? With narrowed eyes, Song Tiandi replied with unwavering conviction. Because you love Brother Ji, is common knowledge in Yanjing. Over the past 3 years, those myriad memories, 2 months have passed, and to claim you have entirely let go of Brother Ji, I do not believe it. Her eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. Tell me, if Brother Ji were to discover what a venomous woman you are, what would he think? Oh, the little one dares to threaten me in reverse. Jiang Si crossed her arms, a glimmer of playful amusement in her gaze. I believe you have misconstrued the causal relationship. She regarded Song Tiandi with a slight smile, her expression mirroring that of someone observing a fool. It is I who rejected Chuan Yi. To you, he may be a treasured possession, but to me, he is not but a blade of grass. Therefore, I am indifferent to his thoughts. As Jiang Si finished speaking, Song Tiandi gasped, Brother Ji, how did you arrive? Jiang Si paused, turning to see Chuan Yi striding forth from the shadows, his expression as cold as ice, his jawline taut, and his demeanor exceedingly displeased. Before he could close the distance, Song Tiandi cast a provocative glance at Jiang Si. It dawned on her that Song Tiandi had likely spotted Chuan Yi approaching earlier, having skillfully led her to utter those unguarded remarks. With a smile, Jiang Si leaned closer to Song Tiandi and whispered, Your calculations are flawed, even if he is present. It changes nothing. When I say he is no more than a blade of grass in my eyes, that is precisely what he is. Remember my words, Song Tiandi. Do not provoke me, for should you do so, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Suddenly, Jiang Si seized the glass of wine and, amidst Song Tiandi's astonished expression, poured it over her head. Song Tiandi stood frozen for a moment before emitting a piercing scream. Jiang Si took 2 steps back, discarded the empty wine glass onto the table, and turned to leave. However, Chuan Yi grasped her hand firmly. With a cold smile, Jiang Si narrowed her eyes at him. What is it? Do you intend to seek justice for your beloved? Chuan Yi's gaze remained fixed on her, seemingly oblivious to the panicked cries of Song Tiandi. After a pause, he stated, Grandfather has awakened and is demanding to see you. Jiang Si responded with a disinterested "oh." She struggled against his grip and, with a hint of amusement, remarked, Still not willing to release me? The depths of Chuan Yi's dark eyes were unfathomable, as if harboring countless unspoken words. Just now, Jiang Si fixed him with a cold stare, noting the tightening of his brow, which stirred her irritation. With a sharp tone, she queried, What? Does young Master Ji wish to defend your Tiandi sister? Look, the wine is right there. Pour me a glass as well. Her words were laced with provocation, and the mocking glimmer in her eyes threatened to spill over. Upon meeting her gaze, Chuan Yi felt an inexplicable restlessness within him. The peculiar sensation that had just stirred in his heart was swiftly replaced by a surge of anger. Furrowing his brow, he admonished Jiang Si. In a setting such as today, you ought to exercise some restraint. Meanwhile, Chuan Yi was still sobbing in the corner. Chuan Yi cast a glance her way and, with a face as somber as water, remarked, Tian Yi is your sister. Look at her like this. What will others say? At that moment, Chuan Yi felt akin to a weary father. Yet to Jiang Si, his expression of fury appeared as though he was defending Tian Yi. With a cold sneer, Jiang Si narrowed her eyes at Chuan Yi, saying, Chuan Yi, your concern for Tian Yi truly disgusts me. She abruptly yanked her hand free from his grasp. Chuan Yi's face darkened, an icy glare directed at Jiang Si as he spoke in a frigid tone. I am merely attempting to reason with you. Huh? Reason with me? Chuan Yi, what reason do we share? You should focus on your sister, Tian Yi. You had better manage her properly. Otherwise, should you provoke me again, it won't be so easily resolved next time. Chuan Yi's expression grew increasingly frigid, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Si, reaching out to seize her and draw her back for a proper reprimand. Just then, a figure approached from a distance. Chapter 42. Do you have feeling for Jiang Si? Sir, are you slaughtering pigs? Laughter echoed from afar. It was Bai Chun, hands tucked into his pockets. Observing them with an enigmatic smile, he interrupted Chuan Yi's words, and his sudden appearance allowed Jiang Si to break free from his grip. Jiang Si flexed her wrist and glanced at Chuan Yi, her expression neither pleased nor angry. The moment their eyes met, Chuan Yi felt a weight in his heart. By the time he regained his composure to inquire, Jiang Si had already turned to leave. Bai Chun removed his white suit jacket and draped it over Jiang Si's shoulders. Speaking in an affectionate tone, why did you choose such a place? It's rather chilly. Je ne sais plus de quoi, silence. Bai Chun glanced back at the still calling Tian Yi, chuckling in agreement. Indeed, quite suitable for slaughtering pigs. Chuan Yi remained rooted in place, watching as the two walked away, their laughter stirring an unsettling emotion within him. He recalled the moment when Jiang Si had been imperious and audacious, seemingly unsettling a part of his heart. As Jiang Si moved farther away, she caught sight of Tian Yi stumbling towards Chuan Yi, about to fall, only to be caught by him and seated on a nearby low stool. Tian Yi wept softly, like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Chuan Yi furrowed his brow tightly. Jiang Si realized he was suppressing his emotions. A sudden sense of helplessness washed over her as she pondered. Bai Chun, what am I even hoping to achieve by remaining in Yanjing? Bai Chun, busy with his messages, was momentarily taken aback by her seemingly random remark. Huh? Jiang Si tilted her head to gaze at the sky. The pitch-black night sky was adorned with only a few twinkling stars, vast and distant. In that moment, her heart unexpectedly found solace. Not far away, in a pavilion, the security personnel hurriedly approached, and Jiang Si observed Chuan Yi gently draping a coat over Tian Yi's shoulders after receiving it from another person. He then began to issue commands to those beside him. The bodyguards appeared tense, nodding quickly in response. Jiang Si couldn't help but sneer. Tian Yi curled up slightly, inching closer to Chuan Yi, and from Jiang Si's vantage point, it seemed as though Tian Yi had nestled into his embrace. The gentleness reflected in Chuan Yi's lower gaze was a tenderness she had never witnessed before. How delightful! Such a perfect match. They were a couple of talent and beauty, a pair seemingly destined for one another. What business did she have in this affair? Even if Tian Yi had ulterior motives, it was Chuan Yi who deserved it. What man did Jiang Si lack? Why should she cling to this cold, hard, and unpleasant iceberg of a man? Enough is enough. She had already declared she was done with him. Thus, she wished the tea-steeping woman and her dog of a man eternal happiness. She, Agio, would not accompany them any longer. Once grandfather's birthday was over, she would pack her things and live freely. Suddenly, Chuan Yi's heart skipped a beat. An inexplicable wave of anxiety washing over him as he glanced towards Jiang Si's recently vacated spot. The path was now devoid of any figures. Tian Yi was still choked with emotion, looking up at Chuan Yi and plaintively saying, Brother Ji, it's so cold here. Shall we leave? Chuan Yi responded with a faint hum, then instructed the bodyguard beside him. Miss Song has been startled. Take her to her room to rest. The bodyguard immediately complied. Subsequently, Chuan Yi added, not a word of tonight's events is to be leaked. His voice was cold and calm as he cast a sweeping glance at the group, causing them to feel a chill run down their spines. They quickly nodded, assuring him, "Young Master Ji, rest assured, we know what to do." Song Tian Yi bit her lip, contemplating the great injustice she had endured. Since Brother Ji was unwilling to make Jiang Si pay a price, he would even allow the incident to be disclosed. A hint of resentment surfaced as tears began to well in her eyes. "I understand that sister is upset tonight, but if father inquires later, what should I tell you, Brother Ji?" Chuan Yi regarded her with a glance. "Miss Song is clever and knows what to do." Song Tian Yi clenched her fists in frustration. Song Chunggong was astute. Even if she spoke the truth, Chuan Yi had already suppressed the matter, and she would never find Jiang Si to stand up for her. After all, the two young ladies of the Song family were at odds, and exposing their discord would only serve as fodder for others' amusement. Chuan Yi continued, "I must go check on grandfather first. You should rest." With that, he turned and swiftly departed, taking the very path Jiang Si had just left. Song Tian Yi watched as he lengthened his strides, quickening his pace, unaware of his own hurried steps. When Chuan Yi entered the resting room of the elder Ji, Jiang Si had already soothed the old man and left with Bai Chun. Standing in the chamber, he gazed out the window, observing Jiang Si bending down to enter the passenger seat of Bai Chen's car. The elder Ji glanced at him and, narrowing his eyes, said with a calm demeanor, "Yi, is there a problem between you and Sa girl?" Chuan Yi withdrew his gaze and, maintaining a composed expression, replied, "Grandfather, please do not overthink this. Focus on your recovery. The rumors circulating in the outside world are not to be trusted." The elder Ji scrutinized him for a moment. Then, with an amused tone, remarked, "Do you really believe that your grandfather has lost his wits?" Chuan Yi tightened his jaw, remaining silent. Ultimately, he thought, the younger generations will find their own fortune. I am aging and have but a few years left, thus I cannot continue to meddle in your affairs. Leaning against the headboard, the elder Ji sighed repeatedly. Yi, your father is returning next month?" Chuan Yi responded with a soft emblem. The elder continued, "Your temperament mirrors his stubbornness. Back then, he was vehemently opposed to marrying your mother. After your birth, it was indeed cruel to place a child between two unloving parents. You have endured much hardship over the years." Chuan Yi furrowed his brow, recalling his childhood spent in the ancestral home, where it was common not to see Ji Hai or Song Qing for weeks on end. "Grandfather, you have cared for me immensely. I do not feel I have suffered," he stated. The elder Ji's eyes brimmed with regret and affection. What child does not yearn for the love of their parents? "My greatest regret is you." Chuan Yi was born during the years when Ji Hai had nearly severed ties with the elder Ji, and the final compromise was to have Song Qing bear Chuan Yi, almost as if it were a task to be completed. Just 3 days after his birth, he was sent to the ancestral home. He had always been composed and quiet. Even though the Ji family boasted immense wealth and a vast familial legacy, providing him a lifetime of indulgence, Chuan Yi had never behaved in a reckless manner. The world spoke of his excellence, his remarkable strategies, and his ruthless demeanor. By the age of 20, he had begun to make a name for himself within the Ji family, soon rivaling Ji Hai. Yet, only the elder Ji understood what Chuan Yi had endured over the years. He had hoped to find a woman who was empathetic and considerate, one whose family background was modest and who did not need to be exceptionally accomplished, as long as she held a deep affection for his Yi. In years to come, when he would no longer be around, he wished for Chuan Yi to not feel isolated within the vast Ji family. Throughout the years Jiang Si spent in the Ji household, her every action was filled with thoughts of Chuan Yi. The elder Ji felt a genuine joy in his heart. Although his Yi struggled to express his emotions and prioritized work over life, he believed that there was still ample time for Jiang Si to teach him how to love, that everything would eventually fall into place. Yet now, the elder Ji's gaze began to cloud. He asked, Yi, do you have feeling for Sa girl?" Chuan Yi froze, his fingers twitching slightly. His deep-set black eyes filled with confusion, akin to a lost child searching for home. He turned to the elder Ji and asked in a flat tone, "Grandfather, what does it mean to like her? Did he truly like Jiang Si? It is inconceivable. How could it be? Jiang Si is nothing but a deceiver. Moreover, as Lu Lin remarked, the Ji family can find any suitable young mistress they desire. He need not squander his time on Jiang Si." In that moment, The heart of old Master Ji sank heavily, an overwhelming bitterness spreading from his chest throughout his entire being. He gazed at Ji Chuan, who appeared like a bewildered child, shedding his usual frigid demeanor, seemingly transported back in time to years past. Holding the hand of the butler who had come to fetch him from school, quietly observing those kindergarten classmates who were joyfully lifted high by their parents, smiling sweetly. With a childlike tone, he inquired, "Uncle Wu, why are those children laughing?" In the car, Bai Chun turned to Jiang Si and casually asked, "Why the fuss over a mere conversation? Why douse her with wine? If you're going to do it, just do it. Don't make it seem like a slaughter. I almost prepared to clean up your mess." Jiang Si propped her head with one hand. Her gaze serene as she stared out the window. She plotted against me. Bai Chun clicked his tongue. "Is it merely about the wine?" Jiang Si smiled faintly. "I find it rather satisfactory." Bai Chun glanced at her, able to discern from her raised brows and eyes that Jiang Si was in a good mood. Old Master Ji is likely aware of your relationship with Ji Chuan Yi. Jiang Si acknowledged with a hum. He is old but not blind. Such matters cannot be concealed. This surprised me, as I thought he held you in high regard. Why hasn't he even inquired or insisted that you remain with the Ji family? Jiang Si's expression darkened slightly as she pondered for a long while before responding. Thus, I can hardly pursue anything further with Ji Chuan Yi. She uttered an ambiguous statement, leaving Bai Chun puzzled as he awaited her further elaboration, which never came, compelling him to change the subject. The old man is likely departing the day after tomorrow, so you need not return to the Ji family. What are your plans moving forward? Jiang Si retrieved her phone, resignedly sighing. What plans? I still have a troublesome little child on my hands. I must ensure she is settled. Otherwise, when my brother returns next month, there will be chaos. Umbeknon stodiansa, bai chen froze. A flicker of panic crossing his gaze. He then rubbed his nose and said, "Your brother is coming back?" Jiang Si confirmed. "If all goes as expected. Around the 9th of next month. Currently, it's just the two of us in Yanjing. Shall we go to pick him up together?" Bai Chun's eyes darted away, chuckling awkwardly. How unfortunate. I must return to the north either at the end of this month or the beginning of next. Chapter 43. It was Jiang Si who said it. Nancheng. Bai Shiyin paused momentarily as he poured the wine, looking at Ji Chuan Yi with curiosity. Why the sudden mention of my hometown? That place is in the north, and I have always been averse to the cold, so I have rarely returned and am not very familiar with it. Ji Chuan Yi rolled up his sleeves after removing his suit jacket, reclining on the sofa. 4 days had passed since old Master Ji's birthday banquet, and since that evening when Jiang Si left the Ji family, she had not appeared before the Ji family again. Even at the last moment of old Master Ji's departure, Jiang Si was nowhere to be seen. Ji Chuan Yi harbored a surge of anger within him. Ever since his last conversation with old Master Ji, he had pondered how it was even conceivable that he could harbor feelings for that deceitful girl, Jiang Si. A wild child. This evening, at Lu Lin's invitation, he had come merely to seek solace, having declined a dinner engagement. Ji Chuan Yi casually recounted, at the previous birthday banquet, my grandfather inquired about how Bai Chun had become acquainted with Jiang Si. Jiang Si had mentioned that Bai Chun grew up in the Bai family's ancestral home, which just so happens to be located in the same town as Jiang Si's residence in the southern city. Bai Shiyin furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before exclaiming, "Is that so?" He paused and continued, Bai Chun is the eldest son of the Bai family, destined for greatness for birth. At the time, my grandfather cherished the old house, praising its comfort. Thus, after stepping down from the Bai family, he resolved to return to his hometown to enjoy his twilight years. Despite opposition from the rest of the family, he insisted on taking Bai Chun with him. Bai Chun sighed as he spoke. Now, Bai Chun has become this way, and the family believes he has been spoiled by grandfather. A once promising eldest son has been squandered. A flicker of intrigue crossed Ji Chuan Yi's downcast eyes. After confirming this information with Bai Shiyin, a weight settled more heavily upon his heart. Ah, indeed, Bai Shiyin suddenly recalled, saying, I've heard from family members that Bai Chun plans to return to the southern city at the end of the month. I suspect it's to visit the old master. If you, Ji Xiao, have an interest in the southern city, shall I send someone from the Bai family to accompany you back? Ji Chuan Yi cast a disinterested glance at him, replying, Am I to discuss my investigation into the Bai family with you and expect your assistance? The curiosity in Bai Shiyin's eyes dimmed as he resumed mixing drinks. Ji Xiao, sometimes I believe Lu Lin is right. You, my friend, are too cunning. Sooner or later, you You will end up a solitary figure. Those words, solitary figure, pierced Chuan Yi's heart like tiny needles, causing him to instinctively grip his glass tighter. A shadow clouding his gaze as he contemplated something unknown. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open. It couldn't be. Lu Lin strode in with exuberance, greeting Chuan Yi and Bai Shiyan with a gesture of familiarity. His tone was resolute, tinged with impatience. Are you closer to Chuan Yi, or am I? If I say it's impossible, it's impossible. What is the matter? Ji Xiao is right here. Shall I let him explain himself? The person on the other end appeared to be pleading for mercy. Lu Lin raised an eyebrow, playfully tapping his left cheek with his tongue, scoffing. What a pitiful creature. He is not a monster. Can't even muster a word. He waved dismissively. Enough of this chatter. I'll show up to support you when the time comes. Don't covet him. Ji Xiao is involved in multi-million transactions. How could he have time for your rendezvous? With a decisive click, Lu Lin hung up the phone and plopped down beside Chuan Yi, raising his glass. You've graced us with your presence quite early today. Chuan Yi gave him a fleeting glance, stating, It feels early to me. I could return to work, as I have 2 projects that require my attention. Lu Lin immediately backtracked, pleading, All right, Ji Xiao, it was just a slip of the tongue. He tilted his head back and drained the glass of wine he was holding. Bai Shiyan rolled his eyes at him and then inquired, Whose call was that? It concerns our young Master Ji. Lu Lin, legs crossed and reclining on the sofa, interjected with a hint of displeasure. The boy from the Lu family. Isn't he busy opening a Japanese restaurant? He claims to have hired a team of elite Japanese chefs from Japan, and before the grand opening, he intends for us, his friends in the circle, to help him garner some attention. Bai Shiyan nodded, responding with an Japanese cuisine? He glanced at Chuan Yi, asking, Why would they invite our young Master Ji? Besides, with the restaurant's inauguration, it seems inappropriate for the heir of the Ji group to attend such an event. Bai Shiyan questioned Chuan Yi, Do you have any connection with the Lu family? Without a moment's hesitation, Chuan Yi replied, None. I'm not familiar with them. Lu Lin chimed in. The Lu family is acquainted with the Song family, and one could say they have familial ties. They invited our Miss Song, but who knows what she agreed to in return. Young Master Lu is quite confident that Yi will make an appearance. And now that they see our young Master Ji attending, they called me, shamelessly asking me to show up and lend some support. Bai Shiyan narrowed his eyes, looking at Chuan Yi, and asked, Did you agree to go with Song Tianyi? Chuan Yi slightly furrowed his brow and shook his head. Since the debacle at the birthday banquet, the two had hardly been in contact. He assumed Song Tianyi was shaken up and had sent gifts to express his condolences. Lu Lin scoffed. Agree to what? With all that raw sashimi and cold dishes, you can't even eat that. Why would you accompany Ms. Song to create connections and bolster the Lu family's reputation? I begged you for over half a month to attend the opening of my amusement park, and you didn't respond. If you go to the Lu family's Japanese restaurant, Chuan Yi, I might just cry. He whimpered a bit, suddenly feeling an icy glare fixated on him. Why are you all staring at me like that? Lu Lin looked up to see Chuan Yi's gaze sharp as a knife, while Bai Shiyan regarded him with a perplexed expression, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Bai Shiyan quietly asked, You can't eat Japanese food? Is that true? How do you know? I was unaware of this. His questions seemed rather bewildering, and Lu Lin blinked. Isn't this something everyone knows? You didn't know? Bai Shiyan squinted. Indeed, hasn't he touched raw foods or sashimi in recent years? I always thought it was merely a matter of taste, but you just said he can't eat it. Chuan Yi narrowed his eyes, a frigid intensity in his gaze, and asked, Who told you this? Who is it? Lu Lin suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Jiang Si, Lu Lin exclaimed, as if facing a formidable adversary. Yes, it was Jiang Si who informed me. Do you all remember, 3 years ago on New Year's Day, I was dating a little internet celebrity, a food broadcaster? At that time, they were showcasing Japanese cuisine, and I arranged for someone to bring over a large salmon from abroad, which I had our family chef prepare, planning to invite you all over for a gathering that evening. The call was answered by Jiang Si, and she said you couldn't eat sashimi, thus declining the invitation. At that moment, I did not ponder too deeply, for it is indeed true that many individuals are allergic to seafood. I had assumed you were among them. Bai Shiyan contemplated for a moment before saying, Yes, I recall that matter. I did consume the fish, and it was quite delectable. Suddenly, the room fell into an oppressive silence, the weight of unspoken words palpable. Lu Lin cast a glance at Bai Shiyan, seeking help with his eyes. Bai Shiyin glared at him, urging him to remain silent. Chuan Yi abruptly stood up, striding towards the exit. How could Jiang Si know that he was unable to eat sashimi? This was a matter that no one in the Ji family was even aware of. Chapter 44. Jiang Si. Who exactly are you? For several days, Jiang Si had been preoccupied with matters concerning Qi Xing. Bai Chun had helped her find a spacious flat near the Star River, serving as her temporary refuge. After accompanying Qi Xing for his final dance practice, it was already 1 a.m. The relentless work had left her physically and mentally exhausted. Upon exiting the elevator, she failed to notice someone standing near the emergency exit. As the door opened, she abruptly sensed a presence behind her. The figure was tall, exuding a chilling aura, and forcefully pushed her inside. A glimmer of menace appeared in Jiang Si's eyes as her right hand flashed with silver. In the next moment, the lights illuminated the scene. The tip of the silver needle nestled between her index and middle fingers was mere millimeters from the man's pupils. Chuan Yi? Jiang Si exclaimed in astonishment. What madness are you up to? Chuan Yi twisted her arm behind her back with one hand, his imposing figure pressing her against the entrance. A cold glimmer in his eyes. He growled, "Don't move." His voice was hoarse, as if it had not been used in quite some time. Jiang Si caught a whiff of alcohol and frowned, clearly displeased. Have you been drinking? Have you come here to cause trouble? Chuan Yi frowned, earnestly denying. I am not drunk. Jiang Si retorted coldly. You'd best leave my place at once. Otherwise, I shall make you regret it. Chuan Yi regarded her with a cold stare. Jiang Si, you're a girl. Jiang Si rolled her eyes. In the next moment, Chuan Yi slightly loosened his grip on her hand. Yet he showed no intention of departing. Should I call the police? Chuan Yi laughed coldly. Feel free. I have demands of my own to take to the authorities. Jiang Si retracted her silver needle, her expression devoid of anger or annoyance, calmly looking at Chuan Yi, her clear eyes betraying no tumult. Speak. Chuan Yi glanced at her, a hint of anger simmering beneath the surface. How did you discover my dietary restrictions? Jiang Si was taken aback. Clearly, Chuan Yi had shifted the topic too abruptly, leaving her momentarily at a loss. After a pause of over 10 seconds, Chuan Yi clarified his inquiry. I cannot eat raw seafood. From where did you learn this? A chill ran down Jiang Si's spine. Who is the idle soul digging into such trivial matters? I do not comprehend your words. Ji Xiao cannot consume raw seafood? What an oddity. Jiang Si maintained a composed demeanor. Chuan Yi's gaze lingered on her for over 10 seconds, as if attempting to discern the authenticity of her words. Chuan Yi asked with unwavering certainty, Jiang Si, who exactly are you? Jiang Si let her hand fall, her index finger twitching slightly. Her expression remained unchanged, a hint of a mocking smile curling at the corners of her lips. If memory serves me right, you inquired about this just a few days ago, she replied. Chuan Yi responded, Indeed you did, yet at that time, you offered no answer. Jiang Si met his gaze directly. Who I am. Does it truly matter whether I am Jiang Si? Chuan Yi, we share no connection anymore. Even if I appear before you with purpose. Have you felt the loss of anything or suffered any grievances over these past 3 years? Therefore, my intentions are of no concern to you, and they hold no relevance now either. A sudden surge of fury ignited within Chuan Yi's eyes. He stepped forward, and as he did not release Jiang Si's left hand, she was abruptly thrust against the tall table in the foyer. Jiang Si tightened her grip on the silver needle, her voice icy as she warned. I have cautioned you before. Next time, I shall not merely use words, but resort to action. Her finger lunged towards Chuan Yi's lower body with fierce and swift precision. It seemed he had anticipated her now free hand. In the instant Jiang Si struck, Chuan Yi seized her wrist, applying just enough force to capture both hands. Did you think I would fall for the same trick twice in the same position? Chuan Yi smirked lightly, a glimmer of arrogance flickering in his narrowed eyes. Jiang Si's delicate face was now as cold as ice. She nearly reached for the weapon beneath the tall table with one hand. Chuan Yi remarked it. Even my grandfather is unaware of my inability to consume raw foods. Jiang Si, how much do you truly know? Where did you uncover this information? A cold sneer formed within Jiang Si's heart, her eyes reflecting a frigid disdain. 8 years prior, Chuan Yi and Jiang Si had relied on each other in a desolate forest for half a month. When hunger struck, they foraged for wild fruits, and when thirst beckoned, they drank from the stream. To ensure daily protein intake, Jiang Si caught fish each day. Lacking a flame, they struggled at first. The forest was perpetually damp, and all the firewood was soaked, leaving them without even a spark. Thus, in a bid for survival, Jiang Si fed Chuan Yi raw fish and meat for an entire week. By the 8th day, Chuan Yi could no longer stomach the bloody, pungent flesh. He would eat and then retch it back up. Fortunately, the rescue from the Ji family arrived swiftly. Jiang Si left the unconscious Chuan Yi among the low shrubs that the Ji family searched the following day, which ultimately led to his salvation. Chuan Yi was not incapable of eating, nor did he dislike it. He simply feared it. Jiang Si lowered her gaze and coldly scoffed. "I've said, I do not comprehend your words. What does your ability to consume raw food have to do with me? You grab hold of someone and question them about the past. Are you mad?" Chuan Yi trembled, a buzzing sound echoing in his ears, as if words had reached him but could not be processed by his mind. He sensed a flicker of disappointment from the whirlwind of emotions he had just experienced. From Jiang Si's response, he had gleaned none of the affirmations he had hoped for. He recalled the Jiang Si from long ago, feeling a sense of reluctance, and pressed on, his demeanor cold and somewhat aggressive. "Are you leaving?" His gaze fell upon the 2 large suitcases in the living room, which he had noticed only moments before. Jiang Si had already freed herself from his grasp, retreating several steps with her back turned, casting a look of hostility and displeasure at him. "Season, this is a private matter. It is not appropriate to disclose." Chuan Yi refocused his attention on Jiang Si. "Jiang Si, I cannot consume seafood. How did you know?" His tone was low, tinged with caution. Jiang Si, her expression impassive, shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "I have forgotten the past, Season. One must look forward in life, not linger in place. Such an elementary principle. And you, Season, are a remarkable individual. Do I need to reiterate this for you?" She glanced toward the door, making a gesture of dismissal. "If you do not leave, I will have no choice but to call the authorities. You are trespassing." Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, standing in place for over half a minute as he regarded Jiang Si before finally turning to leave. The moment he stepped out of the apartment, a loud slam of the door echoed behind him. He had been expelled. At that moment, a WeChat notification chimed in. Jiang Si glanced at it. It was a message from Bai Shiyan and Lu Lin. Chuan Yi stared at the group chat for a while before typing a message. She does not acknowledge it. Chapter 45. You are merely a woman misguided by the Song family for over 20 years. I feel that this matter has been somewhat exaggerated by us. A few nights later, Lu Lin summoned Chuan Yi and Bai Shiyan again to discuss the recent events, primarily because it had originated from him. Over the past few days, he had been unable to concentrate on anything, even neglecting the new models he had recently caught, consumed by worry for his brother's well-being. He looked at Chuan, his voice laced with apprehension as he expressed his thoughts. It has been over 3 years since that incident with the fish. If Jiang Si had ulterior motives, she would have leaked the information long ago, allowing your adversaries to seize it. He still believed Chuan Yi had a severe seafood allergy, as if even the slightest contact would be fatal. Chuan Yi sat stoically on the sofa, lost in thought. Bai Shiyan glanced at him, handed a prepared drink to Lu Lin, and shot him a disapproving look. Then, in a hushed tone, he asked, "Season, are you feeling unwell?" Chuan Yi lazily lifted his eyelids to regard him. Hai is returning. Bai Shiyan was taken aback, and even Lu Lin jumped up in surprise. "What? Why is he coming back suddenly? He just went to the beautiful country for a few years. Wasn't it said he would settle there permanently? Last year, I heard that Mr. Ji had found a stunning blonde beauty and fathered a son with striking blue eyes." In that moment, a chilling aura of murderous intent radiated from Chuan Yi. This time, without Bai Shiyan's reminder, Lu Lin was acutely aware that he had misspoken. Bai Shiyan, with uncertainty, inquired, "Is he back for you?" Chuan Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, an icy glint shimmering within. "Indeed, Hai has consistently opposed the decision to relocate the Ji Corporation to the Southern Economic Hub." Bai Shiyan interjected, "Because he knows that if this matter comes to fruition under your aegis, your standing within the Ji Corporation will far exceed his." It all made sense now. Otherwise, why the urgency? He paused before asking, "Do you have a plan?" Chuan Yi's lips curved into a faint, inscrutable smile as he raised his glass to Bai Shiyan, saying, "Assist?" Bai Shiyan smiled lightly, lifting his own glass in response, "Assist." Lu Lin glanced between Chuan Yi and Bai Shiyan before collapsing onto the sofa like a limp fish. "All right, what are you two playing at?" Just remember to call me when there's something entertaining. I shan't partake in any cerebral endeavors. Chuan Yi and Bai Shiyin simultaneously turned their attention to him, eliciting an exasperated smile from Bai Shiyin. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. A server entered, softly reporting, "Mr. Bai, a conflict has arisen downstairs. A young lady claims to be the eldest daughter of the Song family, named Song Tian Yi, and insists she knows you." The server's message was clear to all present. Bai Shiyin glanced at Chuan Yi and casually asked, "What sort of conflict?" It was the scion of the Wang family, who had exchanged a few jokes with Miss Song's friend, leading to a verbal altercation. Lu Lin snorted derisively. That brat Wang Fenglu will ultimately meet his demise due to his own tongue. The demeanor of the three men remained unperturbed, causing the server to feel a rush of anxiety. The woman downstairs had confidently asserted that if she delivered the message, Mr. Bai would surely intervene on her behalf. Yet it appeared that Mr. Bai was not particularly familiar with her. Would he scold her? Would her bonus be docked? The situation seemed contradictory. Wasn't it said she knew Mr. Bai? Why was she calling for so long without a response? In the downstairs hall, the music had ceased and a crowd had gathered, led by a corpulent man. At this moment, a wicked smile danced on the man's lips, his beady eyes fixated on the woman before him. "I have no intention of making things difficult for you. My solitude has led me to fall for your friend at first sight, and I wish to pursue her earnestly. Why the reluctance?" Song Tian Yi's delicate face turned pale with anger. "Young Master Wang, please conduct yourself with dignity." Wang Fenglu patted his sizable belly, laughter causing his features to jiggle. Desires between men and women are a natural inclination. My pursuit is entirely normal. If we were to uphold decorum, how would we promote free love, improve marriage rates, or contribute to the nation's population growth? His laughter rang out as those behind him joined in merriment. Suddenly, a sharp crack pierced the air, silencing the laughter abruptly. As Song Tianyi's eyes brimmed with tears, a saline solution seemed to spill forth from the corners. Her body trembling as she maintained her stance, caught between anger and fear. "Old Wang, have you been struck? Oh, come now. This isn't the first time Old Wang has faced a lady's wrath. Why the needless concern? Indeed, this lady possesses a fair complexion and striking beauty. Perhaps Old Wang is rather pleased by such treatment." They laughed, their gazes flitting between Wang Fenglu and Song Tianyi as if they were spectators at a grand performance. Wang Fenglu touched his cheek, a smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes harbored a sinister glint. "Miss Song, while words may be exchanged, resorting to violence is wholly unacceptable. You are but a misguided faux heiress, raised by the Song family for over 2 decades, deluding yourself into believing you are above others. A woman of your caliber, I have entertained countless times, perhaps 70 or 80. Dare you strike me? Do you truly believe you have the audacity to do so?" Song Tianyi shivered at his words, her piercing gaze fixed upon him. "Silence," she cried, her frustration bubbling over as she prepared to strike once more. Wang Fenglu's lips curled into a cruel smile. With a swift motion, he reached for the hem of her dress. Clad in an off-shoulder gown, a mere tug could render her the laughingstock of Yanjing. Her friends, recognizing his intent, cried out, "Be careful." A couple of timid souls shielded their eyes, while Song Tianyi, surrounded and unable to evade, watched helplessly as Wang Fenglu seized her skirt, pulling it down with a forceful tug. With a gasp, her complexion drained of color. Instinctively, she crouched down, clutching herself. "Vile creature!" Wang Fenglu's mocking laughter echoed. "Do take a moment to assess your own worth before challenging me. If you deny me the pleasure, I shall ensure all bear witness." Before he could finish his taunt, a powerful kick sent him sprawling backward, looking for death. A chilling aura blanketed the scene. The speaker stood tall amidst the crowd. Behind him, Bai Shiyin wore a faint smile, though his eyes were anything but gentle. Lu Lin, hands tucked into his pockets and chin slightly raised, exuded an air of arrogance. Chuan Yi glanced at Song Tianyi, who knelt on the ground, her bare back exposed, rendering her plight even more humiliating. Scanning the surroundings, he grabbed a tablecloth and draped it over her head. "Take her away to rest," he instructed her friends, who finally registered that help had arrived. "Is it really Ji Xiao? Who dares to strike me?" Wang Fenglu, having risen from the wreckage of overturned furniture, stormed toward them, fury radiating from him. Chuan Yi remained indifferent, his gaze shifting as he caught sight of a familiar figure slipping through the back door of the hall. Jiang Si? What brings her here? Chapter 46. Song Tiandi is Ji Shao's white moonlight, a shadow flitted past, visible only to Ji Chuan Yi. In the hall, Wang Fenglu, panting heavily, stood up in a furious rage and stormed towards Ji Chuan Yi. Before he could reach out, he was blocked by a bodyguard standing nearby. Wang Fenglu, do you wish to be beaten? Came Lu Lin's mocking voice, his gaze fixed intently on him. Wang Fenglu found the voice somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, his corpulent body quivered visibly. Lu Xiao? His small, bean-like eyes widened in sudden horror as he looked towards Ji Chuan Yi and Bai Shiyan. You two are here? Bai Shiyan squinted and smiled, his expression warm, yet edged with danger. Did you not summon us? Why do you appear less than pleased at my arrival? Wang Fenglu flashed a fierce expression to those around him, searching for the informant who had summoned Bai Shiyan. How could this be? He tilted his head, a sycophantic grin spreading across his face. Isn't this like the flood washing through the Dragon King's temple? One fails to recognize their own kin? It's all just a misunderstanding. Lu Lin snorted derisively, casting him a disdainful glance. Who considers you family? Bai Shiyan's cold gaze fell upon him. Shall I escort you out, or will you leave on your own? Wang Fenglu suppressed his resentment, gritting his teeth as he growled at those beside him. Let's go. Wait. Chuan Yi suddenly spoke, his indifferent gaze shifting from the back door to Wang Fenglu, rarely seen in the circles of these young masters. Ji Chuan Yi's aura was unmatched by those who indulged in frivolity. Wang Fenglu was only familiar with Ji Chuan Yi through television and the accounts of his elders. Today, he had shed his formal suit for a black shirt and trousers, his tall frame accentuated by broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, with his sleeves rolled up to reveal muscular forearms. The moment he spoke, everyone present fell silent. Wang Fenglu cursed inwardly, yet wore a fawning smile on his face. Does Ji Shao have any instructions? Ji Chuan Yi narrowed his eyes, the overhead light casting an enigmatic glow over him, his gaze unwavering as it bore down on Wang Fenglu, causing the latter to tremble within. What was that hand doing? What? Wang Fenglu stammered, his heart racing. That hand. What was it doing with the clothing? Panic surged through him as he realized Ji Chuan Yi was about to confront him. Ji Shao, I assure you it was a misunderstanding. If Song Mei was frightened, I shall purchase some gifts and personally apologize tomorrow. There is no need for such hostility, is there? Lu Lin interjected. Wang Fatty, you can even use idioms now? Have you recently befriended a language teacher? Wang Fenglu felt heat rising to his face, as if he were being mocked for entertainment. Lu Lin, I extend you the courtesy of addressing you as Lu Xiao. Do you look down upon me? What do you amount to? Aren't you the one who chases after a new sister every day, and tomorrow you'll be after an elder sister? Lu Lin wiped the smile off his face, casting a cold glance at him. At least I haven't engaged in such disgraceful behavior as pulling up someone else's sister's skirt. He licked his upper lip, narrowing his eyes with a hint of cruelty as he continued. That hand you used to tug? If you choose to remain silent now, do you expect me to have someone remove both of your hands? With such words, Wang Fenglu found himself in an untenable position. Gritting his teeth, he turned to Ji Chuan Yi, his face a shade of green. Is this also your stance, young Master Ji? Ji Chuan Yi, with an expression devoid of emotion, regarded him, and his meaning was unmistakable. Wang Fenglu felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back, but maintained a facade of bravado, forcing a smile tinged with sarcasm and self-mockery as he reached for an unopened bottle of liquor. Chuan Yi, she's merely a wild woman plucked from who knows where by the Song family. Do you truly hold her in such high regard? To offend me merely to defend her. There are countless women in this world. We cross paths in this circle often. I hope you won't regret today's actions in the future. With an emphatic slap, he struck the bottle against his own head. The liquor mixed with blood cascaded down his face. In Wang Fenglu's small, beady eyes, there flickered the venom of a serpent as he licked his lips and left with his entourage. The farce unfolded and dissipated. Around them, small clusters of onlookers began to murmur. Is this Ji Chuan Yi? He is truly handsome. Just a glance from such a man would be worth dying for. A hero rescuing a damsel. The Wang family and the Ji family have a fair amount of collaboration. Young Master Ji dares to sever ties with the Wang family heir Wang Fenglu for the sake of Song Tiandi. He is truly in love. I heard that Song Tiandi left the country in anger over the arranged marriage with the Ji family, and now upon her return, young Master Ji is divorced yet still protects her so fiercely. It seems she is the cherished moonlight in his heart. These whispers reached Chuan Yi and his companions to some degree. Lu Lin clicked his tongue in irritation, scratching his head. So what's the plan? Continue drinking or go check on Sister Song? Bai Shiyan glanced at Chuan Yi, inquiring, shall we arrange for a rest area upstairs? However, Chuan Yi gazed toward the back door, remaining silent for a long moment before striding in that direction. Were you going for the back door? Chuan Yi furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable unease since he had seen Jiang Si. He waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. In the backyard, Jiang Si struggled to shove someone into a nearby garbage bin, dusting off her hands as she made a phone call. Without waiting for a response, she lowered her voice to complain, the person is under control. Please arrange for someone to take over quickly. Can't you stop using my whereabouts to make me do manual labor? The voice on the other end of the line said something, causing Jiang Si to pout. A rare display of childlike demeanor. All right, I understand. It was wrong of me to suddenly disappear for 3 years. Today, I'll take the initiative to help you. Okay, what about the items? Unbeknownst to her, moments ago, he had sprayed a misty substance in her direction. Jiang Si suddenly felt her mind falter, as if she had momentarily entered a state of disarray. She halted, her legs growing weak, and her voice took on a serious tone. Is this a high-quality neuroparalytic spray? The item had fallen into the sewer. Perhaps someone should be sent to retrieve it. Me? I'm Fina. Have you forgotten that I am immune to all toxins? Someone's coming. I must hang up. Standing still, Jiang Si assessed her body after ending the call. Aside from a slight ache in the spot where she had been kicked during the scuffle, she felt no other discomfort. It seemed the fleeting sense of blankness in her mind was merely an illusion. She smiled softly and looked up to see a familiar tall figure standing at the back door. Chuan Yi? Frowning, she noted that his posture indicated he was waiting for her. Jiang Si, Chuan Yi called out to her. Ignoring him, she decided to find an alternate exit since he had blocked her way. Just as she turned to leave through the alley, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her legs to tremble, and she nearly stumbled. Jiang Si? Chuan Yi's voice deepened with concern. Have you been drinking? Jiang Si felt a surge of indignation. Drink your own drink. Who says one must always drink when at a bar? Can't one be there to perform duties, apprehend fugitives, and act as a good citizen? However, before she could dwell on it further, her consciousness was abruptly engulfed by darkness. In the end, all she could hear was Chuan Yi's slightly panicked voice and the sound of his hurried footsteps approaching. Jiang Si, Chapter 47. Chuan Yi is leaving with a woman. Lu Lin was in the midst of complaining about Chuan Yi to Bai Shiyan when he caught sight of the very person he was criticizing, emerging from the back door with a grave expression, seemingly carrying a woman. What the hell? Even Chuan Yi, the eternal ice block, has learned to pick up women at the back door of a bar? Bai Shiyan, quick to understand, noticed something was amiss. We should check. This doesn't look right. Chuan Yi approached swiftly, cradling Jiang Si in his arms, with a phone call still active beside him, the steady voice of Ming Feng emanating from the speaker. All right, young Master Ji, I will arrange for someone to meet at the hospital entrance. Bai Shiyan, speaking rapidly, inquired what happened. Before Chuan Yi could respond, Lu Lin glanced at the woman in Chuan Yi's arms and exclaimed in surprise, Isn't that your ex-wife? Has she come to drown her sorrows in the bar? Bai Shiyan shot him a disbelieving look. Idiot. Chuan Yi's expression darkened, his deep-set eyes scanning the back door. In a low, hoarse voice, he ordered, Send someone to investigate. She doesn't smell of alcohol, nor does she appear to be ill. Her faintness is rather suspicious, given Chuan Yi's understanding of Jiang Si. A woman so devoid of intrigue had no business in a place as chaotic as a bar. Moreover, just moments ago, although it was but a fleeting glimpse, Chuan Yi distinctly observed Jiang Si following a man. Why did Jiang Si choose to accompany him? And what caused her to faint? Curiously, he had not caught sight of the man earlier. The more he pondered, the more an inexplicable fury surged within Chuan Yi, his dark eyes swirling with wrath. Bai Shiyan, unaware of the unfolding situation, was adept at reading the room. Even though Chuan Yi's tone remained consistently cold, he perceptibly sensed the simmering anger within him. Rest assured, I shall handle this. Should anything unusual arise, I will inform you. Chuan Yi nodded, striding purposefully towards the exit. Outside, the driver had readied the vehicle. Young Master Ji, a woman rushed out of the bar, calling out anxiously as Chuan Yi entered the car. Paying her no heed, he continued on his way. The woman stamped her foot in frustration before turning and hastily re-entering, lowering her voice as she entered the innermost lounge. I just saw young Master Ji leaving with a woman in his arms. The room fell into an abrupt silence. In that instant, Song Tiany's face, which had previously appeared delicate and innocent, twisted into a somewhat grotesque expression. Her friends chided her. What nonsense are you spouting? Young Master Ji is devoted solely to Yi. He must be reprimanding that scoundrel Wang Fenglu. How could he possibly leave with another woman, abandoning Yi here? Yes, you must have misseen. Young Master Ji heroically saved a damsel in distress earlier. He was simply dashing. One of her friends gushed, falling into a reverie, only to be nudged by another. I truly did not missee. That was indeed the Ji family's car, whispered another friend, who had previously gone out to summon someone. Her voice was low, yet everyone in the room heard her clearly. Song Tiany's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Perhaps young Master Ji had urgent business? Right, Yi. It must be that young Master Ji had something come up, and that woman could very well be someone he encountered upstairs. Perhaps suffering from alcohol poisoning or an allergic reaction. Young Master Ji, being both handsome and kind-hearted, might simply be taking her to the hospital. Song Tiany's complexion paled as she bit her lip tightly. Hearing these words, she scoffed coldly, casting a discontented glance at the speaker. Enough. Do not fabricate such absurd excuses to comfort me. Brother Ji must indeed have pressing matters. This is evident. Where are my clothes? Hurry and follow up. Song Tiany seethed, her beautiful eyes brimming with anger and malice. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Shurian entered, carrying a paper bag, his handsome face adorned with a gentle smile. Miss Song, there is someone outside delivering clothes. I happen to encounter them. They should belong to you. Song Tiandi immediately composed herself, donning a somewhat forced smile. Thank you, Mr. Bai. It is only courteous, Bai Shurian replied, maintaining a warm yet polite demeanor. It is my fault that Miss Song has had to endure such indignities in my establishment. Song Tiany's expression wavered as she inquired, Mr. Bai, do you know where Brother Ji has gone? Bai Shurian maintained his serene smile and explained, just now, a person known to young Master Ji experienced a sudden medical emergency, and he has taken them to the hospital. He asked me to ensure that Miss Song is returned home safely. Is that so? Song Tiany pondered for a moment before asking, which friend is it? Is it serious? If help is needed, I can assist. Bai Shurian's eyes narrowed slightly. He could easily discern the subtle thoughts of this young woman. Apparently, someone had recently reported to her that Chuan Yi had left with a woman. His dark gaze revealed no other emotion as he replied, I cannot say how serious it is. Perhaps you should inquire with young Master Ji yourself. Song Tiany's expression faltered. She had long heard of the Bai family's talented young master, distinguished in both ability and character, yet overshadowed by his numerous elder siblings. Upon meeting him today, she couldn't help but acknowledge that Chuan Yi had an admirable talent for assessing people. Bai Shurian was indeed a person to be associated with. Could you kindly take us home, Mr. Bai? Song Tiany requested, adjusting her clothing as she intended to change in the restroom. Bai Shurian nodded politely, smiling. It's no trouble at all. He turned and exited. Through their exchanges, he had gathered the essence of the situation. It seemed this Miss Song was not as innocent as she appeared. Indeed, within their circle, both men and women harbored intricate and multifaceted thoughts. Meanwhile, Chuan Yi hurriedly transported Jiang Si to the Ji family's private hospital. On the way, Jiang Si began to show signs of distress. Her body grew warm, her face flushed, and her breathing became labored. She briefly regained consciousness, opening her eyes, though was uncertain whether she truly recognized Chuan Yi. He felt her gaze upon him, a peculiar intimacy that was hard to articulate. It lasted for only 3 or 4 seconds before she nestled closer into his embrace. Jiang Si, do you know who I am? Chuan Yi asked in a hushed voice, his body tense and a fist clenched. Jiang Si mumbled, Hartuna unexpectedly cheerful. Amen. You grown up. You're really handsome now. But why you look so stern? As if someone owes you a fortune. Chuan Yi trembled visibly. An inexplicable emotion surged from his heart to his mind, striking him like lightning. A dull ache clouded his thoughts, memories flickering momentarily. What did you call me? He managed to stammer, as if he had finally found his voice after a long silence. Jiang Si huffed in mild irritation, reaching out to tug at Chuan Yi's coat, her hands sliding over his shirt to his well-defined chest. Amen, you have an impressive physique. Chapter 48. Jiang Si, who is Amen? Jiang Si, who are you calling? The face of Chuan Yi displayed an unusual urgency, as he felt a peculiar sensation within, triggered by Jiang Si's utterance of Amen. At that fleeting moment, a strange dialogue surfaced in his mind. If you remain silent, I cannot always call you out to feed you, can I? Thus, I shall bestow upon you a name. I shall call you Jiao. You are so taciturn, resembling a mute gourd. Henceforth, you shall be known as Amen. The corners of Chuan Yi's eyes began to redden, his mind clamoring with tumultuous thoughts. Yet, he could not recall when this exchange had transpired or where he might have witnessed such fragments. At this moment, it emerged alongside Jiang Si's call. He was unable to discern whether it was a genuine memory or a figment of his imagination. Jiang Si, he called out again, his voice tinged with urgency, as if he desperately sought an answer from her. Unfortunately, Jiang Si had already succumbed to unconsciousness, only able to emit a faint groan of pain in response to Chuan Yi's tight grip on her wrist. The vehicle came to a halt, and Ming Feng tapped on the window. Young Master Ji, everything is ready. Chuan Yi suppressed the tumultuous thoughts surging within him, slightly leaning back. He closed his eyes to quell the madness swirling in his gaze. He opened the car door. Ming Feng glanced at Jiang Si within the vehicle. Her entire delicate face flushed with an unusual pink hue, the color extending from her neck inward. Chuan Yi shed his outer coat and enveloped Jiang Si in his embrace. As he exited the car, he unconsciously cast a glance at Ming Feng. Ming Feng felt an immediate chill creeping up his spine. The doctors on standby had prepared a stretcher, eager to relieve Chuan Yi of Jiang Si. No need, Chuan Yi calmly declined, placing Jiang Si onto the stretcher, carefully adjusting the suit jacket around her. His gentleness astonished even the doctors. They exchanged glances, drawn by Jiang Si's presence. Rumors had long circulated about young Master Ji's marriage, yet he had never publicly appeared with a lady by his side over the past 3 years. Throughout this time, no woman of dubious relations had graced his company. And now, amidst the fervent speculation surrounding Miss Song, this woman was not she, warranting Chuan Yi's utmost regard. Who then was she? As Jiang Si was taken into the emergency room, Chuan Yi awaited in the family waiting area, his expression as still as water, his dark eyes betraying no emotion. Even so, Ming Feng wisely stationed himself at the entrance. The rescue operation lasted 10 minutes. When the door swung open, a doctor emerged panic-stricken. Chuan Yi's brow furrowed slightly. The doctor nearly knelt before him, exclaiming, "Young master, we are powerless. We cannot ascertain the cause of her ailment." Chuan Yi raised an eyebrow. "Cannot ascertain?" The doctor's calves trembled as he continued. "The results for this young lady are all normal. We suspect she has been poisoned by some novel toxin, but currently, our hospital's equipment is unable to analyze it. Are you telling me you have no solutions whatsoever?" Chuan Yi coldly glared at the doctor. From the slightly ajar emergency room, anguished groans escaped Jiang Si's lips. Chuan Yi's hand, resting on his knee, tightened into a fist. "What use is it to support you?" The doctor wiped the sweat from his brow. "This young lady has a unique constitution. She rejects many antidotes, and we cannot afford to use them recklessly at this moment." Chuan Yi's icy gaze fixed on him. "Then what do you propose we do?" The doctor, visibly anxious, replied, "I've already contacted the nation's top toxicology experts. We just need half an hour, and once the results arrive, we can administer the appropriate treatment." Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the emergency room, and something shattered on the floor. Chuan Yi abruptly stood up and strode inside. Jiang Si struggled to rise from the bed. Her long hair matted to her face with sweat. It seemed she had bitten her lip, and blood trickled down from her torn flesh, fragile yet fierce. In her hand, she clutched a scalpel, defiantly glaring at those around her. "Get out. All of you get out," Jiang Si shouted, her legs weakening, and the chair she leaned on began to topple. "Jiang Si," Chuan Yi's eyes narrowed, rushing to steady her. But in that fleeting moment, the blade of the scalpel swung powerfully toward him. Though small, the scalpel was razor-sharp. It sliced through Chuan Yi's sleeve and cut into his arm, blood immediately seeping forth. "Young Master Ji," Ming Feng rushed in, exclaiming in shock. "Get away!" Jiang Si gritted her teeth, her beautiful phoenix eyes now filled with wariness, resembling the wildness of a wolf. These eyes starkly contrasted with Jiang Si's delicate features and frail demeanor. Yet in that moment, those eyes instilled fear in everyone present. Chuan Yi raised his hand to halt Ming Feng's advance, his voice hoarse as he spoke to Jiang Si. You are unwell and require treatment. Put down the knife and cooperate with the doctors. But Jiang Si merely coldly regarded him, her wariness unwavering. Chuan Yi? It seems she recognized him only now. It is I. A slight softening flickered in her previously sharp demeanor upon hearing those two words, yet it was only a fraction of a change. Jiang Si took a deep breath. The figure before her blurred, and flames surged within her body, igniting every cell and organ. She let out a soft, self-deprecating laugh. Chuan Yi's jaw tightened upon witnessing her faint smile, his brows furrowing in displeasure. Jiang Si, please cooperate. After speaking, he gestured for the surrounding doctors and nurses to assist her. Jiang Si hung her head, remaining motionless. Several people around her mustered the courage to approach, but had barely taken 2 steps when her lowered hand shot back up again. The blade still bore the bloodstains of Chuan Yi. She lowered her head, her long hair cascading down, obscuring her expression, yet her voice was icy, almost resolute. Anyone who does not wish to be harmed by me, get out. Jiang Si, what are you causing a ruckus for? Do you wish for death? Chuan Yi bellowed. Jiang Si chuckled softly, lifting her gaze and tilting her head to regard him with mockery. Young Master Ji, I am under the influence of an aphrodisiac. If you wish to stay and keep me company, I wouldn't mind. Chuan Yi stared at her coldly, his handsome face etched with frost. At that moment, Ming Feng suddenly spoke from the doorway. Young Master Ji, there's news from President Bai. Chuan Yi remained rooted in place, glaring at Jiang Si for 3 or 4 seconds before turning on his heel and storming out, seething with rage. The people in the room exchanged glances, confusion evident among them. Jiang Si, mustering her last breath, tore away a piece of white cloth, her hands trembling slightly, but she exerted immense willpower to suppress it, deftly wiping the blood from the surgical knife. Her earlier words were not a threat, but a warning. The implication was clear. If these people did not leave, Jiang Si could not guarantee her actions. Indeed, she could not assure anything. The poison was overwhelmingly potent, battling fiercely against the medicinal properties within her body, engaged in a struggle that had lasted 10 rounds. The only reason she remained conscious at this moment was that her resilient constitution had temporarily gained the upper hand. However, what would transpire next was beyond her control. She did not wish to harm anyone, for none here were her allies, and no one would clean up after her. Meanwhile, Chuan Yi exited the room and took the call from Ming Feng. Bai Shiyan's voice was serious as he informed. A person is concealed within the trash bin, already unconscious and bearing injuries. Additionally, my men in the sewer found an empty spray canister. The contents are highly suspicious, and I have dispatched it for examination. Chapter 49, Young Master Ji, Greetings. I am Shen Kwa. After Bai Shiyan ended the call, Chuan Yi stood still, lost in thought. Suddenly, a commotion erupted near the elevator. Bai Chun appeared in the collective sight of those present, his brow furrowed, accompanied by 3 or 4 individuals, deliberately ignoring Chuan Yi as he attempted to bypass him towards the emergency room. Take the person away, and do it swiftly, Ming Feng immediately signaled. And the 4 or 5 bodyguards he had swiftly surrounded Bai Chun, blocking his path. Bai Chun raised an eyebrow and then turned his attention to Chuan Yi. Young Master Ji, my apologies. I am here to retrieve someone. Chuan Yi remained unyielding. I believe there is no one here you are looking for. Bai Chun gritted his teeth. I had no idea young Master Ji possessed the talent for brazen falsehoods. He glanced towards the emergency room at the end of the corridor and stated plainly, I am here to take Jiang Si. This direct approach caught Chuan Yi off guard, albeit only momentarily. He took a moment to adjust his cuff, his expression impassive, yet his eyes glinted with sharp coldness. Young Master Bai, your information is rather well-informed and your arrival prompt. Yet I believe you shall not be able to take this person today. Bai Chen's lips curled downward, his expression tinged with anxiety. Chuan Yi, are you aware of what you are saying? If this continues, are you willing to risk Jiang Si's life? Hand her over to me. I know how to treat her. Chuan Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, his handsome face seemingly brewing a thunderous anger. His tone was icy and imbued with arrogance. Bai Chun, I shall repeat myself. You cannot take her today. You are simply not worthy. Fury surged within Bai Chun. At that moment, the elevator doors opened once more, and someone approached. If you are unworthy, then surely I possess the standing to request her from young Master Ji. Do I not? The gentle voice carried an undercurrent of chill. The newcomer was tall and strikingly handsome, his typically warm expression now as cold as ice. He walked with a hint of urgency, worry etched across his brow. Bai Chun was about to voice his disdain for this intrusion when he turned to see a familiar figure, causing him to pause in surprise. The newcomer stepped before Chuan Yi, extending a hand in a most gentlemanly manner. "Young Master Ji, it has been a while." Chuan Yi fixed a cold gaze upon him. Ming Feng tactfully leaned in to whisper, "Shun family's eldest son, Shun Kuo. Shen Kuo Shuthred Ligthli." Retracting his hand as an aide, behind him promptly presented a document. "I anticipated that I would be requesting someone from young Master Ji, so I prepared the necessary materials thoroughly. After all, the girl has been missing for 3 years, and I was unaware of her having a former husband. Given the circumstances, without some proof, young Master Ji is unlikely to allow me to take her. Therefore, young Master Ji, would you care to take a look?" Shen Kuo, warm as jade and graceful as a nobleman, came from a prestigious background, with an amiable temperament and remarkable talent. After a decade in the industry, he had achieved the status of a leading actor. Even if Chuan Yi had little time to follow the entertainment world, he was aware of this man's background. However, Chuan Yi was not concerned with his status as an actor, but rather with his connection to the Shun family. The Shun family, renowned for their jewelry empire, controlled 3/4 of the country's jewelry industry, with indirect ties to the remaining quarter. One could say the Shun family was immensely wealthy, allowing its children to indulge in diverse pursuits without consequence. Could Jiang Si possibly have ties to Shenhua? Chuan Yi's first instinct was disbelief. He had no intention of accepting the document. Ming Feng glanced at his master, stepped forward to take it, and opened it with astonishment, looking incredulously at the gentle-faced man before him. "Assistant Ming, every moment these people delay, the girl's suffering increases. Hence, allow me to take her." Ming Feng turned to Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi's brow furrowed, lost in thought. Ultimately, he stepped back, signaling Ming Feng to disperse the crowd. Shun Kuo sighed in relief. "Thank you, young Master Ji." He glanced at Bai Chun, who trembled slightly, his gaze evasive. "Have your people proceed," Bai Chun nodded, indicating for them to head to the rescue room. Ming Feng hesitated before speaking. "Young Master Shun, Miss Zhang's condition is quite dire, and we are not in a position to approach her." No sooner had he uttered these words than Shun Kuo's expression shifted dramatically. With long strides, he advanced, seizing the shoulder of a person heading toward the emergency room, and pushed them aside. As he neared the rescue room, he noticed the nurses and doctors standing at the doorway, their faces etched with panic as they glanced inside. Concern etched on his features, Shun Kuo stepped forward. "This gentleman is in danger." Shun Kuo managed to push his way in, and as expected, Jiang Si heard the approaching sounds. In a moment of instinct, she flung the surgical knife from her hand, her awareness somewhat clouded, yet her strength remained intact. The blade landed precisely at Shun Kuo's toe, as if to halt his advance. With a sigh of resignation, Shun Kuo stood still, his voice laced with affection as he softly called out, "Girl, do not fear. Your brother is here." Instantly, the atmosphere around Jiang Si shifted. The sharpness that had enveloped her dissipated in that fleeting moment. She raised her eyes, her tone frail and filled with grievance as she called out, "Brother." A pang of pain surged through Shun Kuo's heart, and he hurriedly embraced her. Jiang Si inhaled the familiar scent, nestling into Shun Kuo's arms with utmost obedience. This harmonious scene pierced the heart of Chuan Yi, who had just arrived. He halted in his tracks, his fingertips trembling slightly. Ming Feng whispered, "Young Master Ji, your arm requires attention." Chuan Yi replied in a hoarse voice, "It's nothing." As Shun Kuo prepared to leave with Jiang Si in his arms, he solemnly addressed Chuan Yi. "I thank you for your assistance today. Your injury was unintentional on her part. Once she recovers, I shall personally bring her to apologize." Chuan Yi's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Si, who was buried in Shun Kuo's embrace, having seemingly found a safe haven. He swallowed hard, his voice low and strained as he replied, "No need for formality." After nodding, Shun Kuo departed, followed by Bai Chun and the group, leaving only Chuan Yi and his entourage in the corridor. The doctors and nurses exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of uncertainty and concern. Finally, one brave doctor spoke up, "Young Master Ji, the pathology expert has arrived downstairs." Chuan Yi stepped out, exuding a palpable aura of tension that silenced those around him. Once in the car, He turned to Ming Feng and inquired, "What did Shen Kuo bring?" Ming Feng replied, "It is a certificate." He presented the document to Chuan Yi. The paper was less a certificate and more akin to a photocopy of a household register. The head of the household was listed as Shen Kuo, with Jiang Si's page indicating her relationship to him as siblings. Chuan Yi closed his eyes, leaning back against the seat, a slight smirk playing on his lips, revealing a hint of irony. "Young master, why did you consent to let young master Shen take Miss Jiang?" Ming Feng asked cautiously. "If we had intervened earlier, even with Shen Kuo and young master by together, they would not have been able to take her. Thus, Miss Jiang remains unaware that we saved her." Chuan gazed out of the window, his voice husky, as if he had not slept for several nights. "Shen Kuo hastened to my presence, demanding a person, which means he was thoroughly prepared to take someone away. It is futile for us to obstruct him. I merely did not anticipate that he was simply testing the waters. If he cannot even get close to Jiang Si, what given the right to believe he can take her away?" To my astonishment, Shen Kuo not only managed to take her, but also revealed a side of Jiang Si that had never been displayed before, a delicate vulnerability. That scene conveyed a singular message to all. She wholeheartedly trusts Shen Kuo. Chuan suddenly fell silent, and after a moment, he let out a derisive laugh. He had lost, utterly defeated. "Jiang Si, you truly are a deceiver." Chapter 50. The succession of individuals related to Jiang Si. Ming Feng knocked on the door and entered to report. "Young Master Ji, the individuals who followed have sent word. They have entered the Bai family as hospital. The security measures are quite stringent, and our people cannot gain access for the time being." Chuan Yi rested one hand on the desk, tapping his index finger. "No need." Ming Feng nodded. "I will instruct them to withdraw." Chuan Yi inquired, "Have we received any news from Bai Shiyan?" Ming Feng replied, "Not yet. Although the individual has external injuries, they are not severe. They are still in a state of unconsciousness. There has been no information from the laboratory either. As for what that aerosol was, it seems the most straightforward approach would be to wait until the person awakens to inquire." Chuan Yi murmured in acknowledgement, pondering for a moment before stating, "Release the information. The person is in our possession." Ming Feng, perplexed, asked, "Young Master Ji, isn't it more advantageous to have the individual in our control? If we release them?" Chuan Yi lifted his eyelids, casting a leisurely glance at him, which rendered Ming Feng abruptly silent. Ming Feng respectfully bowed. "I understand, young Master Ji. I will see to it." After he left, the vast office was left with only Chuan Yi. The room remained unlit except for a solitary orange desk lamp, casting light only beneath his chin, leaving half of his face shrouded in darkness. His expression was indiscernible, yet the downward curve of his lips and the taut line of his mouth betrayed a sense of oppression. His fingertips rested on a document, the comprehensive information recently gathered by Ming Feng. Despite the Shen family's power being on par with the Ji family, the task of gathering this data had not proven time-consuming. It was as if someone had delivered this information directly to Chuan Yi's desk. Shen Kuo. Chuan Yi's brow furrowed. Was it he? The opponent had just returned to the country, yet had prepared so thoroughly, even managing to present such documentation on his desk. The records indicated that Jiang Si had entered Shen Kuo's household registration 10 years ago, coinciding with Shen Kuo's departure from his family's registration. Interestingly, this also marked the time when Shen Kuo entered the entertainment industry. Was all of this merely coincidence? Chuan Yi could not ascertain. Yet, he harbored a growing suspicion that the secrets surrounding Jiang Si were becoming increasingly convoluted. Previously, she was merely a Bai Chun, but now, outside the Song family, she has acquired a legal guardian. In this regard, Chuan Yi leans towards an alternative interpretation, an unspoken understanding among those in positions of power. This was Shen Kuo flaunting his relationship, boasting that he shares the closest bond with Jiang Si. With a sharp sound, the document was forcefully closed. Chuan Yi clenched his fist and struck the desk, the knuckles turning crimson under the weight. Yet, he appeared oblivious to the pain, raising his hand to gently press against his temple. After a span of over 10 minutes, Chuan Yi's personal phone suddenly rang. He was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly, the cold handsomeness now veiled by an icy demeanor. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, there was silence on the other end for a while. Approximately half a minute later, the voice spoke. "Young Master Ji, it is a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Long. Jiang? Chuan Yi's brow furrowed slightly. He had never heard Jiang Si mention such a name. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence? Jiang Ling's tone was cheerful, suggesting he was a man in his 30s. Though you do not know me, it is said that you are quite a figure, so you may have already deduced something by now. I will be direct. I do have a connection with Jiang Si. She's my younger sister. Today, I seek you for a matter of business. The individual you have is entangled in a significant international case, and I am here to retrieve them. Yihun Ypsilonis brow furrowed sharply. Jiang Lung continued, You may doubt my identity or my intentions. However, in approximately 5 minutes, my colleague will arrive at GS, and I hope you can cooperate with our work. After a prolonged silence, Chuan Yi replied, If what you say is true, I will certainly cooperate and hand over the individual to you. However, it seems improbable that you would go to such lengths to obtain my number and relay all this merely to have me surrender the person to you. After all, if there were legal procedures in place, the individual in the bar's back alley would have been within my grasp. It is predictable that those involved would be able to find this place. From another perspective, Chuan Yi had essentially cast this bait. Yet, he was somewhat astonished by the catch. An international case of such magnitude. How could it possibly relate to Jiang Si? Within the brief moments of Jiang Long's discourse, Chuan Yi had attempted to connect the dots concerning Jiang Si, ultimately realizing his knowledge of her was alarmingly scant. Jiang Long chuckled lightly, his tone laced with admiration. You are indeed a clever man. Conversing with an astute individual proves effortless. He paused for a moment before suddenly shifting his tone. Chuan Yi, I am simply exceedingly curious about you. My younger sister severed ties with us for 3 long years. Given her temperament, it was certainly a possibility. Yet I never anticipated that she would squander those years on a man. Until today, I had contemplated visiting her to ascertain the nature of the man who could make my precious, proud sister abandon everything for a modest existence in Yinjiao. However, such inquiries are now rendered unnecessary, for you have already divorced. Jiang Lung's voice brimmed with arrogance, seemingly expressing profound dissatisfaction with Chuan Yi. Young Master Ji, my sister has wasted 3 years of her life on you. I am not suggesting that I seek any form of compensation. Jiang Lung's tone shifted, laced with playful insinuation. Perhaps a youth compensation fee? Ha ha, that would indeed be a most trivial matter. Jiang Lung's tone turned serious, and if he were to face Chuan Yi in person, he could almost envision the arrogance of this middle-aged man radiating from him. Today, I have the opportunity to engage with you and discern how foolish a man can be to possess the world's most luminous treasure, yet remain oblivious to it. Thus, I leave you with this parting thought. Chuan Yi, you will come to regret this. With that, Jiang Lung ended the call. Will he truly regret it? Chuan Yi let out a sudden, soft laugh, his expression as frosty as ice. This unexpected phone call had chastised him, yet Chuan Yi found himself unable to retort. At that moment, a knock echoed on the door, and Ming Feng entered with a grave expression. Young master, officials have arrived with documents and identification, requesting to take that person. A shadow flickered across Chuan Yi's downcast eyes as he replied, after a pause. After verification, let them proceed. Understood. Also, investigate someone. Chuan Yi called out to Ming Feng, his gaze becoming frigid as he coldly uttered 2 words. Jiang Lung. Chapter 51. Little sister, come to Deep City with me. Jiang Si fell into a deep slumber, and when she awoke once more, she found someone in the room, Bai Chun. She hesitated, pondering whether the person she had seen before her unconsciousness was merely a figment of her imagination. How do you feel? Bai Chun, noticing her stir, rose to pour a glass of water, which she handed to Jiang Si. I now understand the purpose of the experiments the old man conducted on you. One cannot deny that this time, we owe a debt of gratitude to his foresight. Jiang Si regarded her, still somewhat dazed. No way. Is this medicine truly that potent? Have I lost my wits? Bai Chun waved her hand in front of Jiang Si's eyes. Get lost. Jiang Si snapped back to reality, glaring at her as she took a couple of sips of water to soothe her throat. The hospital room was a suite with a resting area adjacent, and while Jiang Si could not see the entire layout, she was certain it was just her and Bai Chun in the room. Was the person she had seen before her fainting spell truly a mere illusion? At that moment, the door was pushed open from the outside. Someone strode in, deliberately softening their footsteps. When the individual came into Jiang Si's line of sight, the familiar face caused her to freeze momentarily. A sudden thought surged within her. This is it. I'm going to be scolded. Shun Kuo was somewhat taken aback. He had only stepped out for a brief moment, and Jiang Si had already awakened. Are you hungry? How about some pork buns? A soft glow illuminated Shun Kuo's handsome face, his tone lowered and imbued with affection. Jiang Si's heart raced as she anxiously gazed at Shun Kuo's expression, cautiously calling out, brother. Shun Kuo replied. Jiang Si's complexion remained somewhat pale at that moment. Her brows knitted together, rendering her fragile appearance even more poignant, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she looked at him with a sense of grievance. She resembled the little girl who, after mischief, would return home seeking his protection. Shun Kuo sighed. You are unwell. I will not hold the past 3 years against you. Once you recover, we can discuss it. Jiang Si breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged a furtive glance with Bai Chun, who raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. As the two youngest among their siblings, they often found themselves in trouble, and since Shun Kuo was closest in age to them, he was the one who cared for them the most. His words suggested he would not dwell on Jiang Si's abrupt departure over the past 3 years. Jiang Si felt fortunate that the timing was so serendipitous. Otherwise, she would have truly struggled to explain herself upon Shun Kuo's return. Are you still in pain? Shun Kuo's eyes reflected concern. Jiang Si took the opportunity to recline, playfully pouting, brother, I feel dizzy. Shun Kuo, slightly helpless, retrieved his phone and sent a message. Pork buns. I've already sent someone to buy them. Bai Chun interjected, I have things to attend to. Brother, I leave this to you. Contact me if needed. Shun Kuo narrowed his eyes slightly, a mysterious glint flashing across his dark gaze, causing Bai Chen's heart to tighten. She felt an unsettling sensation from his peculiar look. Shun Kuo withdrew his gaze and responded with a faint hum. As Bai Chun reached the doorway, she heard him call out behind her, clear up those ridiculous rumors. Such nonsense tarnishes the girl's reputation. Bai Chun thought to herself, does Jiang Si even care about her reputation? Does she still have one? She begrudgingly acknowledged him with a reluctant "oh." Bias, Bai Chun muttered under breath. Shun Kuo regarded her retreating figure, lost in thought, before saying, do you realize how perilous yesterday's events were? Jiang Si felt her previously relaxed, nerves tighten once more. Here it came, the familiar admonitions of a protective older brother. After 3 years, the long-lost sensation of being restrained and dominated returned with a vengeance. Brother. Jiang Si resolved to take the initiative. Unfortunately, Shun Kuo had changed in the past 3 years. His handsome face had taken on a stern expression that rendered him impervious to her charms. Do not sulk. I have already spoken to our elder brother. You will not be involved in such tasks again. But he asked for my help. Help is out of the question. Shun Kuo retorted without mercy. Does he have no subordinates? Or has he surrounded himself with incompetence? If it weren't for your unique constitution and the fact that we are in Yinjing, where the finest pharmacy warehouses are located, do you truly believe you could lie here negotiating with me? Jiang Si pursed her lips, her gaze lowered, and with a submissive demeanor, she murmured, oh. Shun Kuo sighed helplessly. You have never heeded my advice since childhood, and as you grew older, your notions became even more pronounced, leading you to vanish, marry, and then divorce. Jiang Si, you are not inherently willful, yet this time, you have truly caused us all great concern. The elderly gentlemen still living have aged significantly. Your 3-year absence has left them deeply worried. Last month, old Mr. Bai was hospitalized and expressed that if he were to remain without news of you, he feared he could not find peace in departing this world. Can you bear to let these old men, all in their 70s and 80s, continue to fret over you? Jiang Si trembled slightly, her eyes widening in surprise as she turned to Shun Kuo. What happened to Grandpa Bai? Why hasn't Bai Chun mentioned it? Shun Kuo sighed subtly. I fear that even Bai Chun is unaware of the truth. Jiang Si fell silent. If old Mr. Bai had deliberately concealed his condition, it was understandable that Bai Chun would be in the dark. Was it due to a dire illness that he summoned Bai Chun back to Nansheng to hastily arrange his affairs? Shun Kuo remained quiet for a moment before ultimately making a decision. My dear, your health is not in jeopardy. I will attend to some matters, and you shall accompany me back to Shunsheng at the beginning of next month. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Jiang Si. Shunsheng? It was a coastal city situated south of Yinjing. Although the Shun family focused their efforts in Yinjing, Shun Kuo had been developing in Shunsheng for years. His first return to the country was to see Jiang Si. She fell into contemplation. In truth, Following old Master Ji's departure abroad, Jiang Si had begun to form vague plans for her future. After 3 years of a leisurely existence, she was reluctant to return to her former life. She initially intended to accompany Bai Chan back to Nansheng, and then venture north before leisurely spending her twilight years on the small island she had purchased years ago. However, now Shen Kuo was inviting her to Shunsheng. The ward fell into a profound silence, with Jiang Si lost in thought while Shen Kuo regarded her, his beautiful dark eyes reflecting a suppressed emotion. After 3 or 4 minutes, Jiang Si raised her head and, looking at Shen Kuo, said, "Brother, I have given it careful consideration, and I agree." Suddenly, a knock interrupted her words. After 4 to 5 seconds, Ming Feng appeared before Jiang Si, bowing respectfully. "Good morning, Miss Jiang." Jiang Si was momentarily taken aback. Then she noticed Chuan Yi standing at the doorway, his handsome face marked by well-defined features, clad in black attire, his tall figure exuding an air of aloofness, yet his expression seemed to be suppressing some emotion. He gazed at Jiang Si, and a peculiar glimmer flickered in the depths of his dark eyes. "Are you awake? How are you feeling?" Chuan Yi's voice was slightly hoarse, as if he had not slept through the night. Jiang Si felt a twinge of confusion. Something about Chuan Yi seemed off, yet she could not pinpoint what exactly. "Young Master Ji, what brings you here so early?" Ming Feng timely placed the paper bag he was carrying onto the dining table beside Jiang Si's bed, articulating the purpose of their visit. "Early this morning, Uncle Wu from the old residence prepared this. Knowing that Miss Jiang is just recovering from serious illness and is unaccustomed to the food outside, you have always appreciated the culinary skills of the housekeeper who cared for the old master's daily needs. Therefore, I thought it most fitting to bring these for you. They are still warm. Please do indulge." Chapter 52. Chuan Yi has begun to suspect the truth of that year. The following evening, at the bar of Bai Shiyan, Lu Lin held a drink, pausing with it at his lips for over a minute, feeling astonished, as he found himself at a loss for words to adequately express his current emotions. After a few faltering attempts, he finally turned to Bai Shiyan. I have something I've been meaning to say, may I?" Bai Shiyan responded with an exasperated expression, sighing softly, and turned to Chuan Yi to inquire. "So, Jiang Si is leaving Beijing to be with that young master of the Shun family, with whom she shares no blood relation?" Chuan Yi replied with a faint affirmative. Lu Lin, perplexed, exclaimed, "Who says you can still be friends after a breakup? Isn't this a good thing? You won't have to encounter your ex-wife again. It's much better to sever ties cleanly." He cast a teasing glance at Chuan Yi. At that moment, a bold hypothesis stirred within Lu Lin's mind. Yet a strong instinct for self-preservation kept him from voicing his daring speculation. Bai Shiyan squinted slightly, raising his tone with interest. "It seems your ex-wife harbors quite a few secrets. Just months after your divorce, she entangles herself with my family's young scion, and now the Shun family has suddenly re-emerged. Shen Kuo cannot be compared to my family's dandy, although 10 years ago, rumors circulated that he left the comfort of the Shun family to pursue a career in the entertainment industry due to a fallout with the family head. The truth of this matter has remained unverified over the years. The Shun family has consistently expressed satisfaction with Shen Kuo as their son. Thus, it is highly probable that his foray into the entertainment industry was merely a dalliance. He is 30 this year, with accolades aplenty. I suspect his return is likely a preparation to take the helm of the Shun group." Bai Shiyan's words trailed off as he furrowed his brow. Glancing at Chuan Yi, the latter maintained a stoic demeanor, his expression dark since entering the room, as if shadowed by an unyielding frost. He sighed softly and handed a dossier to Chuan Yi. "Regarding the matter you asked me to investigate last time, I must apologize. Though my family once possessed some obscure means, those organizations disbanded after the old master's retirement. Thus, relying on the remnants of those connections, I have uncovered little more than you have." Chuan Yi accepted the documents, scanning them casually, finding little of note. His subordinates had researched several similar files, yet each time they faced obstacles. The Bai family had once held certain connections, but over the years, their identities had been cleansed, and any clandestine dealings had long been sanitized. Chuan Yi had only approached Bai Shiyan with a sense of trial and inquiry. The outcome is unsatisfactory. "Thank you." He set down the documents and raised his glass. Bai Shiyan remarked, "Between brothers, there is no need for thanks. However, have you sensed something? Or is there indeed a clue?" Song Tianyi has consistently claimed to be the one who saved you back then. If you harbor doubts, you could confront Jiang Si. If she is indeed the person, there must be something only the two of you would know. It has only been 5 years. Surely you do not remember nothing? Lu Lin furrowed his brow and lowered his voice, saying, "Have you forgotten? At that time, Yi was half-blind due to poisoning. How could he possibly recall any clues? Moreover, he returned with a high fever for 3 days, nearly damaging his mind, erasing his memories." Bai Shiyan let out a barely perceptible sigh. Given the circumstances, if you now discover that Song Tianyi has spoken falsehoods, and Jiang Si is indeed the truth, you have already divorced Jiang Si. What do you intend to do? Chuan Yi suddenly tightened his grip on the wine glass, the corners of his lips curving downward slightly. A palpable wave of oppressive tension enveloped the private room. Unable to bear it, Lu Lin threw down his glass and stood up abruptly, exclaiming, "How about a fight? I cannot stand your sullen demeanor." 2 hours later, Chuan Yi emerged from the shower room of the boxing venue. Lu Lin was still sprawled on the table, gasping for breath. Hearing movement at the exit, he turned to look. Chuan Yi had changed into a black suit and trousers, impeccably dressed, his hair neatly styled. When their eyes met, the latter's gaze held a teasing mockery. Chuan Yi adjusted his cuffs, donned his suit jacket, embodying the essence of an elite professional, and declared, "I'm leaving." Lu Lin, aching all over, gritted his teeth and shouted at Chuan Yi's retreating figure, "Beast." He had genuinely intended to accompany Chuan Yi in practice to alleviate his repressed emotions. Now, Chuan Yi was no longer repressed. He was nearly beaten into a state of depression. That evening, Chuan Yi left without a driver, casually summoning a bodyguard to drive. Once in the car, he began to rest his eyes. Approximately an hour later, the bodyguard halted the vehicle. "Young Master Ji, we have arrived." Chuan Yi lifted his gaze, momentarily taken aback by the familiar surroundings. After 3 or 4 seconds, he realized the car had stopped beneath the apartment building where he had once lived with Jiang Si. Did he unconsciously report this address? A flash of coldness crossed Chuan Yi's eyes as he coldly instructed, "Return to the old residence." The bodyguard nodded and started the engine. Chuan Yi instinctively glanced at the familiar windows and suddenly noticed lights illuminating the interior. He was momentarily stunned. "Wait." He instinctively called for the bodyguard to stop the car. "Young master." The bodyguard was puzzled. Chuan Yi remained silent for half a minute before suddenly reaching for the door, stepping out of the vehicle. He took long strides to a position with an unobstructed view, tilting his head to observe closely. Indeed, the lights were on. Recently, Mingfeng has been closely monitoring this residence, and the reports he received indicate that Jiang Si has never visited this place. Even the personal items she once used and the clothes she wore remain untouched. Yet, why is there a light on inside? The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, draped with white curtains, obscure the view of the hall's interior. At that very moment, a silhouette appeared before the window, adjusting the inadequately drawn curtain. That graceful figure unmistakably belonged to a woman. Jiang Si? Chuan Yi's heart raced unexpectedly. He was aware that Jiang Si had already been discharged from the hospital. Could it be that she had returned to retrieve some belongings? Chuan Yi felt a tightening in his throat, his actions outpacing his thoughts. "Wait here," he commanded coldly. The bodyguard nodded, respectfully surveying the surroundings before parking the car in a less conspicuous spot. Chuan Yi ascended the stairs, his own footsteps betraying a sense of urgency. A surge of excitement pressed against his handsome features. The elevator swiftly reached the designated floor. Standing before the apartment he had inhabited for 3 years, he realized with a tinge of regret that he possessed no key. After a moment's silence, he raised his hand to knock on the door. After about a minute, he heard movement from within. The person inside wore a white nightgown, her long hair loosely pinned up, revealing her delicate swan-like neck. Her porcelain skin tinged with a faint blush. "What brings you here?" Chapter 53. Song Tianyi appears in the residence Jiang Si once shared with Chuan Yi. Song Tianyi's eyes sparkled with delight as she stepped aside, inviting Chuan Yi to enter. However, his gaze instantly hardened. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. Sensing his frigid demeanor, Song Tianyi's expression morphed into one of hurt. "Is there something wrong, Brother Ji?" she asked softly. Chuan Yi's voice remained icy as he pressed further. "Why are you here? Who gave you the key?" With a subdued tone, she replied timidly, "My sister gave me the key." The Song family lives too far from Xinghe, and my previous residence in the country has been unoccupied for a long time, making it inconvenient. So, my sister suggested that I could stay in her apartment temporarily. Chuan Yi frowned slightly, his words lacking warmth. In my recollection, Jiang Si is not one to be so accommodating. Moreover, this apartment was left for her. At the time, Mingfeng had reported that Jiang Si had no particular interest in this property. She had not even been present during the transfer process. However, Jiang Si had also failed to pass the key to anyone. Chuan Yi had thought she had accepted the situation. To his astonishment, the key had somehow ended up in Song Tian Yi's possession. Since their last unpleasant encounter, Chuan Yi had not returned here, believing that Jiang Si needed a place to stay, and undoubtedly this was a suitable option. He had assumed that she resided here. If it were not for his misreporting of the location today, when did he discover that everything seemed to be beyond his expectations? Upon hearing this, Song Tianyi's expression suddenly faltered. Her eyes flickered with evasion, and she stammered, "The key was not given to me directly by my sister. It was my mother who handed it to me. I am uncertain as to why my sister entrusted the key to my mother. All I know is that my mother mentioned my sister no longer wanted the house and would not be residing here again. I happened to need a place to stay, and my mother deemed it suitable." A layer of frost enveloped Chuan Yi's brow. He swiftly scanned the room. The furniture remained, yet the arrangement was entirely transformed. "Ah, Brother Ji, rest assured, I have not tampered with my sister's belongings. They are neatly stored in a small room nearby. I noticed there are several brand new outfits inside, and I intended to organize them and send them to her in due time," Song Tianyi said with a smile. "No need," Chuan Yi replied coldly. "What?" Song Tianyi asked, perplexed. Chuan Yi fixed his gaze upon her. "Do not touch those items." Song Tianyi was taken aback, her beautiful eyes reflecting confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend Chuan Yi's words. Yet, she soon smiled gently, nodding gracefully. "All right, I understand, Brother Ji." Chuan Yi's attention returned to her. A familiar fragrance wafted through the room, a delicate aroma that should have soothed him, yet at this moment, it made him feel uneasy. It seemed that amidst this familiar scent, there lingered a hint of perfume, faint yet jarring. Chuan Yi furrowed his brow, issuing a command in a cold tone, "The key." "Huh?" Song Tianyi was momentarily stunned. "Hand me the key." A tightness gripped Song Tianyi's heart. Had she been seen through? Or had Chuan Yi obtained information from some source? She had contemplated the day when Chuan Yi would discover she was residing in the house that once belonged to him in Jiang Si. However, she was not prepared for it yet. Chuan Yi's sudden appearance caught her off guard, leaving her without a strategy. She lowered her gaze, concealing the flicker of unwillingness and panic in her eyes, then turned to retrieve a set of keys from a nearby low table. "Brother Ji," she extended her hand. Chuan Yi grasped the keys with a somewhat rough motion, then coldly commanded, "Move out of here by tomorrow." Upon hearing this, a flicker of defiance crossed Song Tianyi's eyes, and she spoke softly, "Brother Ji, please don't be angry. What is really going on? I can explain." Chuan Yi had already turned to leave, his back utterly unyielding. Gritting her teeth, Song Tianyi's eyes sparkled with a glint of calculation. Suddenly, a sound of something falling behind her broke the tension. Chuan Yi paused, the frost in his eyes thawing slightly. He turned to see that Song Tianyi, in her haste to follow him, had stumbled due to his abrupt motion, tripping over her own feet and collapsing to the ground. Her wrist struck the sharp edge of a nearby stool, instantly staining it crimson. Chuan Yi trembled slightly, his gaze fixated on the scar adorning Song Tianyi's wrist, lost in contemplation. A faint, somewhat fragile smile graced Song Tianyi's lips as she reassured him, "Brother Ji, I am fine. Please do not be angry." She subtly concealed her hand behind her back, seemingly reluctant for Chuan Yi to notice. However, there was a glimmer of calculation in her lowered eyes. She believed that regardless of the circumstances, Chuan Yi would always hold her sacrifice from years past in high regard. And this was her greatest leverage. As expected, Chuan Yi halted, his eyes trained on her wrist, and his expression softened somewhat. Sensing that she had achieved her aim, Song Tianyi smiled gently and said, "I will be moving out tomorrow, and I won't cause you any distress. I merely wanted to remind you to advise the driver to be cautious on the road tonight." She thought to herself that by appearing considerate, she would evoke memories in Chuan Yi of the time when she had saved him. According to Song Qing, Chuan Yi's lingering attachment to the past, and his subsequent indulgence towards Jiang Si after their marriage stemmed from a sense of gratitude for the life-saving deed Jiang Si had performed. Now, however, she was the one who had saved him, and she needed to constantly remind Chuan Yi of this fact to further deepen his aversion toward Jiang Si. Chuan Yi finally spoke, his voice still chilly but lacking the previous harshness. "Tomorrow, I will have Ming Feng arrange a place for you. Someone will come to assist with your move in the morning. It's getting late. You should rest." His gaze lingered on the door of the master bedroom before he swallowed hard and turned to leave without another word. Watching Chuan Yi's car depart, Song Tianyi felt a surge of indignation. Her scheme had been thwarted. Though she felt a twinge of resentment, she could only swallow her frustration. Meanwhile, in the car, Chuan Yi dialed Ming Feng's number. The call was answered after 3 rings. With a frosty tone, Chuan Yi commanded, "Return to the company." Ming Feng, holding a thermos, looked puzzled. "Young Master Ji, I am on my way to Miss Zhang's residence now." Chuan Yi's voice turned icier, leaving no room for debate. "Now, return to the company immediately." Ming Feng realized that although their conversation was merely over the phone, Chuan Yi was on the verge of exploding with anger. He glanced at the thermos in his hand, suspecting he had discerned the source of Chuan Yi's fury. Sure enough, the next moment, Chuan Yi's frost-laden words echoed through the line. "Tomorrow, send someone to retrieve the keys to the apartment from Jiang Si. No transfer of ownership will be processed." "What use are the keys?" Ming Feng was bewildered. "What keys? What transfer?" Suddenly, he recalled that during the divorce, Chuan Yi had left the apartment they once shared for Jiang Si. What had transpired to provoke the wealthy scion of the Ji family into instructing his most trusted subordinate late at night to reclaim an apartment that was hardly significant to the Ji family? He let out a barely audible sigh. Hadn't he just tried to mend relations with Miss Jiang only a couple of days ago? What has gone awry today? Prompting yet another intention to part ways? He has diligently delivered soup, meals, and warmth for 5 consecutive days. Suddenly ceasing these acts, he still clutches the thermos in hand. When the leader speaks, the subordinate runs tirelessly. Ming Feng climbed into the car, increasingly vexed with each passing thought. He twisted open the thermos and drank deeply. Half a minute later, his phone illuminated with a message. It was from Chuan Yi. "Deliver the soup. It must not go to waste." Chapter 54. Matters of the Past Keys? What keys? Jiang Si set aside the documents in her hands, her brow furrowing in perplexity as she gazed at Ming Feng. He displayed a pained expression, his mind racing as he sought the right words. "It is the key to the apartment." After placating the irate Chuan Yi the previous night, Ming Feng realized he must handle this matter personally today. 4. It was possible that Ji might have a change of heart, and he would then have to relay instructions layer by layer. It was far better to take the initiative himself, ensuring he was not left scrambling in a passive role. Just like last night, when he had been praising the delicious soup one moment, and the next found himself scouring the city for an identical flavor. Jiang Si tilted her head, seemingly understanding, and chuckled softly. What does Chuan Yi mean? Does he truly believe that a mere apartment warrants the effort of retrieving the key from me? If he is dissatisfied, let him simply break the door and change the lock. Ming Feng replied, "Miss Jiang, you misunderstand. Ji only needs to enter to retrieve some belongings. This apartment has been entrusted to you, and thus it is your private property. Even if Ji wishes to enter, he must obtain your approval." Upon finishing, he mentally applauded himself. Truly commendable. What eloquence! This approach was undoubtedly secure. Jiang Si frowned, appearing displeased. "I never intended to keep that house from the very beginning, and I have long misplaced the keys. If he needs to retrieve something, he may as well force the door open." Ming Feng's lips twitched slightly. He was at a loss for words. "In that case, I shall report back to Ji." Despite having worked alongside Chuan Yi for over a decade, he now found himself unable to fathom Ji's thoughts. He hurried back to the Ji Corporation to relay the outcome, having braced himself for reprimand. He was surprised to find Chuan Yi merely nodded, staring into the distance for a while before saying, "Understood. You may leave." After repeatedly confirming Chuan Yi's subtle expressions and assuring himself that he would not face a salary reduction for failing to retrieve key, he exhaled in relief and added, "Ji, regarding your previous request to investigate Jiang Long, the intelligence team has provided some information. Due to the confidentiality of Jiang Long's position, we were unable to uncover extensive details." Chuan Yi took the document, scanning it briefly, his frown deepening with every glance. Ming Feng continued. However, it appears that Jiang Lung's registered residence is not located in the southern city. This revelation has taken me by surprise as well. When Chuan Yi instructed him to investigate a person named Jiang, he instinctively assumed that Jiang Lung was related to Jiang Si. However, to his surprise, the information he uncovered revealed that Jiang Lung's registered residence was thousands of kilometers away from the southern city where Jiang Si lived. How could two individuals so geographically distant possibly be connected? As Chuan Yi perused the documents, an unsettling chill enveloped him, and his demeanor grew cold as he fixated on a particular line. 5 years ago, during a mission on the border of Yun City, he had sustained injuries and spent a year in recovery before being reassigned. 5 years ago on the border of Yun City. What a remarkable coincidence. A dull ache began to throb in Chuan Yi's head as he clenched his fist, pressing his knuckles against his brow in an attempt to alleviate the pain. Although Ming Feng was unaware of the reason behind Ji Xiao's suddenly somber and oppressive aura, his intuition warned him to refrain from speaking carelessly. After careful consideration, he finally relayed the information he had acquired. Ji Xiao, tomorrow evening, the Shun family is hosting a banquet. Chuan Yi remained indifferent for a considerable time before inquiring. Is it for Shun Kwa? Yes, to celebrate Mr. Shun's successful work abroad and his return. The Shun family has also sent you an invitation. Chuan Yi's tone suddenly darkened as he commanded, prepare accordingly and ensure timely attendance. Ming Feng respectfully bowed and exited the room. Chuan Yi's gaze lingered on that particular line of the document. After a moment, he retrieved his phone and made a call. Upon seeing Chuan Yi's name on the caller ID, Song Qing's body tensed, and she hurriedly excused herself from the center of the gathering, claiming she needed to take an important call. Mom, where exactly did my incident occur in Yin City? Chuan Yi cut straight to the point, catching Song Qing off guard with his question. She furrowed her brow and lowered her voice, responding, that was a long time ago. Why are you bringing this up now? Chuan Yi's tone was devoid of any emotional fluctuation as he replied, if you know, please tell me. After a moment of hesitation, Song Qing spoke up. They only mentioned it was in the dense forest along the border. I can't recall the specific location. Chuan Yi lowered his eyelids, concealing the unusual glint in his eyes, and maintained a calm tone. Is Song Tian going to appear there to visit relatives in Yin City? Song Qing's heart tightened at once. She was uncertain why Chuan Yi was suddenly inquiring about these matters. But her intuition told her that the situation had grown more complicated. Yes, didn't he already tell you about this? Song Qing deliberately moderated her tone to sound more normal. By the way, that relative is somewhat connected to us. By relation, you should refer to him as your cousin. Over the years, he had often thought of that cousin who had bravely ventured into the forest to seek them out, always showing gratitude for his kindness. Since you had forgotten these matters, I refrained from bringing them up, fearing it might hinder your recovery. Who knew that someone with ulterior motives would take advantage of the situation? Fortunately, everything is better now. Mentioned during our last meeting that she wanted to visit this cousin when she had the time. If you are free, you should accompany her. Chuan Yi's expression was as calm as water as he quietly listened to Song Qing's lengthy discourse. Subsequently, he responded coldly, understood, and promptly ended the call. Song Qing stood there, feeling as though her powerful fist had struck a mound of soft cotton, a wave of impatience pressing heavily upon her heart, unable to be alleviated. A glint of calculation flickered in her eyes as she redialed the number. The Shun family's banquet was rather understated. In the elite circles of Yinjing, there were clear hierarchies. The Shun family undoubtedly occupied the highest tier. Yet, despite their formidable power, they remained insignificant in the face of the Ji family. The invitation extended to Chuan Yi was merely a matter of courtesy. Even Shun Kwa was somewhat surprised that Chuan Yi would appear punctually at the manor's entrance. Dressed in a well-tailored black suit that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, with long legs and a handsome face shadowed by an air of aloofness. He exuded a cold yet noble demeanor that made him the focal point of the entire gathering. Mr. Shun's expression brightened with delight, and he intended to approach, only to be halted by Shun Kwa. Dad, I'll go, Shun Kwa volunteered, much to the elder Shun's delight, who was eager to see his son re-engage with the family business. Son, you go. Your peers, it will be much easier for you to communicate. I fear that if I, an old man, were to speak, Ji Xiao might think me too obstinate. Shun Kwa smiled gently, then strode toward Chuan Yi. Yishao, we meet again. Shen Kuo stood before Chuan Yi, extending his hand while wearing a warm smile. Both young men were the pride of their generation. One radiated brilliance with gentle humility, while the other exuded a chilling arrogance and immense nobility. Many eligible young women present were utterly captivated by the two. Chapter 55. Encountering Chuan Yi again, Chuan Yi's gaze swept across the individuals in the hall before settling on Shen Kuo. His expression remained composed as he replied coolly, "My intrusion." Shen Kuo, smiling politely, responded, "It is an honor for Ji Xiao to grace our banquet. How could this be an intrusion? This way, please." The onlookers regarded the two with awe and admiration. The appearance of Ji Xiao at the Shun family's gathering suggested a potential collaboration between the two families. With Shun Xiao having just returned to the country, Mr. Shun had boldly organized a family banquet, and Ji Xiao's full representation of the Ji family indicated a mutual respect among the elite youth. Ji Xiao is truly handsome. Is it true that he is to be engaged to the Song family's young lady? Hush, one must not speak carelessly. I only heard from a friend that Miss Song Tianyi has already begun inquiring about engagement dresses last month. I heard she wishes to use Oling's gown, but they declined the order, citing it was too rushed. Oling's custom orders are scheduled for the latter half of next year. Miss Song has enlisted many friends to help her cut in line, but Oling is not budging. What is Oling? A high-end custom brand that is difficult to obtain, and Miss Song thinks it is some obscure label? Could one freely alter the time of their orders? A group of women gathered, exchanging banter that invariably revolved around the distinguished figures of Chuan Yi and Shen Kuo. Although Song Tianyi stands as a paragon in the elite circle of Yanjing, there are numerous young ladies who cannot abide her presence. It was previously rumored that the Song family was to be wed to Chuan Yi, and this particular young lady was evidently displeased. Now, she seized the opportunity to mock that pretentious heiress. However, just as her words fell, her casual glance across the venue was suddenly arrested by a striking woman seated upon a grand lounge chair in the lounge area. The chair was partially obscured by a massive potted plant, making it nearly impossible to discern the woman behind it without a closer look. She sat in a relaxed posture that exuded an air of nonchalance, her form-fitting attire accentuating her exquisite physique. Her long hair was elegantly styled, revealing a graceful, swan-like neck. Despite her seemingly casual demeanor, there was an unmistakable aura of world-weary disdain in her expression, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, the ensemble she wore was recently criticized for being an exclusive haute couture garment rarely seen in public. Was she not donning the Red Fox collection from Oling, which had not been released this season? The term Red Fox is synonymous with seduction. This particular outfit was designed with the urban sophisticate in mind, captivating the heart through both evening gowns and professional attire. The moment the concept art was unveiled, it garnered overwhelming acclaim, causing the phones at Oling's headquarters to ring incessantly with requests to reserve a piece from this collection. Subsequently, Oling's chief designer, Chi, issued a statement declaring that this series would not be available for sale. Many prominent VIPs from Oling spent over 10 days attempting to persuade Chi to reconsider. Now, witnessing this dress at Shun's banquet ignited a fervor among the young ladies present. Surely this cannot be real. The chief designer had explicitly stated that this dress would not be sold. The woman who had previously mocked Song Tianyi, upon hearing this, transformed her initial shock and surprise into malice. Gritting her teeth, she coldly remarked, "How dare she wear counterfeit at Shun's banquet? Does anyone here recognize her?" The attendees exchanged glances, clearly indicating that none knew her. The guests invited to Shun's banquet were predominantly familiar faces. The woman, with an air of arrogance, strode toward the lounge area. "Hey, where did you acquire that counterfeit?" Jiang Si, feeling quite vexed, had initially been reluctant to attend Shun's gathering due to the couple's attitude towards her. However, she could not resist the pleading gaze of Shen Kuo and ultimately agreed to come. Yet, upon descending after preparing, she found Chuan Yi standing beside Shen Kuo. Both engaged in jovial conversation, which instantly caused her discomfort. Without a second thought, she sought a secluded spot to evade the scene. The tension in her chest had yet to dissipate when an oblivious individual approached her. She lazily lifted her eyelids and cast a disinterested glance at the intruder, her eyes radiating a clear message. "Who are you?" The woman, caught in the gaze of those alluring phoenix eyes, suddenly felt her own stature diminish despite being the one standing. To bolster her authority, she raised her voice, exclaiming, "I'm talking to you. Do you realize that your outfit is a counterfeit? Hurry and change it, or I will report you to Oling for damages to your reputation." Jiang Si, disinterested in engaging in petty banter, rose and coldly commanded, "Move aside." The woman sensed her authority being challenged. Having stormed in with a group of friends who were now watching the escalating confrontation with amused glances, she could not allow this to continue. "You must remove that counterfeit. Wearing such a thing to the Shun family's banquet is a disgrace to them. Who did you come in with?" The woman's frustration was palpable as she blocked Jiang Si's path. Jiang Si regarded her with a contemptuous look. "Who are you? Are we acquainted? Even if it is a counterfeit, it is my loss, so why are you so worked up?" The woman's face fluctuated between shades of anger and embarrassment. "Do you know the status of the Shun family? And who in this circle wears fakes? If this gets out, how will others perceive us at this banquet? They'll say we are wearing counterfeits. How shameful." With a dismissive glance, Jiang Si attempted to sidestep her. The woman, her expression darkened, flung the champagne she was holding directly at Jiang Si. Caught off guard, half a glass of wine splattered onto her dress, the vibrant crimson soaking into the fabric, transforming the waist area into a deep scarlet. The woman, with a triumphant tilt of her chin, declared, "Now you have no choice but to change." Jiang Si narrowed her eyes, a flash of anger crossing her features before she seized her own glass and doused the woman in return. "Fine, let us both change then." The woman, taken aback by this unexpected retaliation, stood frozen for a moment before letting out a high-pitched scream that drew the attention of everyone present. "Mom! Mom!" The woman shrieked, "She ruined my dress." Jiang Si coldly observed the frenzied woman, mocking, "You truly look like a child running home to tattle after losing a fight in kindergarten." The woman's face turned pale at the remark, her glare at Jiang Si filled with venom. Moments later, a middle-aged woman hurried over, concern etched on her face as she looked at her daughter. "Oh dear, what happened? You're wearing that dress for the first time, and it's a unique haute couture piece, the only one of its kind in the world." Tears streamed down the woman's face as she pointed accusingly at Jiang Si. Seething, it was her. "She did it. Mom, make her pay. I want her to replace it with an identical one." A middle-aged woman cast a glance at Jiang Si, her expression shifting from confusion to realization that she did not recognize the strikingly beautiful woman before her. Her brows furrowed with intensity as she remarked, "Miss, are you so envious of my dear one's exquisite gown that you would so casually tarnish it? I shall demand an explanation from Mr. Shun for this affront." No sooner had she spoken than a voice echoed from nearby in surprise. "Oh dear, Wan." Jiang Si's lips twitched, and she sighed in exasperation. Chapter 56, The Second Identity, Unveiled. "Wan, what has happened? Why is your dress wet?" Mr. Shun rushed over, his face etched with concern, disregarding the middle-aged woman who had intended to lodge a complaint. Before Jiang Si could respond, Mr. Shun called out sternly to Madame Shun, who was engaged in conversation nearby. "Hurry over and take Wan to change her clothes. She mustn't catch a cold." Jiang Si was unaccustomed to such care from Mr. Shun. Raised by her grandfather, who was a lifelong scholar engrossed in research, she had never known parental affection. As long as he provided her with basic sustenance, it sufficed. Though now retired, her grandfather remained absorbed in his studies, rarely expressing genuine concern for her well-being. Consequently, Jiang Si had cultivated a tranquil demeanor over the years. It was only when she was brought home by Shan Kuo that she found herself trying to smile more naturally. "Uncle Shun, I'm fine," she replied. "Fine?" he echoed, frowning. "Your dress is thoroughly soaked, particularly around your abdomen. Isn't it crucial for young ladies to keep their midsection warm? It's detrimental to your health." His sternness was palpable as he added, "And how many times must I remind you? Call me Dad." The crowd gasped at this revelation. The woman who had previously shouted now looked at Jiang Si in astonishment. Jiang Si was not only youthful, but appeared to be a couple of years younger than Shin Kuo. Was Mr. Shun's offspring from an extramarital affair? Madame Shun hurried over, grabbing Jiang Si's hand, her expression filled with worry. "Oh dear, my precious one. How did you get your clothes wet?" Once again, the crowd was taken aback by her endearment. Speculations regarding Jiang Si's identity began to swirl among the onlookers. Given that Shen Kuo was of marriageable age, could this young woman be the chosen daughter-in-law of the Shin family? Madame Shun, possessing a keen intellect honed over decades in high society, quickly assessed the situation. She cast a cold glance at the woman beside her, stating with disdain, "Has someone been unkind to my precious one?" All eyes turned towards the mother and daughter duo. Who had wronged her? It was she who had splashed wine on my gown, ruining it entirely. Though her earlier hopes of seeking the Shun family's intervention had been dashed, she could not resist murmuring her grievances, convinced that Jiang Si was in the wrong for wearing counterfeit attire and disregarding advice, only to retaliate with wine. The woman, increasingly agitated, cast a fierce glance at Jiang Si. Suddenly, her line of sight was obstructed by a figure. Shun Qua, with a composed demeanor and slightly furrowed brows, expressed his discontent, stating, "It is merely a dress. If it's spilled, it's spilled. The Shun family can certainly afford to compensate for a dress. However, miss, your attitude is excessively aggressive. I require you to apologize to the maid." "On what grounds?" the woman retorted, her complexion darkening. What did he mean by merely a dress, and that the Shun family could afford it? What kind of enchantment did this woman possess that even Shinqua would defend her? Her mother intervened, whispering in discontent, "Apologize quickly. Please, it's just a dress. We cannot let your father know we've lost his dignity tonight." The woman gritted her teeth, an expression of conflict in her eyes, but soon resolved to say, "I'm sorry." Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Chuan Yi standing by, silently observing, his handsome face devoid of expression. Yet his deep-set eyes shimmered with an unusual light. If Song Tian Yi were to be doused in wine or misunderstood, would Chuan Yi, like Shinqua, unreasonably come to her defense? The thought filled her heart with jealousy. Jiang Si crossed her arms, casting a cold glance at the woman whose expression was shifting. Just when everyone assumed the matter would conclude, she spoke, "Sure, Yuan." Her voice resonated clearly throughout the venue. The woman, recognizing the familiar name, looked at Jiang Si with confusion. She previously ruined one of my dresses, claiming it was a fake. Jiang Si smirked lightly, and Shun Qua, who knew her well, felt a sudden weight of seriousness in his gaze. He realized Jiang Si was truly angered. Though she smiled, her words lacked aggression. Yet the coldness in her eyes could be lethal. Jiang Si continued, "Of course, in the end, she apologized and even compensated me for a dress. I heard she had to part with her savings accumulated over many years to afford it." The woman's eyelids twitched, an unsettling feeling rising within her. Jiang Si clicked her tongue, slightly furrowing her brow, and discontentedly directed her gaze at the woman, saying, "Tell me, are all the ladies in your circle taught by the same master, so self-important and oblivious?" The woman clenched her jaw, enunciating each word. "I've already apologized. What more do you want?" Jiang Si shrugged, her tone casual. "Nothing in particular, just curious if your private funds are as substantial as sure Yuan's, and if you can manage to compensate." She tugged at her dress and spun around, the hem swirling gracefully with her movement, an exquisite sight. "Compensate for this one-of-a-kind piece in the world?" The woman scoffed. "It's just a counterfeit. What is so unique about it? Once you compensate for my dress, I can simply use a portion of that to pay you back." Jiang Si let out a disdainful snort, her gaze fixed on the woman as if she were staring at a fool. "I see. People in your circle have their skills in discerning authenticity taught by a master, like frogs at the bottom of a well." The woman paled under the rebuke. Shun Qua, somewhat confused, pointed at Jiang Si's dress and asked, "Child, what do you mean by true and false? Isn't this gown of your own design?" Mr. Shun chimed in, "Yes. Yes. Weren't you the specially appointed designer from that lawn something?" At this revelation, the room erupted in astonishment. The socialites regarded Shun Qua with expressions of sheer disbelief. As a member of the Shun family, he held both reputation and power, and as a prominent figure in the social elite, he would not carelessly make unfounded statements. "Are you the chief designer of Oling?" "Ah, Chi?" one socialite exclaimed. Jiang Si cast a dismissive glance her way, denying no. "This dress was crafted by Ah Chi's hand. If you're not Ah Chi, then what does it mean that Mr. Shun just claimed you designed it?" A heavy silence enveloped the room. All eyes were fixed on Jiang Si, seemingly waiting for her response. As seconds ticked by, approximately half a minute later, someone from the socialite circle gasped. "Ah Chi has responded on Weibo." Chapter 57. Is there something wrong with the little ancestor wearing her own design? When doubts were cast on whether Jiang Si's attire was counterfeit, someone had secretly snapped a picture and posted it online, tagging both Oling's official account and Ah Chi's personal account. Although the situation could escalate or diminish, a faction within the socialite circle united, Some hired online influencers, while others rallied fellow socialites to amplify the issue, propelling it to trending status within minutes. They demanded an official response from Oling. Initially, the officials intended to follow legal procedures, waiting for the legal department to confirm the infringement of counterfeit goods. However, on this particular day, a senior executive was on duty and, upon seeing the retweeted post accompanied by the photo, suddenly became alert. The image, though blurry, showcased an impeccable profile and undeniable charm. Wasn't he this their little ancestor? The executive jolted in shock, tumbling from his chair, hastily calling superiors. Heavens! The little ancestor is wearing the gown she designed and crafted at an event, and now she is being accused of donning a counterfeit. Consequently, the official Weibo account promptly issued a statement. This is not a counterfeit. It is a confirmed, authentic piece. The gown boasts smooth lines and high demands on body shape. Though the photo is unclear, one can still discern the essence of the garment. Someone at the scene read the statement aloud, and the atmosphere shifted abruptly to one of silence. Gradually, all gazes converged upon Jiang Si, filled with doubt and scrutiny. What did this statement imply? I recognize every word, but together they elude my understanding. Does this mean the dress is indeed authentic? Did they not say that this garment would not be released? Moreover, the tone of the official blog seems to carry a hint of praise. Someone called out again, "Look, Chi has also posted on Weibo." Shun Kwa approached Jiang Si and said, "Go change your clothes. I'll handle things here." Mrs. Shun added, "Indeed, getting your clothes wet could lead to a cold. I'll accompany you to change." Jiang Si nodded. Mrs. Shun then turned to Shun Kwa, saying, "I'll take my dear to change. You must ensure that some people's apologies are not overlooked." Shun Kwa replied affirmatively, "I understand." The crowd downstairs watched as Jiang Si departed, and the heat of the news online surged. Jiang Kwa stood protectively before the woman, stating in a low voice, "The Shun family's lawyer will contact you shortly." The woman appeared pale, attempting to speak, but was abruptly restrained by her mother. Jiang Si's room was located in a secluded loft in the backyard. "Mrs. Shun led her down the path when suddenly a figure appeared before them. The man was tall, exuding an imposing presence. Jiang Si halted, turning to Mrs. Shun and, "Please go entertain the guests." Mrs. Shun, sensing Jiang Si's unease, hesitated. She understood that Jiang Si was resolute. The man before them was evidently waiting, and Jiang Si wished for her to leave, clearly needing to converse with him privately. Mrs. Shun hesitated. "Dear," Jiang Si offered a reassuring smile. "It's all right. I may just need to speak with him for a moment." Mrs. Shun grasped her hand, her tone earnest. "Dear, do not fear. This is our home. No one dares to bully you. Even if someone like that woman causes you distress, I will ensure that Shun Kwa avenges you. You are the precious gem of our family, not some inconsequential person." Her voice was emphatic, deliberately raised for the man nearby to hear. After speaking, Mrs. Shun coldly scoffed in the direction of the man before turning to leave. After walking several paces, she looked back at Jiang Si and called out loudly, "Dear, if you need anything, just call. I'll be right here." Jiang Si nodded and walked up to the man, her expression calm, asking, "Did you need something, Mr. Ji?" Chuan Yi, dressed in a black suit, regarded her with his dark, tranquil eyes, as if they were two individuals who had merely crossed paths in a garden. He appeared relaxed, perhaps having indulged in a drink, his voice rich and smooth. "Are you feeling any better?" Jiang Si frowned slightly, taken aback by Chuan Yi's unexpectedly nonchalant inquiry regarding her health. However, she recalled that Shun Kwa had informed her previously. It was Chuan Yi who had discovered her in the alley behind the bar and had taken her to the hospital. Although the hospital's treatment methods at that time were far from ideal, they significantly alleviated the influx of medication. To a certain extent, Chuan Yi had rendered her assistance. With this thought, she let out a barely perceptible sigh, then raised her gaze to Chuan Yi and said, "Thank you, Mr. Ji, for your help back then." Chuan Yi replied, "That was not my merit. The hospital I took you to had limited means for effective treatment. I fear I do not deserve your gratitude." Jiang Si furrowed her brow slightly. "Regardless, I still thank you." She paused, a hint of impatience crossing her features. Chuan Yi's eyes fell upon the dampness at her waist, and he suggested, "You should change your clothes first. It will be chilly tonight, and you might catch a cold." Jiang Si raised an eyebrow. "Is that why you are waiting here, merely to inquire about my health?" She was skeptical, given her understanding of Chuan Yi. He always had considerations that were several steps ahead of others. Chuan Yi denied, There are a few matters I need to verify with you, but right now, your changing clothes is of greater importance. We can discuss later once you are ready. Chuan Yi was insistent, and Jiang Si did not wish to prolong the conversation. She cast a curious glance at him, wondering what he needed to discuss. Was it once again about Song Tiandi? As she made her way toward the small attic, she pondered all possible scenarios. Considering the timeline, sure Yuan should have returned to the country by now. Had she found Song Tiandi and confided her troubles, prompting Song Tiandi to seek Chuan Yi's intervention on her behalf? No, that didn't seem plausible. Her colleagues were always prudent, especially when it came to orders given directly by Bai Chun. Even if sure Yuan had gone mad, she wouldn't have connected this matter to Jiang Si. So what could it be? Doubt lingered in Jiang Si's mind as she approached the attic, the window half closed. From within, she could clearly see Chuan Yi standing silently not far away, his gaze seemingly fixed on the dark sky. It was undeniable that Chuan Yi was remarkably handsome. His eyes seemed to speak, drawing you in when they met yours. After changing her clothes, Jiang Si stepped back from the window to catch her breath. Outside, Chuan Yi heard the sound and turned his head, his deep-set eyes suddenly locking onto Jiang Si's. They both froze, silently observing one another. Chapitre 58, Jiang Si. Were you at the border of Yunqing 5 years ago? Jiang Si calmly withdrew her gaze. Stepping out of the room, she found Chuan Yi standing in the open space at the door, beside a blooming early spring rhododendron. Jiang Si approached him, choosing not to engage in small talk. What is it? Speak. Chuan Yi's slender fingers brushed against the rhododendron blossom as he inquired, Do you like rhododendrons? The area surrounding the attic was filled with rhododendron flowers, vibrant in various hues, flourishing beautifully in this season, courtesy of the Ji family. Jiang Si cast a fleeting glance at the flowers and remarked, Do not squander your time. Chuan Yi averted his gaze, his dark, profound eyes now fixed upon Jiang Si. After a silence lasting several seconds, he calmly inquired, You're inquiring about someone. Jiang Si's expression momentarily faltered in surprise. Elder brother? How could Chuan Yi possibly know his name? And why would he seek information about him from her? A hint of gravity clouded Jiang Si's brow. Who? Chuan Yi replied, Do not feign ignorance. I am aware you are acquainted. He claims to be your brother. After a brief pause, he elaborated, Regarding the incident in the bar's alley, you assisted him, did you not? After Shun Kuo took you away, I received a call from Jiang. Jiang Si furrowed her brow slightly. This matter had not been mentioned by her brother. However, during this period, Shun Kuo had reproached her for creating trouble, nearly leading her into a predicament and causing her some distress. Thus, he forbade Jiang from calling her. Perhaps this explained why she had missed the information that her brother had already been in contact with Chuan Yi. Jiang Si fixed her gaze back on Chuan Yi, no longer inclined to conceal the truth. So, Chuan Yi's atoms apple-bobbed up and down a few times, his brow knitting slightly as he seemed to search for the right words. 5 years ago, Jiang undertook a mission at the border of Yuncheng. He spoke with certainty. Jiang Si felt a nerve in her mind tighten upon hearing this statement. Her hand, resting at her side, trembled slightly. The pain from her wrist, a remnant of an old injury, surged back in an instant. She chuckled softly. Has young Master Ji sent someone to investigate my brother? Chuan Yi remained silent, tacitly acknowledging her implication. Jiang Si was not surprised, given Jiang temperament. The most likely reason for him to contact Chuan Yi was to vehemently scold him after his whereabouts were exposed, a consequence of the past 3 years of pent-up frustration. Chuan Yi stated, Jiang Si, who exactly are you? Bai Chun, Shun Kuo, Jiang. Why have so many enigmatic figures suddenly appeared around you? Jiang Si crossed her arms, her expression tranquil. Who am I? Does that concern young Master Ji? Upon hearing this, a layer of frost seemed to settle upon Chuan Yi's features, an oppressive aura radiating from him. Jiang Si sensed it, but felt no fear. With a light scoff, she said, Is that what you wish to ask me? If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Chuan Yi stepped forward, blocking Jiang Si's path. His dark, penetrating eyes seemed to speak volumes as they bore into her with an assertive intensity. Were you present when Jiang undertook his mission at the border of Yuncheng 5 years ago? Jiang Si maintained her composure and replied, Surely. Young Master Ji cannot be entirely ignorant of our country's laws. The foremost principle of Jiang line of work is confidentiality. How could he disclose such matters to me? Chuan Yi calmly retorted. You and Jiang Lung did not grow up together. In other words, Jiang Si and Jiang Lung did not grow up in the same household, nor could they possibly share the same mother. Given this, how could Jiang Si have a brother? Jiang Lung did not even grow up in Nan City. Is it merely because they share the surname Jiang that Jiang Lung claims Jiang Si is his sister? Chuan Yi found this rather implausible. After all, the blatant disdain and sharp words from their recent phone conversation still echoed in his ears. I do not see the necessity to report my relatives and friends to you. Jiang Si's tone was frigid, exuding an air of resistance to conversation. Chuan Yi, over the past 3 years, you have shown no inclination to understand my perspective. Now that we have obtained our marriage certificate, gathering dust in the drawer, you wish to inquire about my social relationships? Are you ill, or am I? Chuan Yi frowned slightly, clearly unsettled by Jiang Si's harsh words. He opened his mouth, suppressing the surge of anger within. 5 years ago, the incident occurred in Yun City as well. Although my memories of that time are not entirely clear, fragments occasionally resurface. Jiang Si, you claim you saved me, while Song Tian Yi asserts that she is the one who rescued me, even preparing a set of plausible explanations that enhance her credibility. There were other characters involved in this narrative, further bolstering her claims. Chuan Yi's tone intensified, his eyes narrowing. Even a criminal is afforded the opportunity to defend themselves. Yet, Jiang Si, you were not. From the very beginning, you had no chance. Indeed, ever since that night, overwhelmed by anger from feeling deceived, he had never allowed Jiang Si the opportunity to defend herself. The mere thought of this made Chuan Yi feel increasingly agitated. Jiang Si scoffed, defend? What do I need to defend? Moreover, Chuan Yi, even if I did, would you believe me? Jiang Lung's distrust, his cold gaze sweeping over Chuan Yi, struck him like a stone cast into still water, rippling through his emotions. Yet it did not diminish the anger stemming from Jiang Si's demeanor. Chuan Yi's voice turned abruptly icy and grave. Fine, Jiang Si, I will not discuss those matters with you. I only ask, were you present when Jiang Lung undertook his mission in Yun City 5 years ago? Jiang Si was present. How could she not be? 5 years ago. Although she was just in her early 20s, her exceptional skills and extensive knowledge of wilderness survival were notable. That time, Jiang Lung received orders to address 2 groups conducting covert operations in the dense forests of Yun City. Most of these individuals were desperate fugitives. Jiang Lung initially refused to bring Jiang Si along, but when the scouts sent ahead suddenly went missing, it raised alarm bells for Jiang Lung, realizing that if this continued, not only would he fail to dismantle the groups, but he might also lose his entire team. When Jiang Lung returned to the base, he found Jiang Si foraging for herbs in the forest, her basket filled with medicinal plants. Jiang Lung recognized that this young girl, whom he had previously overlooked and unceremoniously brought back, seemed to possess extraordinary abilities. Wandering alone through the dense forest, he sought medicinal herbs while skillfully evading perilous zones, returning unscathed. Thus, he approached the logistics officer stationed at the base to inquire about Jiang Si's activities during this time. The officer, after a moment's reflection, replied, she typically ventures out in the morning to gather herbs and returns by noon, spending her afternoons in that small building at the back, sorting the herbs she has collected. Jiang Lung stroked his chin and asked in a hushed tone, does she go out alone? Does she never seek your protection? Without a moment's hesitation, the officer shook his head. Jiang Lung narrowed his eyes and questioned, in the past few days, has she not requested anything from you? The officer initially intended to shake his head, but then, as if recollecting something, exclaimed, ah, she did take one item. What was it? A map. An aerial view of the forest. Chapter 59. Unwavering determination to retain Jiang Si. By the 4th day of the mission, Jiang Lung scouts had been dispatched in waves, only to vanish without a trace or be captured, yielding no progress. He and T even managed to catch a glimpse of either gang's tail. Each passing day, Jiang Lung's expression grew darker, his appearance increasingly disheveled and haggard. On the 5th day, Jiang Si tossed an aerial map at Jiang Lung. He appeared somewhat displeased. But Jiang Si was too preoccupied with her own desires to notice. All she wanted was to leave this place as swiftly as possible. The map detailed the distribution of tents at each campsite, the placement of sentries, and even specified who was stationed where and what weapons they were equipped with. Fortunately, Jiang Lung was not entirely dim-witted. Upon seeing the map, he immediately grasped its significance. and within half a day, he had orchestrated a comprehensive sweep. After this battle, Jiang Long was thoroughly captivated by Jiang Si's prowess. He was robust and agile, and Jiang Si often speculated that if not for his exceptional skills and reckless fighting spirit, he would never have ascended to the position of captain of a certain Interpol division. Thus, upon learning of Chuan Yi's connection to her, he had immediately called to berate him. What kind of man was Chuan Yi? Remarkably stunning. Even the slightest possibility could sow the seeds of doubt in his heart. He could not possibly believe any of Jiang Si's denials. Chuan Yi regarded Jiang Si and remarked, "You assert that Jiang Long's mission is highly confidential. If that is the case, did your involvement in the incident behind the bar not contravene this principle?" A heaviness settled in Jiang Si's heart, and an unusual glint flickered in her lowered gaze. Chuan Yi continued, "Jiang Long's current position is not that of a reckless youth who would violate rules. Jiang Si, your talent for deception has diminished." A gust of wind stirred within the courtyard. The azaleas danced in the breeze, some petals falling onto the path, seemingly producing a sound. This added an eerie quality to the already subdued atmosphere. Jiang Si lifted her gaze, looking directly at Chuan Yi with an unflinching demeanor. "With your keen intellect, I trust you can deduce that if I were also involved in the mission, I too would be bound by the principle of confidentiality." Chuan Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. His thin lips pressed tightly together, refraining from rebuttal. Clearly, Jiang Si had hit the nail on the head. Chuan Yi had contemplated this matter long ago. Yet, he still found it hard to believe that someone could engage so intimately with Interpol solely due to Jiang Si's sibling relationship with Jiang Long. This could only lead to one conclusion. Jiang Si's capabilities must also be highly regarded, allowing Jiang Long the authority to enlist her assistance for such tasks. Therefore, Jiang Si, who exactly are you? This was the third time Chuan Yi posed this question. This time, his gaze flickered, suppressing an emotion on the verge of erupting. Jiang Si remained silent, as if anticipating her lack of explanation. Chuan Yi slightly narrowed his eyes and reiterated a previous inquiry. 5 years ago, you were at the border of Yin City, were you not? This time, Jiang Si fell silent for 4 or 5 seconds before suddenly looking at Chuan Yi and smiling. No comment. No comment. She did not deny it. Chuan Yi's fingertips twitched, and an unusual emotion surged within him. Ultimately, he said, "I understand." With that, he turned and departed. Jiang Si watched his tall figure vanish into the depths of the garden, her eyes narrowing slightly. She believed that Chuan Yi's perceptiveness would surely lead him to investigate. Even if she denied everything today, he would not be swayed. But when did Chuan Yi begin to harbor doubts? Was it from Jiang Long's phone call a few days ago? Clearly not. Jiang Si stood in place, pondering for a moment when someone suddenly appeared beside her. "What are you thinking so intently about?" Shen Kuo gently ruffled Jiang Si's hair. Regaining her focus, Jiang Si smiled slightly. "The flowers in the courtyard are blooming beautifully this year." Shen Kuo chuckled indulgently. "What good are the flowers if we don't know if they are enough for your whims?" Jiang Si shot him a glare, pouting in dissatisfaction. "Let us go. My aunt is still waiting ahead." Shen Kuo stood still, watching Jiang Si's retreating figure, glancing around but failing to spot anyone else. However, just moments ago, his mother was certain that a man had come looking for Jiang Si. From a distance, Mrs. Shen couldn't recognize who he was, only noting that he was tall and robust, clearly a man. Moreover, Jiang Si had sent her away, wanting to speak with that man privately. This deepened Shen Kuo's suspicions. Chuan Yi exited the backyard and left directly. Ming Feng awaited him by the car. "Young Master Chuan Yi acknowledged with a grunt, saying, "Accelerate the actions on the Shen side." Although Ming Feng was skeptical, he nodded in response. "Negotiations are already in the final stages of the contract signing. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the contract will be on your desk by tomorrow morning." "Excellent." Chuan Yi nodded in satisfaction, closing his eyes to rest as he settled into the car. Before him, the serene smile of Jiang Si lingered, a smile so casually composed that it pierced his heart. Although he had confirmed numerous times that Jiang Si had truly let go, genuinely resolved to forego any material compensation and completely fade from his life, he should have felt elated. To engage in an endeavor without concern for its aftermath is indeed an ideal state. Yet this time, Chuan Yi sensed that the oppressive emotions within him grew more pronounced with each passing day of Jiang Si's departure, nearly driving him to the brink of despair. Aware of her impending departure, He felt compelled to hasten his actions, ready to employ any means necessary and pay any price to retain Jiang Si in Yanjing. Ming Feng hesitated, his words caught in his throat. Young Master Ji. Chuan Yi understood his unspoken thoughts, yet his resolve was unwavering. Especially after encountering Jiang Si, certain realizations surged forth in his mind, a voice incessantly urging him to keep her. To keep her. I have made my decision. You need only act. I shall bear any consequences. Ming Feng's gaze hardened with determination. Understood, young Master Ji. The following day, the Shen family faced an unexpected crisis. A batch of raw materials was suspected of illegal collection and import due to incomplete documentation. Though trivial in nature, such issues posed significant challenges for the Shen family, a company that had long maintained a commendable image before the government. All operations at Shen were halted. Even the factories of processing raw materials received orders to cease work. Shen Kuo's father, as the head of the Shen family, was taken for investigation, prompting Shen Kuo, who was filming elsewhere, to abandon his work and return to oversee the situation. Yanjing appeared calm on the surface, yet the Shen family was in disarray. At the G Corporation building, Chuan Yi stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his tall figure resembling jade, his dark eyes profound and unfathomable. Ming Feng knocked and entered, stating, Young Master Ji. Shen Kuo called, saying he would come to see you this afternoon. Chuan Yi responded with a faint acknowledgement, a cold smile gracing his lips. Shen Kuo is certainly not foolish. Ming Feng immediately clarified, Young Master, we have conducted our affairs with utmost discretion. I'm still investigating how Shen Kuo became aware. Chuan Yi replied, No need. The goods were transported through our G Corporation channels. Shen Kuo's suspicions are entirely reasonable. Inform him I will be in my office awaiting his arrival. Chapter 60. Jiang Si engaged to Shen Kuo since that fateful night. Chuan Yi had vanished. Jiang Si, however, did not dwell on it, having already prepared herself to depart Yanjing with Shen Kuo in a few days, thus reducing the likelihood of encountering Chuan Yi in the future. During this time, Song Tian Yi remained remarkably subdued, even providing considerable resources to Chixing on the Star River front. It was evident that she had been genuinely unsettled by Jiang Si's words that night, as she had not crossed paths with Jiang Si while she was at the Song residence gathering her belongings. After Jiang Si clarified the upcoming route for Xia Zhu concerning Qi Xing, she retrieved her former chubby manager from Song Tianyi, bestowing upon him the utmost authority. She even allowed Shen Kuo to directly intervene in the previous matter regarding Qi Xing's online rumors about fans, ensuring that all preparations were meticulously arranged. However, on the eve of their departure from Yanjing, a crisis struck the Shen family. Upon connecting with Bai Chun, an air of urgency permeated his voice. Jiang Si. Something has happened to Xiaoge. Jiang Si's expression darkened. What has occurred? Shen Kuo, known for his exceptional capabilities, was typically beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. And given that the Deep Sea organization had consistently safeguarded their information, it seemed implausible for anyone to connect him with a Jiao or Jianglong, let alone pose a threat. Moreover, the Shen family's influence rendered it improbable for anyone to attack him, considering his current standing and career. The news of his misfortune instinctively led Jiang Si to sense the gravity of the situation. Bai Chun continued, You should check the news. This morning, reports surfaced that a batch of diamonds from the Shen family was flawed and misrepresented, with the source being somewhat dubious. Official intervention has already commenced. Recently, during Xiao Ji's return to the country, the Shen family hosted a banquet where a group of frivolous women posted your photos online. And coupled with the Shen family's subsequent pursuit of accountability for the slander, it has stirred considerable unrest for several days. Someone uncovered that this incident coincided with the Shen family's banquet. Xiao Ji's persona as a wealthy heir has once again been revived, and rumors are circulating that you are his fiancée. Currently, the online discourse is quite fragmented. One faction of fans is lamenting a potential downfall, while another is linking the flawed batch of materials to Xiaoge. The online uproar is deafening. Bai Chun lowered her voice, stating, I just landed at the airport in Nanchang, and I cannot return right now. I believe this incident is too sudden and appears very targeted. A serious expression settled upon Jiang Si's features. I understand. Do not worry, I will manage it. After ending the call, Jiang Si sat on a chair, turning her gaze toward the floor-to-ceiling window. The afternoon sun bathed the scene in warmth, and she contemplated her next move. at this moment. Traveling to Deep City is not an option. After making some preparations, Jiang Si intended to visit the Shun family, but was intercepted by Yuan Yulian on her way downstairs. Where are you going? To the Shun family? Jiang Si slightly furrowed her brow, glancing at Yuan Yulian without responding. With a stern expression, Yuan Yulian reprimanded her. Do you have any idea about the current situation of the Shun family? Are you rushing in without a care? Do you genuinely believe the Shun family regards you as a daughter-in-law? What status does Shun Qua hold? The online crowd could easily trace back to our family. Those individuals could drown you in a single spit. By going to the Shun family now, are you trying to ensure everyone knows you belong to the Song family, thereby implicating us as well? Jiang Si stood at the door, a chill enveloping her. She turned her face toward Yuan Yulian and said, I cannot say if this will implicate the Song family, but if you utter another word, I will ensure that the Song clan faces trouble at once. Jiang Si, have you lost your mind? Yuan Yulian exclaimed, rising to her feet, her face flushed. Jiang Si cast a cold glance at her before turning away and departing without a backward glance. Yuan Yulian remained rooted in place, contemplating that Jiang Si had gone to seek out Shun Qua. In this precarious situation, any misstep could undoubtedly drag the Song family into turmoil. After much deliberation, she called Song Chenggong. Subsequently, she dialed Song Tianyi. That Jiang Si is a nuisance. She has gone to find Shun Qua. You must help Mom bring her back. She absolutely cannot become entangled with the Shun family at this time. I understand, Mom, Song Tianyi responded, preparing to hang up. You and Dad shouldn't worry too much. I will call my sister. Once the call ended, Song Tianyi's expression darkened. Jiang Si had been making waves across various websites these days, and even the events from the last Shun family banquet had become fodder for gossip within their circle. Those acquainted with Song Tianyi were eager to inquire about Jiang Si's circumstances. Rumors suggested that Jiang Si was the Shun family's designated daughter-in-law. But what kind of family was the Shun family? Although their wealth did not rival that of the Ji family, they ranked among the elite families in Yanjing. Could a divorced woman like Jiang Si truly enter the Shun family? Madi Svinquo. What kind of world was this? Prominent socialites reacted swiftly, rallying to ostracize Jiang Si. Song Tianyi took a deep breath and glanced at the man across from her. Chuan Yi leaned back in his chair, one hand holding a pen, deep in thought over the documents before him. Jigu, am I interrupting you? She asked, biting her lower lip, appearing somewhat vulnerable. Chuan Yi did not raise his eyes, his tone indifferent. No, if I am busy, I will have Mingfeng escort you. A flicker of discontent crossed Song Tianyi's eyes. She was unsure if Chuan Yi had overheard her recent phone call, or how much he might have caught. She had come to see Chuan Yi merely to ascertain that he was not truly angry and would not disregard her. Thankfully, her visit to the Ji family remained unimpeded. The timing of Song Madam's call was impeccable. Upon receiving it, Song Tianyi listened as Yuan Yulian angrily denounced Jiang Si on the other end. Her expression remained impassive. Yet internally, she was elated, occasionally glancing to gauge Chuan Yi's reaction. Is what is happening with my sister true? Song Tianyi asked tentatively, lowering her voice. I heard you attended the Shun family's banquet, Jigu. You must know what transpired. Is the Shun family truly planning to become engaged to Jiang Si? Chuan Yi's brow twitched suddenly, and his motion of turning the pen halted. Song Tianyi could not discern the emotions hidden within his lowered gaze and continued to probe cautiously. Also, regarding the rumors online, is my sister really that designer from Oling? Chuan Yi lifted his gaze, his eyes calm as he regarded Song Tianyi. These questions should be directed to Jiang Si. Her responses will be far more accurate. Song Tianyi forced a smile, expressing her bewilderment. I mean no offense, I simply find it curious. Wasn't my sister raised in the countryside of Nanshan? The information we've gathered indicates that she ceased her education after high school. How could she suddenly be associated with such a significant brand like Oling? Moreover, why would she conceal such a monumental matter from us? As she spoke, she covertly glanced at Chuan Yi's face, noticing his brows slightly furrowed, a hint of hostility emerging. A sense of delight surged within Song Tianyi, causing her eyelids to droop and mask the triumph in her gaze. Meanwhile, a news alert popped up on Chuan Yi's computer screen. The Shun family is embroiled in a public relations storm. Shun Qua speaks out for the first time, promising good news by the 10th of next month. Chapter 61. Apart from me, how many other men do you fancy? Who allowed you to come here? Jiang Si, do you realize how perilous it was just now? That substance nearly splashed onto your arm. Chuan Yi pulled Jiang Si into the elevator, pushing her against the wall as soon as they entered. His eyes glistened with a hint of redness, and the emotions conveyed within them were tinged with fear. Could Chuan Yi truly be afraid? Jiang Si suddenly mocked herself, attributing her perception of the lofty Ji family heir to the shock she had just experienced. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze falling upon Chuan Yi's arm, which hung naturally by his side, revealing dried, congealed blood and the gruesome sight of torn flesh. It seemed that Chuan Yi's display of vulnerability stemmed solely from his pain. Let go. Jiang Si steadied her nerves and pushed Chuan Yi with a considerable force. The intensity was neither excessive nor insufficient. It merely had the effect of nudging him away. Yet, Chuan Yi stumbled, colliding with the opposite wall of the elevator, his breathing becoming somewhat labored. You. Jiang Si instinctively moved closer, only to meet Chuan Yi's penetrating gaze, which bore the ferocity of a wild beast, exuding an overwhelming sense of possession. Jiang Si. So what they say online is true, right? You like Shun Qua. How is it that so soon? You've developed feelings for another man? Jiang Si frowned, finding Chuan Yi's reaction inexplicable. Her presence here was due to Shun Qua, and the danger she faced had nothing to do with him. She had not solicited Chuan Yi's intervention. Did he expect her to be eternally grateful for his fleeting act of heroism, elevating him to the status of a benefactor? Standing tall, her expression icy, Jiang Si retorted, I have no obligation to report these matters to you, Ji Xiao. As I've stated before, I'm no longer married to you. My relationships are none of your concern. Jiang Si. Chuan Yi shouted in anger. I forbid it. Jiang Si, her eyes cold and filled with disdain, scoffed at his words. What nonsense are you spouting, Chuan Yi? You forbid it? What right do you have to impose such restrictions? After your divorce, you can embrace the warmth of someone new and embark on a second spring. Am I not allowed to have a male friend? Chuan Yi. Do not further lower your standards. Anger surged within Chuan Yi, compounded by the throbbing pain in his arm, as unwelcome sensations flooded his mind. He found himself incapable of rational thought, unwilling to calm his turbulent emotions. His gaze was consumed by Jiang Si's profoundly cold and distant eyes. Suddenly, Chuan Yi advanced, pressing her against the elevator wall, and leaned down to kiss her. Jiang Si's eyes widened in shock. It was only when the unrestrained biting on her lips registered that she snapped back to reality. Chuan Yi had kissed her. How dare this man? The elevator reached the top floor, and as the doors opened, Mingfeng stood outside, visibly anxious. He observed Miss Jiang and Ji Xiao positioned at opposite ends, the distance between them the farthest within the elevator. Ji Xiao, what happened to your face? Mingfeng thought, recalling how that group had dared to strike Ji Xiao. They should be sued. Those troublemakers ought to be brought to justice until they had nothing left. Chuan Yi's expression was frosty, and a glimmer of panic flickered in his eyes. With long strides, he exited the elevator. Approaching from the other side was Shun Qua, his pace hurried. The two men crossed paths, their attire slightly disheveled, lacking elegance. Ji Xiao, Shun Qua said politely, but the moment was met with Chuan Yi's icy demeanor, devoid of any desire for conversation. As he brushed past, Shun Qua sensed something amiss, yet the urgency of the situation left him little time for contemplation. His expression hardened as he quickened his steps. Jiang Si had already appeared at the elevator's entrance, looking unperturbed. Shun Qua exhaled in relief. Due to the commotion outside, Ji staff had already prepared the lounge. Shun Qua led Jiang Si inside, concern etched across his face. Girl, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Si shook her head, her eyes reflecting a solemnity, lost in thought. How did you come here? Were you looking for me? Shen Qua gently inuited. Jiang Si snapped back to reality, responding with a simple yes. What was the situation with that batch of raw stones? Shen Qua smiled lichtly. There are always a few unruly members in the Shun family branch. The minor disturbances haven't caused any significant impact, just a formality to go through. Father needs to cooperate fully during this period. I apologize, but the Shun family must reorganize internally and manage official inquiries. So I might not be able to fulfill my previous promise to take you to Deep City. Jiang Si smiled sweetly, looking somewhat obedient, brother. I've told you not to prioritize my matters every time. Pursue your own ambitions as before. I have grown up and can take care of myself. Shen Qua nodded, though his furrowed brows betrayed a struggle. In truth, he wished to share certain thoughts with Jiang Si, yet fear held him back. He dreaded that those words might frighten her, pushing her away. From this moment forth, he feared he might no longer be able to stand beside Jiang Si in the role of an elder brother. Once the crowd dispersed, "We shall take our leave," Chuan Yi said, gently patting Jiang Si's head in an attempt to soothe her. Jiang Si responded with a faint hum, her gaze drifting outside the lounge, lost in thought. The lounge, arranged by Ji Xiao's staff, was on the 23rd floor, a considerable distance from the top floor. However, the door faced the elevator entrance. Jiang Si noticed the elevator halting at their level as someone awaited to ascend. Inside the elevator stood a line of doctors, with the family physician of the Ji family at the forefront. A pang of anxiety gripped her heart. Had Chuan Yi not gone to the hospital? Was he tending to his wounds at the company? Suddenly, Chuan Yi's voice broke through her reverie. "Are you worried? Let's take a look." Jiang Si shook her head. "No." A look of helplessness crossed Chuan Yi's features as he affectionately smiled at her. "I raised you. You cannot deceive me." "My dear, you are worried about him, aren't you?" Jiang Si pressed her lips tightly together, her delicate face reflecting a solemnity. Chuan Yi sighed. "You know, when you were angry as a child, you wore this same expression. Do you remember when you were 8 and by Chun snatched your bow? You claimed it was nothing. Yet you sulked at home for half a month without uttering a word. What did your grandfather say about you then? Such a small child, perpetually frowning, fearful that you might grow up to be an old man." Jiang Si remained silent. "Come, let us visit your brother. After all, he saved us. It is only right to express our gratitude." Yet, Jiang Si remained unmoved. "Consider it your brother asking a favor. Help him express his thanks?" Chuan Yi urged. Jiang Si recalled the events that had just transpired in the elevator, biting her lip, her eyes evasive. "I want to go." Chapter 62. To Ji Xiao. I am merely an outsider. In Ji Chuan Yi's office on the top floor, beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. His lips were pale, and his brows furrowed deeply. Ming Feng, beside him, wore an anxious expression. Merely observing, one could envision the extent of Ji Xiao's suffering. Though it was not extensive, the injury was deeply corrosive, and at that moment, the flesh lay grotesquely exposed as the doctor meticulously removed the necrotic tissue layer by layer. "Ji Xiao, perhaps you should consider anesthesia," Ming Feng suggested, unable to bear the sight. Ji Chuan Yi's breaths grew ragged. He inhaled deeply, as if striving to regain composure, his voice gravelly. The meeting must not be delayed. However, Ming Feng's face turned ashen with urgency. He had been by Ji Chuan Yi's side for many years. When had he ever witnessed Ji Xiao in such a state of torment? Just moments ago, he had seen Miss Jiang rush towards the assailant, and before he could react, Ji Xiao had sprinted forward to shield her. "Prepare the meeting materials," Ji Chuan Yi commanded, his voice laced with suppressed agony. Ming Feng's expression was grave. He contemplated advising Ji Chuan Yi once more, but ultimately stepped out in silence. At this moment, the lounge of the president's office was left with only Ji Chuan Yi and the doctor. His black shirt was already dampened by sweat, and beads of perspiration cascaded down his forehead. The family doctor appeared anxious. "Mr. Ji, perhaps we should administer some anesthetic. You seem to be in considerable distress." Ji Chuan Yi shot him a cold glance, his tone laced with irritation. "No need." With that, he closed his eyes and coldly instructed, "Continue." In truth, he could not fully comprehend the tumult of emotions within him. Just moments ago, he had no reason to rush over. Yet by the time he regained his composure, his body had already acted before his mind could catch up. Jiang Si had been securely cradled in his arms, and even the pain in his arm was momentarily forgotten. Jiang Si exuded a delicate fragrance that enveloped him. In that moment, Ji Chuan Yi felt as if a parched traveler had finally encountered water and experienced redemption. However, it was not long before the soft body, radiating a soothing aroma, was taken from him. Instinctively, Ji Chuan Yi raised his hand to grasp Jiang Si's, but his formidable self-control halted his movement. He watched helplessly as Chuan Yi expressed concern for Jiang Si, his worry laid bare in his generous inquiries. This was a display of care that Ji Chuan Yi felt utterly unqualified to exhibit at that moment. Jiang Si was shielded behind Chuan Yi, who boldly announced to the media that he would hold those responsible accountable, just as that night, when he had rushed to the hospital, desperate to validate his own worth. Although Ji Chuan Yi was reluctant to admit it, he was indeed angry. In a fit of rage, he briefly entertained the notion of confining Jiang Si to his side, ensuring she remained close. In the elevator, when Jiang Si had struck him, the pain jolted his mind back to clarity. What had he done? This was not how it should have been. Despite their 3 years of cohabitation, Chuan Yi understood that he could never love Jiang Si, or any woman for that matter. So why had he lost control? This was a question he was yet to unravel. Half an hour later, reinforcements from the Shun family arrived at the Ji Corporation's building, and Shun Kuo departed with Jiang Si. In the corridor, she encountered a hurried Ming Feng, who clearly approached her with intent. The moment he laid eyes on her, his expression brightened. Ming Feng hurried over, saying, "Miss Jiang, it's truly wonderful to see you still here. First, I must apologize for what transpired earlier." Then, looking somewhat troubled, he added, "Miss Jiang, there's a matter where I could use your assistance." Jiang Si remained silent, visibly displeased. Thus, Ming Feng turned his gaze toward Shun Kuo. Shun Kuo nodded. "Ming, go ahead." Ming Feng forced a smile, a barely perceptible sigh escaping him. "Mr. Ji is currently attending to his wounds. The injury is quite significant, and the doctor is treating him. However, Mr. Ji refuses to rest, insisting he will attend the upcoming product development meeting." He paused momentarily after speaking, allowing Miss Jiang a moment to ponder. "Miss Jiang, I must apologize for this rather unreasonable request." Ming Feng was uncertain whether Jiang Si would acquiesce. His words lacked clarity, ultimately leading him to pose a question that was more insinuation than articulation. "Miss Jiang, do you grasp my meaning?" The corner of Jiang Si's eye twitched slightly. She did not respond immediately. After a silence of over a minute, she replied, "Mingzhu, I regret to inform you that I am unable to assist you in this matter." Shun Kuo glanced at Jiang Si, noting her aloofness, and sighed. "Mingzhu, we are truly grateful to Jisha for protecting the girl. But beyond that, I'm afraid we are merely outsiders and cannot influence Jisha's decisions." He emphasized the term outsiders deliberately. Ming Feng's expression stiffened momentarily, but he soon softened into a polite smile, saying understood. "Shen Xiao, Miss Jiang, please take care. I shall prepare the materials needed for Jisha's meeting shortly and will not see you off." He bowed and departed. The elevator was located at the end of the corridor and inevitably passed by the lounge adjacent to Chuan Yi's office. The door to the lounge was firmly shut, yet Jiang Si's keen hearing picked up faint sounds emanating from within, including muffled groans of pain. Suddenly, she halted. Shen Kuo observed her and said, "Since we are passing by, I shall take a look. After all, Jisha was injured for our sake. You may wait outside, girl." Just then, the door to the lounge opened, and the family doctor emerged with 2 assistants, their faces betraying signs of fatigue. The leading figure froze upon seeing Jiang Si, instinctively uttering, "Madam." Jiang Si remained expressionless, offering no response. One of the assistants nudged the doctor, who realized he had misspoken and, flustered, quietly inquired, "Miss Jiang, you did not come in for a follow-up after your last surgery. May I ask if you were experiencing any discomfort?" Jiang Si shook her head, responding with a relatively gentle demeanor, "I feel no discomfort. Thank you for your concern. You needn't be so formal. It is my duty." The doctor wished to engage in further conversation regarding the previous surgery, having many inquiries, but the moment was inappropriate as Chuan Yi's figure had already appeared in the lounge. "I must take my leave. Miss Jiang, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call me." The group departed hastily. Shun Kuo, filled with suspicion, asked, "Surgery? What surgery did you undergo? When?" Jiang Si smiled softly, her eyes conveying a soothing sentiment. "Just a minor procedure. Nothing serious. I have fully recovered. And even if a doctor fails to care for themselves, one should at least understand their own body." Shun Kuo replied helplessly, "Even if you are renowned, you are still someone who neglects to cherish your own health." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of others in the lounge. Chuan Yi had changed into a new outfit, yet his complexion remained cold, and there was a hint of fatigue etched upon his brow, his lips appearing notably paler, exuding an overall sense of fragility. Chapter 63. Even in divorce, he aims to remove obstacles for her aside from the evident weariness and frailty on his face. There was no other sign of abnormality in Chuan Yi. He maintained his usual stoic expression, devoid of any extraneous emotion in his gaze as he inquired, "Is there something you need?" Shun Kuo glanced at Jiang Si and noted her reluctance to speak, prompting him to take the initiative. "Thank you for your assistance just now. Young Master Ji, is your injury all right?" Chuan Yi's expression remained unchanged as he nodded slightly. Having Shun Xiao injured at G Corporation would be detrimental to our reputation. His words implied that all his actions were solely for the benefit of G Corporation. In a place unseen by the two men, Jiang Si furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of impatience crossing her eyes. Regarding our collaboration with the Shun Corporation, rest assured, we at G Corporation will not abandon a valuable partner due to external rumors. The recent scrutiny is merely a standard procedure. Chuan Yi seated himself behind the desk, his hands clasped upon the surface, exuding an air of businesslike formality. Despite his pallor from injury, his demeanor remained one of indomitable pride. Jiang Si, overhearing, let out a soft click of her tongue outside the door. She did not enter, and when Shun Kuo stepped in, the lounge door remained ajar, leaving her silhouette partially visible. Shun Kuo promptly rose to acknowledge Chuan Yi. You must be busy, young Master Ji. We shall not intrude further. As Chuan Yi watched Jiang Si and Shun Kuo's figures fade from view, an unsettling agitation stirred within him. He recalled the report he had just seen. It was highly likely that Shun Kuo's engagement banquet would be held on the 10th of next month. His expression darkened abruptly. Outside, Jiang Si and Shun Kuo waited for the elevator, the area devoid of others. Shun Kuo quietly asked, "Are you at ease now?" Jiang Si's expression was impassive. "I do not comprehend what you are saying." Shun Kuo offered a resigned smile, though reluctant to admit it. He was acutely aware that Jiang Si was concerned for Chuan Yi. After all, how could such a proud and obstinate individual heed her counsel and personally apologize to Chuan Yi? Shun Kuo felt he could not intrude upon the past shared between Jiang Si and Chuan Yi. However, he took solace in the fact that the past was merely a memory, and Jiang Si had chosen to bid farewell to it. Thus, he remained the one most deserving to stand by her side. The afternoon meeting concluded. Later, Ming Feng arrived to report on Qi Xing's participation in a variety show. Young Master, the recent controversy surrounding Qi Xing has had a considerable impact. Our team has assessed that insisting on placing him in the center position could adversely affect the show's ratings. Chuan Yi retorted, "I did not engage your services merely to hear such drivel." Ming Feng felt a shiver run through his body, cold sweat beginning to bead on his back. He suggested that the public sentiment surrounding Qi Xing be cleared first, particularly regarding his time spent with fans. The plan involved an investigation, preferably with an official report, and hiring the best lawyers to generate momentum before the show premiered. However, if that were the case, the budget might be an issue. Suddenly, Chuan Yi halted, raising his gaze, his dark eyes piercing through his glasses. He inquired, "Ming Feng, when did my work require your consideration of the budget?" Ming Feng trembled and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, young Master Ji, I understand." Nevertheless, he did not leave. Chuan Yi frowned and asked, "Is there anything else?" Ming Feng hesitated before responding. After the meeting, Miss Song deliberately inquired with the team, saying she wanted to bring someone in. She is currently unaware that our center position is Qi Xing. Chuan Yi pondered for a moment before replying in a nonchalant tone, "As long as Qi Xing remains unchanged, this program is up to you. If she wants to bring in one or two people, let her." Ming Feng acknowledged this, but added, "Young Master Ji, your initial intention was to keep Miss Jiang through the program. If Miss Song enters, she will inevitably bring people with her. When they meet in the production team, Miss Jiang might feel uncomfortable." Chuan Yi expressed some impatience. "Miss Song will do her best to accommodate her needs. I will attend the first episode after it launches." Ming Feng remarked, "The battleground between the two women is already fraught with tension. Young Master Ji, what is your intention in joining? Are you merely adding fuel to the fire?" At Xinghai Entertainment, Jiang Si pushed open the conference room door and asked directly, "What is going on?" Xia Zhu immediately stood up and handed over the documents. Recently, the company invested in a slow-paced variety show, primarily featuring celebrities living in the countryside for a week, managing their own lives. The higher-ups believe Qi Xing should participate in this program to leverage his current popularity and cleanse his image of any negative press. The chubby manager, Wu Tian, who was slow and somewhat naive, said, "Although our department is not directly under the headquarters and not obliged to follow their orders, Miss Jiang, I believe this is a great opportunity. Since Qi Xing's debut, he has been a figure of considerable controversy. After all, he is not professionally trained and struggles to transition into acting beyond singing and dancing. However, with a major investment project, both exposure and relatability are at stake." And after discussions with Xia Zhu and the rest of the team, We believe this is indeed a splendid opportunity. Wu Tian had always been Chixing's manager, his business acumen rivaling that of several top agents in the company. Jiang Si naturally respected his insights and analysis. However, as she glanced at the document, the sponsor's name, G, caught her attention, and a hint of coldness flickered in her eyes. G, what are the odds of such a coincidence? Xiazhu, noticing her silence, pondered for a moment before speaking. I heard from someone in Xinghe that it seems President Song sought out Ji Xiao of the Ji family in hopes of securing their investment. He has chosen a newcomer from this year's talent show, who bears a striking resemblance to the previous Qi Ge. Wu Ge, and I suspect that President Song orchestrated Qi Ji's participation in this program to pave the way for this newcomer. Jiang Si let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. So it is for Song Tianyi, she remarked. Discarding the document, she stated that no one would refuse money. We need not concern ourselves with the concoctions that Song Tianyi is selling. Qi Xing's success today is not merely due to luck. Since the opportunity has been presented to us, could this not also be a chance for Qi Xing to rise? Rest assured, I will not act unilaterally. Wu Ji's experience surpasses mine, and I trust that your decision is well considered. Wu Tian and Xia Zhu exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of relief. Even before joining the group, Wu Tian had heard whispers within the company. It was said that Qi Xing's team no longer belonged to the company, but was directly under Miss Jiang's jurisdiction, with her holding veto power over all decisions. Fortunately, Miss Jiang was known for her rationality. Observing their subtle exchanges, Jiang Si humorously continued, however, your purpose in coming to me today cannot simply be to persuade me to agree to Qi Xing participating in this program. Can it? Chapter 64. Is this something Brother Ji wants to give to Jiang Si himself? Wu Tian's expression suddenly darkened. He looked at Jiang Si, hesitating to speak. Jiang Si coolly urged him, speak. Xiazhu immediately chimed in, Sister Jiang, the program features both artists and their managers on screen. Although the manager's role is primarily supportive, they will certainly have camera time and moments of interaction with their artists. Jiang Si instantly grasped the implication, her eyes narrowing slightly as her expression turned icy. You intend for me to attend as Qi Xing's manager? Xiazhu responded hesitantly, while Wu Tian observed. Why do I suddenly feel a chill at the back of my neck? The room fell silent. As a female, and the first to engage with Jiang Si, Xiazhu felt that Miss Jiang was not as unapproachable as she appeared. Thus, she boldly explained, Sister Jiang, you are aware of Qi Xiao's nickname, are you not? Jiang Si narrowed her eyes and replied, Little tyrant? Wu Tian sighed. Reality shows are a double-edged sword, with both advantages and disadvantages. Cameras are positioned in every corner of the house, observing the artist's every move 24 hours a day, while many will strive to present their best selves under scrutiny. The prolonged exposure is deeply invasive to the artist's lives. Even an award-winning actor cannot maintain a flawless performance around the clock. He sighed again, adding, moreover, this time, President Song is clearly intent on having the newcomer rise by stepping on Qi Ge. Qi Ji's temper is notorious. If the newcomer commits any distasteful acts, he is bound to erupt. Jiang Si furrowed her brow, not because she believed Wu Tian was shirking responsibility. As Qi Xing's manager, how could he utter such words? It was simply unexpected for her to find herself as a tether to Qi Xing. She, who was inherently unmanageable and fiercely independent, found this sudden sense of being needed to be rather peculiar. Finally, after 5 minutes, Jiang Si raised her gaze towards the two and stated, Let us film 2 episodes first, and we can adjust our plans thereafter. Wu Tian nodded eagerly, understood. This slow-paced variety format was unprecedented in the country, and upon receiving the directives from higher-ups, they had been unable to find a comparable reference. Thus, they had no choice but to seek Jiang Si's involvement. Even if she agreed to participate in just 1 episode, it would be a positive development for them. Once they grasped the style of the program, the team could foresee many aspects, allowing for a flexible production plan to respond to various unforeseen circumstances. At 2 in the afternoon, after Qi Xing finished his event, he learned that Jiang Si was at the office and headed straight to her workspace. Qi Xing pushed open the door, striding over to Jiang Si in just a few steps. Are you coming with me to the variety show? Jiang Si frowned, displeased as she looked at him. Do you remember to knock? Qi Xing glared at her. Jiang Si, what are you doing? Weren't you supposed to follow my master to Deep City? Why are you staying in Yinjing? I don't need you to accompany me. It's better if that ridiculous program doesn't happen. Jiang Si's expression hardened as she set down her pen, sitting up straight to face Qi Xing. Are you being childish? This is the office where we discuss work, not a place for you to throw tantrums. Qi Xing's face was flushed with anger, his dark eyes ablaze with fury. Don't impose your leadership tactics on me. When my master returned, you left without a word, having arranged everything. Now you say you won't leave? You are the one acting impulsively. He glared at her, then added, if you want to stay in Yinjing, then move out of the Song residence. Either live with me or go stay with my brother. The engagement banquet of Song Tianyi and Chuan Yi was set for the 10th of next month. And just the thought of this inadvertently leaked news made Qi Xing exceedingly agitated. He had initially thought that his master's return would ensure Jiang Si's departure from Yinjing before the 10th. Yet, unexpectedly, a series of events unfolded. First, the Shun family found themselves embroiled in controversy, followed by challenges to his own acting career. These coincidences further delayed Jiang Si's exit from Yinjing. After seeing Qi Xing off, Jiang Si received a call from Song Tianyi. Are you at the office? Jiang Si frowned slightly, her tone frosty. Speak plainly. Song Tianyi dropped the pretense, skipping the pleasantries and getting straight to the point. I have reviewed Qi Xing's project. It is indeed quite remarkable. Your ability to seize this opportunity to enhance Qi Xing's exposure and thoroughly clear his name is commendable. Song Tianyi's tone was neutral, and Jiang Si found it challenging to discern the purpose of this call, patiently awaiting her to continue. However, dear sister, you have only just embarked upon this profession, and many of its intricate rules remain unclear to you. Sometimes, striving to achieve better and faster results can yield counterproductive outcomes. Jiang Si raised an eyebrow slightly and replied coldly, you need not worry about that. The contract specifies clearly that my team will not allow Xinghe to bear the consequences, regardless of the outcomes. Therefore, Song Tianyi, you may rest assured that whether Qi Xing becomes increasingly popular or fades into obscurity from this program will not significantly affect you. Furthermore, the decision to have Qi Xing participate in this show was made by the higher-ups. If there were concerns about potential risks associated with Qi Xing's appearance, then President Song should have declined the proposal from the outset. With that, Jiang Si let out a cold snort and hung up the phone. On the other end, Song Tianyi's expression suddenly darkened, her gaze falling contemplatively ahead. This was not an opportunity sought by Jiang Si. Rather, it was an opportunity that had found them. But who was responsible for this? Who had placed such an opportunity before Jiang Si and Qi Xing? The only entities that had pointedly designated Qi Xing for participation, aside from the production team, were the investors. Could it be Brother Ji? Song Tianyi's grip tightened, her knuckles turning white. How could Brother Ji have requested that Qi Xing be signed on as a regular guest? Did he not realize that Jiang Si was Qi Xing's manager? If Qi Xing participated in this program, Jiang Si would inevitably accompany her. Yet, prior to the incident with the Shun family, Jiang Si had already agreed to leave Yinjing with Shun Kuo for Shuncheng. The Shun family's troubles arose subsequently, but judging by the circumstances, it appeared manageable. President Shun would likely return to his normal social circles within a few days and reclaim control over the Shun enterprise. At that point, Shun Kuo would undoubtedly take Jiang Si with him. It was merely a matter of a week. She could wait. However, today, upon returning from the Ji family, the first piece of news she received was that Qi Xing had signed with the Ji family and was confirmed to record for the upcoming slow-paced variety show. Subsequently, a plethora of clarifications regarding Qi Xing's past relationships with fans surfaced online, with even the official channels issuing statements. What, then, was Brother Ji truly planning? Why had he chosen to assist Qi Xing? Assisting Qi Xing was tantamount to assisting Jiang Si. Did Brother Ji harbor lingering feelings for Jiang Si? This was unacceptable. She would not allow such a situation to transpire. Chapter 65. I do not wish to see you depart. The news of Ji Chuanyi's impending engagement to Song Tianyi seemed to have spread like wildfire. Yet, the parties involved appeared oblivious to the commotion, revealing no hints of acknowledgement. Jiang Si found it amusing and casually remarked, what use is good looks if one is perpetually met with a frosty demeanor? Sooner or later, one becomes stifled by indifference. The two individuals leading the way suddenly sensed a chill in the air, an eerie atmosphere pervading the surroundings. As anticipated, the next moment, they encountered the very subject of their discussion at the corner. My heavens, how could young Master Ji be here? Was he not supposed to be in a meeting with the director? Had he caught wind of Miss Jiang's reckless comment? Miss Jiang, often referred to as the manager of Qi Xing, holds a title under the Song family. It is whispered in private circles that Jiang Si is not recognized by the Song family at all. Upon meeting her today, it became evident that she possesses a narrow-minded perspective and a lack of discretion, revealing herself to be a person of little refinement. This could indeed spell disaster for them. As the staff members felt a wave of anxiety, they witnessed Chuan Yi standing upright, facing Jiang Si. His expression remained icy, his gaze indifferent, as though the world around him was untouched by any disturbance. However, Jiang Si, with her keen hearing, had already sensed the presence of someone approaching from the opposite direction as they entered the narrow path. She had never anticipated that it would be Chuan Yi. He must have overheard her earlier jest, yet his demeanor remained unchanged, devoid of any fury. Jiang Si raised an eyebrow, turned slightly, and called out in a loud voice. Qi Xiaoxing, if you're still alive, hurry up. If you dawdle, be careful of your reputation. At that moment, a certain gentleman, who had narrowly escaped disaster and found himself unjustly implicated, exclaimed, Jiang Si, have some decency. Qi Xing rolled her eyes dramatically, quickening her pace to catch up with Jiang Si. Ignoring Chuan Yi entirely, Jiang Si strode past him with an air of arrogance, her confidence bordering on audacity. This only heightened the unease of the two staff members escorting them. They began to scrutinize Chuan Yi's expression, noting that aside from a slight frown, he did not appear overly angry. It seemed that his affinity for Jiang Si, being the sister of Song Tianyi and a member of the Song family, prevented him from publicly diminishing her stature. Their inner thoughts were quite vivid. After a span of more than 10 minutes, they escorted Jiang Si to her private dressing room. The room was spacious and appeared to be a converted residence, retaining some traces of its former self, which aligned beautifully with the theme of the shoot. Jiang Si found herself compelled to commend the director's team for their reliability. Of course, with the backing of the Ji family, issues were unlikely to arise. With funding secured, a competent crew, and a roster of dependable stars from various fields, the production exuded an aura of stability. Jiang Si felt that declining to participate in 2 episodes of the program was simply out of the question. The opening ceremony was scheduled for 9:58 a.m. After taking a brief nap in her dressing room, Jiang Si awoke to find that Qi Xing had already departed for the venue. Given that it was the commencement of filming, there was no need for Jiang Si, as the manager, to appear on screen. She took her time getting ready, and upon pushing open the window, she noticed the sun was not too bright, and the air was refreshing. She decided to take a stroll to familiarize herself with the surroundings, preparing for any unexpected occurrences. Upon exiting the gate, Jiang Si encountered Chuan Yi. Considering the time, he should have been at the venue. Why was he here? Moreover, his relaxed posture beneath the tree suggested he was waiting for someone. Although this area is designated for accommodation, the residents, accustomed to the sanctity of their private spaces, have led the production team to invest considerable time in ensuring the dormitories are separated, even altering the orientation of the entrances. The spot where Chuan Yi stands is a thoroughfare for Jiang Si and Qi Xing's residential building, and Jiang Si often feels a peculiar sensation that Chuan Yi is deliberately waiting for her. She suddenly recalls the light-hearted jest from the morning and wonders if Chuan Yi truly intends to confront her. Lowering her gaze, she prepares to ignore him and depart. However, Chuan Yi calls out to her directly, Jiang Si. She pouts slightly, turning with a look of surprise. Is there something you need? Faced with her prickle of annoyance, Chuan Yi frowns slightly, his anger dissipating. He steps forward and inquires, will you accompany Qi Xing as his manager for the program? Jiang Si coldly replies, sorry, Mr. Ji. This is a significant internal decision for our company, and I cannot disclose it to you. Chuan Yi remains unfazed, his hand trembling slightly out of sight from Jiang Si. The nature of this program will be quite challenging for the participants, though he only conveys part of his message. The astute Jiang Si quickly discerns the implication. This hints at a potential withdrawal on his part. With a scoff, she crosses her arms and coldly retorts, Mr. Ji, it seems you have forgotten much. Before coming to the Ji family, I grew up in the countryside. What sort of hardship does Mr. Ji think I cannot endure? Chuan Yi's brow furrows, his tone betraying a hint of panic unbeknownst to him. That is not what I meant. After a moment of silence, he adds calmly, in difficult circumstances, Feel free to communicate any needs to the production team. Jiang Si raises an eyebrow, observing Chuan Yi with an air of amusement, teasingly asking, "Is Mr. Ji openly offering Qi Xing a favor?" "No, Chuan Yi fermely denies. I simply do not wish for you to endure such hardship alone." The last sentiment he swallows, resolving never to voice it again. Jiang Si shrugs nonchalantly, stating, "Is there anything else? I'm hungry and plan to go out for a meal. If Mr. Ji has no further business, please do not obstruct my path." Her words, both in choice and tone, exude an unmistakably unfriendly demeanor. Chuan Yi gazes at Jiang Si before him. Her features remain familiar, yet her temperament has shifted drastically. The former Jiang Si was attentive and accommodating towards him, never voicing dissent, always aligning with his wishes. Now, it seems that for every 10 words exchanged, 9 are laced with sarcasm, seemingly intended to provoke him. Chuan Yi clenches his fists slightly, striving to suppress his emotions. "Are you not leaving Yinjing?" he asks as his final inquiry. Jiang Si appeared as if she had not heard him, saying, "Seasonal affairs need not be reported to you, right?" Chuan Yi frowned, a layer of frost settling upon his features. At that moment, his dark eyes seemed ablaze with fury. As a financier, he possessed the right to investigate the presence of any individual at will. Chapter 66. Chuan Yi pursued Jiang Si to the filming location. "So?" Jiang Si arched an eyebrow, her expression tinged with disdain. Chuan Yi replied coolly, to assess whether it may adversely affect the program. Jiang Si scoffed, "Indeed, this is capitalism. Everything revolves around maximizing profit." Chuan Yi gazed steadily at her. Jiang Si said, "Is that all? If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Chuan Yi remained silent, contemplating his questions regarding Jiang Si's feelings for Shan Kuo and the significance of the 10th of next month. Yet, the words remained unspoken on his lips. Jiang Si departed with an air of indifference. Chuan Yi stood rooted to the spot, watching her silhouette gradually recede until it became unfamiliar. A prickling discomfort enveloped his heart. Suddenly, his expression darkened. He felt vexed by his own actions. Had he truly gone mad, seeking out Jiang Si? Did he harbor feelings for her? Well, ludicrous notion. Jiang Si traversed the entire village, even noting the presence of a few dogs. On her return journey, she encountered Song Tiandi, accompanied by a seemingly youthful young man. Jiang Si recognized him as a recent newcomer signed by Xinghe. While Song Tiandi's appearance was not unexpected, her arrival with a newcomer piqued Jiang Si's interest. "Sister," Song Tiandi greeted with a composed and gracious smile. Jiang Si smirked. What a coincidence. Song Tiandi detected the sarcasm in Jiang Si's words. Her smile remained. Yet a chill began to surface. "Unfortunately, I brought a newcomer," Song Tiandi said, cheerfully introducing the young man beside her. "This is Jiang Si." The boy smiled, revealing dimples and adorable little canine teeth. "Hello, Sister Jiang," he said. Jiang Si squinted, studying the boy intently for a while. Song Tiandi's demeanor turned frosty as she remarked, "Sister? That hardly seems polite. Do you find the little deer attractive?" Jiang Si suddenly smiled, her already delicate features becoming enchanting in that moment, causing the young man across from her to feel his heart race uncontrollably. Song Tiandi observed the boy, her mood igniting with irritation. The boy, referred to as Little Deer, blushed furiously, his ears turning a rosy hue that glimmered in the sunlight. He bowed his head, appearing quite bashful. Jiang Si inquired, "What brings you here? Are you trying to fit him into this program?" Song Tiandi replied with a smile, "Sister, your words baffle me. What do you mean by fitting someone in? This program is not solely prepared by us at Xinghe, so how can bringing in a newcomer be termed as such? It's merely about introducing a new face. Please do not overthink it." Jiang Si narrowed her eyes, unwilling to elaborate further. Song Tiandi's thoughts were uncomplicated. She merely feared that Jiang Si and Qi Xing would acquire such valuable resources. Jiang Si's eyes were shrouded in coldness, yet her expression bore a smile as she remarked, "Then I wish you all your heart's desires." With that, she turned and walked away. Watching Jiang Si's retreating figure, Song Tiandi's expression gradually morphed into one of indifference. Nearby, a boy named Xiao Lu remained transfixed on Jiang Si's silhouette, a flicker of something unusual flashing in his damp, large eyes. Soon, Song Tiandi noticed this as well, and it seemed a thought crossed her mind. Lowering her voice, she said, "Although Jiang Jie has just entered the industry and lacks significant accomplishments, you must understand that you debuted as a singing and dancing performer, and Qi Xing is your fiercest rival. Though she's accompanied by Jiang Si, she still bears the name of Xinghe. One company does not require two top talents. Do you grasp my meaning? The boy, who had previously appeared innocent, suddenly adopted a more aggressive demeanor. He responded, "I will forever remember Ms. Song's promotion." A flicker of disdain crossed Song Tiany's eyes as she retorted, "Spare me the flattery." Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly, displaying an unfamiliar number. Confused, she answered it. A woman's panicked voice erupted from the other end. Help me!" Startled, Song Tiany found the voice vaguely familiar, momentarily questioning her sanity. She hung up, but within seconds, the same number called again. Frowning, she blocked it. Enough of the games. Song Tiany retrieved a card from her handbag and handed it to Xiao Lu, saying, "Take this. I await your good news." Initially stunned, Xiao Lu soon recognized the card as the access key to the accommodations for the various guests, and he understood Song Tiany's intention. Nodding earnestly, he affirmed, "I will not disappoint Ms. Song's expectations." He glanced at the path Jiang Si had just exited, a smile of determination gracing his lips. It's just one woman. A woman who fancies handsome men and admires his looks. The two departed swiftly, unaware of a car parked not far from the entrance. A man stood beside the vehicle, tall and elegant, his eyes glimmering with coldness. Ming Feng, standing respectfully to one side, reported, "Young Master Ji, that should be the newcomer Miss Song intends to recommend. I observed his signing process. He has long surpassed the age for auditions, having once gained fame as a child star. However, he has remained unremarkable since then, and I'm unsure how he captured Miss Song's attention this time. Nevertheless, such a person poses no real threat. Perhaps Miss Song simply seeks the thrill of mentoring a newcomer." His words were tactful, for despite young Master Ji's slight interest in Miss Jiang, he generally allowed Miss Song some leeway. From the man's perspective, he believed young Master Ji did not harbor any genuine affection for Miss Jiang. It was merely the desolation exhibited by Miss Jiang after her departure, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor, that left Mr. Ji momentarily unable to accept the change. Unbeknownst to others, Chuan Yi merely observed the retreating figure of the man with a cold gaze. He spoke with indifference. Those who yearn for what eludes them are the most formidable. Such individuals will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Ming Feng was taken aback. Why would Mr. Ji make such an assessment? Chuan Yi's attention was fixated on the object that the man had just taken from Song Tiany. Though he could not discern its nature from afar, a sense of unease stirring within him. He commanded, "Send someone to follow him." At 9 o'clock that evening, Ming Feng hurried into Chuan Yi's makeshift study, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, breathless as if he had run a great distance. "Mr. Ji, this scoundrel is indeed up to no good." The report from Chuan Yi's follower came. 10 minutes ago, he entered Miss Jiang's residence. Chuan Yi's expression darkened abruptly. "The access card." Ming Feng paused, bewildered. "What?" Chuan Yi rose, donning his coat as he strode forward. Song Tiany provided him with the access card, the card to Jiang Si's residence. Ming Feng gasped. Why would Miss Song do such a thing? A fierce intent radiated from Chuan Yi as he marched toward Jiang Si's abode. Fortunately, the two residences were not far apart. 10 minutes later, Chuan Yi arrived at Jiang Si's door. The expansive house was shrouded in darkness, the front door slightly ajar. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from within. Chapter 67. Something has happened to Jiang Si. That evening, Jiang Si was occupied with work. Having sent Xia Zhu to deliver some items needed by the late star in the afternoon, her return was delayed, prompting her to allow Xia Zhu to rest with her. She found a relatively secluded spot to make a phone call. Just as she was discussing important matters, a scream pierced the air. Instantly, she discerned that the sound emanated from the master bedroom, where Xia Zhu was currently asleep. Jiang Si's expression turned grave as she addressed the encrypted video feed, saying, "Send me the detailed situation via email. Something's amiss, I must go." Understood, ninth sister. Upon concluding her call, Jiang Si proceeded toward the master bedroom. As she reached the hall, she heard commotion at the entrance. Heightened vigilance gripped her as she witnessed a tall man appear at the door. Ming Feng switched on the lights inside. Their eyes met, and Jiang Si was momentarily stunned, gazing at Chuan Yi in bewilderment. The latter's demeanor was stern, and upon recognizing Jiang Si, he approached decisively, standing before her with a tone laced with concern. "What has happened?" Jiang Si, perplexed by his presence, wondered why he had not departed and what he was doing in her home. "Why is Mr. Ji here?" Trespassing? Mifong, having turned on the lights, hurried forward to explain. Ah, my dear Miss Jiang, Mr. Ji is merely concerned for your well-being. What was that scream just now? Are you unharmed? Jiang Si's expression suddenly darkened as she glanced at the location of the bedroom upstairs, hastening her steps. Chuan Yi's face was grim. Follow me. Jiang Si rushed into the master bedroom on the upper floor, where Xia Zhu tightly enveloped herself in the blanket, curled up on the floor beside the bed. Trembling and her small face pale, streaked with tears. Meanwhile, Qi Xing had the elbow of a man pinned against the wall, threatening fiercely. Are you seeking death? How dare you provoke my little master? The man, tightly restrained, was turning crimson, possibly from the difficulty of breathing. Jiang Si reprimanded sharply. Qi Xing, release him. This could lead to a fatality. Qi Xing's eyes, filled with fury, were tinged with a crimson hue, bloodshot with rage, as he gritted his teeth and declared, Jiang Si, do you know what this scoundrel has done? I want to kill him. Jiang Si's face remained cold, her beautiful eyes now shrouded in an eternal frost. A chilling glare from her nearly rendered the restrained man breathless. She spoke devoid of any emotion. Qi Xing, you are a public figure. Even if you wish for someone's demise, such juvenile methods are beneath you. The man, who had initially sparkled with hope upon seeing a savior, now widened his eyes in disbelief and terror at Jiang Si's words. Qi Xing, shaken by the icy aura emanating from Jiang Si, recalled the scene that had stirred his emotions. Yet, her frigid demeanor and the slight curve of her lips, which bore a chilling smile, made it clear to him. The audacious intruder would soon wish for death itself. Then I shall leave it to you. Qi Xing abruptly released his grip, retreating to the side, teeth clenched. The freed man collapsed to the ground, one hand rubbing his neck as he gasped for air, shuddering violently. He was a brazen interloper, daring to invade Xia Zhu's bed. If it weren't for Xia Zhu's remarkable ability to awaken instantly, even in deep slumber, he might have stripped her of her clothes without her knowledge. Jiang Si's expression grew even colder, like a timeless frozen pond. She helped Xia Zhu to her feet, gently patting her back to soothe her. Jiang Jia, I'm so scared. Why is he here? How'd he get in? It was so close, so close. Xia Zhu stammered, tears streaming down her cheeks as she appeared to recall something, trembling uncontrollably from fear. Jiang Si guided her to the sofa, poured a glass of water, and comforted her. Do not fear. I will take charge. Afterward, she turned to a girl from the directing team nearby and said, please take care of her. Then, Jiang Si strode into the room. The man was still gagging and coughing, though his complexion had improved little. Jiang Si slightly bent down, grasping the collar of his shirt and hoisting him up. The pair of glistening eyes, with the corners tinged in a crimson hue, now appeared even more pitiable. Jiang Si sneered, saying, Mr. Xiao Lu, what a coincidence. Could you kindly elucidate what you were about to do just now? Under the cloak of night, he had intruded upon Qi Xing's residence, stealthily entered Jiang Si's room, disrobed, and leaped onto the bed. Any adult could easily surmise the intentions of such an intrusion and the ensuing actions. This man, who had merely been seen with Song Tianyi a couple of hours prior, was now engaged in such activities, making it impossible for Jiang Si to not think ill of him. Xiao Lu's complexion turned ashen. He realized his transgressions had been uncovered. Thus, he stammered an explanation. Miss Jiang, I apologize. I admire you too much. I did not come to seek the young lady. I did nothing wrong. I'm truly sorry for frightening her. As he spoke, his gaze fell, embodying the demeanor of one who had erred gravely. His eyes brimmed with glistening tears, making him appear exceedingly beguiling. Jiang Si met his gaze, staring intently for several seconds. Just when Xiao Lu felt a surge of reassurance, Jiang Si suddenly scoffed, her expression laced with derision. Is this line of reasoning something she taught you? A jolt of alarm shot through Xiao Lu. His eyes darted away as he replied. Sister Jiang, what are you implying? I don't quite understand. Jiang Si's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of malice emerging within her elongated gaze. You were brought onto the Rural Affairs program, granted the keys to a villa, intending to sneak into my room under the cover of night, plotting something untoward. Should you succeed, you would ascend as a newcomer with abundant resources. And if exposed, you could easily claim it was your admiration for me that drove you to such lengths. Am I correct? Was this how Song Tianyi instructed you? Xiao Lu's heart raced alarmingly. The reality was far from Jiang Si's assertions, yet at that moment, Any explanation seemed futile. Jiang Si had already discerned that it was Song Zong who had facilitated his entrance and even advocated for his participation in the show after considerable deliberation with the production team. In Jiang Si's eyes, he was now merely a pawn of Song Tianyi. Alarm surged within Xiao Lu, yet he adopted a cautious demeanor. Sister Jiang, I truly do not comprehend what you are saying. Song Zong indeed signed me on and allowed me to join the production, but I swear tonight's events are in no way connected to him. Everything was my own decision. Chapter 68. Why Jiang Si shone so brightly swear. Jiang Si scoffed, her tone dripping with irony. If odes were of any worth, there would be countless struck by lightning daily. Her words cut mercilessly. Xiao Lu's countenance turned ghastly. He stared at Jiang Si, feeling as if all strength had drained from him, collapsing onto the ground, resignedly uttering, "Since Miss Jiang does not believe me, I can no longer defend myself. Please call the police." Jiang Si was taken aback by his words. Her expression shifted slightly as she narrowed her eyes and regarded him coldly. "Do you really believe I wouldn't report this?" Jiang Si remarked. "You assumed that I would hesitate to alert the authorities, fearing it would adversely affect the production team, thereby jeopardizing the shoot and tarnishing Qi Xing's reputation. Is that why you were so confident that even if you were caught red-handed, there would be no real consequences for you?" Xiao Lu, with his head bowed, suddenly found his demeanor darkening upon hearing this. He had perused Jiang Si's background. While outsiders might find the rumors intriguing, many genuinely believed that Jiang Si had grown up abroad and had only returned to the country this year. However, armed with first-hand information from Song Tianyi, which clearly stated that Jiang Si was merely a country child who hadn't even graduated high school, he was baffled by her acute perceptiveness. After a brief pause, Jiang Si continued, "I must admit, I admire the ingenuity of your plan. From any perspective, your timing suggests that you believe we would weigh the pros and cons, attempting to minimize losses. However, it is truly unfortunate. While businessmen prioritize profit and capitalists seek maximal gain, I am no merchant." This statement effectively shattered all of Xiao Lu's previous assumptions. Just moments before, he had been utterly convinced that Jiang Si would not escalate this matter. He abruptly looked up at Jiang Si, his expression transformed, his small fangs hidden behind his lips, exuding a fierce demeanor, as if ready to pounce and attack her. "I don't believe it. Miss Jiang, I refuse to accept that you would disregard Qi Xing as future." Suddenly, Xiao Lu broke into a forced smile, though it appeared rather grotesque, as his eyes gleamed with unfounded malice. He has only just extricated himself from the scandal. Are you truly intent on ensnaring him in another media frenzy? If that is the case, he turned to glance at Qi Xing, his tone dripping with mockery. Then your judgment is quite poor. You have allied yourself with the wrong person. Qi Xing glared fiercely. "Shut your mouth." At that moment, a figure rushed in through the doorway, clad in a nightgown and displaying an anxious demeanor. It was Song Tianyi. "Sister, what has transpired? I just overheard someone mention that while you were asleep, someone snuck into your room with intentions to do something unspeakable." As if summoned, Jiang Si's eyes narrowed, her attitude somewhat haughty. "Song Tianyi, wouldn't you know more about this than anyone else?" She delivered a sharp kick to Xiao Lu, who stumbled forward, collapsing at Song Tianyi's feet. "What is the meaning of this?" Song Tianyi exclaimed, bewildered. Jiang Si regarded her coldly, observing her somewhat exaggerated performance. "What do you mean? Identify this person. Do you recognize him?" Xiao Lu remained defiant, refusing to lift his gaze as he lay at Song Tianyi's feet. Qi Xing seized him once more, gripping his chin and forcing his face to confront Song Tianyi. "Miss Song, do not claim you do not know him. This afternoon, you specifically introduced him and insisted he join the production." Song Tianyi's gaze flickered with evasion, her lips poised to utter a curse. She feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Is that not Xiao Lu? What are you doing here?" Jiang Si chuckled softly, quietly observing the interplay between Song Tianyi and Xiao Lu. The latter, seemingly too embarrassed to speak, pressed her lips tightly together, refraining from defending herself. Song Tianyi turned to Jiang Si, her expression a blend of confusion and concern. "Sister, what is going on? Xiao Lu is a newcomer to our company. You met her this afternoon, did you not? Why the hostility toward a newcomer? And you, if you have upset Jiang Si, wouldn't it be wise to graciously apologize instead of being obstinate here?" Before Xiao Lu could respond, Qi Xing interjected with a cold laugh, retorting, "I fear the matters of tonight will not be resolved with mere apologies." Song Tianyi adopted a firmer stance, asserting, "We are all part of the same family, sharing the same sphere. How can this not be a simple matter of apology? Who among us would wish to bring disgrace to our Xinghe? Kixing Gachakol Derizividi." Jiang Si turned her cold, piercing gaze towards Song Tianyi, her eyes glinting with menace. "If you believe that being assaulted in the dead of night is a trivial affair, then I shall arrange for a few charming individuals for President Song to alleviate some of your stress." Song Tianyi gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Her mind raced. She had not noticed the changes in Jiang Si until after her divorce from Chuan Yi. Jiang had become sharper and more formidable, far less easily deceived than before. Just as she was about to speak, another figure appeared at the door, tall, clad in a suit and black shirt. It was Chuan Yi. "Those who err must be punished. Mingfeng, have someone take her away," he commanded upon entering, his voice authoritative, swiftly disrupting the thoughts of everyone present. Chuan Yi's expression was dark at that moment. His taut heart began to find a semblance of peace. He had not entered with Jiang Si, knowing she was all right, and granted her the dignity to handle the situation herself. However, upon hearing the conversation between Song Tianyi and Xiao Lu, he began to piece together the events of the evening. Upon entering, Chuan Yi noticed staff members soothing Xiazhu, a girl he recognized as Jiang Si's companion. Seeing her in distress stirred thoughts within him. He pondered, what if something had happened to Jiang Si tonight? The more he thought, the greater his anger swelled. That unfounded urge to lash out ignited like dry weeds in autumn, flaring up with a mere spark. Mingfeng waved his hand, and several bodyguards swiftly entered, carrying Xiao Lu away. "President Song, I am truly wronged. You must save me," Xiao Lu cried desperately. Song Tianyi bit her lip, enduring the turmoil within her. "Do not fear, it is quite all right. It is merely a simple inquiry. Please cooperate and recount what you know." Chuan Yi has approached Jiang Si, his brow slightly furrowed. "I will handle this matter." Jiang Si's gaze suddenly turned icy as she regarded Chuan Yi, a cold smile escaping her lips after a moment. "Mr. Ji, we encountered each other in the hall. Why did you not accompany me upstairs just now? Now that Miss Song is involved, are you so eager to play the hero?" Chapter 69. To ruin Jiang Si's reputation, Chuan Yi was taken aback by her retort, his expression darkening with anger. With so many present, he found himself at a loss for words. Mingfeng, observing the situation, quickly interjected, "Miss Jiang, you are misunderstanding. This matter involves both you and Miss Song. If you were to intervene, it would inevitably lead to accusations of bias against you. However, if a third party were to step in, it would effectively put an end to the gossip without affecting the development of Chixing. This third party could be anyone, but tonight, Mr. Ji happens to be here." Jiang Si narrowed her eyes, letting out a scoff. "As a victim, am I to be biased? Then surely Mr. Ji, being closely related to the perpetrator, should be the one to distance himself from this. In that case, let's call the police." Mingfeng frowned, attempting to persuade her. Chuan Yi immediately responded, agreed. Hearing Chuan Yi's affirmation, Jiang Si cast him a meaningful glance before striding toward the outer hall. Xiazhu, having calmed her emotions, rose anxiously to inquire as Jiang Si emerged, "Sister Jiang, did I see someone take that man away?" Although she had lost control moments ago, she had managed to listen intently to the conversation inside, knowing that this audacious man was also connected to Xinghe and had ties to Song Tianyi. She assumed that Song Tianyi had hurried over to rescue the situation. Now seeing someone taken away, she instinctively thought it was Song Tianyi who had intervened. Jiang Si patted her back reassuringly, saying, "It is all right. It has been dealt with. He will not escape retribution." Xiazhu nodded, her gaze shifting to Song Tianyi, who followed Jiang Si out. Her eyes widened in shock. She was still processing the earlier events when she clearly remembered the man claiming to act on Song Tianyi's instructions. Why would Song Tianyi do this? Even someone in emotional turmoil like herself could deduce the motive, to tarnish Sister Jiang's reputation. What a ruthless woman. How foolish she had been to admire Song Tianyi's strength and beauty, considering her a role model. Jiang Si gestured for Chixing and the program staff to discuss matters while she turned her attention to Song Tianyi and Chuan Yi. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is late. I shall not keep you." Song Tianyi attempted to interject. "Sister, tonight's events must be a misunderstanding. I will return and clarify the situation for you." She glanced at Chuan Yi, hoping for his endorsement before departing with him. Chuan Yi glanced at Jiang Si and noticed her lack of interest. It was evident she had no intention of engaging in conversation. He turned his attention to Song Tianyi and coldly commanded, "Come with me." Song Tianyi, who had just been feeling anxious, suddenly seemed to burst forth like a firework released from its constraints. She glanced at Jiang Si, her eyes brimming with uncontainable pride and joy. The two exited side by side, their figures swiftly vanishing at the entrance. Only Jiang Si and Xia Zhu remained in the living room. Xia Zhu trembled slightly, gripping Jiang Si's hand as she whispered, "Sister Jiang, you must be cautious. President Song is surely plotting against you. How could she arrange for a man to invade a woman's room in the dead of night? It's terrifying." Jiang Si's gaze softened, and she found herself appreciating Xia Zhu's ability to remain composed and think flexibly under pressure. Her tone became more relaxed as she replied, "This incident tonight is ultimately my fault. I apologize." Xia Zhu quickly shook her head. No, Sister Jiang. Thankfully, it was me. When I first entered the industry, I worked as a photography assistant on set, and later as a standby assistant for events. Over the years, I have honed the skill of waking instantly at the slightest noise, no matter how deeply I sleep. That man did nothing to me. I woke up quickly. A faint smile graced her pale face as she thought to herself how terrifying it could have been if Jiang Si had not awakened in time. Jiang Si's heart softened. This foolish child was even feeling proud. She let out a barely perceptible sigh and casually said, "Do not worry. I will avenge you for this matter." Xia Zhu hesitated before speaking. "Sister Jiang, actually, there have been quite a few rumors circulating in the company regarding your relationship with President Song. Some people have been rather unpleasant, spreading malicious gossip. Tonight's incident was exceedingly perilous. Tomorrow morning's program has a hidden segment that the guests are unaware of. The production team will conduct a wake-up call for each guest's residence via live broadcast. If that man were to employ any means to render you unconscious tonight, the following day, the entire network would witness it. It would be utterly vicious, not only ruining Brother Chi's chance at the program, but also tarnishing your reputation." Jiang Si furrowed her brows. "A live wake-up call? Do you know anything about it?" She inquired of Qi Xing, who had just entered. Qi Xing scratched the back of his head and shook his head. "They didn't mention anything during the meeting this afternoon, nor did any information leak out. This production team is quite adept at keeping secrets." Xia Zhu elaborated, "I also heard from a staff member just now. She said this segment was not originally planned. It was President Song who specifically proposed it this afternoon, claiming it would be an innovative gimmick that would surely boost ratings." Jiang Si snorted coldly. "That makes sense." Qi Xing gritted his teeth. Well, this malicious woman had such a scheme in mind. Xia Zhu tightened her grip on Jiang Sa's hand and spoke rapidly. "Sister Jiang, I have nearly recruited all of Brother Chi's team, and Wu's side is also fine. Let us find an opportunity to break away from Xinghe." "I'm afraid." She did not finish her sentence, her eyes filled with panic. Jiang Sa understood her unspoken words. She was simply afraid that Song Tianyi would continue to target them under the guise of Xinghe. Jiang Sa narrowed her eyes slightly, a glint of murderous intent flickering within. After a long pause, she gently patted Xia Zhu's hand to reassure her. "I understand. I will handle everything. You just need to continue on your previous path." Chuan Yi led Song Tianyi out of Jiang Sa's residence and directly towards his own courtyard. He turned to Ming Feng and said, "You may go about your business." Ming Feng nodded in response and thoughtfully closed the courtyard door behind him. Song Tianyi surveyed her surroundings, took a deep breath, and feigned a light-hearted tone. "Brother Ji, how come you are living here? I didn't hear the director mention it." Chuan Yi turned to the side, his gaze icy, as though imbued with the chill of a millennium-old glacier. Why would he act in such a manner? A jolt of alarm shot through Song Tianyi, but her expression quickly morphed into one of innocent confusion. "Brother Ji, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand." Chuan Yi maintained his frosty demeanor, his brows shadowed by an eternal frost. He refrained from speaking further, merely fixing his cold gaze upon Song Tianyi, who was now visibly flustered. She stammered, "Brother Ji, you can't possibly think that I was responsible for Jiang Sa's incident, can you? How could I ever incite someone to commit such acts? You cannot take Jiang Sa's word for it. She bears a grudge against me and is intent on pinning all blame upon me." Chuan Yi's expression remained unchanged, utterly unmoved by Song Tianyi's lengthy defense. He remarked, "I believe you are underestimating my intelligence." His tone was haughty, laced with dissatisfaction. In that instant, Song Tianyi sensed an unsettling aura, as if it were emanating from the depths of hell. Ji Chuan Yi turned on his heel to leave. Terrified, Song Tiandi's legs turned to jelly, and she collapsed on the ground. Ming Feng stepped forward, offering her attentive support, and whispered, "Every resident's main door access card and the door's entrance card are each held by a guest residing there. To prevent unforeseen and uncontrollable incidents during the program, the production team decided to keep a spare key for each room. The custodian of these spare keys is none other than the staff of Xinghe. Miss Song, you retrieved that spare key in the evening. It was then that you took Miss Zhang's key, wasn't it?" Song Tiandi's complexion drained of color, her lips trembling as she stammered in panic. "Does Brother Ji know?" Ming Feng sighed and said, "Miss Song, who do you think Ji Xiao is? Such petty tricks cannot escape his notice. This matter, you are wholly in the wrong." Chapter 70. I can explain the matter of the key. Song Tiandi felt a chilling sensation envelop her breaths coming in rapid succession, as if she had just been sentenced to death. Ming Feng said, "Miss Song, regardless of your intentions, you must apologize to Miss Jiang." Song Tiandi bit her tongue, the sharp pain bringing her a modicum of clarity. Indeed, the situation had not yet reached its nadir. She needed to salvage it. "Where does Brother Ji reside? Take me to see him. I can explain this matter." 10 minutes later, the door to Ji Chuanyi's study was knocked upon. Song Tiandi stood at the threshold, looking utterly forlorn. She feigned vulnerability. "Brother Ji, I can clarify the matter regarding the keys. Little Lu had been inquiring about housing earlier, and today he mentioned that he had lost the keys, prompting me to retrieve a spare. I truly had no inkling that he intended to infiltrate my sister's residence." As she spoke, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, evoking a sense of pity. Ji Chuanyi's expression remained somewhat frosty, his dark eyes betraying no emotion. In that moment, Song Tiandi could not discern whether he believed her words. Thus, she continued, "Brother Ji, I understand you may suspect my involvement in this affair. However, Qi Xing belongs to Xinghe, and I have been the one orchestrating this program. As a member of the Song family and the executive president of Xinghe, would I be foolish enough to jeopardize my own reputation?" Her emotions grew increasingly fervent, and as tears began to cascade down her cheeks, she stubbornly wiped them away. Suddenly, a vision flashed in Ji Chuanyi's mind. A hazy figure stood before him, radiating sorrow, as if weeping, yet resolutely biting their lip to stifle the tears. For a moment, he felt a sense of disorientation. Observing her expression, Song Tiandi felt a surge of reassurance within her. Seizing the opportunity, she pressed on, "Brother Ji, I know you may doubt my words, and it is true that little Lu is someone I brought in and promised to guide. If he has landed in trouble, I naturally bear some responsibility, and I do not deny that." Ji Chuanyi was drawn back to the present by her voice. He gazed at Song Tiandi, and in that instant, a fleeting illusion emerged. The figure before him began to merge with the memory he held, just as they seemed on the brink of convergence. He abruptly sensed a dissonance. That brief moment of hesitation snapped him back to reality. Looking at Song Tiandi, Ji Chuanyi's brows furrowed with emotion as he declared, "What others say or think matters little to me, but I do not wish for you to misunderstand me. Brother Ji, I have previously stated that I will always stand by your side. We have faced life and death together, and our bond is uniquely profound. This time, I hope you can resolutely stand with me." A tremor coursed through Ji Chuanyi's heart. For reasons unknown, he found her words strangely familiar. Perhaps it was merely a commonplace declaration of loyalty, yet it felt profoundly significant and oddly out of place, as if those words should not have been uttered by Song Tiandi. Ji Chuanyi regained his composure and turned his gaze towards the other person, speaking coldly. "Leave this matter to me." Song Tianyi's heart, which had just settled, leapt anew. Her brother Ji was going to handle this? No, that was unacceptable. Even aside from the fear of Xiao Lu betraying her, Ji Chuanyi should not have further interactions with Jiang Si due to this issue. Instinctively, she refused. "Brother Ji, you are busy with official duties. This small matter is within my capability to manage." However, Ji Chuanyi regarded her calmly, his handsome face as cold as water, his voice deep and resolute. "The fault lies with the other party, yet he is clinging to you relentlessly. If you wish to avoid further complications, it is prudent to let me handle it." Song Tiandi found herself unable to counter his assertion. With a faint, sweet smile, she acquiesced. "Very well. I shall trouble you then, Brother Ji." Unbeknownst to Ji Chuanyi, she gritted her teeth, her expression a tangle of emotions. She thought to herself, I must not allow Xiao Lu to continue his relentless pursuit. Brother Ji is inherently suspicious. Should Xiao Lu utter even a single erroneous word, even if unintentional, that relates to me, he would undoubtedly grow wary and instigate an investigation. Those items must be destroyed swiftly. Song Tianyi bit her lower lip, sending a message. It must be done quickly. Otherwise, if Chuan Yi uncovers the evidence of my collaboration with Xiao Lu, all my previous efforts would be in vain. Before departing, Song Tianyi said to Chuan Yi, Brother Ji, the 10th is fast approaching. My mother inquired when you would visit our home to discuss the day's arrangements. Chuan Yi was already seated at his desk in the study, his gaze fixed on the documents in his hands. He replied casually, you decide? Whatever you prefer is fine by me. Song Tianyi hesitated, words on the tip of her tongue, when Chuan Yi's phone rang. He concluded the call with, all right, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. He then turned back to Song Tianyi. What were you about to say? His indifferent expression and cold gaze made her swallow her words again. Nothing, she replied. Chuan Yi nodded. Close the door on your way out. As Song Tianyi exited the study, she pulled the door shut behind her. In that final moment, her eyes met Chuan Yi's once more. For a fleeting instant, she felt his gaze was chilling, cold as ancient ice. In that moment, his eyes seemed almost otherworldly, as if capable of piercing through to the depths of one's soul. Overwhelmed, Song Tianyi felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Fortunately, it was merely a second or two, and she was certain that Chuan Yi had not discerned her unease from her expression, thus avoiding suspicion. Standing at the doorway, she lingered for a moment before turning to leave. Once outside, she observed the comings and goings of others in the residence. Jiang Si, I will ensure you regret returning to the Song family. For reasons unknown, Song Tianyi's feelings towards Jiang Si had escalated into a strange animosity. Meanwhile, having completed her wash-up, Jiang Si sneezed several times. Xiaozhu changed into a new outfit. Although her complexion still appeared pale, the little girl possessed a commendable inner resilience. Within just a couple of hours, her vitality had notably returned. Xiaozhu inquired, Sister Jiang, has someone been slandering you? Jiang Si waved her hand, feigning severity as she admonished. Superstition is unacceptable. No sooner had she spoken than she sneezed. Xiaozhu suppressed her laughter. Her face flushed with mirth as she erupted into laughter. Jiang Si observed her, and the unease in her heart suddenly dissipated. Xiaozhu was truly a delightful child. Jiang Si had initially taken a liking to her due to her amiable nature and strong work ethic. She had a preference for obedient children, particularly girls. Thus, without hesitation, she signed a contract. After completing her signature, Xiaozhu bashfully asked Jiang Si, what is the monthly salary? Jiang Si replied, did you not read the contract carefully? Pressing her temples, Jiang Si endeavored to smile kindly, extending the contract towards Xiaozhu and stating, the remuneration is clearly indicated on the first page of the contract. At that moment, Xiaozhu's face turned crimson, reaching all the way to her neck. Xiaozhu was sleeping on the outer side, and as Jiang Si watched her burrow into the blankets, she comforted her, saying, why don't you sleep on my side for safety? Xiaozhu shook her head, no, I will wake up at the slightest noise. Sister Jiang, you needn't worry. I will guard the door. Jiang Si reassured her, the man has already been apprehended. It is unlikely that anyone would dare to return. Yet Xiaozhu persisted, no, Sister Jiang, let's just sleep. Jiang Si reluctantly acquiesced. Just before sleep, she seemed to catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure beside her, tall and imposing, with an icy demeanor and a frost-like countenance. It was unmistakably Ji Shi. Chuan Yi. Chapter 71. Shen Kuo came to find her overnight and encountered Chuan Yi. Jiang Si was momentarily stunned for 3 or 4 seconds before abruptly jolting awake. There was no one beside her. A gentle breeze wafted in through the window, lifting a corner of the sheer curtain, allowing a dim light to filter in, illuminating the room, albeit faintly. Jiang Si was certain that apart from herself and Xiaozhu, there was no one else present. She sat up, irritably ruffling her hair. How could she have seen Chuan Yi in that half-dream state? Had she lost her mind? The following morning, Jiang Si spotted Shen Kuo in the hall. You're up. I brought your favorite vegetarian dumplings. Come and try them. Jiang Si approached, her brow furrowed in confusion. What brings you here? ISNT Shun Enterprises busy? Prior to coming, she had checked, and the turmoil surrounding the diamond materials had yet to subside. Shun Qua should have been entangled in various matters at Shun Enterprises. So how could he appear here so early? Shun Qua smiled serenely, his gaze filled with affection. Just came to check on you. Jiang Si, with unwavering certainty, asked, You were aware of last night's events? Shun Qua remained silent. Jiang Si cast a cold glare, causing Qi Xing, who was yawning on his way downstairs, to feel a shiver run down his spine. What's wrong? He inquired, only to notice Shun Qua beside him. Master, what brings you here so early? Shun Qua lifted the thermos bag in his hand. Your favorite soup dumplings from West Street. Qi Xing's eyes instantly sparkled with delight, momentarily disregarding Jiang Si's murderous gaze as he rushed over. I must say, my master is truly an unparalleled man. Ah, my soup dumplings. Before Qi Xing could finish his exclamation, Jiang Si had already moved the breakfast aside. With a fierce glare, she admonished him. Don't think that just because he is here, you can ignore the little messages you sent last night. When will you learn to control that mouth of yours? Qi Xing, his neck tight with indignation, protested, Master, you have to rein her in. Since childhood, when has Jiang Si ever let me have my way? Why should she be enjoying her vegetarian dumplings while clutching my soup dumplings? Shun Qua chuckled helplessly. Child, it's not his fault. I instructed him to report. After all, he only learned of it last night. Chuan Yi was also present. Shun Qua had arrived early in the morning, carrying the insulated box. Upon entering the village, he encountered Chuan Yi, who was jogging. Both maintained their composure and instinctively halted. Shun Qua broke the ice, greeting him first. Young Master Ji, you're here too? Good morning. Chuan Yi's expression was calm, his gaze shifting from the box in Shun Qua's hand, offering a faint acknowledgement. Good morning. Shun Qua continued. I want to interrupt your workout. I have matters to attend to. He turned to leave, and only after rounding the next corner did the oppressive gaze dissipate. Jiang Si had finished a dumpling, wiping her hands as she remarked, Brother, I am not a child anymore. I could have handled last night's situation. It's over 3 hours to the city from here, and you must have rushed over as soon as you received Qi Xing's call, right? She noticed the dark circles under Shun Qua's eyes and sighed, sensing his weariness. Qi Xing also recognized Shun Qua's fatigue and felt a pang of guilt. I should have timed it better. Master, if you're tired, you should rest in my room for a bit. Shun Qua shook his head, picking up a small handkerchief to wipe his hands. No need. There are matters at the company. I must leave. Brother. Jiang Si furrowed her brow, her tone more insistent. Shun Qua spoke gently, as if to soothe her. I have a driver. You can rest in the car. He paused before adding, regarding last night's incident. I've dispatched people from a Shun family. Rest assured, I will thoroughly deal with these bothersome pests. However, I cannot take direct action against the Song family. Jiang Si understood that Shun Qua was preserving the Song family and Song Tianyi, yet she was unsure of how to address the matter, given their blood ties. Shun Qua had always been prudent, refraining from interference. Jiang Si declared, Leave the Song family to me. Once Shun Qua departed, Qi Xing carried the soup dumplings out of the villa area. The car swiftly started in the tranquil little mountain village, quickly vanishing at the village's entrance. In the adjacent villa, Mingfeng gazed at the steaming vegetarian dumplings of Sanxian placed upon the table. He softly suggested, Young Master Ji, shall I deliver them? Chuan Yi, who was in the midst of sipping water, cast a fleeting glance at the breakfast spread before him. No need, he replied tersely. Mingfeng, bewildered, protested, What is this? I rose early, drove over 2 hours to the city, procured the most renowned vegetarian dumplings, and even packed an assortment of breakfast items that Miss Jiang enjoys. I even took the liberty to inquire about the preferences of Qi Xing and that female assistant. I hurried back with 2 large bags filled with breakfast. Yet, young Master Ji dismisses it all with a wave of his hand. Chuan Yi's eyes betrayed his displeasure, his brow furrowed in icy contemplation. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted the tension. Song Tianyi stepped in, her face alight with a smile. Brother Ji, would you like to join me for breakfast? She asked, her gaze drawn to the myriad of breakfast choices on the table. Oh, why so much? Did the Ji family send this? Chuan Yi glanced at her, his expression inscrutable. If you haven't eaten, help yourself, he said. Song Tianyi graciously took a seat at the dining table, replying cheerfully, Ah, that's splendid. I heard the cafeteria is quite far, and I have a meeting to attend later. I'm genuinely concerned that walking there and back may leave me pressed for time. Though the scenery here is picturesque and the air is refreshing, It is rather inconvenient. If I were to stay here indefinitely, I fear I wouldn't be able to adjust. With a playful tilt of her head and a lowered voice, she added, Brother Ji, I only share this with you. You mustn't tell Daoer. If he hears this, he will surely be upset with me. Chuan Yi regarded Song Tiandi intently, his gaze unwavering. It was then that she sensed something amiss. Swallowing a bite of her dumpling, she inquired, Brother Ji, is something wrong? His expression remained indifferent, his eyes fixated on the dumpling in her hand. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, How does it taste? Song Tiandi paused, momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds of reflection on the dumpling she held, she replied, The culinary skills of the Ji family chef are undoubtedly impeccable. It is delicious. However, I must admit I am not particularly fond of the wood ear mushrooms within. She smiled sheepishly and selected another pastry, eating with poise. With her head lowered, she failed to notice the profound stillness that enveloped Chuan Yi following her words. His gaze seemed to drift into a distant memory, as if he were lost in thought. Meanwhile, Mingfeng observed Chuan Yi with a hint of concern. In Chuan Yi's mind, a vivid image flashed, a towering tree, its upper half withered and dotted with fungi. A girl nimbly ascended the tree, one foot perched on a branch while her hand grasped the vines overhead, casually discarding the fungi she had gathered onto the ground. The tone was cold and laced with disdain. Do you know what these are? They're the very things that could save our lives. Refuse to consume them? Then starve. Chapter 72. The person in the dream is Jiang Si. That night, Chuan Yi had a dream in which a girl stood before him, hands on her hips, chastising him. As she ranted, she stormed away in anger. Chuan Yi attempted to pursue her, but the more he chased, the further she seemed to drift away. Gradually, a veil of white mist enveloped the scene, and at its edge stood a woman who turned to face him as he approached. It was Jiang Si. Her gaze, frigid enough to freeze one's very blood, bore into him. Chuan Yi, I loathe you. With a start, Chuan Yi awoke. He curled his legs, pressing a hand against his head, gasping for breath. Jiang Si. How could he have dreamed of Jiang Si? A knock sounded at the door, and Ming Feng's voice broke through. Young Master Ji, the filming has commenced. Everything is proceeding smoothly. We need to return to the Ji Corporation. There are 2 meetings this afternoon. Chuan Yi remained silent. After a few minutes of waiting, Ming Feng knocked again. Young Master Ji, may I come in? The curtains were drawn, and the lights dimmed. The soft glow of the orange lamp illuminated the man on the bed, casting a somewhat desolate aura. Ming Feng's expression tightened. Young Master Ji, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell again? He hurried to check the incense on the bedside, relieved to confirm it was still burning. Chuan Yi's hoarse voice broke the silence. Where's Jiang Si? Ming Feng hesitated momentarily before responding. Miss Jiang is accompanying Qi Xing for the shoot. The filming location is not in the village. I estimate she won't return until the afternoon. Chuan Yi rose and headed directly to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, he emerged, refreshed, standing at the bathroom door with a piercing gaze, embodying the distinguished young Master Ji once again. Before departing, Ming Feng reported, Miss Song left last night. There has been no news from the police. Miss Jiang insists on no settlement and demands compensation. If the compensation is unsatisfactory, she might. Chuan Yi interrupted Ming Feng coldly. Proceed according to her wishes. Ming Feng complied, though his expression betrayed a hint of frustration as he muttered. If we follow Miss Jiang's wishes, Miss Song's side will certainly cause a stir. Sigh, it is clearly young Master Ji's fault. Why must I, a mere employee, be caught in the middle of these 2 women? Before their departure, Ming Feng cautiously suggested, Young Master Ji, shall we visit the filming site before heading back? Unnecessary, came the firm rejection, leaving Ming Feng to question whether he had misjudged the situation. The program filming went exceptionally well, and when the trailer was released, propelled by the efforts of the Xinghua Operations Department, the entire program surged to trending status within mere hours. Just as Xia Zhu had predicted, the Ji Corporation's name recognition was a key factor in capturing the audience's attention. The first image of the trailer showcased the silhouette of a tall, handsome man in black. Accompanying this were 3 or 4 smaller images, all featuring a striking figure with a broad back, narrow waist, and long legs. The online community erupted with speculation about the identity of the handsome man, filled with comments such as "so handsome." Subsequently, several guests, including Qi Xing, a popular star, a trending singer, and a renowned host, were introduced one by one through promotional posters. Wow, what kind of show is this? It looks absolutely captivating. Did you see that? Kifans, our little tyrant, actually wielded a kitchen knife. His ferocious demeanor while preparing to chop meat made me think he was about to attack someone. Haha, the little tyrant is no longer tyrannical. Ah, it's my brother. He's cooking. Wait, is that woman a fairy sister? Oh, my childhood. It's her. She represents my youth. On the train back to Beijing, Xiaozhu held her phone, reading through the trending comments one by one. Sister, our Qigu is truly famous now. Qi Xing snorted dismissively, turning his head to gaze out the window, expressing his disdain. These fair weather fans constantly praise whoever is handsome online. What is there to be joyful about? He still harbored resentment towards the unfounded rumors that had circulated earlier. He believed these were mere keyboard warriors who idolized him today, but would turn on him in a heartbeat if any negative comments arose tomorrow. Following the previous incident, Qi Xing had developed a distaste for netizens. Chiga, you shouldn't think that way. We do have genuine fans among us, Xiaozhu hesitated to say. Qi Xing let out a cold snort from his nose, indicating his disagreement. Jiang Si glanced at him and remarked, it's best not to pay attention. No matter what they say in the future, it shouldn't affect your mindset. She turned to Xiaozhu, saying, this is an era that values appearances. What they see now is Qi Xing's face. Once the subsequent episodes air, his peculiar lifestyle and childish demeanor will be revealed, shattering the preconceived notions that fans hold about him. At that point, all sorts of comments will emerge, and his current attitude is actually quite commendable. Xiaozhu nodded, suddenly enlightened. She turned off her phone, saying, then I won't watch anymore. Let's focus on filming the program well. Then she added, by the way, Jiang Si, how do you know everything? During the segment where you and Chiga went for wild vegetables, you were back in just half an hour, while the other guests were still struggling to differentiate between weeds and edible plants. You had already exchanged rice and flour with the villagers and returned to cook. Xiaozhu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Jiang Si. Jiang Si smiled faintly. It's nothing. I've just seen a lot, so I'm naturally familiar with it. Xiaozhu seemed puzzled. Seen a lot? Jiang Jia, didn't you just return from abroad? Are the wild vegetables there the same as ours? Jiang Si smiled, but did not respond. In the front seat, Qi Xing glanced at Xiaozhu and muttered, idiot. Jiang Si continued watching the video, feeling increasingly uneasy. She sensed that the editing seemed deliberately targeted at Qi Xing, with several unflattering and silly moments exaggeratedly showcased in the center of the screen. Jiang Si casually glanced at the comments below, finding the netizens' responses overwhelmingly peaceful, with dozens of comments filled with laughter. She began to suspect that perhaps she was overthinking the situation. It seemed that the comedic elements of the show were merely a promotional tactic. However, upon receiving the edited content of the first episode, she, along with her studio team, watched it together. Halfway through, Xiaozhu raised her hand, her tone somewhat hesitant, saying, is it just my imagination, or does this editing seem to target Brother Qi? It specifically highlights unflattering shots of him. In several instances, his profile is blurred. While unexpected occurrences can happen during filming, shouldn't such footage be eliminated in the editing process? In fact, Jiang Si had been thinking the same thing. Additionally, Brother Qi had been reluctant to enter the water because he had recently injured his foot while dancing, with the editing and post-production combined. If she were unaware of the reason, she might have assumed he was acting aloof. Jiang Si's expression turned cold. It was clear now that it was not merely her imagination. She turned to Wu Gu and asked, is the editing done by the internal team at Xinghe? Wu Gu nodded, for convenience. All post-production was handled by Xinghe. Jiang Si scoffed. Well, that makes everything rather clear. She stood up, saying, Wu Gu, it seems we need to pay a visit to the editing department. Chapter 73. Jiang Si's desire to discern Chuan Yi's preference at the Xinghe editing department. The clerks outside watched Jiang Si stride in with Wu Gu and Xiaozhu, their faces paling in shock. Miss Jiang, is there something you need? One of them blocked her path. Jiang Si replied, I'm not looking for your general song. I'm heading to the editing department. The clerk hesitated, saying, Miss Jiang, General Song is in a meeting in the editing department right now. If you go in, it would disrupt the session, and I would be held responsible. Please don't put me in a difficult position. Jiang Si raised an eyebrow. She yes in the editing department? Then, that's perfect. Xiaozhu, holding her phone, leaned closer to Jiang Si and whispered, Sister Jiang, today is the premiere of the show. And General Song invited young Master Ji from the Ji family to watch the final cut together. I suspect they are both in the editing department now. No wonder the clerk had appeared so apprehensive. They must have thought they were there to cause trouble, unaware of the significant figures present. However, Jiang Si had an idea and walked straight inside. Wu Gu stopped the clerk, while Jiang Si, with a stern expression and an air of authority, strode forward, causing the office personnel to look at her in astonishment. At the entrance to the editing department stood a woman clad in professional attire, her hair neatly tied up, adorned with oversized glasses, a quintessential career woman. Xiaozhu leaned toward Jiang Si, whispering, "Sister Jiang, that essayed. There have been rumors that a certain leader in the editing department has a close relationship with her. When Shou was first acquired, Aide contested with the company, wanting to pull someone from her team to participate in the program. However, when the Ji family specifically requested Qi Xing, she ultimately backed down. It stands to reason that her subordinate team had been rather inactive lately, so her presence in the editing department at this time must pertain to other matters." Jiang Si narrowed her eyes, her thoughts weaving through various possibilities. As someone approached, Aide ended her phone call and positioned herself in front of Jiang Si, her expression unfriendly. "This is a place of work. Outsiders cannot enter freely. What brings Miss Jiang here during office hours?" The clerk who followed turned pale at her words. Jiang Si cast a cold glance at Aide. "Do you think you have the authority to stop me?" Wu Gu and Xiaozhu immediately stepped forward to push Aide aside. Jiang Si forcefully kicked open the door. The editing department was modest, housing only a dozen or so workstations, and, at the far end, a small meeting room held several individuals. The forceful entrance drew the attention of everyone inside. Upon locking eyes with Jiang Si, Song Tianyi immediately appeared flustered and whispered briefly to the person beside her, who then hurried out, looking anxious. "Miss Jiang, President Song is currently in a meeting. Please wait in the reception area if you have business." Jiang Si disregarded the person and swiftly made her way to the meeting room. She glanced at the large screen displaying the meeting, which was nearing its conclusion. With a cold snort, she muttered, "What a coincidence. I shall take a look." Without hesitation, she pulled out a chair and seated herself. Opposite her sat the indifferent Chuan Yi, whose gaze had remained fixed on Jiang Si since she entered. Having not seen her for several days, Jiang Si appeared to exude an even stronger aura. The delight in her eyes was something Chuan Yi had not witnessed before. Noticing Chuan Yi's unwavering gaze upon Jiang Si, Song Tianyi felt a sense of foreboding and quickly stood up, her tone weakening as she addressed Jiang Si. "Sister, what is it that you want? I'm quite busy here. Although your studio is within Star River Tower, we are still two separate companies. Is it not a bit disrespectful to barge into a meeting room like this?" After speaking, she discreetly observed Chuan Yi's expression, which bore a slight frown. A flicker of joy surged within Song Tianyi. Let escalate. The more tumultuous, the better. She aimed to seize every opportunity to shatter even the faintest positive recollection of Jiang Si in Chuan Yi's mind, leaving only disdain in its wake. Jiang Si was accustomed to her theatrics of feigned vulnerability. In this scenario, there was no necessity to indulge her. Thus, she replied without mercy, "Respect? Does President Song even understand the concept of respect? Let's discuss that after you consider this." Jiang Si signaled to Xiaozhu, who had already taken control of the remote upon entering. Enraged, she had contemplated how to confront the Star River editing department on her way there and had mentally noted the timestamps of several unfavorable scenes regarding Qi Xing. The footage shifted, each pause revealing an image of Qi Xing. After several moments, Xiaozhu huffed in indignation. At an opportune moment, Wu Gu spoke up. "You were all colleagues before. The editing department of Xinghe has consistently been among the finest in the country. Since we are all experts here, I must inquire, how is it possible that within a mere 10 minutes, there are over a dozen subpar scenes? Have you recently hired interns?" A profound silence enveloped the room. The few members of the editing department addressed by Wu Gu felt their faces flush with embarrassment. After a pause of more than 10 seconds, a crisp voice shattered the stillness. "First, pause the playback and turn on the lights." The cold tone of Chuan Yi resonated, his gaze then settling on Jiang Si. A fleeting glance exchanged between them. Ming Feng switched on the lights. The assembly turned to observe Chuan Yi's expression. He was perusing the documents at hand and remarked, "If G Corporation's investment yields results like this, I might as well recruit 2 students who haven't graduated from film school to do the work." He let the documents fall, the soft rustle striking the hearts of those present like a heavy blow. A collective shudder swept through the room. Chuan's voice turned icy as he asked, now, what transpired? Xiaozhu tugged at Wu Ji's sleeve from the side, whispering, Wu Ge, isn't Ji Xiao trying to help us? Right? Wu Ge shot her a glare, urging her to be silent, and responded, if you spent millions to have a swimming pool built, only to find a small puddle upon inspection, wouldn't you be furious? Xiaozhu gasped in shock. Wu Ge continued, Ji Xiao is a businessman. He is merely conducting business. Jiang Si's eyes flickered slightly, and then a sardonic smile graced her lips, tinged with self-mockery. Realizing Ji Chuan was present today, she felt she need not have come at all. Yet, in the next instant, a thought sprang to her mind. The editing department must have acted upon someone's directive. And within Xinghe, who would dare to directly interfere with the editing department? The answer was all too evident. Whispers circulated within Xinghe that Qi Xing had participated in this program solely to pave the way for the newcomer chosen by Song Tianyi. Now, with Xiao Lu sent to the police station by her, Song Tianyi found herself without any viable options. At this moment, if Ji Chuan were to learn of the targeting Qi Xing faced, would he still extend any leniency towards her after Song Tianyi encroached upon his territory? Jiang Si possessed a rather wicked sense of amusement. Even if she no longer desired Ji Chuan, she could not bear the thought of him thriving with another woman. At the very least, she wished to cause them some discomfort. Chapter 74. To incite Ji Chuan's disdain for Jiang Si Ji Ge. This incident must stem from an internal error on her part. Song Tianyi gestured for everyone except the head of the editing department to leave, leaving only Jiang Si, Ji Chuan, and Song Tianyi in the conference room. Her expression grew serious as she turned to the head of the editing department. Has the editing department hired interns? The head of the editing department appeared momentarily taken aback, then quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, Song Zong, we have been exceedingly busy lately, so we brought on 2 newcomers. They were involved in editing this film, and it was my oversight in arranging their involvement. Song Tianyi admonished sternly. Do you have any idea how much effort we invested in this program? To make such a rudimentary mistake? The reprimand was directed at her. Suddenly, a series of claps echoed through the room. Everyone turned to see Jiang Si applauding, a cold smirk gracing her lips. Intern? Huh. It seems my words possess a certain foresight. Xiaozhu chimed in. Has Xinhong brought in newcomers? Don't think you can fool us. After all, I have worked at Xinhong for several years. The editing department hasn't recruited anyone in over 3 or 4 years. The expression of the department head turned pale. The room fell silent once more. Ming Feng inquired, Miss Song, are you aware of this matter? Song Tianyi immediately shook her head. I'm not informed. I lack understanding in these areas. If I hadn't deliberately extracted those particular scenes, I wouldn't have noticed anything amiss. Ming Feng nodded. That implies someone is intentionally tarnishing Mr. Qi Xing's reputation. Such occurrences are rather common, especially since Qi Xing is currently in the limelight and has just extricated himself from public scrutiny. Those detractors, feeling discontented with his participation in this variety show, resort to such actions. It appears we have a hater among us in the editing department. As he spoke, Ming Feng observed the expression of his superior, Ji Xiao, which remained devoid of reaction, still indifferent. He exhaled in relief. Jiang Si tapped the table, directing her gaze towards Ming Feng, who had just spoken. Are you suggesting there is a traitor within Xinhong? Ming Feng nearly bit his own tongue. Jiang Si scoffed, Stiting. I haven't the time to indulge in a witch hunt today. If this matter is unacceptable to everyone, it can be easily resolved. We will re-edit the footage and manage the post-production. To be cautious, the editing department shall not utilize anyone from Xinhong. A specialized post-production team will be established, and I intend to assign 2 individuals to supervise Mr. Qi Xing's side. Upon hearing this, Song Tianyi's smile vanished. Sister, if mistakes were made, let them rectify it. I will personally oversee the subsequent work to ensure no errors arise. Jiang Si leaned back in her chair, propping herself up with one hand on the table, rhythmically tapping the surface. She scoffed, glancing at Song Tianyi, unflinchingly asserting, It is precisely because of you that I lack confidence. With that, she stood up, exuding a formidable presence. I have articulated my demands clearly. If you disagree, that is your prerogative. Jiang Si did not shy away from locking eyes with Ji Chuan. In that case, I shall sue you for disrespecting the guests and deliberately tarnishing their on-screen image. Ji Xiao must consider this carefully. The penalties for breach of contract are substantial. As a businessman, Does Ji Xiao permit your side to assume culpability and bear the financial repercussions? Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of intrigue passing through his deep gaze. He held Jiang Si stare for 4 to 5 seconds before nodding. Very well, I accept your proposal. In the subsequent phase, the Ji family will reassemble a team, fully empowered to oversee operations, allowing each guest to appoint a trusted individual to exercise supervisory authority. His voice was low and steady, each word striking deeply into Jiang Si's heart, leaving her momentarily disoriented. She felt an illusion. How could Ji Chuan's gaze be so fixated on her, while Song Tiandi stood by his side, with a new love beside him? He still sought to curry favor with his ex-wife. Frowning, Jiang Si was repulsed by her own perception and swiftly stood up to leave. Ji Chuan instinctively rose, only to be halted by Song Tiandi beside him. Brother Ji, it's all my fault. Please don't hold it against me. I failed to supervise adequately, and it nearly resulted in a serious misstep. Ji Chuan replied with a faint acknowledgement. Learn from this lesson. Let it not happen again. With long strides, he made his way outside. Unwilling to relent, Song Tiandi called out, Brother Ji. Mingfeng interposed himself before her, stating, Miss Song, young Master Ji has a meeting to attend. It's already late since he just arrived at Xinghe. Mingfeng mused that Miss Song lacked finesse. Young Master Ji had a full day of meetings, and Miss Song had been pestering him since yesterday to come to Xinghe to see the first episode's completed footage. Today, while passing by Xinghe, she called him again, prompting him to carve out time, resulting in the current debacle. Mingfeng was somewhat discontented, especially considering Jiang Si's decisive remarks, which had significantly enhanced his regard for her. As Song Tiandi watched Ji Chuan hastily depart, she turned to those beside her, seething, incompetence. Who told you to employ such petty tricks? As she exited, she cast a fierce glare at Aide, who stood nearby. Today's incident could hardly be blamed on Song Tiandi. Her original intention was to invite Ji Chuan to view the completed footage as an act of submission, showcasing her relevance. Despite the unfolding events, she still regarded Qi Xing as part of Xinghe. Eager to clear her name entirely, she never anticipated that the imbeciles below would act so foolishly, leaving her at a loss for words. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Just then, someone arrived to review a project reported by Aide, leading Song Tiandi to angrily toss the documents aside, exclaiming, always scheming for company funds. If any of my subordinates had any ambition, we wouldn't be in such a passive position now. What is the point of reviewing anything? Let her reflect on her actions. Before long, her remarks reached Aide's ears, who suppressed a surge of frustration and could only grit his teeth in response. Understood. By the time Jiang Si learned of these events, it was already the following afternoon when she arrived at the office. Xia Zhu, with an air of mystery, shared the latest gossip. Sister Jiang, she said, there are whispers at Xinghe that Aide is in cahoots with President Song, considered her trusted aide, now that a rift has emerged between them. One fears that Aide might contemplate departing with her team. Xia Zhu had spent considerable time in Xinghe and had gained a profound understanding of the temperaments of its prominent figures. Her observations were not without merit. However, Jiang sa descent an underlying implication. Narrowing her eyes, her thoughts drifted far away as she echoed Xia Zhu's sentiments. Merely harboring resentment was insufficient. The ultimate resolution lay in severing ties entirely. Chapter 75. She must realize that my people are untouchable. Little Deer had been confined in the police station for 5 days. On the final day, he requested to see Jiang Si. After the responsible lawyer reported back, he went to meet her. Little Deer recounted the entire situation. Initially, he had confidently believed that Song Tiandi would secure his release, but after 2 days, he had yet to encounter even a single individual from her team. Panic began to set in as he learned from his lawyer that the show continued filming, exacerbating his unease. He understood that from the very start, he had merely been a pawn in Jiang Si's game, a pawn that could be discarded at any moment. The lawyer spoke into the phone. Miss Jiang, he is willing to write a confession, with the condition that you secure his release and facilitate his departure from Yanjing. Jiang Si scoffed at this juncture. He still dares to negotiate? The lawyer immediately grasped her meaning. Then I shall refuse. Wait, Jiang Si interjected. Inform him that it is permissible, but this confession must meet my approval. At the G Corporation building, Mingfeng hurriedly entered Ji Chuan Yi's office, his expression tense as he lowered his voice to report. Young Master Ji, the matter with Little Deer was settled this morning. He has already left Yinjing while he was still traceable. Chuan Yi paused his actions, looking at Ming Feng with surprise. Settled? When Little Deer exited the police station, Chuan Yi had dispatched someone to fetch him. But to his dismay, they arrived too late. Little Deer had already departed long before. And despite sending someone to track the surveillance, they could not ascertain who had taken him or to where. In a mere 4 or 5 hours, he had reappeared only to be sent out of Yinjing. This was utterly illogical. Ming Feng replied, "There has been no activity from our side. It seems that President Song is also searching for him, so it is likely that he was not taken by anyone from the Song family." Chuan Yi set down his pen, leaning back in his chair, the reflection from his glasses obscuring his expression. For Jiang Si to consent to a settlement, she must have obtained what she desired. The individual was sent away by her. Ming Feng shook his head, somewhat surprised by Chuan Yi's conjecture. The confidentiality measures were executed flawlessly. By the time our people became aware, he had already exited Yinjing. Ming Feng hesitated to confirm. "Young master, there is no direct evidence." Thus, he could neither assert nor deny it. He had encountered the force behind Miss Jiang on several occasions and had consistently found himself at a disadvantage. Due to certain constraints, he dared not investigate further. The two parties merely tested each other, never crossing the line. Silence enveloped the room for a considerable time. Chuan Yi finally declared, "If he has left, then let it be." This statement signified that Ming Feng need not pursue the matter any further. Ming Feng nodded in response, and then said, "Young Master Ji, here is the information on Miss Song that you requested. Every detail is meticulously documented within." Chuan Yi took the materials. Ming Feng was puzzled as to why the young master would first ask for information on Miss Jiang and then on Miss Song. His mind was filled with questions until he heard Chuan Yi inquire, "Why is there so little information from recent years?" He hesitated, wanting to speak, but holding back. Chuan Yi glanced at him with a calm gaze, forming a rough hypothesis in his mind. He then forcefully tossed the documents onto the table, stating, "What? Does Song Tianyi have a powerful force backing her?" At that moment, Ming Feng felt an urge to kneel and proclaim the young master's brilliance. He lowered his head, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Suddenly, Chuan Yi laughed. "Have you all been too idle in recent years? Is that why your work efficiency is so woefully inadequate?" The esteemed minister of the Longyuan Intelligence Department, tasked with investigating 2 women, "And this is what you bring me. Ming Feng, you have grown complacent." The chill ran down Ming Feng's spine, and he instinctively knelt on the ground. "Young master." Chuan Yi rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, removing his suit jacket and rolling up his sleeves to his forearms. His eyes narrowed, exuding an overwhelming presence. "Go fetch the military baton." His voice was cold and devoid of anger. Ming Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him as he respectfully saluted, his voice booming yes. Chuan Yi added, "Call Butterfly back." Ming Feng trembled at the mention of Butterfly. That woman was terrifying. Although her abilities were exceptional, and she was among the elite in the organization, she was currently occupied in the desert. Summoning her back for 2 women seemed excessive. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he inadvertently voiced his concerns. As soon as he spoke, he sensed an eerie atmosphere enveloping the air. Chuan Yi let out a cold scoff, looking at him. "If you had any usefulness at all, I wouldn't need to call her back." Mifeng. Later on, Jiang Si received a response from the pharmacy staff. The deer had already been delivered to Deep City, and it was confirmed that Song Tianyi could not be found. Jiang Si replied, "Understood. Keep a close watch and ensure he does not come into contact with the Song family." Just then, Xiaozhu entered the room. Hearing this, she paused for a moment, and when Jiang Si hung up, she anxiously asked, "Sister Jiang, has something happened?" The police station had provided feedback early yesterday morning. The details were ambiguous, and Xiaozhu understood that due to insufficient evidence and effective public relations from the other party, the incident from that night had ultimately resulted in merely an inquiry and a private settlement. Xiaozhu vaguely sensed that Jiang Si was maneuvering for her sake. In truth, she hesitated, wanting to suggest that perhaps they should let it go. Earlier, the senior management at Xinghe had also summoned her for a meeting, implying that the company would compensate her and hoped to downplay the matter, as it could tarnish Xinghe's reputation. Jiang Si, upon hearing those words, suddenly cast a frosty gaze, a rare solemnity enveloping her. She regarded Xiaozhu with a steely tone. "What exactly?" The chill ran down Xiaozhu's spine. "I I have a notion of what you are about to articulate. Yet Xiazhu, those are merely the thoughts of others. You cannot sway them. Jiang Si's voice was low and measured, a blend of softness and resoluteness. Just as I cannot influence your views, what I wish to convey is that you, too, cannot dictate my thoughts. Xiazhu, if everyone were to approach matters as you do, refraining from stepping forward and fighting for their rights, then the Star River would be plagued by even more such occurrences. Moreover, Song Tianyi would take particular delight in targeting me or those around me. My actions are not solely for your benefit. They serve as a warning to Song Tianyi, to make her aware that neither I nor my companions are to be trifled with. Should she dare to act, she must be prepared to face the consequences. Xiazhu was profoundly shaken, her eyes locked onto Jiang Si's with fervor. After a lengthy pause, she spoke earnestly. Sister Jiang, I understand. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. Jiang Si nodded, producing a statement from her hand and handing it to Xiazhu. Make a copy of this and send it to Song Tianyi's residence. Chapter 76. This deed was done by Jiang Si in the underground parking lot of Star River. As Song Tianyi exited the elevator and approached her vehicle, she sensed an unsettling presence behind her. Turning her head to scan her surroundings, she found nothing suspicious. However, as she took a few steps forward, the sensation of being watched resurfaced. Realizing something was amiss, she hurried towards her car, fumbling for her keys from her bag. In her haste, the keys slipped from her grip and fell to the ground. As she bent down to retrieve them, she caught a glimpse of a figure approaching her at a brisk pace, accompanied by an odd odor. Alarm surged within her, and she snatched the keys, darting toward her vehicle, but the shadow behind her disregarded concealment and lunged forward. Ah, get away! Who are you and what do you want? Song Tianyi screamed in terror. The figure blocked her path, clothes disheveled and unrecognizable, long hair obscuring its face, resembling a street beggar. Don't scream, it's me. It's me. Sure Yuan. I'm sure Yuan. The figure frantically pushed aside the hair from her forehead, revealing a face marred by dirt. Song Tianyi stared at the face, pale and grimy, and caught a whiff of a rancid odor, feeling nauseated. Get away. Just go. It truly is me. I am Yuan. The figure wiped her face with her hand, removing some grime to reveal her familiar features. Song Tianyi found herself cornered in front of her car, with no escape. Forced to gaze at her, the voice was indeed familiar, and there were unmistakable resemblances to Sure Yuan. Yet Yuan had long since gone abroad, enjoying life overseas. Who are you? Why are you impersonating her? You filthy beggar. If you don't leave, I will call for help. Tears welled up in Sure Yuan's eyes, and she cried out loud. It's really me. Do you remember when we threw Song Yun's dog into the pond as children? And when we were 8, you avenged me for that slap Song Yun gave me when she left the Song family, by placing a dead mouse in her gift. Enough. Song Tianyi's expression suddenly darkened. She scrutinized the person before her, who seemed neither human nor ghost. Is it truly you, Yuan? Sure Yuan nodded vigorously, her voice choked with emotion. It's me. It really is. I called you countless times, but your phone was off. I had no choice but to come here to find you. Yuan? How did you end up like this? Weren't you abroad? Song Tianyi's face grew grim as she recalled the strange call she had received, filled with desperate pleas. So those calls were from you? Sure Yuan cried, tears streaming down her face. Yes. What on earth happened? Haven't you contacted Uncle Sure? Song Tianyi furrowed her brow. Wait here. I'll call Uncle Sure. Don't. Sure Yuan exclaimed in shock, grasping Song Tianyi's hand in a panic. Please don't tell my dad. Don't let him know I'm back. Song Tianyi felt a shiver run down her spine as she looked at Sure Yuan's dirty hands gripping her wrist, nearly overwhelming her with disgust. Yet, faced with Sure Yuan, she could only suppress her revulsion. You can't go home? What exactly is wrong? Sure Yuan continued to cry, shaking her head in despair. Song Tianyi sighed, observing her friend's disheveled appearance. Let us clean you up first. Fortunately, the Star River had a private lounge for Song Tianyi. She fetched a set of clean clothes for Sure Yuan to change into and led her upstairs to freshen up. Over an hour later, a haggard and even more emaciated Sure Yuan reappeared in Song Tianyi's office. Get some food sent over, Song Tianyi instructed her assistant. Wait. Lowering her voice, she called the assistant back, glancing at Sure Yuan seated on the sofa. Once assured that she couldn't here, she disdainfully said, throw everything from the lounge out and replace it with new items. Then, She sat down before Shi Yuanyuan. I've had food prepared. Now, will you tell me why you're back in the country in such a state, and why Uncle Shi must not know? Shi Yuanyuan's large eyes, not particularly striking, seemed to possess a life of their own, lending her an air of vivacity. Yet now, those expressive eyes held only a bleak despondence. Shi Yuanyuan appeared on edge, sitting stiffly on the sofa. I don't know how I got back. Song Tiandi frowned in disbelief. You don't know how you returned? After a brief pause, she incredulously asked, Are you joking with me, Yuanyuan? Shi Yuanyuan trembled all over. No. Upon disembarking in a foreign land, I was unexpectedly whisked away by individuals I initially believed to be sent by my father. To my dismay, they transported me to a mining site, compelling me to toil for over half a month, with merely 2 hours of sleep each day. As soon as I opened my eyes, I was thrust back into labor, subsisting on cold leftovers. My body could barely withstand the strain, and by the 3rd day, I collapsed. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself once again in a mine, though not the same one as before. After acclimating to my new surroundings, I fainted again just 2 days later, awakening in yet another unfamiliar cavern. This cycle repeated several times, and I lost track of how much time had passed. When I finally regained consciousness after another fainting spell, I discovered I was back in my homeland. With a somber expression, Song Tiandi inquired, Yuan, have you offended anyone recently? In a daze, Shi Yuanyuan resisted recalling the recent events. I haven't. It's her. Yes, it must be her. Jiang Si, that woman. Song Tiandi paused, then chuckled. You're overthinking it. Jiang Si has never even left the capital. How could she know anyone abroad, let alone send you to work in a mine? Shi Yuanyuan shook her head, seemingly struck by a realization, her eyes widening. That mine, it contains diamond resources. The Shun family has several mining sites abroad, doesn't it? It must be Jiang Si. Even if she didn't orchestrate herself, she surely leveraged the Shun family's influence. You must help me. Help me seek revenge. Song Tiandi, filled with skepticism, recoiled in disdain, pulling her hand away from Shi Yuanyuan's grasp. Understood. I will look into it. Just then, a knock echoed from the door, and the secretary entered. President Song, among the documents you brought from your residence this morning, there is a letter addressed to you. Song Tiandi acknowledged with a hum, taking the letter and opening it casually. It was a simple 3-page A4 document, a photocopy, and as she scanned its contents, her expression darkened abruptly. She dialed a number, and on the other end, the call was answered promptly. Lowering her voice, she asked, What news from Shaolu? The person has vanished. Whom are you all monitoring? A reconciliation? With whom? You lot are utterly useless. Song Tiandi, disregarding the presence of others in the office, unleashed her anger in a fit of rage. In her fervor, a piece of paper fell from the envelope, inscribed with the menacing words, Take care of yourself. Chapter 77. Shun Kuo cannot protect you. Allow me to step in the sender of this letter was evident, plunging Song Tiandi into a state of panic. She pondered whether Chuan Yi was aware of the situation or how much he knew. Song Tiandi dared not contemplate further. Suddenly, she noticed Shi Yuanyuan devouring her food ravenously, a flicker of malice crossing her eyes. After a moment, she composed herself, gently sitting beside Shi Yuanyuan, subtly increasing the distance between them, creating an illusion of intimacy while maintaining a sense of detachment. Yuan, you mentioned seeing members of the Shun family at that mining site you were at? Shi Yuan was indulging in a feast, her attention drifting, and she could barely comprehend what Song Tiandi was uttering. She merely nodded and murmured in response. A flicker of concern crossed Song Tiandi's eyes, yet her tone remained gentle. This matter can escalate or diminish. Are you certain you have perceived it clearly? With her mouth full, Shi Yuan glanced up at Song Tiandi and remarked, Apart from Jiang Si, I cannot think of anyone else I have offended. Who dares to provoke me so recklessly? It must be her. In the Jishur building, within Jichuan's office, the recording abruptly ceased. Song Tiandi's expression turned grave as she whispered, Brother Ji, I am at a loss regarding how to handle this situation. Yuan has been adamant about reporting it to the authorities, yet the circumstances remain ambiguous. And given her family situation, Uncle Shi would likely abandon her. Reporting it without evidence could lead to unpredictable consequences. Jichuan furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. Song Tiandi continued, If this incident truly involves my sister, and with the Shun family backing her, It would be futile for me to confront it alone. She hesitated, her meaning clear. Ji Chuan's lips curved downward, an expression of cold severity etched upon his face. After a moment of silence, Song Tiandi suggested, "Brother Ji, this matter could either escalate or diminish. Perhaps we should summon my sister for clarification?" Suddenly, Ji Chuan rose to his feet, startling Song Tiandi into a retreat. He commanded, "Give me the recording. I will have Ming Feng take charge of the Shi family's affairs." With that, he strode out, leaving Song Tiandi to realize he intended to resolve the issue in his own manner. What might that entail? A bias in favor of Jiang Si? The thought darkened her expression further. "Brother Ji, where are you going?" She could not allow such an event to transpire. Jiang Si had strayed from the path, and without any leverage against her, this presented a perfect opportunity. Even if Jiang Si had no involvement, she needed to entangle her in this matter, a woman with a tainted past. Regardless of Brother Ji's affections or the elder's protection, she would never gain entry into the Ji family. That evening, upon returning to her apartment, Jiang Si noticed a tall figure lingering below. With a physique akin to jade, he was undeniably striking. Confused, she wondered why Ji Chuan was here, and the next moment, she stood still as he approached with a stormy expression. "What do you want?" Jiang Si asked, her tone sharp. Ji Chuan, his face stern, replied, "Jiang Si, can you behave yourself?" Jiang Si, bewildered, countered, "What is the matter with you? Did you forget to take your medication before stepping out?" Her eyes widened slightly in annoyance. Ji Chuan, his gaze icy, demanded, "Listen for yourself." He tossed a recording device towards her, which played Xuan's voice, having been edited to exclude Song Tiandi's input. Ji Chuan's voice was cold and imbued with fury. "Has Shun Kuo spoiled you to the point of lawlessness? How dare you engage in such actions? What kind of people do the Shi family represent? Shi Yuanyuan's father is utterly unrecognizable, and should you provoke him, even Shun Kuo would be powerless to save you." Jiang Si had initially felt a flicker of anger, but upon grasping the full context of the situation, she found herself laughing in exasperation. She turned to Ji Chuan, a cold smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "Mr. Ji, do you believe you can accuse me solely based on a recording of unclear origin? If I were to document our conversation, could I not report you for harassment and defamation?" Ji Chuan frowned, his voice low as he replied, "Jiang Si, this amounts to slander. Should Shi Yuanyuan truly decide to alert the authorities, someone must bear the consequences of her experiences. Do you think the Shi family would spare you?" Jiang Si scoffed, "And if they do not spare me, what of it? The child who cries will receive the candy. Shi Yuanyuan can freely slander, yet I, Jiang Si, must bear the brunt? Such logic is unfathomable." Her eyes narrowed as she scrutinized Ji Chuan. "Pray tell, from whence did you acquire this recording? It is evident to me the nature of her relationships. This recording was provided to you by her, was it not?" Ji Chuan's brow furrowed further, his gaze icy as he asserted, "She seeks your best interest. Otherwise, do you suppose you could stand here arguing with me?" He continued, "Jiang Si, the intricacies of the prominent families in Yinjing run deep. The connections are far more complex than you perceive. Bai Chun, Shen Kuo, they cannot protect you." Jiang Si laughed coldly. "For my benefit? Then why did she rush to present this recording to you, instead of confirming with me first? Jiang Si, please, speak reasonably. I can assist you." Jiang Si's derisive laughter rang out. "Your assistance? I am truly grateful, Mr. Ji. Alas, I have no intention of accepting it. Mr. Ji, we share no relation whatsoever. I wish to have no further association with you. Please, proceed." Ji Chuan's expression shifted dramatically as he seized Jiang Si's arm. The corners of his eyes reddened, and a suppressed madness glimmered in his gaze as he coldly stated, "Do you not require my assistance? Who do you intend to seek out? Bai Chun, Shun Kuo, or some unfamiliar man? Jiang Si, this is not the time for your reckless antics." Jiang Si's smile vanished, her eyes clear and distant as she replied, "This matter is of no concern to you, Mr. Ji." In the next moment, she deftly twisted her wrist, freeing herself from his grasp with a quick and practiced motion. Ji Chuan, staring at his empty palm, blinked in astonishment. He was taken aback. Her movements were remarkably skilled. When had she acquired such abilities? Since the divorce, Jiang Si had become an enigma. Her connections with Bai Chun, Qi Xing, and her intimacy with Shun Kuo hinted that she had gradually unveiled the layers of concealment since leaving him. Perhaps this figure, bristling with thorns and difficult to approach, was the true Jiang Si. As she cast one last glance over her shoulder, her expression was chillingly indifferent. She walked further away, heading in the opposite direction from Chuan Yi. He felt a tingling sensation in his chest, a pressure that rendered him unable to breathe, whether to rise or descend. He lingered downstairs for about 10 minutes when Ming Feng appeared at his side, softly inquiring, "Mr. Ji, what did Miss Jiang say?" Chuan Yi exuded an air of coldness, his tall figure merging with the night, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. The following day, Jiang Si received a report regarding Shi Yuan's interactions since her return to the country. After the report concluded with the confirmation that she had indeed contacted Song Tiandi, Jiang Si instructed to maintain close surveillance and apply pressure when appropriate. Turning around, she noticed Bai Chun, somewhat surprised by his swift return. It had only been a week since Bai Chun left. According to Xinhua, the elder of the Bai family was nearing the end of his days. Bai Chen's return to Nan City was to heed the elder's final admonitions and accompany him through his last journey. She had not anticipated his return would be so soon, nor that he would come directly to her residence. Bai Chen appeared somewhat haggard, leaning against the sofa, gazing at Jiang Si, devoid of his usual carefree and roguish smile. With a bitter laugh, he asked, "You know about the old man's grave condition?" Jiang Si maintained a calm demeanor, responding, "Yes, my brother mentioned it briefly upon his return." Bai Chen closed his eyes for a moment, his hand resting on the armrest tightened into a fist as his tone shifted. "So, you all knew and chose to conceal it from me. I wondered why he hastily summoned me back. It turns out he had final words to impart." Pouring a glass of water, Jiang Si's gaze fell upon the dark circles under Bai Chen's eyes, her voice softening. "Are you tired? Would you like to rest here for a while?" Bai Chen remained silent, a wordless refusal. Jiang Si settled beside him, whispering, "It was not intentional to keep this from you. It's just that Grandpa Bai has a proud nature. He has his reasons for not telling you, and if we had informed you, it would have only upset him further." After a long pause, Bai Chen let out a self-deprecating chuckle, tinged with resentment. Grinding his teeth, tears glistened in the corners of his eyes. That old man, if it weren't for him, could he just abandon everything and leave me to carry this burden alone? What gave him the right? He promised I could retire at 35. Bah, and now look at him, wanting to escape death and bind me to that damned legacy for life. Jiang Si lowered her gaze, her dark and luminous eyes betraying no emotion. She was well aware of the intricacies of the Bai family's affairs, and it was precisely this understanding that left her a loss on how to comfort Bai Chun. Having grown up alongside him, she knew his temperament intimately. In this moment, he was a blend of hatred and sorrow. The room fell into silence as Jiang Si sat calmly beside Bai Chun, offering her simple companionship without probing or speaking. Eventually, Bai Chun shifted his position. Standing up, he stretched lazily and glanced at Jiang Si, who resembled a wax figure, and remarked disdainfully, "Jiang Si, could you possibly change your method of offering comfort?" Jiang Si raised her eyes to meet his, her gaze as tranquil as a still pond, inquiring, "Has it passed?" Bai Chun gently touched the corner of her eye, smirking as she said, "Though I am reluctant to admit it, your words have brought me some comfort, so I must extend my gratitude." She then inquired, "What's going on? Has that despicable man, Chuan Yi, been bothering you again?" Jiang Si remained silent, her brows furrowed with impatience. Bai Chun sighed, glancing at the food Jiang Si had prepared for her. After tasting a bite, she continued, "During this period, I've been closely monitoring Chuan Yi and those around him. Last month, I stumbled upon something quite peculiar. At that time, I was in Nansheng and didn't want to influence her judgment, so I refrained from mentioning it." Jiang Si looked at her in confusion. "What is it?" Bai Chun replied calmly. The initial public opinion surrounding Qi Xing was orchestrated by Chuan Yi. He hired a professional team to investigate the matter, with the reopening of an old case after such a lengthy interval, to gather so much evidence proving Qi Xing's innocence within just a week. Honestly, Chuan Yi has invested considerable effort. Jiang Si was taken aback. The public scrutiny surrounding Qi Xing was, in fact, connected to Chuan Yi. Bai Chun shot her a sidelong glance and added, "Chuan Yi is ruthless and arbitrary in his actions, lacking any sense of consistency or principle. Therefore, I initially concluded that his team had deduced a plan to profit from Qi Xing, necessitating the removal of any tarnish on his reputation to maximize his benefits." Jiang Si nodded in agreement. Indeed, the mindset of a businessman is quite accurate. Bai Chun sipped her soup, wiping her mouth, and gazed earnestly at Jiang Si. However, I am beginning to doubt my conclusion. Jiang Si furrowed her brow. Being astute, she understood precisely what Bai Chun was implying. How could that be? She scoffed. Yet Bai Chun remained serious. Jiang Si, you cannot deny that Chuan Yi has been paying an unusual amount of attention to you lately. I suspect that after your divorce, he has begun to regret his decision. A silence enveloped the room. Jiang Si wore a stern expression, choosing not to speak. Bai Chun regarded her with a grave tone, devoid of jest. As a leader of the deep sea, Bai Chun possessed a remarkable ability to consolidate known information and formulate the most plausible hypotheses, often with an accuracy exceeding 95%. After a moment, Jiang Si let out a cold laugh. What a joke. Each time, it merely involves my savior, Song Tiandi, playing a part. Chuan Yi's heightened attention is nothing more than that. Bai Chun, however, disagreed. But isn't it true that you are his true savior? Jiang Si narrowed her eyes, remaining silent. Bai Chun continued, Chuan Yi is not foolish. Before this, he accepted your presence as a given. Now, with Song Tiandi's arrival, the discrepancies are glaring. He cannot be oblivious to it. A man like him, once a seed of doubt is planted, requires only time. She paused, then added, Little girl, it is perfectly normal for a man to like you, you know? Moreover, you have a certain advantage. 3 years is ample time to leave an impression on a man's heart. Jiang Si leaned back on the sofa, her gaze vacant, lost in thought. Several minutes passed. She chuckled lightly, stood up, and stretched languidly, saying, What of it if I regret? When I, Jiang Si, did not love him, he discovered his affection for me. Am I then to be grateful and rush towards him? Please, I, Jiang Si, am not solely devoted to Chuan Yi. Bai Chun, having finished the last spoonful of soup, shrugged at her words and replied, Fine, as long as you have your own thoughts. The old man entrusted me with something for you. Take a look. He handed her his phone, and on the screen appeared a video. Jiang Si tapped to open it, and a familiar, imposing face loomed large before her, stirring an unsettling emotion deep within her. Listen here, you wretched child. A thunderous roar erupted from the video, nearly threatening to lift the roof off the room. The reprimanding continued for nearly 5 minutes. Bai Chun, caught in the crossfire, retreated to the floor-to-ceiling windows, maintaining a distance of 3 to 4 meters from Jiang Si. From today onward, I am freezing your card and assets. No staff at the pharmacy shall have any contact with you. You wretched child, if you do not make a name for yourself in Yanjing, you shall never return in this lifetime. The video abruptly cut off. Jiang Si shot a lethal glare at Bai Chun. Bai Chun protested, I am truly being wronged. My grandfather is gravely ill, and Grandpa Jiang has been in Nanching with him. I happened to encounter him when I returned. Your affairs have been a hot topic online recently, and several of the old-timers were quite pleased. However, it is unclear how your marriage and subsequent divorce from Chuan Yi surfaced alongside his reunion with his first love. Someone added fuel to the fire, and it infuriated Grandpa Jiang. He recorded this video in that moment and insisted, I keep in my bag to deliver to you once I return to Yanjing. Bai Chun continued, You know those old men at home. If I do not handle this well, the next time I return to Nancheng, he shivered slightly, clearly recalling some unpleasant consequence. When Jiang Si divorced Chuan Yi, her expression had been one of cold indifference, yet now, disrupted by the phone call, impatience surged within her brow. Her plans had been thoroughly derailed, utterly deviating from her previous expectations. Now, she truly could not leave Yanjing. Chapter 79. To make a name for herself in Yanjing, Song Tianyi found an excuse to send Shi Yuan away. Once the person departed, she disdainfully instructed her assistant. Ventilate the office for 3 hours, discard the sofa and the rest area, and hire professionals for disinfection and deodorization. Jiang Si answered the phone and, after the report concluded, asked, Have we confirmed contact with Song Tianyi? Good. Keep a close watch and apply some pressure at the appropriate time. Turning around, she noticed Bai Chun, slightly surprised. You're back so soon? Only a week had passed since Bai Chun's departure. According to Shen Kuo, the elder of the Bai family was nearing his end. Bai Chun's return to Nancheng was to heed the elder's admonitions and accompany him through his final journey. Little did she expect to return so swiftly, and upon her return, she found herself at Jiang Si's residence. Bai Chun appeared somewhat haggard, leaning against the sofa, gazing at Jiang Si, her usual carefree and roguish smile absent. She forced a bitter smile and inquired, The elder is gravely ill. Are you aware of this? Jiang Si's expression remained calm. Yes, she paused, seemingly choosing her words carefully. He mentioned it briefly when I returned home. Bai Chun shut her eyes momentarily, her hand resting on the armrest clenched into a fist with slight force. Her tone shifted as she remarked, "Ah, so you all are in the know?" while keeping me in the dark. I wonder why he was so eager to summon me back. It turns out it was to convey his last wishes. Jiang Si poured a glass of water, her gaze fixed on the dark circles beneath Bai Chen's eyes, her voice softening. "Are you tired? Would you like to rest here for a while?" Bai Chun remained silent. An unspoken refusal. Jiang Si sat beside her and whispered, "It was not our intention to keep this from you. It's just that Grandpa Bai is a proud man. He has his reasons for not informing you, and if we had disclosed it, he would have been upset and left even sooner." After a long pause, Bai Chen let out a couple of hollow laughs, a mixture of self-mockery and indignation. She clenched her jaw, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. That old man, if it weren't for him, could I just walk away and leave such a massive burden for me to bear? Why should I? He promised I could retire at 35. How absurd. What is he thinking now? Does he intend to escape through death, binding me for a lifetime to that damned legacy? Jiang Si's gaze fell, her dark, bright eyes betraying no emotion. She was fully aware of the Bai family's circumstances, yet knowing all too well made it difficult for her to comfort Bai Chan at this moment. They had grown up together, understanding each other's temperaments better than anyone. At this moment, Bai Chun was filled with both rage and sorrow. The room fell silent, as Jiang Si calmly sat beside Bai Chun, neither asking nor speaking, simply providing her silent companionship. Eventually, Bai Chun shifted her position. She stood up, stretched, and glanced at Jiang Si, who resembled a wax figure, expressing her disdain. "Jiang Si, could you perhaps alter your method of providing comfort?" Jiang Si lifted her gaze, her eyes like a tranquil well, fixed on Bai Chun as she asked, "Is it over?" Bai Chun touched the corner of her eye, smirking with a hint of reluctance. "Though I truly don't wish to admit it, you have indeed comforted me, so I must thank you." Bai Chun then picked up her phone, opened the gallery, and found a video. She held the phone up to Jiang Si with a radiant, teasing smile, saying, "As a token of my gratitude, consider this little item I helped transport as a gift." Jiang Si regarded her with skepticism before accepting the phone and opening the video. The screen displayed a magnified face, a familiar aura of solemnity emanating from it, stirring an uneasy feeling within Jiang Si. "Listen here, you little rascal." A thunderous roar echoed through the room, nearly threatening to lift the roof itself. This cacophony persisted for almost 5 minutes. Affected by the tumult, Bai Chun retreated to the floor-to-ceiling window, maintaining a distance of 3 to 4 meters from Jiang Si. Jiang Si glared at Bai Chun with piercing eyes. "From this day forth, I shall freeze all your cards and assets. No personnel from the pharmacy are permitted any contact with you. You better make a name for yourself in Yanjing, where you shall never return." At that moment, the video abruptly ceased. Jiang Si, still holding her phone aloft, remained in a rigid stance for another minute. Once she regained her senses, the phone in her hand was hurled towards Bai Chun. "Bai Chun, what do you mean by this? Are you playing games with me?" Jiang Si squinted, her gaze sharp as a blade. Bai Chun barely dodged, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she raised her hands in surrender. "Ancestors, ancestors, how could this possibly be my doing? I am truly innocent. My father is gravely ill, and Jiang grandfather has been in Nanching with him. I only encountered him upon my return. Your affairs have been the talk of the town, and several of the old-timers were quite pleased. However, I am unsure how it surfaced that you married and divorced Chuan Yi, who is now with his first love. This scandal has been brought to light. Some have embellished the story, which has greatly angered Jiang grandfather. He recorded this video in that moment, and I found it in my bag upon returning to Yanjing, only to receive a message instructing me to deliver it to you." She held up her phone, the screen frozen on a chat record between Bai Chun and a person whose profile picture was a lotus flower. Recognizing the familiar blossom, Jiang Si confirmed that the person on the other end was indeed her grandfather. "Even if you're not the principal offender, you are an accomplice." Jiang Si glared at her coldly. Bai Chun replied, "I am merely a coerced participant. How can I be deemed an accomplice? You know the old men of my family. If I fail to handle this properly, the next time I return to Nancheng." She shivered, evidently recalling some unpleasant consequence. When Jiang Si divorced Chuan Yi, her expression was one of icy indifference. Yet now, a phone call had disrupted her composure, and impatience flickered across her brow. Her plans had been entirely derailed, a far cry from her prior expectations. Now, it was clear she could not leave Yanjing. Bai Chun raised her hand, timidly inquiring, "May I leave now?" Jiang Si shot her a disdainful glance. "Get lost." Bai Chun hurriedly made her exit, muttering as she walked away, "They say women are fickle." And indeed, my experience today confirms it. Just moments ago, she was all smiles, delivering lengthy rationales, and now she has turned her back on me. Jiang Si, however, had lost interest in Bai Chun's words, her focus fixed on her phone as she rubbed it repeatedly, seemingly contemplating her next move. In the next moment, Bai Chun, undeterred by the prospect of danger, poked his head through the door and called out to Jiang Si within the room. "Darling, I just upgraded your phone. If you're commandeering it, shouldn't you compensate me with a new one? Have Xiao Zhu assist me in selecting the latest model. Remember." Jiang Si, in a swift motion, grabbed a pillow from beside her and hurled it towards the doorway.